Lin Yun squatted on the ground, watching a line of ants moving their nest. These ants were normal-sized, one of the few creatures that hadn't mutated after the Great Cataclysm. A thin old man nearby sneered. "Hey, Lin girl, talking to ants again?" Lin Yun twitched her lips impatiently and ignored him. Seeing she didn't respond, Old Wang kept talking. "You work yourself to death every day collecting supplies for that big family of yours. They don't even treat you like a person. You'd be better off marrying my son, Ahau, and giving him a healthy child. Then we'd all—" Ow, ow, ow. Before he could finish, the ants suddenly turned and swarmed toward him. Hundreds of them crawled up his body, making him jump and flail wildly. His screams pierced the quiet morning as he slapped at himself in panic. But the ants seemed to have chosen their target. They crawled up his sleeves and pant legs, tiny black dots moving across his thin skin, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Lin Yun slowly stood up, brushed the dust from her knees, and looked at him with eyes as cold as winter ice. She said nothing, just watched as Old Wang stumbled and shouted, his insults turning into muffled cries. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong," he yelled, terrified, running toward his shack while tearing at his clothes, looking like a monkey with its tail on fire. Insect Whisper, that was the ability Lin Yun had awakened a few days ago while out collecting supplies. Normally, people needed a special serum to awaken powers, but hers had appeared naturally. It allowed her to understand insects, communicate with them, and even control them. For now, her ability was weak. She could only control mutated insects no longer than her arm, and only 2 at a time. Small insects, however, had no such limit, like the ants just now. The Great Cataclysm had struck 15 years ago, a sudden wave of radiation that spread across the entire blue star. Overnight, plants and animals grew wildly, swelling to many times their normal size as if injected with strange energy. Water and soil became polluted, filled with radiation, undrinkable and useless for growing crops. Humans had gone from being the rulers of Earth to becoming food reserves for animals and plants. Their living space kept shrinking. They were forced to leave the cities and build safe zones in areas with lower radiation, protected by huge shields. But a few years ago, the energy that powered the shields began to weaken. The authorities drove ordinary people outside the shields, reducing the protected area. Still, the leaders knew they couldn't completely abandon the people, so they allowed them to live in the outer city. Tall, thick walls were built between the inner and outer cities, separating 2 very different worlds. Another wall surrounded the outer city, keeping it isolated from the wild. The strong walls could resist waves of beasts, and soldiers patrolled along the top. The privileged class in the inner city lived in comfort, supported by the labor of those below them. But life for the outer city people was far from easy. They had no stable jobs and survived by scavenging. They collected low-contamination food to sell to the base in exchange for points, which they used to buy everything they needed, such as purified water, gene medicine, and food. The lives of people in the outer city and those in the inner city were worlds apart. Lin Yun's family was among the poorest in the outer city. The outer city spread outward from the inner wall, and the closer one lived to the outer wall, the worse the living conditions became. Life there was the hardest. Lin Yun's family lived in Zone F, near the base of the wall, an area known as the Shantytown. As for what Old Wang said about her family mistreating her, that was pure slander. Her family had 5 members. Her father had been injured during the last beast attack while protecting her. A beast bit his leg, and because they couldn't afford proper treatment, he was left disabled. If they had been able to buy a gene repair medicine, he could have recovered, but it was far too expensive. Her mother's body was weak from years of radiation and toxin buildup. Lin Yun was 22, her younger brother Lin Hung was 19, and her little sister Lin Yu was 16. The 2 younger ones often went out scavenging with her. Even their mother worked for wealthy families in the higher zones to earn points. Their father, despite his injured leg, still worked at the base's lumberyard to earn what he could. That old man's nasty gossip came only from jealousy. He couldn't stand seeing their poor families stay united and strong, so he spread lies about them. He had set his sights on her and her younger sister, trying to arrange a marriage between his lazy, useless son and one of them every time they met. But everyone around here knew exactly what kind of person his son was. Most of the shacks in Zone F were built from scrap metal, broken wood, and plastic sheets, packed tightly together. Walking through the narrow alleys, one could only see a thin strip of gray sky overhead. As she turned a corner, she saw her little sister, Lin Yu, standing on tiptoe, looking around anxiously. When she spotted her, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she ran over. "Sis, you're finally back," Lin Yu said, her face full of worry. "Mom's been coughing badly. Dad asked me to see if you were on your way." Lin Yun's heart tightened, and she quickened her pace. "What happened?" "She was fine this morning." "I don't know." She just started coughing suddenly, and her face turned pale, Lin Yu said, gripping her sister's hand, her palm cold. The sisters hurried home. Their so-called home was a small shack of less than 15 square meters, divided by a worn curtain. In the front were a broken table and a few short stools. The back was where they slept. As soon as they entered, they heard muffled coughing from inside. Lin Yun rushed over and saw her mother curled up on a wooden bed covered with old quilts. Her face was pale as paper, and her lips had a faint bluish tint. Their father was gently patting her back, his face full of worry.
"Mom."
Lin Yun hurried forward and touched her mother's forehead. She didn't have a fever, but her breathing was fast and shallow, making Lin Yun's chest tighten. "You're back," her father said hoarsely, wiping his rough hands on his clothes. "Your mom's been saying her chest feels heavy lately. She must have overworked herself today. She went to Zone C this morning to wash a big load of clothes for Mrs. Zhang." Lin Yun bit her lip. Zone C was far from Zone F, and her mother's health was already weak. The long walk and heavy work must have been too much for her. But what could she say? Her mother only did it to earn more points to exchange for clean water and food. "Sis, I went to the base clinic," Lin Yu said. "They said it might be radiation poisoning getting worse. They suggested buying a detox shot, but..." Their younger brother, Lin Heng, came in from outside. "That detox shot costs 100 points each. We don't have nearly enough." The detox shot could only remove about 1/3 of the toxins in the body. It was just a temporary fix, not a real cure. A few months ago, her mother had taken 1 dose, but it had been almost 5 months since then. To completely clear the toxins, she would need at least 2 doses, which cost 200 points, something they simply couldn't afford. Lin Yun fell silent. She knew exactly how many points the family had. Her father earned only 5 points a day working at the lumberyard, and her mother made just 3. When she and her younger siblings went out to gather supplies, they could earn around 30 points on a lucky day, but sometimes they came back with nothing. Those few points barely covered food and daily needs for the 5 of them. There was no way they could spare any for medicine. Her mother's coughing grew harsher, scratching at everyone's hearts like claws. Lin Yun suddenly stood up, her eyes firm. "I'm going out to gather. I'll earn enough points today." Now that she had awakened her special ability, she couldn't let her family keep living like this. People with powers in the inner city lived well. Since she had won too, she was determined to lead her family to a better life. Her goal was to buy a home in the inner city. Filled with determination, Lin Yun put on her backpack, fastened her wristband, and activated her protective shield before heading out. Lin Heng and Lin Yu also picked up their backpacks and followed her. Their father, Lin Zhangwo, didn't stop them. If they didn't go scavenging, they wouldn't have anything to eat. If not for his injured leg, he would have gone with them himself. Though he didn't stop them, he still reminded them, "Your safety comes first. Promise me you'll come back safe. If anything happens to you, your mother," and I couldn't go on. The 3 nodded. Their mother, Suing, also urged them anxiously, "If things look dangerous, just run. It's fine if you come back empty-handed, just come back safe." They heard these same words every time they left home, but they still nodded seriously. Although the radiation inside the city was lighter than outside, everyone still wore protective suits. The suits were tight-fitting and worn like underclothes, with shields added when leaving the city. These basic suits were the only good thing the inner city officials had ever done. They were given out for free, but they only protected against radiation. offering no defense against attacks. The wristband served as an identity record with many functions. It contained personal information, address, points, pollution detection, phone, and location tracking. Going scavenging meant entering the forest to collect plants with low pollution levels, then bringing them back to the base to exchange for points. Pollution levels were divided into 4 types: none, low, medium, and high. None meant completely unpolluted. The base paid a high number of points for those, but they were almost impossible to find. Even the higher-ups only ate food with low pollution levels. Low pollution plants also earned good points, but they were rare. Medium pollution plants couldn't be eaten too often, as they caused toxin and radiation buildup. High pollution plants were either poisonous, smelled strange, or were even dangerous to touch, so they couldn't be eaten at all. Lin Yun had sold all the low pollution plants she had found before. Her family only ate medium pollution ones. Although toxins built up in their bodies, it wouldn't kill them right away. But if they didn't clean out the toxins regularly, they would become weak, just like suing. They wanted to eat low pollution food too, but they couldn't afford to. They had to sell it for money. If they didn't eat medium pollution plants, they would soon starve, so they had no choice. When the 3 siblings arrived, a crowd had already gathered at the city gate, waiting for it to open. They quietly joined the group. The heavy alloy gate creaked as it slowly opened to both sides. A gust of wind mixed with the smell of decaying leaves and faint radiation dust blew toward them. The crowd surged forward like a disturbed colony of ants, rushing toward the forest outside the city. Lin Yun held her younger brother and sister's hands tightly, keeping them close. "Don't run off. Stay with me." Lin Heng and Lin Yu nodded. Though they were already in their teens, they still instinctively relied on their sister. Lin Yun felt a brief warmth in her heart, followed by a heavy sense of worry. In the past, she would only searched along the familiar edges of the forest, hoping to find a few medium pollution plants, just enough to trade for a few days' worth of food. But today was different. She needed enough points to buy at least 1 detox medicine. That meant she had to find more low-pollution plants, or even those hidden deeper in the forest that could bring greater rewards. The crowd rushed toward Forest Number 1, directly opposite the gate. It wasn't very dangerous there, but there also weren't many edible plants. Because people had already searched almost every corner here, there wasn't much left to find. It wasn't easy to catch what others had missed. Instead of following the crowd into Forest Number 1, Lin Yun pulled her younger siblings toward a narrow side path. "Sis, are we going to Forest Number 1? Lin Yu asked hesitantly, her big eyes filled with worry. That place didn't have much to offer, but it was safe, somewhere they often went before. "No," Lin Yun said firmly, her eyes scanning the dark woods. "We won't find what we need there. Stay close and keep quiet." Lin Heng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and followed her. Although Forest Number 1 was large, it had already been searched thoroughly. Anything valuable was long gone. To find something worth money, they had to go to other forests. Forests Number 2 to Number 4 were often visited by people with special abilities. Those places had better resources, but were also filled with dangerous mutated plants and animals, so ordinary people rarely went there. The ability users usually hunted mutated beasts together for big profits. The safe zone raised its own animals, but the pure, natural ones were reserved for the inner city's upper class and never sold in the outer city. The meat that outer city people ate mostly came from beasts hunted by ability users. It was expensive, but with some effort, people could still afford it occasionally. An hour later, when the 3 reached Forest Number 2, a group of ability users passed by. They carried weapons and wore protective suits made from the hides and bones of mutated creatures before heading straight into the forest. The safe zone did have firearms, but they were controlled by the military and ordinary people couldn't buy them. Most weapons were made from parts of mutated creatures. They were as powerful as guns but also very costly. The group of ability users didn't even glance at them, moving swiftly into the forest, their speed leaving faint afterimages. Lin Yun watched them with envy, then turned her gaze back to the ground, carefully studying it. It was time to use her ability. Among the grass, she spotted a grasshopper the size of a forearm. Without getting closer, She controlled it with her power and ordered, "Take us to find edible plants, ones with low contamination." The grasshopper didn't seem to understand, but it dropped the leaf it was chewing and hopped forward. The three quickly followed. The grasshopper was also mutated, but once controlled, it wouldn't attack them. It clearly understood Lin Yun's command. The mutated grasshopper was fast, too fast for them to keep up. Lin Yun gave another order, "Run ahead for a bit, then wait for us." The grasshopper obediently followed, hopping a short distance before stopping to wait. Grasshoppers were known for damaging crops, and what they ate was probably similar to what humans could eat. It hopped and turned through the forest, heading deeper inside. The three followed closely, afraid of losing it. Lin Yun marked the trees along the way. After another hour, the grasshopper stopped in front of a huge cabbage, taller than a person. The three were stunned. It was enormous, like a tree. But even though it looked big, there might not be much of it safe to eat, since the pollution was so severe. Lin Yun opened her wrist device and scanned the outer leaves. Beep. Highly polluted. Not recommended for consumption. As expected. Testing food for pollution was troublesome. Each part had to be checked separately. For this giant cabbage, they needed to test the stem, the leaves, and the roots. They had to cut it down and peel off the layers one by one for testing. Lin Heng took an axe from his backpack, walked to the base of the cabbage, and began chopping. The grasshopper had completed its task, so Lin Yun released it. Keeping control of it took energy, and at her current level, she couldn't maintain it for long. The sound of the axe echoed clearly in the silent wilderness, each strike heavy and dull. Sweat formed on Lin Heng's forehead. The mutated cabbage's stem was much tougher than it looked. The woody fibers resisted the blade, and after dozens of swings, there was finally a sharp crack. The huge cabbage swayed and slowly fell to one side. "Watch out!" Lin Yu quickly pulled Lin Heng aside, avoiding the falling cabbage. It hit the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Yun scanned the leaves that had been out of reach before. Beep. Highly polluted. Not recommended for consumption. As expected, the outer layers were all too contaminated to eat. "There's still hope," Lin Yun sighed. "This thing looks like a tree. Maybe the core is cleaner." Then the three of them began to work together. The giant cabbage was too big, so they had to peel off the leaves layer by layer for testing. That job was given to Lin Heng. Lin Heng raised his axe and struck the thick stem, cutting off the first layer before chopping deeper inside. While they were busy, several ability teams passed by. Some stopped to watch them chop the cabbage and kindly offered a warning. "Some cabbages have mutant insects inside. Be careful, they might attack suddenly." The three thanked them, and the ability team hurried off toward the forest. A pound of moderately polluted wild animal meat sold for 80 points. Much more valuable than plants, so those teams weren't interested in small gains. Still, as fellow survivors, they didn't mind helping ordinary people when they could. Lin Heng kept peeling the leaves one by one, while the two sisters used their wrist scanners to check each part carefully. The stem, the middle section, and the leaves all had to be tested separately. It was slow and tiring work. Beep. Highly polluted. Not recommended for consumption. Beep. Highly polluted. Not recommended for consumption. They tested 3 or 4 outer layers, but still hadn't found any edible part. Sweat ran down Lin Heng's jaw, dripping onto the dry leaves at his feet and leaving dark spots. His arm ached from swinging the axe, and each strike took all his strength just to leave a mark on the tough, wood-like stem. "Take a break, brother," Lin Yun said softly, handing him a water bottle. "You've already cut halfway through. We'll finish testing these first." Everyone who scavenged knew that testing plants required patience. Rushing only led to mistakes. Sometimes, even after searching all day, they might not find a single edible plant. Without patience, it was easy to miss something valuable. Lin Heng took the bottle and drank deeply. The cool water slid down his throat, easing the heat in his body. He wiped his face, looked at the half-chopped giant cabbage, and said in a low voice, "It's fine. Let's cut a few more layers." Something this big might have its best part hidden in the core. After resting for less than 2 minutes, Lin Heng lifted the axe again. This time, his movements were slower but steadier, each strike landing precisely where the leaves joined. With a series of crisp sounds, another thick layer of leaves was peeled away, revealing the lighter-colored part inside. The two sisters continued their inspection work. The part Lin Yun had just scanned was inedible, so she moved on to test the middle and the leaves. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. She pulled out her knife and cut off the bad part. They finally had some food for the day. That single large leaf weighed 3 or 4 pounds, enough for today's meal. She stuffed the leaves into her backpack, and the two of them eagerly continued testing. Hearing the noise, Lin Heng stopped chopping and straightened his back. Sweat dripped from his hair onto his shoulders. He grinned and said, "I knew there'd be something good hidden in the core." He shook his sore arms and gripped the axe again. "Let's cut a bit deeper. Maybe we'll find parts with even less contamination." Lin Yun and Lin Yu followed closely behind, the sound of their scanners echoing in the quiet. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. Beep, moderate contamination. Layer after layer gave the same result. It wasn't perfect, but it added up. Their backpacks were now filled with nearly 50 pounds of leaves. They had enough vegetables for the next few days, and could even sell some at the base for points. "Keep it up," Lin Heng said between breaths, his axe still striking with full strength. "Look, the color's getting lighter." Beep, light contamination, safe to eat. Beep, light contamination, safe to eat. Beep, light contamination, safe to. A series of beeps sounded, and the sisters almost cried with joy. Lightly contaminated food sold for much more than moderately contaminated ones. Even for something as common as cabbage, the price for lightly contaminated produce was quite good. At 15 points per pound, they had already gathered about 20 pounds. "Great!" Lin Yu clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes shining. "Sis, look. These 20 pounds are worth 300 points, enough to trade for plenty of basic supplies. They could even buy a purifier for their mother to help remove the toxins from her body." Lin Yun smiled and nodded. "Let's keep going, the three of us. Let's finish harvesting this big cabbage." Lin Heng straightened up, wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, and looked at the slightly polluted vegetable leaves. Despite his tired face, a satisfied smile appeared. "We're not done yet. Let's look deeper inside. Maybe we'll find something even better." As he spoke, he raised his axe again and struck toward the core. This time, the color of the vegetable stem became lighter, and the texture seemed softer. The axe met much less resistance. Crack! Another layer of leaves peeled away. Lin Yun quickly brought her wristband close to scan it. Beep! Mild pollution. Safe to eat. Still mild. Lin Yun couldn't hide her excitement. She quickly used her curved knife to cut off the leaf. "This one's bigger. Must weigh over 5 pounds. The little grasshopper had really helped them. The first spot it led them to already gave plenty of edible leaves. Today's harvest was more than what they usually gathered in a whole week. Lin Heng felt even more energized, the soreness in his arms easing a little. He knew that the closer they got to the core, the less polluted it would be. If they were lucky, they might find a nearly clean part, something that could sell for a high price back at the base. The upper-class people only ate pure, unpolluted food. Anything contaminated, they wouldn't touch. No matter the time, social classes always existed. The three of them worked in an orderly rhythm, Lin Heng chopping, while Lin Yun and Lin Yu took turns testing and cutting. Time passed slowly. The sun climbed higher, and the light in the forest grew brighter. Suddenly, when Lin Heng brought his axe down again, the feeling changed. It was no longer hard fiber but something soft and slightly elastic. The next moment, that soft thing moved and rose straight up from the vegetable's core. It was a green caterpillar, about as long as an arm. Even after being struck by the axe, it wasn't hurt. Instead, it turned its head toward them. "Watch out." Lin Heng's pupils shrank. Instinctively, he pulled Lin Yu and Lin Yun behind him. At the same time, he stepped back and held his axe across his chest, staring warily at the giant caterpillar that had suddenly appeared. Its size was terrifying. Ordinary caterpillars were no bigger than a fingernail. Before them lay a creature as long as an arm, its whole body bright green and covered with tiny black spots. The pair of compound eyes on its head glowed with a cold light. It was clearly dangerous. This must be the mutated insect the special team had mentioned. It was quite destructive, hiding inside the vegetable hearts and chewing them full of holes. There probably wasn't much left that could be salvaged. Lin Yun's face changed. It was her first time encountering a mutated insect. She had always gathered supplies safely in Forest No. 1, but on her first trip to Forest No. 2, she ran into this thing. No wonder ordinary people never came to other forests. They simply couldn't handle these mutated creatures. The giant green caterpillar suddenly arched its body and shot toward Lin Heng like a flash of green lightning. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp, needle-like jaws, and a foul smell filled the air. Just as it was about to strike, Lin Yun suddenly remembered that she could control insects. Without thinking, she raised her hand and shouted, "Go away!" In the next instant, the insect exploded in midair.
Bang!
Green fluid and broken pieces splattered everywhere. Lin Heng, who was closest, was covered in the mess. The stench made him frown deeply. Lin Yu screamed and hid behind Lin Heng, peeking out with a pale face.
Sister.
"You're amazing." Lin Yun stood frozen, staring at her trembling hand in disbelief. In that moment, she had only wanted to protect her brother. She hadn't even thought about how to use her power, yet the mutated caterpillar had been crushed by an invisible force and burst apart. Lin Heng looked at her with concern. "Sis, that was incredible. Did your ability just get stronger?" Lin Yun shook her head. "I don't know. I just panicked and didn't want it to hurt you too." Could the power of an insect whisper really be used like this? She had only recently gained her ability and hadn't explored its full potential. Now that the insect was dead, it was safe again. They continued checking the remaining vegetable leaves on the ground. Lin Heng wiped his face and went back to cutting the vegetable hearts. Although the vegetable hearts were badly eaten by insects, there were still some good parts left. After carefully picking through them, they managed to gather a few pounds. All the cabbages had been cut, and Lin Heng joined in the inspection. Beep, no contamination detected. Safe for consumption. Lin Heng froze for a moment. Sure enough, they had found some uncontaminated vegetable hearts. But there weren't many. Most had been ruined by the dead insects. After testing, they found that about 5 pounds of the insect-eaten ones were completely clean, while the rest were only slightly contaminated. They had never found uncontaminated vegetables before, so they didn't know how many points they could sell for, but they were sure it would be more than the slightly contaminated ones. An hour later, they finally finished checking all the cabbages. Some were too polluted by insect fluids to keep, so they had to throw them away with regret. Since they didn't have a scale, they could only estimate. About 50 pounds were moderately contaminated, 30 pounds slightly contaminated, and around 4 pounds completely clean. Their backpacks were already full. After such a tense day, and with Lin Heng covered in dirt, Lin Yun decided it was time to go home. They had done well enough today. If they got greedy and ran into stronger mutated creatures, they might not be so lucky next time. Following the marks Lin Yun had made earlier, the three of them wound their way out of the forest. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon when they finally left the woods. Without stopping to rest, they ate wild grain buns as they hurried home. These buns were made from ground seeds of unknown wild grasses, mixed with moderately contaminated vegetable leaves and roots. It was the main food source in their shanty town. But it didn't taste good at all, rough on the throat and bitter in flavor. Still, they had to eat or they'd go hungry. Lin Yu took small bites, frowning tightly, but forced herself to swallow. She mumbled, when we trade these vegetables for points, let's buy some detox medicine and a few black grain buns. Black grain flour was made from wheat bran mixed with a bit of leftover flour after the white flour was extracted. It looked dark and felt coarse, far less smooth than white flour, but in times of shortage, it was a common sight on many tables. In Lin Yun's family, they used to be too poor to even afford that. When the three returned to the base, they didn't go home. Instead, they headed straight to the trading post set up in Zone E. They kept some of the moderately polluted cabbages for themselves. With the cold season coming, they needed to dry some vegetables to store for winter. They also wanted to eat the lightly polluted ones, but since they had to save money, they didn't dare to be that extravagant. They kept 10 pounds for their own use and sold the rest. At the collection point, the vegetables had to go through a second test. Only if they passed would the buyer accept them. However, the testing there was much simpler. They just put everything into a machine which checked the pollution level and weighed it at the same time. If they wanted to take the vegetables back home to eat, they had to pay for the test. But if they sold them to the base, the test was free. Moderately polluted cabbage, 41 pounds in total. The purchase price is 5 points per pound. Lightly polluted cabbage, 33 pounds in total. The purchase price is 15 points per pound. Unpolluted cabbage, 5 pounds in total. The purchase price is 35 points per pound. Do you want to sell them all? The buyer was most interested in the few pounds of unpolluted cabbage. Wild, unpolluted plants were extremely rare now. The higher-ups were very picky. They refused to eat anything with even a trace of pollution. If the buyer managed to get unpolluted plants, they would receive a bonus. So the buyer was excited and reluctant to let go of the clean cabbages. Lin Yun made the decision right away. Sell them all. The buyer grinned. All right, I'll calculate your total points. That's 875 points in total. He took Lin Yun's wristband and transferred the points to her account. It was the first time the 3 Lin siblings had earned so many points, and they felt a bit dizzy with excitement. Before, even after working all day in Forest Number 1, they could only earn around 30 points. This time, they had almost a month's income in one go. No wonder the older folks always said that fortune comes with risk. Forest Number 2 was dangerous, but it truly had valuable things. Lin Yun decided that from now on, they would go to Forest Number 2. Once her special ability became stronger, maybe she could even explore other forests. As they were leaving, a team of ability users drove up in a pickup truck, carrying a large box. Blood was seeping from the box. It was filled with meat from a wild beast they had hunted. Lin Yun quickly pulled her younger brother and sister to stop and joined the crowd to watch. They wanted to see how many points the ability users could earn from selling that wild beast meat. Most ability teams lived in Zones B and C. These areas were still inside the protective shield and part of the inner city. Although not as prosperous as Zones S and A, they were far better than the neighborhoods outside. Ability teams didn't have the power or wealth of the upper class, but they had strength. When they hunted something valuable, they could earn a lot, enough to live comfortably in the inner city. However, the powerful people in Zones S and A still looked down on them. After all, no matter how strong they were, they risked their lives every day. One wrong move, and they could lose everything. The ability users also despised those greedy officials who lived off the hard work of others, exploiting survivors while hiding behind their walls. Protected by layers of military defense, those people had no idea how much suffering or ruin existed outside. If they ever lost that protection, the ability users could easily take them down. But the ability users needed their resources, and the officials needed the ability users to work for them and maintain their comfortable lives. So, a strange balance formed within the base. This group of ability users brought back a dissected wild boar. The meat, trotters, head, and intestines were moderately contaminated, while the heart was only lightly contaminated. A mutated wild boar could weigh several thousand pounds. After removing the heavily contaminated parts, there were still over 1,000 pounds of usable meat left. The purchase price was 80 points per pound for regular meat, 120 for trotters, 110 for the head, 90 for intestines, and 180 for the lightly contaminated heart. As the buyer quickly weighed and tested the boar, Lin Yun's heartbeat sped up. Over 1,000 pounds of meat, just counting the cheapest part, meant more than 80,000 points, not to mention the higher-priced parts like the head and trotters. And that lightly contaminated heart, though only a few pounds, was worth as much as what they earned from selling vegetables for a long time. Meat really was valuable.
Wow.
Her younger brother Lin Hung whispered, eyes wide. Sis, how long would it take us to earn that much? Their little sister Lin Yu stood on tiptoe, her face full of awe. Maybe several years? Lin Yun said nothing, her eyes fixed on the team of ability users, deep in thought. Their combat uniforms were covered in mud and dark red stains. Though their faces showed exhaustion, their eyes still held a sharp, proud light. One of them, a tall and strong man, had a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his arm, clearly injured while hunting the wild boar. This was the life of ability users, risking their lives for money, earning the means to survive in the inner city. Total, 107,850 points. The buyer's voice was calm. He was used to dealing with people like them. After all, there were many ability users in the South City base. The leader glanced at the number on his wristband and waved his hand. Let's go. The group turned and left without hesitation. The roar of their pickup truck faded into the distance, leaving the onlookers stunned. So that's what ability users are like. Someone murmured. One trip earns more than we could make in a lifetime. But look at their injuries, another replied. Last time, the Yangtze #1 team went after a mutant bear. Only 2 came back. What's the use of all that money if you don't live to spend it? Lin Yun quietly pulled her younger brother and sister away from the crowd. The income of that team weighed heavily on her heart, stirring waves of emotion. They had been thrilled with their 875 points, but compared to 6 figures, it was nothing. Sis, do you think we'll ever be like them? Lin Heng asked, looking up with both admiration and a hint of fear. Lin Yun looked down at her siblings, took a deep breath, and said firmly, we will. They had to believe it. On their way back, they didn't go straight home, but stopped by the large supermarket run by the base. It had everything, small items like toothpaste and towels and all the food and supplies needed for daily life. Next to the supermarket was a clinic that also sold detox agents and ability-enhancing potions. Lin Yun bought 2 detox agents, spending 200 points. Last time, Suing hadn't taken hers, saying she didn't go out collecting anyway, so it didn't matter. Their family usually bought detox agents every 2 months to clear the toxins that build up in their bodies. That way, the buildup stayed low, and 1 dose was enough. Suing hadn't had a drink for almost 5 months, yet she still needed 2 tubes, and they hadn't managed to save any money. But the old man was stubborn, and no matter how much they tried to talk to him, it didn't work. They could only find their own way. Fortunately, Suing wasn't too hard-headed, and with some persuasion, she could be convinced. Lin Yun felt a bit of pain in her heart, but she still bought it without hesitation. After buying the disinfectant, the 3 siblings went into the supermarket and headed straight for the grain section. The cheapest thing there was grass flour, 1 point per pound. It was the main food for most people in Zone F, and also the most common crop in the wild. After all, Zones E and F made up almost half of the safe base's land area. There wasn't much difference between the 2 zones, except for location. The houses in Zone E were a bit better, at least not all shacks. But this time, they had enough points, so they didn't need to buy the rough grass flour anymore. Besides grass flour, the supermarket also sold rye flour. It was made from the outer layer of the grain mixed with a bit of regular flour. It was still rough on the throat, but much better than grass flour. There was also mixed grain flour and second-grade flour. Mixed grain flour was made from the bran left after milling different grains. It cost the same as rye flour, 3 points per pound. Second-grade flour was darker, but smoother to eat. It was more expensive, 5 points per pound. Lin Yun gritted her teeth and bought 40 pounds of second-grade flour, spending another 200 points. She was really tired of eating grass flour and anything that scratched her throat. After more than 10 years of it, she felt like her throat had grown calluses. Sis, are we really buying second-grade flour? Lin Heng looked at the pile of flour bags in the cart, his throat moving as he swallowed, eyes full of disbelief. Lin Yun patted one of the bags. A bit of flour dust rose through the cloth, carrying a faint wheat smell. Yes, we have enough points this time. We can't keep treating our stomachs badly. Besides, we'll be going out every day from now on. We'll earn more points, so we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves. You need to eat well, to have strength to work. Lin Yu crouched in a corner where rows of tin stoves were neatly arranged. Each one cost 200 points. She tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve. Sis, can we buy a tin stove? Our house is drafty, and we don't have enough blankets. It gets so cold every winter. Lin Yun was tempted, but she had an even bolder plan in mind. Little sister, it's not winter yet, so let's wait. I have a plan. Before winter comes, I want to save enough points to buy a house in District D. But sis, even the smallest house there, about 30 square meters, costs 5,000 points. They had just earned 800 points. Was his sister being too ambitious? When they had time to rest after collecting supplies, they would go to District D to look at houses. The houses there weren't made of concrete, but of thick earthen walls. They stayed warm in winter and cool in summer, so even the smallest ones were quite expensive. Lin Yun tapped his head lightly. That's why we need to save points. I never said we'd do it right away. We still have a month before the cold season. If we can't make it by then, we'll just buy a heater. How about that? Lin Hung rubbed his head and muttered, saving 5,000 points in a month sounds impossible. Even so, his eyes brightened a little. He knew his sister never made empty promises. If she said it, she must have a plan. After all, they had just earned 800 points this time. Maybe it really was possible. Now that Lin Yun had her special ability, she felt more confident. She didn't dream of great wealth, but she believed she could at least make life better for her family. Lin Yun nodded eagerly, her small face full of hope. Okay, then I won't wish for a heater anymore. I'll wish for us to move into a house in District D. She imagined the earthen-walled house, where they wouldn't have to curl up in the cold wind anymore. Even her breathing felt lighter. People needed dreams. Otherwise, what was the point of living? After setting their goal, they went straight to the seasoning section. They had no spices at home, only a bit of salt, and it was almost gone, so they needed to buy some. Salt cost 5 points per 50 grams, so they bought half a kilo, then went to the discount section. Because the area was so poor, most people couldn't afford seasonings. Many expired before being sold, so they were discounted. But since people here still ate slightly contaminated plants, no one cared much about expiration dates. A bottle of soy sauce that had expired half a month ago used to cost 30 points, but now it was only 10. There was also pork for sale, moderately contaminated meat for 100 points per half kilo. No one knew how long it had been frozen. They didn't buy any, even though they hadn't eaten meat in a long time. It was just too expensive. In total, they spent 460 points and had a little over 400 left. Lin Yun felt a bit heartbroken after spending half of her points so quickly. She stuffed everything into her backpack, and the three of them happily headed home. The people in the shanty town looked dull and lifeless, like walking corpses. Their energy didn't fit in with the place. Some people glanced at their bulging backpacks, but didn't dare to make a move. There were city guards patrolling the area, so it was still fairly safe. At least during the day, no one dared to cause trouble. At night, though, things were different. If someone broke in to steal, it was hard to see anything in District F since there were no streetlights. With tens of thousands of shacks, the guards couldn't possibly check every home, so most cases were left unsolved. Today, Su Ying wasn't feeling well, so Lin Zhengwo, for once, didn't go to the logging area. He stayed home to look after his wife. Although he had a limp, he could still move around. He just couldn't do heavy work, so he sorted wood at the logging site instead. The points he earned were barely enough to feed himself. When he saw the three children come back with full backpacks, a faint light appeared in his cloudy eyes. He held onto the wall and stood up from his low stool. "You're back. No one got hurt, right?" He looked over each of them, then noticed the dirt on Lin Heng's clothes. His brows furrowed, and his voice grew tense. "Hung, are you hurt?" Lin Heng grinned. No, Dad, listen, sis was amazing today." As Lin Heng entered the house, he waved his hands excitedly, telling the story of how Lin Yun had defeated a mutated green caterpillar. Lin Yu added a few details, both of them talking over each other with excitement. Lin Yun set down her backpack and smiled as she listened to them chatter. After hearing their story, Lin Zhengwo's eyes filled with tears. "My dear girl, you've worked so hard. If your father weren't so useless, you wouldn't have to risk your life collecting supplies." For years, the three children had been supporting the family, while he had become a burden. It should have been his job to protect them. Lin Yun quickly went over and hugged her father, knowing he was blaming himself again. "Oh, Dad, you took care of us for more than 10 years. Now that we've grown up, It's our turn to look after you and Mom. That's how it should be. Lin Yun gently patted Lin Jiangwo on the back. Her voice was soft but firm. Besides, I have special abilities now. It's much safer for me to go out and collect supplies.
Don't worry, Dad.
Lin Jiangwo wiped the corner of his eyes. His gaze was full of pride and concern. It's good that you have powers, but don't get careless. The mutated creatures outside are still dangerous. Stay safe. Even if we don't have much money, we can still live. What matters most is that the three of you stay safe. I know, Dad, Lin Yun replied with a smile. She turned around and began taking things out of her backpack one by one. Look, we bought detox medicine. Mom hasn't had any for 5 months. This time she can finally have a proper cleanse. And we got second-grade flour, so we don't have to eat that rough stuff anymore. She lifted a bag of salt and a bottle of discounted soy sauce. We also bought salt and soy sauce. Now our meals will have some flavor again. Hearing the noise from the inner room, Suing struggled to sit up. Holding onto the doorframe, she looked out and frowned when she saw the supplies. You're wasting points again. 1 tube of detox medicine is enough. Why buy 2? And that flour, second grade, is so expensive. Mom, Lin Yun said, helping her back into the room, you haven't had detox medicine for 5 months. 1 tube isn't enough. We can't save money on this. As for the flour, we can earn more points now. We shouldn't keep eating poorly. You and Dad have worked hard for so many years. You both deserve something better. Lin Hung and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That's right, Mom. Sis is amazing now. She'll earn more and more points. We're even planning to save enough to move to District D. The houses there are warm, so you won't have to suffer through the cold anymore. Suing paused, seeing the light in her children's eyes. The words of scolding she was about to say faded away, and her eyes grew moist. All right. As long as you know what you're doing. She knew her children were being thoughtful, and saying more would only make her seem ungrateful. Lin Hung had also brought back 10 pounds of fresh cabbage leaves. They used to eat only preserved vegetables, since the good ones were always traded for points. This was the first time they'd had fresh greens in a long while. Lin Yu helped Su-ing drink the detox medicine, while Lin Hung changed out of his dirty clothes. The ones he wore needed to be washed. Lin Jiangwo was already busy starting a fire. The stove in their shanty home was made of mud, simple, but still usable. Lin Yun poured out some of the second-grade flour, added water, and began kneading the dough. The smell of wheat slowly spread as the dough was kneaded. A few people gathered around, watching closely, their throats moving as they swallowed unconsciously. It had been a long time since they had smelled such a pure wheat aroma. Sis, what are we having for dinner? Lin Hung asked eagerly. Sis, are we making noodles or steamed buns today? Lin Yu leaned closer, her nose almost touching the dough, her eyes shining with excitement. Lin Yun kept working as she smiled and said, We'll roll out some noodles first, then steam a few buns to keep for tomorrow. Su-ing, who had just taken the detox medicine, came over and said, Yun, let me do it. You've all been busy all day, take a rest. Lin Yun shook her head. You just drank 2 doses of detox medicine. Be careful, you might get an upset stomach later. You'd better sit down and rest. Every time someone took the detox medicine, it caused a bit of stomach trouble. It was part of clearing out the toxins. Su-ing thought for a moment and agreed, sitting quietly on a stool. She watched the 3 siblings knead the dough and slice cabbage, their movements smooth and in sync. Lin Hung carefully washed the cabbage leaves. Even though he used filtered water sparingly, the leaves still looked clean and shiny. His knife skills weren't great, but he worked with focus and care. Lin Yu helped make the noodles, while Lin Jiangwo tended the fire below. The flames crackled in the stove, casting a warm glow on Lin Jiangwo's face. From time to time, he added a handful of dry wood, his eyes glancing at the busy children by the stove, a gentle smile deepening the lines at the corners of his mouth. The water soon boiled, and white steam lifted the old aluminum lid with a soft hiss, filling the air with warmth. Lin Yun shook out the rolled noodles. The even strands seemed almost alive as they slid into the boiling water, quickly swirling and dancing. Sis, should we add soy sauce? Lin Yu asked, standing on tiptoe and holding up a bottle of discounted soy sauce, her eyes sparkling. That was a rare treat. They hardly ever used it during the year. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. Add just a little to bring out the flavor. Lin Yu carefully unscrewed the cap and poured in 3 small spoonfuls. The rich soy aroma mixed with the wheat scent, making everyone's stomachs growl. Lin Heng stared at the bubbling noodles and swallowed hard. It smells amazing, better than the time we caught a whiff from Aunt Zhang's house. The soy sauce had only just passed its date, but it was still fine to eat. They just needed to finish it soon before it spoiled. The noodles rolled twice in the boiling water. Seeing that the timing was right, Lin Yun sprinkled in the shredded cabbage she had just cut. The tender green cabbage was quickly wrapped by the bubbling water, turning soft but adding a touch of fresh color to the pot. Almost done, time to take it out. Lin Yun picked up a large rough porcelain bowl, lifted the noodles and cabbage out with her chopsticks, poured in 2 spoonfuls of hot soup, and finally added a small pinch of salt. The rich soy sauce, the wheat aroma of the noodles, and the slight sweetness of the cabbage blended together in the rising steam, filling the air with a mouth-watering smell. Lin Zhangwo had already set the table. 4 chipped porcelain bowls were neatly arranged on the small low table. Lin Yun first filled a bowl for Su Ying, then served her father, younger brother, and sister, and finally took the rest for herself. There was plenty for everyone to eat their fill. Come on, eat while it's hot. Lin Yun handed the chopsticks to Su Ying, picked up her own bowl, blew on the noodles, and took a bite. The warm noodles slid down her throat, carrying the light scent of soy sauce and wheat. The comforting fullness quickly washed away the day's tiredness. Lin Heng ate the fastest, slurping down half a bowl in just a few bites. With noodles still in his mouth, he mumbled, "Sis, this is amazing. 100 times better than that coarse stuff." Lin Yu ate slowly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Yes, sis, this second-grade flour really tastes different. And with soy sauce, it's so fragrant." Su Ying ate quietly, watching the children's happy faces, her eyes growing warm. She picked up a noodle and took a small bite. The long-missed taste of wheat spread across her tongue, filling her heart with both warmth and sadness. These past years had been hard on the children. Having a proper meal like this had become a rare treat. "Eat slowly, there's more in the pot," Lin Zhangwo said, watching the children eat eagerly. He barely touched his own bowl, just kept adding noodles to theirs, his face glowing with a constant smile. Noticing that her father hadn't eaten much, Lin Yun lifted a big bunch of noodles from the pot and placed them in his bowl. "Dad, you eat too. There's plenty today." All right, Lin Zhangwo replied, lowering his head to eat slowly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes full of contentment. The meal was lively and warm, and everyone ate until their stomachs were round and full. The noodle soup in the pot was almost gone. Lin Heng picked it up and drank the last bit, rubbing his full stomach with satisfaction. "I'm so full. This is the best meal I've ever had." Lin Yu nodded, her small face glowing with happiness. "I wish we could eat like this every day." The rest of the family was doing okay, but Lin Yu was the most pitiful. She had been born right after the Great Disaster, and since then, she had rarely eaten white flour, let alone meat. Lin Yun gently patted her head, her eyes shining with determination. "We will. One day, we'll not only eat second-grade flour every day, but also first-grade flour, white rice, and even meat." After transferring their points to their mother, each of them kept only 20 points for emergencies. Their mother managed the family's finances, so there was no need to divide things too clearly. If it weren't for her careful and thrifty ways, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. Everything in their home cost money: water purification tablets, daily necessities, clothes, bedding, food, and other basics. Su Ying tried to make every coin count. Before Lin Yun gained her special ability, the 3 siblings had to follow the main group to Forest No. 1 to gather supplies. That place had already been searched by many people, and what they found each day was barely enough to cover the family's expenses. The detox medicine was the biggest expense. Each dose cost 500 points, and everyone needed it. Su Ying had to carefully plan the timing so they could just manage to afford it. The siblings' weapons were bought bit by bit with saved points. They were ordinary ones, not as strong as those made from mutant beast materials. Still, they were precious enough to offer some protection. There was no electricity in Zone E, so they used oil lamps, which barely lit up the room. With nothing else to do, everyone just slept to pass the time. There was no power, no internet, and no entertainment. Sleeping was the only option. Their shelter was a single small room, with sleeping areas separated by straw mats. They slept on wooden boards covered with thick straw mats for warmth, with only a few quilts. The two sisters shared a bed, hugging each other tightly in winter to stay warm, piling on all their blankets and clothes, yet still feeling cold. After all, since the apocalypse, winter temperatures had dropped to -37 or 38 degrees, and without any heating, it was impossible not to freeze. While Linyu was washing the dishes, a spider the size of a fist suddenly dropped down from above. Linyu was startled, but after patting her chest, she quickly calmed down. Wow, that's a big spider. In the post-apocalyptic world, scavengers had seen all kinds of things. If they were scared of everything, they wouldn't survive outside. Even though the high walls offered protection, sometimes mutated animals still managed to get in. This spider was actually one of the smaller mutated creatures, something an ordinary person could handle. Just as Lin Yu was about to hit it with a wooden board, Lin Yun stopped her. "Let me try to drive it out." Lin Yu stepped back to let Lin Yun experiment. Lin Yun activated her ability, locked onto the spider, and commanded, "Get out of my house." The spider quickly crawled down and scurried away. Lin Jiangwo was stunned. "Girl, the spider really left?" Lin Yun nodded. "It obediently went away. But Yun, a spider isn't an insect. If you classify it properly, it's actually an animal."
Huh?
Lin Yun was confused. Without professional guidance, people with special abilities had to figure things out on their own. Lin Yun's power had only awakened a few days ago. She thought she could only control insects, but this spider clearly wasn't one. What was going on? It seemed her ability covered more than she had imagined. She would have to explore it step by step. There was no need to rush, better to master what she already knew first. Maybe she could test it on a centipede next. That wasn't an insect either. In their area, such creatures were easy to find. If not today, maybe tomorrow. Su Ying's body had been cleansed of toxins, and her complexion looked better. She had been weak for a long time and hadn't eaten well, so she would need some time to recover. But since the poison was gone, there was nothing serious to worry about. After washing her hands, she rolled up her sleeves to knead dough for steamed buns. They would be ready tonight and serve as lunch for tomorrow. Lin Yun discussed with her younger siblings about going to catch wild rabbits the next day. After seeing how valuable wild meat was at the trading post today, she was tempted. If they wanted to save enough money to buy a house, meat was the fastest way. Fruits could also work, but edible wild fruits were rare and hard to find. Meat was more practical. Still, she knew she couldn't handle large beasts, so she would have to look for smaller ones she could manage. The mutated wild rabbits were about half the height of a person. Other than being quick and having strong hind legs that could kick hard, they didn't have much attack power. As long as one avoided their hind legs, they weren't dangerous. Since wild rabbits reproduced quickly and were plentiful, most people in the base ate rabbit meat. Rabbit meat cost 70 points per pound, while pork was 100 points per pound, so rabbit meat was the better deal. Lin Hung and Lin Yu agreed to give it a try. If they could find rabbit holes, great. If not, they would continue gathering plants. The group chatted late into the night. When the steamed buns were ready, they looked at the round, dark, plump buns and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even though they had eaten noodles for dinner, the sight of the buns made them crave more. It had been a long time since they'd eaten proper food, even if it was just dark flour buns. Lin Yun, the eldest and the main earner of the family, took a bun, divided it into several pieces, and handed them out. "If you want to eat, then eat. We'll learn more later, and I promise everyone will have black buns every meal." Since she said so, everyone accepted their share. They exchanged glances and took big bites together. The freshly steamed soft buns smelled wonderful. After finishing the small buns, Everyone washed up and went to sleep. Lying on the wooden boards, Lin Yun spread out her mental power and could clearly sense the centipedes, earwigs, and spiders crawling under the bed. As she extended her senses further, she could feel traces of insect activity all around the house. She tried giving them a mental command, "Leave my home." In the darkness, she heard faint rustling sounds. All the insects she sensed crawled out through the cracks, and soon, not a single bug remained inside. It seemed her ability worked as an absolute command over ordinary insects and barely consumed any energy or mental strength. After driving the insects away, Lin Yun continued to expand her mental reach and confirmed that she could control insects within about 200 meters. She also discovered that she could see through their eyes, which made scouting much easier. The next morning, the whole family woke up from the cold. As the cold season approached, the weather grew stranger, freezing in the mornings and evenings, yet hot at noon. Their shack wasn't warm at all, made only of plastic sheets. It could block the wind, but that was about it. Winter was so cold that ice formed inside their house. They only had 2 cotton coats, so whoever went out wore one, and whoever stayed home stayed under the blanket. When it got too cold to bear, they would get up and walk around the house to keep warm. No one really knew how they managed to live like that for more than 10 years. In the morning, Suing heated some steamed buns and fried cabbage with pork fat. People in their area couldn't afford vegetable oil, so they used pork fat made from fatty meat that wasn't very clean. It cost 35 points per pound, which they could barely afford if they saved carefully. Suing usually didn't want to use it, but since they had earned a few more points and she wanted to give the children something better to eat, she used a little for cooking. After breakfast, the 3 children each carried 2 buns and a bottle of cold water. They said goodbye to their parents and headed toward the city gate. Suing had planned to go clean houses for others, but Lin Jiangwo insisted she rest at home for a day, so she stayed. Instead, Lin Jiangwo went to the lumber yard with his walking stick. The wood there was neatly chopped and stacked, smooth and straight, the kind rich people used. Poor families collected their own firewood and didn't use that kind. By chopping wood, Lin Jiangwo could earn some points, and he was allowed to take home the leftover bark and small branches for fuel. Half of their firewood came from that. After leaving the city, the 3 siblings went straight to forest number 2. The first thing they did was scout the area. Using her mental power, Lin Yun controlled dozens of palm-sized insects to explore ahead and look for rabbit nests. Through the insect's eyes, she could see clearly into the grass and avoid snakes or other hidden dangers. The insects had mutated slightly, but not enough to make them dangerous. They were still at the bottom of the food chain. Following their view, the siblings didn't find any rabbits at first, but discovered a nest of wild chicken eggs instead. The wild chickens had grown as tall as a person's thigh, and their eggs were as big as goose eggs. Lin Yun used the insects to roll the eggs out while she caught them in front. There were 6 eggs in total. 2 were mildly polluted and still edible, while the other 4 were too contaminated to eat. She then sent the insects farther ahead, and the 3 of them followed. After running for more than an hour, they finally found what they were looking for, a rabbit hole on a small hillside. Rabbit holes usually had several exits and were connected by many tunnels inside. She let the insects crawl inside and followed them to find other holes. Lin Yun released the little insects, while Lin Heng and Lin Yu gathered firewood nearby to smoke out the rabbits. Lin Yun blocked the rabbit holes. They first set up a large net where they planned to catch the rabbits. Since the rabbits had mutated and grown to half a person's height, each weighing over 100 pounds, the net would make it easier to catch them. Then Lin Yun controlled a mantis about the length of her forearm. The grass was full of insects, so she had plenty to use. She told the mantis to wait in front of the net and attack when the rabbit came out. After sealing the other holes, they began to smoke the rabbits out. Thick smoke drifted into the tunnels, carrying a choking smell of burning grass and wood. Lin Yu added dry branches to the fire, the flames licking the wood and crackling softly. Lin Yun kept her eyes fixed on the net, her mind focused on the mantis. The mantis was dark green, its scythe-like forelegs shining with a cold light. Clearly, after mutation, it had become much more dangerous, perfect for dealing with the half-human-sized rabbits. Before long, frantic digging sounds came from the tunnel, followed by sharp cries. The rabbits could no longer stand the smoke. "They're coming," Lin Hung whispered, eyes wide, gripping his axe tightly. A gray blur shot out of the first hole, fast as the wind. It was a mutated rabbit. Its body was covered in thick fur, its ears short and broad, and its two front teeth stuck out, gleaming yellow-white. It looked fierce and wild. The rabbit crashed into the net, but with its increased weight and strength, it tried to break free. Lin Yun was ready. With a thought, she sent the dark green mantis flying forward like an arrow. Its sharp forelegs sliced through the air and struck the rabbit's throat. The rabbit struggled for a moment, then went still. Lin Hung and Lin Yun quickly fixed the net as more rabbits rushed out one after another. They all ran straight into the net, tangling themselves together. Lin Yun directed the mantis to finish them off one by one. In the end, the three of them caught 5 rabbits, clearing out the entire nest. Next came skinning, cleaning, and carefully checking the meat and organs. The meat, rabbit heads, organs, and skin all needed to be tested one by one. Only those with moderate or low contamination could be eaten. Although the Lin family hadn't caught many rabbits before, they still knew how to handle them. They had all taken part in the base's gathering missions for points and were skilled at skinning animals. The 3 siblings squatted on the ground while the mantis kept watch, and they began skinning and cutting the meat. It was almost the cold season, and the gathering mission in Forest Number 4 was coming soon. Every year around this time, thick fog would cover Forest Number 4, and special fish that lived in the mist would appear. The higher-ups loved the fish eggs from those creatures and would surely send people to collect them. The Lin family had never gone before because Forest Number 4 was too dangerous, filled with mutated plants and animals. Even with the city guards and ability users protecting the team, they had never joined a gathering mission. But this time, Lin Yun wanted to go. Not only because the mission offered many points, but also because she wanted to see what was inside. There were always valuable things to find. They piled the rabbit skins together to test later. The rabbit legs were cut apart, and the kidneys, heart, and liver were all edible parts. Only the rabbit bodies were left. After 3 hours of work, the 3 of them turned on their wrist devices to start testing. First was the rabbit skin. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for use. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for use. Beep, moderate contamination. Out of 5 rabbit skins, only 1 was moderately contaminated and could be used. They could sell it at the collection center for points. It could be made into a carpet, clothing, or protective gear. But since it was common, the points wouldn't be high. Next was the rabbit head. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for use. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for use. Beep. All 5 rabbit heads were too contaminated to eat, so they left them there to decompose and nourish the plants. Next, they tested the rabbit meat and organs. Lin Yun picked up a piece of rabbit leg, while Lin Hung and Lin Yu checked the organs and meat separately. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for use. The wristbands on Lin Yun and Lin Yu's wrists beeped one after another. Lin Yu regretfully threw away the rabbit kidneys. They were too contaminated to eat. Beep, mild contamination, safe to eat. Beep, mild contamination, safe to eat. The good news was that the piece of rabbit meat Lin Hung tested, what was left after removing the legs and including the back, was only mildly contaminated. That meant it could be sold. They packed the rabbit meat into their backpacks. With something to show for their effort, their spirits lifted. The 5 rabbits together weighed about 600 pounds of meat, though they didn't know how much would still be usable after testing. The piece Lin Hung tested alone weighed 20 pounds. The 3 siblings kept working, testing one rabbit after another. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. This time, it was the rabbit's heart. Lin Yu smiled happily, put it into her bag, and continued testing. The mantis circled them carefully, staying alert. At the slightest movement, it rushed forward to deal with any threat. Lin Yun tested 4 rabbit legs, all highly contaminated. She didn't get discouraged. After the Great Disaster, almost all mutated plants and animals were polluted. Finding even 20 pounds of usable meat today was already a good result. And they still hadn't finished testing everything. They kept working. When Lin Yun tested the third rabbit's leg, her wristband beeped again. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for eating. She calmly set the leg aside and picked up another piece of meat. The wristband beeped again. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. Lin Yu tested another rabbit heart. Beep, moderate contamination, safe to eat in small amounts. Her eyes lit up. She quickly put the heart into the bag for sellable organs, then tested the liver. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for eating. She immediately threw it away. By the time they finished testing all 5 rabbits, it was already past noon. In total, they found about 60 pounds of moderately contaminated meat and 20 pounds of mildly contaminated meat. Out of more than 500 pounds of rabbit meat, only a small part was usable, showing just how low the yield was. Lin Yu carried the mildly contaminated meat, while Lin Yun and Lin Heng carried the rest. The ground was covered in blood, so they needed to leave and find a cleaner place to rest. Lin Yun wanted to release her control over the mantis, but to her surprise, it wouldn't leave. After checking her ability more carefully, she discovered that controlling an insect for more than half an hour was the same as forming a contract with it. Even if she released control, the insect would not leave her, but she could only have 2 at most. Lin Yun suddenly understood. The 2 insects limit actually meant she could only form contracts with 2 of them. Well, that was fine. They could follow her, and it would be good to have them for protection. Once the contract was formed, she no longer needed to control them constantly. They would follow her on their own. She only needed to give them commands during battle. Before leaving, Lin Yun asked Lin Heng to carry some of the highly contaminated rabbit meat. She thought the mantis might eat it. After trying, she found that it really did eat rabbit meat, so they decided to keep some for it. After all, it needed food too. Lin Yun continued to use a group of small insects to scout ahead and found a safe place to rest. It was already 1 p.m., and they needed to regain some strength. They took out some steamed buns and ate them with plain water. The cold buns didn't taste as good as warm ones, but compared to the wild grass flour they had eaten days ago, this was already a great improvement. They couldn't afford to be picky. A pound of moderately contaminated rabbit meat sold for 70 points in the supermarket, but the buying price would definitely be lower. She didn't know how many points they would get per pound. They had never seen lightly contaminated rabbit meat in the supermarkets of Zone F. People there couldn't afford it, and since rabbit meat needed to be kept frozen, selling it in Zone F wouldn't even cover the electricity cost. So, the stores simply didn't stock it. Even moderately contaminated rabbit meat was rare, only distributed around the New Year as a small treat. The Lin family had always been ordinary people. They gathered food in Forest No. 1, and with so many mouths to feed, they could barely make ends meet. Except for buying some mixed grain flour during the New Year, they couldn't even afford meat. Before the Great Disaster, Lin Yun and Lin Heng had eaten meat, but Lin Yu, who was born shortly after the disaster, had never tasted it. She looked at her sister with hopeful eyes, wanting to ask for a piece of rabbit meat, but didn't dare. She knew her sister was saving money to buy a new house. Their old house was drafty and freezing in winter. Getting a better place to live was more important than eating meat. Lin Yun noticed Lin Yu's pitiful little look and couldn't help but smile. She reached out to pat her sister's head, but realized her hand was covered in blood. All right, Ayu, we'll keep 10 pounds of the moderately contaminated meat for ourselves and sell the rest. You're not the only one craving meat. I am too. Lin Yu and Lin Heng's eyes lit up, and they could hardly stop themselves from drooling. That afternoon, they planned to look for edible plants since there weren't many rabbit nests left to dig through. As usual, the mantis led the way for protection, but this time, they sent out small flying insects to scout ahead. After a short rest, the 3 of them carried their heavy harvest and followed the mantis, which circled ahead as they moved sideways toward the forest. The flying insects formed an invisible web of detection in front of them, sending faint signals back to Lin Yun whenever something moved. Her fingers twitched slightly, connecting her power to the swarm like threads, allowing her to sense the breath of the plants and the flow of the wind around them. This made their journey much safer. They no longer had to stay on edge, fearing sudden attacks from the shadows. "Sis, look over there." Lin Heng suddenly stopped and pointed to a patch of wild greens as tall as a person. Before them stretched a field of dark green plants. It looked just like crown daisy. "This is crown daisy. It's grown taller than a person." The three Lin siblings recognized the wild vegetable at once and hurried over, while the mantis stood guard nearby. Up close, they saw that the mutated crown daisy had stems as thick as an arm, with jagged-edged leaves that shone faintly with oil under the light. It looked rich in nutrients and quite healthy. Lin Yun waved her hand. "Cut it all down." They didn't bother keeping the roots. They weren't sure if it would grow back, and each leaf needed to be tested anyway. The mantis and Lin Heng swung their blades, harvesting the plants, while the sisters sat down to test the leaves and stems. Each leaf was as big as a hand, and a single stalk weighed 4 or 5 pounds. Beep. Highly contaminated. Not safe to eat. Beep. Highly contaminated. Not safe to eat. Beep. One after another, the results came back the same. High contamination. None of the leaves Lin Yun tested were edible. She switched to another stalk, and Lin Yu did the same. After testing an entire stalk, they found only 2 leaves at the top that were safe enough to eat, though still moderately contaminated. She directly used a knife to cut 2 leaves and set them aside, then continued testing the next bunch of vegetables. Drop, slight contamination, safe to eat. Drop, slight contamination, safe to eat. Lin Yun tested 7 or 8 pieces of slightly contaminated vegetables in one go, happily placing them aside. The mantis and Lin Heng had already cut down dozens of vegetables, piling up like a small hill nearby. Lin Heng wiped his sweat and came over. "Sister, do you want me to help with the testing? There are so many, how long will it take you to?" "That's fine. Let little mantis help with the cutting. Its sickle is much sharper than their tools." Lin Heng took over, squatted down, picked up a stalk of the vegetable, and attached the bracelet. Drop, moderate contamination, small amounts are okay to eat. "Got it," Lin Heng exclaimed happily. "This middle part of the stalk is edible." He quickly cut off that section about 30 centimeters long and put it in his backpack. The 3 of them sped up. Lin Yun and Lin Yu focused on testing the leaves, while Lin Heng watched the stalks. But the success rate of this mutated vegetable was very low. They often cut down 4 or 5, only to find a few leaves with slight contamination or a small section of the stalk with moderate contamination. Lin Yu squatted in front of a pile of leaves, testing each one carefully. Drop, high contamination, not recommended to eat. Drop, high contamination, not recommended to eat. After more than 10 leaves showed the same warning, she pursed her lips and picked up the next one. Drop, slight contamination, safe to eat. Her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly put the leaf into her backpack and continued testing efficiently. Drop, high contamination, not recommended to eat. Drop, high contamination, not recommended to eat. The pile of vegetables cut by the mantis had already reached 1/2 meter high. Lin Heng chose the freshest-looking one and started testing from the top. Drop, high contamination, not recommended to eat. He moved down 10 centimeters and scanned again. Drop, high contamination, not recommended to eat. Near the root, the bracelet finally changed its warning. Drop, moderate contamination, small amounts are okay to eat. He sighed in relief, cut off that section with a knife, and piled it with other stalks with moderate contamination. While finishing the bunch of crown daisies, it was almost 4 p.m., and it would be dark in just over an hour. The 3 of them quickly packed up their things, ignoring everything else, and let the mantis lead the way straight out of the forest. Once they left Forest Number 2 and entered the area of Forest Number 1, city guards patrolled nearby, so they were safe. Since they didn't go deep into the forest and took a straight path, they made it out before dark. They arrived at the patrol area where many scavengers were returning from Forest Number 1, and the small paths were crowded with people. The 3 siblings blended into the crowd without standing out, except for the mantis that followed closely behind, which caused some commotion. Some people shouted about mutant bugs, But Lin Yun explained several times that it was a special ability, yet the fuss didn't stop. They drew a lot of attention on the way back to the city. After returning, Lin Yun and Lin Heng went straight to the Zone E purchasing station to sell their items. Lin Yu first went home to report safety, since she returned a bit late and was worried her parents might be concerned. Since they were back in the city and not in the wild, they weren't worried about wasting time. The line moved slowly because everyone was there to sell things, so they waited patiently. An hour later, it was their turn to sell the meat and crown daisies. The 10 jin of meat had already been carried home by Lin Yu and was probably cooking now. The rest was to be sold. They had 49 jin of moderately contaminated rabbit meat at 40 points per jin and 19 jin of lightly contaminated rabbit meat at 85 points per jin. They kept 3 jin of the contaminated crown daisies for themselves, leaving 18 jin at 5 points per jin. They also had 3 jin of lightly contaminated crown daisies at 15 points per jin. The total points added up to 3,710. The staff at the purchasing station checked the data on their wristbands, confirmed everything was correct, and quickly transferred the points to Lin Yun's account. The two siblings had never seen such a large amount of points before and were so excited they almost cried. Maybe their dream of buying a house would come true very soon. However, Lin Heng still carried a rabbit pelt in his backpack, which wasn't accepted here. Lin Yun planned to ask where they could sell rabbit pelts. Just then, the buyer across the counter spoke first. She glanced at the mantis flying in the air, looking quite used to it. "Can I ask who this mantis belongs to?" Lin Yun hesitated. "It's mine." "Have you registered as a special ability user?" Sorry for her lack of knowledge. She hasn't met many ability users, so no one told her that the mantis was only revealed today. Yes, the base has rules. Ability users need to register, or it could cause trouble. Lin Yun remembered the recent chaos. "Sorry, I didn't know before." The buyer smiled. "That's normal. The ability registration office is in Zone C, which is the inner city. Most ordinary people in the outer city don't know about it. But you should go register. It has many benefits. You probably hunted in forest number 2, right?" Lin Yun nodded again. The buyer said, "You managed to hunt without much danger, but forest number 2 is quite risky. Low-level ability users can easily get hurt inside. At least after registering, the base will tell you how to get stronger. The base won't neglect ability users. How to get stronger." Lin Yun repeated softly, a hint of longing in her eyes. In this dangerous wasteland world, becoming stronger means more chances to survive and better protection for loved ones. "Thanks for the reminder. I'll go register soon," Lin Yun said seriously to the buyer. The buyer nodded and pointed at their rabbit skins. "You can sell these at the weapon shop. They also recycle bones, teeth, and such." Lin Yun thanked her again. Jiang Xia, the buyer, looked a bit shy. "When you register, please tell the clerk that Jiang Xia recommended you." Lin Yun suddenly understood. No wonder she was so enthusiastic, probably some kind of referral bonus or reward. Lin Yun agreed happily, and they said goodbye and left. Lin Heng had been silent until they left the buyer's place. He couldn't help but ask, "Sis, do we really need to register as ability users? I heard the rules in the inner city are strict. That was where the wealthy lived, not a place for them." He felt nervous. The outer city was chaotic, but they knew it well. The inner city felt like a completely unfamiliar place. "Yes, we need to go," Lin Yun said firmly. "You heard it too. Registering has benefits, and the mantis has already attracted attention. Registering might help us avoid some trouble." She glanced at the praying mantis resting on her shoulder. The little creature seemed to understand their conversation and gently touched her hair with its sickle-shaped front legs, as if comforting her. But inside the city, Lin Heng hesitated. "Don't be afraid. We're just going to register, and we won't stay inside the city forever." Lin Yun patted his shoulder. "Let's go back first. Mom and Dad are probably waiting anxiously." As they turned into their narrow alley, they saw Suing standing at the door, tiptoeing and looking out. When she saw them, her worried face instantly relaxed, and she hurried over. "Finally back. Yea said you went to sell things, and I've been worried all along." Suing held Lin Yun's hand, her fingertips cold and trembling slightly. She looked over them carefully, making sure they were unharmed before she relaxed. Mom, don't worry. We're fine. Lin Yun took her mother's hand in return. The two held hands as they walked back home. Inside the small house, the warm atmosphere made everything feel cozy. Lin's father sat on a small stool, polishing a rusty axe. Lin Yu was busy by the stove, where the smell of rabbit meat wafted out, easing the damp, musty smell that had lingered for years. Dad, we're back, Lin Heng said, placing his backpack in the corner. He leaned close to the stove and took a deep breath. It smells so good, little sister. Can we eat well tonight? I and Mom made 4 gene of rabbit meat, plus steamed buns and stir-fried chives with rabbit meat. There's enough for everyone. She couldn't resist sneaking a piece while cooking. The meat was really delicious. Lin Jiangwo put down his axe and looked at Lin Yun. How is today's harvest? Lin Yun showed her points on her wristband. Lin's father and mother were both stunned, staring at the number, unable to speak for a moment. Over 3,000 points. Lin's mother's voice trembled. That was almost their entire year's expenses. Did you get all that from rabbits and wild vegetables? Yes, rabbit meat has a high value, and I traded some chives too, Lin Yun explained simply, not mentioning the complicated testing process or the tense forest environment, worried about worrying her parents. The elderly couple exchanged glances. When Lin Yun said she wanted to save money to buy a house before, they just listened. Now, they suddenly felt that buying a house might really be possible. Lin Yun told them about registering her special abilities, and Lin Jiangwo didn't oppose. Then let's go see. With so many other mutants in the base, they wouldn't just target you. It's not a big deal. Lin Yun isn't a famous person, so there's no need for them to pay much attention. Also, the other person said that after registering, the base would teach ways to become stronger. That's a good thing, better than doing everything on their own without guidance. Although Lin's parents didn't say much, they both felt anxious every time they went to Forest Number 2. The forest is rich in supplies, but there are also many mutated animals and plants. If they could improve their abilities, it would provide more safety. They couldn't stop Lin Yun from going out to explore now that she has powers. They just hope she can protect herself and not get hurt where they can't see her. When children go out, parents mainly wish for their safe return, especially in this dangerous end-of-the-world situation. After feeling excited, Suing leaned closer to the mantis on her shoulder, just curious to look around. The mantis's front limbs are so sharp, she doesn't want to try touching them. Suing has never been outside the base before. She only saw mutated animals during beast tides. This obedient, tamed mutant insect is her first time seeing one. It's not surprising that Lin Jiangwo isn't surprised. He stopped leaving the city after he injured his leg. He's seen mutated animals, plants, and insects before. Yun, what does it eat? Lin Jiangwo asked curiously. Lin Yun pointed to Lin Heng's backpack. I talked to it in the forest earlier. It likes to eat meat. Whether the meat is high or low pollution, it doesn't care. As long as it can be raised, that's fine. The little mantis is very useful. Most of the rabbits caught this time were thanks to it. So, the Lin family isn't afraid of it, especially since it has become their daughter's contract insect. The smell of dinner filled the small house. The family sat around a low table, feeling unusually relaxed lately. Lin Yu quickly brought the dishes to the table. There was a big bowl of tender rabbit stew steaming hot, with green onions floating in the shiny broth. Next to it was stir-fried chard with rabbit meat and a few dark, plump steamed buns. Lin Yu licked her lips. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Suing served Lin Yun a large piece of rabbit leg, then divided some for Lin Heng and Lin Yu. Finally, she poured soup for herself and Lin Jiangwo. Having not eaten meat for over 10 years, Lin Jiangwo looked at the meat in his bowl, his eyes slightly teary. Before the end of the world, he was a technician at a factory. His family wasn't wealthy, but they never lacked meat, eggs, or milk. A sudden disaster made everything a distant dream. Over the past 10 years, not to mention eating large amounts of meat, just having enough to eat without starving was already a blessing. Eat quickly. What are you all just staring at? Lin Jiangwo picked up a bun, broke it in half to give to Suing, and took a big bite himself. The rough breadcrumbs mixed with the aroma of rabbit meat spread in his mouth, bringing a long-lost feeling of satisfaction. The 3 children had already started eating happily. They cooked 4 jin of rabbit meat and used half a jin for stir-fry, which was enough for everyone. And it was pure rabbit meat, without bones. They enjoyed a lively meal, and everyone's face showed a rare smile. After eating, Lin Yun transferred most of the points to her mother's wristband, leaving only a small amount for emergencies. Her mother was better at saving money, so Lin Yun trusted her. Although their family was quite frugal, her mother was more reliable. Without her careful planning, they wouldn't last this long. Keep these points and buy some rice, flour, and vegetables regularly. Don't always hold back, Lin Yun said. Now, when they went out, they could earn quite a bit and life wouldn't be so tight. Su Ying's eyes reddened, and she nodded. Okay, Mom will keep them. Do you want to bring anything when you go to register tomorrow? No need. The buyer said just bring the wristband. Lin Yun comforted her. I'll go early and come back early. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Yun set off alone toward the inner city. There was a special passage from the outer city to the inner city. At the gate, several uniformed city guards were seriously checking the wristbands of people entering and leaving. Lin Yun took out her wristband, scanned it with a device, and her information immediately appeared on the screen. People from Zone F, what brings you to the inner city? The city guards were soldiers. Although they didn't look down on people from Zone F, they still asked carefully to ensure the inner city's safety. Lin Yun pointed to the mantis on her shoulder. I'm here to register as a mutant. Okay, that'll be 20 points. 20 points could buy 4 jin of second-grade noodles, enough for her family to eat for 2 days. She wanted to turn and leave, but remembered Jiang Xia's words about the base teaching them to become stronger. She held back her urge, scanned her wristband, and paid the 20 points. The guards let her in without much expression. Mutants weren't rare anymore. Seeing them often had become normal. The inner city is not open to everyone. If you are not a resident, you need to pay 20 points to enter. Just this requirement keeps many ordinary survivors outside. Having that money to visit is better spent on food. After 15 years in the end times, this is the first time she has entered the inner city. The inner city and outer city are like 2 different worlds. If the outer city is a slum, the inner city is a bustling metropolis. The gap between rich and poor is most obvious here. Tall buildings and wide streets are everywhere, and cars from before the end times still run on the roads. Glass display windows are clear and shiny. Inside, shoppers are dressed well. Women wear makeup and are well-groomed, with bodyguards in suits behind them. Diamonds on their nails sparkle. Men are also dressed properly, wearing clothes worth hundreds of thousands of points, easily bought with a wave of the hand. The city is bright and lively, full of luxury and splendor. Lin Yun stands at the corner, looking at the scene before her, feeling a bit dazed. In the green strip beside the street, a few carefully tended plants can be seen. Their leaves are spotless, without a trace of dust from the end times, showing they are maintained daily. Outside, people can hardly find enough to eat, and there isn't much land to grow food. Yet here, flowers are cultivated. Lin Yun finds this all absurd and laughable. A faint coffee aroma drifts from behind her, mixed with the sweet smell of baked bread. This is unthinkable in the outer city, where unpleasant odors and dust are always present. Not far away, children in clean school uniforms are chasing and playing. Carrie's laughter cuts through the noise, reaching Lin Yun's ears, and she instinctively clenches her sleeve. Children in the outer city have long forgotten what laughter feels like. Since they can remember, they've been fighting to survive. For example, her little sister Yaya only ate meat for the first time at her age. Someone is washing the dust off the street with a hose, making the road shine. Lin Yun takes a deep breath, suppressing the sour feeling in her heart, and walks toward the sign for the Mutant Ability Registration Office. The sign is on the roadside, meant for newcomers entering the inner city. The inner city isn't as large as the outer city, but it's enough for its residents to live and indulge. After all, it's a large base with a population of several million. How small could it really be? She followed the signs, crossing 2 streets lined with decorative trees. From afar, she saw a gray-blue building with a metal sign hanging at the entrance that read, Superpower Management Center, shining coldly in the sunlight. Guards were also stationed at the entrance, but their eyes were sharper than those at the city gate, and their guns were polished and ready. Lin Yun showed her wristband again, explained her purpose, and was allowed inside. It seemed this superpower registration office was official. The hall was spacious, with shiny white tiles on the floor. Several rows of metal chairs were neatly arranged, and many people waited for registration. Most looked proud, and their presence was more intense than people outside the city. Occasionally, someone's gaze swept over Lin Yun with obvious scrutiny, as if they were examining something rare. Lin Yun didn't care about these looks. Her mantis-like companion on her shoulder seemed to sense the different atmosphere around her, slightly arching its front legs, its tiny compound eyes alert and moving. She took a number and sat on a sofa, waiting in line. Next, after half an hour, it was her turn. She entered room 3, which was a small room with only a chair, a machine, and a receptionist behind glass. She had thought people from the inner city looked down on outsiders, but the receptionist's attitude was surprisingly friendly. It was a beautiful woman with a badge hanging from her neck. She smiled and extended her hand. Her voice came through the glass. "Please give me your wristband. I will register your superpower. I will ask you a few questions afterward, so please answer honestly." Lin Yun sat in the chair, handed over her wristband. The woman pressed a few buttons and began asking questions. "Miss Lin, is your superpower naturally awakened, or did you activate it with a potion?" "Naturally awakened." "Okay. How long have you had your superpower?" "About a week." "Good. Please place your hand under that machine and activate your superpower. The machine will analyze your ability, its level, and upload the data to your wristband." Lin Yun muttered, "Is technology really this advanced now?" as she placed her hand on the device. The machine rumbled to life. It ran for a while before slowly displaying the results. Superpower. Insect Communicator Level 1 Ability. Understand and control insect-like languages and similar creatures. At level 1, can form contracts with 2 insects no longer than an arm. If an insect dies, it can be recontracted. After contracting, no extra superpower is needed to control other insects, but no new contracts can be made. Constitution 6. Increases after awakening superpower. Strength 7. Slightly stronger than an average person, can be improved later. Speed 6. Slightly faster than an average person, can be improved. Defense 6. Slightly stronger than an average person, can be improved. Recovery 5. Slightly better than an average person, can be improved. Lin Yun's eyes widened. Can superpowers and physical stats really be measured with numbers? Has the basis technology become so advanced? The receptionist looked at the information on the screen, a hint of surprise in her eyes, then quickly returned to a professional smile. "Miss Lin, your superpower is the Insect Communicator, a special branch of mental abilities. Being able to contract 2 insects at level 1 shows great potential for future development." Lin Yun still felt the slight warmth from the machine's operation on her fingertips. She looked at the clear numbers on the screen and moved her throat. "Are my stats really this low? Most newly awakened superpower users start like this. Your physical stats will gradually improve as your superpower level increases. You can also strengthen yourself through exercise and gene potions." The receptionist patiently explained, quickly typing on the console. "Registration is complete. Your bracelet now has your superpower profile. Later, you can use the bracelet to participate in the base's superpower training and accept related missions. The base also recruits superpower users during activities. The benefits are good, and you can also form your own mercenary team." "Okay." Jiang Xia from the procurement office said, "I can learn how to strengthen my superpower here?" "Yes, currently, the only upgrade method developed by the base is drinking gene potions. Gene potions can comprehensively boost your physical stats. As your various stats increase to a certain level, your superpower will naturally advance to level 2. She remembered that 1 vial of gene potion cost 2,000 points. How many would it take to go from level 1 to level 2? "That's so expensive." Lin Yun asked cautiously, "May I ask how many gene potions are needed to go from level 1 to level 2? The receptionist still smiled and said, "This depends on the individual. Most need at least 10 doses. Lin Yun felt like the sky was falling. She had just seen hope for buying a house, but in the next moment, reality hit her hard. She almost vomited. Superpowers are so expensive, the receptionist confirmed. Yes, although superpowers seem powerful after awakening, they actually cost a lot of money. Seeing the prosperity of the inner city, no one would want to stay in the outer city. They would fight to climb higher. To become stronger, you need to work harder, buy elite potions, good weapons, and protective gear. This creates a cycle. To get stronger, you need points to buy potions and gear. But if your strength isn't enough, you can't take high-point missions, so you have to do low-level tasks slowly. When you finally save enough points, you can spend them on potions to improve your weak body, or buy a decent weapon to protect yourself. After all, running missions in the forest with a rusty knife can't stop mutated creatures' claws. When you reach level 2, thinking you can take more profitable missions, you find that high-level tasks are extremely dangerous. Without better armor and stronger potions, you're just risking your life. So, you have to keep saving points, buy potions, upgrade to alloy weapons, and reinforce your combat suit. The more Lin Yun thought about it, the heavier she felt. She unconsciously rubbed the edge of her bracelet. This isn't just awakening a superpower, it's being pushed onto an unstoppable path. Either run desperately forward or be overwhelmed by the tide behind you. But after seeing the prosperity of the inner city, anyone capable wouldn't let their family stay in a slum. The only way is to work hard. That's why the Superpower Registration Office is located in the inner city. Can I ask if there are other ways to awaken a superpower? Besides natural awakening, you can also take superpower potions. Lin Yun herself awakened naturally, probably after radiation exposure caused her body to mutate and awaken her power. How many superpowers can a person have at most? 3. Lin Yun nodded. Does drinking superpower potions guarantee awakening? The receptionist smiled politely but didn't speak or answer. They couldn't speak because saying anything might delay the sale of special ability potions, and the base would deduct their wages. However, her attitude made Lin Yun understand that drinking the potion didn't necessarily mean awakening an ability. Next, Lin Yun asked a lot of questions, and the other person patiently answered all of them. Finally, she said, "Every new ability user who registers receives a beginner's guide. I have already stored it in your wristband. Also, a reward of 100 points has been added. When you leave, give your mantis a special number tag from the base, so entering and leaving won't cause any trouble. Thank you. Do you have any other questions? No. Then I wish you a happy life and good luck in your endeavors." After leaving, Lin Yun went to get 2 number tags, one for herself and one for her contract insect. She also collected them together. Next time she levels up, she will need to come back to update her information and get a new number tag. All other miscellaneous matters are included in the beginner's guide, so she can just read it at home. She tied a small cloth strip to the mantis's leg, which didn't affect its movement, then left the registration office. Facing the bustling inner city again, Lin Yun still felt a bit dazed. The inner and outer city are truly worlds apart. Compared to the outer city, which is a wasteland of ruins, the inner city is like a prosperous city before the apocalypse, completely different worlds. Looking at her patched-up clothes and then at the well-dressed men and women sitting in the cafe, Lin Yun forced a smile and decisively turned away. One day, she would live here too, sitting in a cafe and drinking coffee as one of the residents. She clenched her wristband, the cold metal feeling calming her chaotic mind. The noise from the inner city gradually faded behind her, and the bleak scene of the outer city became clearer. The familiar, unpleasant smell once again filled the air. She looked down at her mantis, which was walking with its leg tied with the number tag. The cloth strip fluttered gently as it moved, silently reminding her of everything she had just experienced. "Let's go home," Lin Yun whispered softly, as if speaking to the mantis or perhaps to herself. Passing through the heavy city gate that separated the two worlds, the guards only glanced at the mantis's number tag and didn't stop her. Upon entering the outer city, the surrounding light seemed to dim a little. The low, old buildings were crowded together. Occasionally, thin and pale people brushed past, their eyes showing numbness and caution. Lin Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the uneasy feeling caused by the gap she felt. She walked through the tall buildings and then the low, earthen houses, finally reaching the shantytown in Area F. Looking out from the narrow gap between buildings, the sky appeared covered with a layer of gray. Life is never fair. The only thing she could do was work hard to climb higher, to stand taller, and to make her family's life better. Their home was in the eastern part of the shantytown, where the huts were connected and leaked wind everywhere. Today, Lin Yun went to register her special ability. Su Ing, Lin Yu, and Lin Heng went out to gather supplies. They knew their limits. Without Lin Yun, they wouldn't dare enter Forest Area 2, so they followed the main group into Forest Area 1. Although they knew they wouldn't find much, even small things like mosquitoes could add up over time. Perhaps luck was on their side, and the three women gathered quite a lot. They found 5 large, tomato-sized mutated tomatoes, all moderately polluted. They kept one for themselves and sold the rest. Most of what they gathered in the forest were green leafy vegetables. There weren't many tomatoes or fruits, so the prices were higher. A pound of moderately polluted tomatoes sold for 15 points, the same as mild pollution cabbage. 1 tomato weighed about half a kilogram, so 4 tomatoes weighed about 2 kilograms, earning 105 points in total. They took these points home, and Suing was proud for a long time. Lin Heng and Lin Yu praised her enthusiastically. Then, they used the tomatoes to cook with 2 large eggs. Everyone ate with steamed buns and tomato egg dishes. Ever since Lin Yun gained her special ability, life at home improved a lot. She had transferred 3,600 points to Suing earlier, plus the 380 points she had before, totaling 3,980 points. Suing added 20 points to make it an even 4,000. The points stayed untouched, kept for family expenses. The 3 siblings each had 20 points, and Suing had 85 points, enough for daily needs. The family looked at the points with excitement. They were just 1,000 points away from being able to buy a house in Area D. No longer do we have to live in a broken shed where it rains heavily outside and drizzles inside, with drafts everywhere. It only provides shelter but no warmth. After dinner, Lin Yun told her family everything she had heard today. The happy mood was suddenly replaced by a feeling of disappointment. She had been happy about awakening her special ability, but now she realized that having such an ability is a very costly job. Since she awakened her ability, she naturally wanted to become stronger. With more power, she was less satisfied with her current life and wanted to improve herself. To level up, she needed to buy gene medicines. To stay safe, she had to buy weapons and armor. The more she wanted to climb higher, the more money she needed. It was a never-ending cycle. To upgrade, she had to work hard to earn money. To earn money, she had to go to dangerous places and hunt dangerous monsters. They couldn't let Lin Yun be content with her current situation. If everyone awakened their abilities but only thought about basic needs, then upgrading wouldn't matter. But is that possible? People are naturally ambitious, especially after seeing the prosperity of the inner city. Seeing the tense atmosphere at home, Zhang Wo broke the silence. Don't worry too much. Our family isn't as capable as others, so we should take things slowly and save little by little. We've been living like that before, and now we're already satisfied. Yun's ability is a great blessing. We shouldn't be greedy. Zhang Wo said seriously, there's no rush to upgrade. Let's first live a stable life. When we move into the house in District D and have a roof over our heads, then we can think about other things. Haste won't help. Stay away from dangerous places and don't aim too high. Collect low-risk prey slowly. Shuang wiped her eyes and tried to stay strong. Dad's right. It was hard for us to even have a full meal before. Now we can eat black bread and sometimes even have meat. That's all thanks to Yun. Upgrading abilities is a long-term goal. For now, let's get through the immediate difficulties. That 1,000 points, I think we can get it after 2 more trips to the forest. That should be enough. Exactly. We've always lived like that. We're just ordinary people with no big ambitions. We do what we're capable of. Lin Yun felt relieved. She had been too anxious. She really shouldn't let distant pressures overwhelm her. She looked at her parents and younger siblings, and her face lit up with a smile again. Mom and Dad are right. I was overthinking. Let's take it step by step. First saving enough points for the house, then moving to Area D. At least in winter, we won't have to worry about someone waking up unable to breathe in the morning. Lin Yu quickly nodded, full of hope. Yes, yes. Once we move into the new house, we won't have to hold basins to catch water when it rains anymore. No more bundling up in blankets during winter. Lin Hung agreed happily. When the time comes, I want to plant some wild vegetables by the window. Maybe they'll grow even better. Seeing the hopeful look in her younger sibling's eyes, Lin Yun's anxiety completely eased. Yes, life is gradually getting better. Why rush? Suddenly, Lin Yun remembered she still had a large piece of rabbit fur to sell. Although keeping it at home keeps warm and is good for winter, she needed to sell it to raise money. Mom and Dad, I still have a rabbit fur. I'll go to the weapon shop and see how much I can get for it. Okay, be careful. Lin Yun waved her hand and headed toward the weapon shop in Area D. The rabbit fur was very large when stretched out, over a meter long, with thick fur. They carefully skinned it to avoid damage, hoping to get a good price. Rabbit fur is quite common, not as valuable as bear or tiger pelts. Holding the fur, Lin Yun walked briskly toward Area D. Compared to the outskirts where they lived, Area D felt like a different world. The houses were still low, but the walls were intact, and the roofs were solid. On the roadside, a few small shops with dim yellow lights were visible, and occasionally, a few small buildings. The streets were paved with cement, with streetlights, electricity, and running water now available. Between Area D and E or F, there was a low wall about 1.5 meters high. It wasn't meant to block beast hides, but was built to separate the zones. The weapon shop was a feature of the safe zone, found everywhere. Lin Yun went to the same shop where she had bought weapons before, which was also part of the safe zone. The shop owner was a middle-aged man, skilled in forging. The staff inside specialized in textiles, able to sew armor. It was a 2-story building, bright and clean inside. Weapons were displayed on the walls outside, shining with a cold gleam. Common weapons included machetes, short spears, long swords, and bone spikes. The shop was small, with about 100 weapons on display. Lin Yun pushed open the door, and the shop owner, Fu Nian, looked up but didn't react much. Welcome. Are you here to sell or buy weapons? Lin Yun didn't say much, and directly placed the rabbit hide on the counter. The shop owner glanced at it. Mutant rabbit hide, quite thick, but not good for armor. Too common. Best used for mats. Fixed price is 120 points. Do you want to sell it? Seeing her hesitation, he added, If you don't want to sell, I can help process it for 50 points. Lin Yun immediately decided, sell. The shop owner rolled up the rabbit hide, scanned a QR code, and transferred 120 points. That was quick, no fuss at all. Her weapons were still usable, so they had no plans to change them for now. She just took a quick look at the weapons in the shop before leaving. Weapons made by exotic beasts start at 2,000 points for the lowest level. Once again, she marveled at how expensive abilities are. On her way back, Lin Yun saw the sky was dark and cloudy, indicating rain was coming. Really, in the middle of winter? Why is it raining? Their shabby shelter was outside, with heavy rain outside and light rain inside. People inside had to cover themselves with plastic sheets. If it was just rain, that would be fine, but the terrain in Area F is too low, so water easily pools on the ground when it rains. Water leaks from above and water seeps in from below. The few pieces of furniture they had are soaked, and at night, they can't find a dry place to sleep. She quickened her pace home. Her family was already bringing firewood inside. But honestly, it didn't matter much whether they moved the firewood or not. Once inside the shelter, their broken hut couldn't keep out the rain. Their shelter had been repaired several times, but after the apocalypse, the bad weather kept damaging it. They patched it here and there, but it kept leaking more. Without good materials, no matter how many patches they put on, it was still fragile. That's why they wanted to save points to buy a better house. As Lin Yun turned into a pothole-filled alley, she saw Lin Yu holding a bundle of dry branches. She almost slipped into a hole, but quickly caught her. Her brows furrowed tighter. Slow down. Is falling worth it? Big sister, you're back. Lin Yu looked up, her nose red and steaming from the cold. Mom said to quickly pile the firewood on the bed, or water will flood in, and we'll have no dry wood to start a fire. Their house, only the bed area, was not leaking. Just then, large raindrops started falling, hitting the old plastic roof with a loud patter. Lin Yun said nothing more, took the firewood from her brother's arms, and rushed into the house. In the dim shack, Suing was standing on tiptoe, hanging torn plastic sheets on the beams to block the biggest holes. Lin Hung was outside helping Lin Jiangwo carry wood, and Lin Yu came in to fetch water with a basin. The rain grew heavier, and the house started to leak more and more. The family placed bowls under the leaks and all huddled on the bed, staring blankly at the rain. Raindrops pounded loudly on the roof, sounding like countless hands hitting it wildly. The old plastic sheets rustled in the wind, tearing open here and there. Cold rainwater seeped through the gaps, forming small puddles on the ground. Suing nailed the last piece of torn plastic onto the beam and sat back on the bed. Everything that couldn't get wet in the house was on the bed, since only the bedboard was thickened with several layers. There was firewood, dried vegetables, black flour, leftover meat, and a few clothes and bedding. With such heavy rain, they couldn't go out to gather supplies. Sitting idly was all they could do. They had already gotten used to this situation. They had been living like this for over 10 years. As long as the rain wasn't too heavy and the water on the ground wasn't too much, it could drain away, preventing the house from flooding. The rain showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it grew more violent over time. The wind, carrying rainwater, slammed hard against the shack, making a noise almost louder than talking. Lin Jiangwo frowned, looking at the expanding puddle in the corner, and said in a deep voice, "This rain is strange. It's heavier than winter rains in previous years. I think the low-lying areas are already starting to flood." Suing reached out and moved a bundle of dry wood closer to the bed, touching the cold bedboard with her fingertips, and shivered. "Hopefully it won't flood inside. Otherwise, all our belongings will be ruined." Her voice carried obvious worry, and her eyes flicked over the pile of black flour on the bed. Although they now had enough points, it was still money. They had no drainage system here. During heavy rains, everyone lived in dirty water. When water entered the house, they got muddy and filthy, almost unbearable. Lin Yun said nothing, only watching the plastic sheet on the ceiling fluttering in the wind. Her desire to exchange her points for a better house grew even stronger. This broken shed looks like a pile of building blocks that could fall apart at any moment. The family is barely holding it together, but no one knows if the next storm will blow it down completely. They can only hope the rain and wind don't get worse, or the shed might be torn apart. The rain becomes more intense, and the strong wind feels like countless invisible hands tearing at the old plastic roof. Suddenly, a loud ripping sound echoes. The patchwork fabric on the southeast corner is torn open, creating a half-meter-wide hole. Cold rainwater rushes in like a waterfall, quickly forming a small stream on the ground that spreads toward the foot of the bed. Not good. Lin Jiangwo quickly stands up, ignoring the cold water that is soaked past his ankles. He grabs an old waterproof cloth from the corner and rushes over. He tries to hold down the edge of the cloth with a stone, but the wind and rain keep pushing and pulling it. As he presses one side, the other side lifts again, splashing muddy water all over him, making him shiver from the cold. Lin Hung runs over with a plastic sheet, helping his father hold it down. The two struggle against the wind and rain. Lin Yun watches her grandfather and father fighting in the storm, feeling more determined than ever to save enough money to buy a house. "Dad, I'll help." Lin Yun grits her teeth and grabs a heavy stone slab from the bed to help. The cold rain soaks her clothes instantly. The plastic sheet she's holding is blown off her head, and the icy cold seeps into her bones. But she doesn't care about the cold now. The tear in the roof keeps widening in the fierce wind. The rain, like a wild horse, floods into the shed. The water on the ground rises quickly, almost covering her ankles. They place the stone slab over the hole and stuff the plastic sheet underneath to hold it down. For now, the rain can't get in. But before they can breathe a sigh of relief, there's a sharp crack from the other side of the roof. A rotten support beam is broken by the wind. The plastic sheet there is torn away, and rain mixed with cold mud crashes down onto a bag of black flour by the bed. Flour, Suing exclaims, quickly grabbing the bag. The wind outside grows even stronger. The part of the roof that lost support becomes a funnel, with the wind swirling rain and dirt into the shed like crazy. As a pole broke, the roof above was torn off one after another. Heavy rain poured down, soaking everyone inside the shelter. Lin Yun knew that if they stayed like this, the entire shelter would be blown away. They would still get completely soaked. Instead of waiting to be drenched, she decided to act. She quickly said, "Everyone pack what you can carry and follow me to higher ground. Before buying a house, let's rent a place in Zone E. We can't be trapped by this broken shelter." At times like this, Lin Jiangwo didn't argue and simply listened to his daughter. Their family went out to gather supplies. They had many backpacks, but not many belongings at home, so they could pack important items easily. As soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, Lin Heng grabbed the biggest canvas bag from the corner of the wall. He quickly stuffed dry wood and a bag of black flour into it. Suing headed straight for the neatly stacked clothes and bedding at the end of the bed. She rolled up the thickest ones and put them into the backpack handed to her by Lin Yu. Lin Yu was packing dried vegetables, meat, and their weapons. Lin Jiangwo, limping on one leg, was stuffing pots and pans into the backpack. Rainwater poured through the holes in the roof, flooding the ground and soaking their ankles. Every step brought cold mud, making their bones ache. Lin Yun was gathering firewood. She had special powers, so she was stronger and could carry more. Most of their belongings inside the shelter had been cleared out. In a short time, the family was all carrying heavy backpacks. The holes in the roof grew larger. Wind and rain whipped together, and the whole shelter creaked as if it might fall apart at any moment. "Let's go." Lin Yun led the way to the door. The plastic sheet there had already been torn apart by the wind, revealing the gray rain outside. As soon as they stepped out of the shelter, a cold wind mixed with dirt and sand hit them, almost knocking them over. The water in the alley had risen past their calves. Floating on the murky surface were torn plastic pieces and dry branches. Sometimes, fragments of other shelters floated by, spinning in the water. They headed north. Not far out, the entire shelter was blown away, with flying wood and plastic sheets filling the air. A loud crash followed by a sharp tearing sound. The shelter that had sheltered their family for many years finally couldn't hold on anymore. Countless rotten wood pieces and broken plastic sheets were swept into the air by the strong wind, then fell like broken kites, splashing muddy water everywhere. Lin Yun suddenly looked back and saw a half-meter square plastic sheet flying just above Lin Yu's head, crashing into a nearby puddle and splashing muddy water on them. "Lower your head." "Hurry up," she said anxiously, pulling Lin Yu in front of her, her voice trembling with urgency. In the storm and heavy rain, the family struggled to move forward. The plastic cloth on their bodies was lifted by the wind, and cold rain soaked them, draining their last bit of warmth. The wind grew even stronger, as if countless wild beasts were roaring nearby. Lin Yun carried a tall backpack, stepping carefully through the water. She caught glimpses of Suing almost being swept away by the current several times and quickly reached out to hold her mother. "Mom, hold on to my strap," Suing nodded tremblingly, gripping the strap of Lin Yun's backpack, while clutching Lin Yu's arm tightly with her other hand. Lin Yu was young and a bit short. The water was almost over her knees, and each step was a difficult struggle. Lin Heng supported Lin Jiangwo, leading the way with cautious steps. The alley was in chaos. Some people were crying out for lost family members, others were struggling in water with soaked bundles, and some tried to rescue supplies swept away by the rushing water, but were knocked over. The water was full of debris from the shelters, swirling and flowing away into the distance. In the distance, rescue teams in protective gear were urgently helping, paddling small boats to search and save people. But their manpower was limited. The shantytown had too many residents, half of whom were in the safe zone. Those able to help themselves were told to go to the rescue points on their own. The rescue points were also set up in Zone E, in the same direction they were heading. "Dad, take it slow," Lin Heng lowered his body, supporting most of Lin Jiangwo's weight on his shoulders. The muddy water hid many debris, and he stepped carefully, afraid of slipping and causing his father to fall. Lin Jiangwo panted heavily, his white hair pressed close to his scalp by the rain. He clenched his teeth, trying not to hold back his exhaustion. "It's okay. I can still hold on." Before he finished speaking, a stronger gust of wind swept through. His body tilted, and if Lin Heng hadn't reacted quickly and held him tightly, he might have fallen into the water. "Stay close. Don't spread out." Lin Yun's voice sounded especially forceful in the wind and rain. She protected Su Ying with one arm and kept an eye on Lin Yu's movements with the other. The young girl's face was pale from the cold, her lips pressed into a straight line, but she didn't make a sound. She just bit her lip and moved forward, her pants soaked with mud and heavy around her legs. In the end, they decided to go to the rescue point first and wait for the rain to stop before renting a house. It was impossible and unrealistic to go to a real estate agency to rent a house in the middle of the heavy rain. Suddenly, not far ahead, a cry of alarm sounded. A woman holding a child was tripped by a piece of wood in the rushing water. The child slipped from her arms and fell into the water, quickly being swept away half a meter. "My child!" The woman screamed desperately, trying to rush forward like she had gone mad, but was held back tightly by someone nearby. The water was too fast. Rushing in blindly would only put both of them in danger. Lin Yun immediately ordered the mantis to fly over, catch the child in the water, and bring him back to the mother. The woman clung tightly to her child, crying and thanking her wildly. Lin Yun waved her hand, signaled to the people ahead, and continued toward the rescue point. The wind showed no sign of weakening. In fact, it grew more violent, whipping up splashes of water that stung her face. The group supported each other as they struggled to move through the knee-deep water, each step feeling like fighting against an invisible force. "There's a low-lying section ahead, and the water is deeper there," came Lin Heng's hoarse voice from the front, cut by the wind and rain. He stopped and looked back at everyone, his brows furrowed as he stared at the area where the water level was clearly rising. The murky water was swirling more violently there, and faintly, they could see the remains of collapsed sheds beneath the surface, like hidden traps. Gasping, Lin Jiangwo supported Lin Heng's arm to steady himself. "Go around it. Don't go into the deeper water." His voice was quiet but firm, carrying an undeniable calmness that felt like a steady anchor amid the chaos of wind and rain. Lin Yun immediately understood. She pulled Su Ying and Lin Yu to the left side, where a row of mostly intact shed remains stood. Although the walls were shaky, they could block some of the wind, and the water flow had slowed considerably. "Walk this way. Step on the wooden planks, don't slip," she warned, stepping onto a stone first. After testing her footing and feeling stable, she signaled the others to follow. Su Ying tightly held Lin Yun's bag strap. The rocks beneath her feet shifted slightly with the flowing water. She was so scared her heart was pounding, but she dared not make a sound. She only stared fixedly at Lin Yu's steps, afraid the young girl might slip. However, Lin Yu was calmer than expected. She leaned slightly forward and carefully stepped on the rocks, moving steadily with each step. The water kept rising, gradually covering their knees and reaching the thighs. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack sound on the right side, followed by a cry of alarm. Lin Yun instinctively looked back and saw a fragile shed nearby being completely torn apart by the strong wind, with its roof flying off. Thick wooden beams, along with torn cloth and mud, fell down and hit several people trying to pass through there. Mud and water splashed everywhere, and screams were quickly drowned out by the wind and rain. Her praying mantis could save children, but it couldn't help adults. Within her ability, she would lend a hand. But in such a situation where she was overwhelmed, she could only pretend not to see. "Don't look. Hurry up and go." Lin Yun suddenly turned back, her voice trembling slightly. She pulled Su Ying forcefully and quickened her pace. At such times, compassion was useless. Only by saving herself and her family could they survive this disaster. Li Heng clearly saw the tragic scene over there. His face was serious. He gripped Lin Jiangwo's arm more tightly, almost dragging his father forward. "We're almost there. You can see the sign for the rescue point ahead." He pointed ahead, through the rain. A crooked red sign could be faintly seen, with big characters saying, "Area E Temporary Rescue Point." Someone nearby seemed to be shouting through a loudspeaker. Hearing this, the family seemed to be suddenly filled with strength, and their steps quickened. The water rose again, reaching their waists, and the current became even more rapid. Lin Jiangwo was gasping harder, his lips turning purple, but he still clenched his teeth and kept going. Lin Yu's face finally showed some color, and her eyes held a bit of hope. Su Ying's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but she still held onto Lin Yun's bag strapped tightly. The terrain kept rising. Area E was higher than Area F, so setting up a rescue station there was more useful. After about 10 more minutes, the water beneath their feet gradually receded, and the wind seemed to weaken a little. More and more people are gathering, all heading toward the rescue point. The chaotic scene has started to become a little more organized. A few city guards in raincoats are directing everyone to line up and check for injured people. Now there's no need to register. Under these circumstances, registering is pointless. Everyone just goes in as they arrive. The rescue point is built from many shipping containers, reinforced by earth elemental powers, so the wind can't blow through. Lin Yun's family slowly moves with the crowd. Cold rainwater seeps through their raincoats, making their bones ache from the cold. Lin Jiangwo's breathing gets heavier. Each step seems to drain all his strength. Lin Heng almost has to half-carry him, his forehead veins bulging. "Dad, hold on a little longer. We're almost there," Lin Heng whispers, staring at the approaching containers. Lin Yun falls back half a step, glancing at the crowd around her. Some people are holding injured loved ones and quietly crying. Others look lost and hopeless, while some clutch their only belongings, their eyes full of fear. The wind carries the smell of dirt and rain, and occasionally, distant sounds of collapsing objects can be heard, like a sword hanging overhead, making everyone uneasy. They follow the crowd into a container, where they find a large waterproof mat and sit down. Their clothes are soaked through. Inside the container, there's nothing to keep warm, and everyone is shivering from the cold. "Dad, rest here for a bit." Lin Heng carefully helps Lin Jiangwo onto the mat, leaning him against the container wall. He squats nearby, feeling his father's cold forehead, which makes him feel even more worried. Lin Yun takes off her raincoat and shakes off the water droplets, looking around. The container is packed with nearly 100 people, mostly soaked and huddled on waterproof mats, with hardly any space between them. In the corner, there are some boxes that look like emergency supplies, but no one is distributing them yet. Several city guards stand at the entrance, their faces serious as they watch the rain and wind outside. The backpacks of the Lin family are waterproof, so their clothes and blankets inside are not too wet. People who went out to gather supplies have non-waterproof backpacks, so they can't carry meat or other perishables. Let the mantis hold the corner of the blanket. Lin Heng and Lin Yun spread out the blanket to block the view, so Su Ying and Lin Yu could change their wet clothes first. Now that winter is approaching, they are all soaked. If they don't change, they risk catching a serious cold, which isn't good. After all, medicine in this world isn't cheap. As for the crowd here, they don't care at this moment. Lin Yu and Su Ying quickly changed into dry clothes. There aren't many cotton clothes at home, so they tried to wear the thickest clothes they had. There is no fire now, so they can only rely on these for warmth. Next, Lin Yun changed her clothes, followed by Lin Jiangwo and Lin Heng. All 5 of them changed into dry clothes. The only 2 cotton coats at home were given to the weak Lin Jiangwo and the youngest, Lin Yu. Even after changing, their bodies still shivered because they couldn't warm up quickly. But this place can block the wind and rain, much better than their broken shed. They took out the quilt from their backpacks and sat in a circle, covering themselves with it. The quilt isn't very thick, but it's the best comfort they could find right now. The 5 of them huddled close, sharing body heat through their clothes, barely easing the cold. Lin Jiangwo leaned against the wall of the container, his breathing gradually steadied, but his face was still pale. He looked at his children beside him, tears welling up in his cloudy eyes. He opened his mouth to say something but finally let out a sigh and patted Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun understood and whispered, "Dad, don't worry. We're all fine." People kept coming in through the door. After entering the container, they found a damp-proof mat to sit on, just like others. As more people arrived, the temperature inside the container slightly increased. Outside, the fierce wind and broken debris hit the container with loud bangs. The City Defense Army's loudspeaker kept calling for people to come this way. Soon, a few soldiers entered holding guns. They silently walked to the wall, opened a supply box, and started distributing supplies. Each person received 2 grain cakes and a bottle of water. They had traveled through icy cold water, and their bodies were already cold and numb. The Lin family had enough points and supplies, so the cakes weren't rationed. Once they got them, they started eating. Having a little food in their stomachs helped them hold on. The person distributing supplies called out, "We have cold medicine here, but it's not free. It costs 30 points per pill. If you want some, you can scan the code to buy. After the apocalypse, cold medicine is made from mutated plants, and the cost is high. But the good thing is that it almost always cures the illness." Inside the city, besides the lazy high-ranking officials, there are still some people working to help others. The price of this medicine is set at that points level, which is almost the cost price. The high officials also know that the people outside are all dead, and their comfortable lives can't be guaranteed anymore, so they accept it. Anyway, they aren't losing anything. It's the military people who are bearing the loss. This safe zone is controlled by 2 groups, the wealthy officials holding many resources and the military who refuse to be corrupt. The city's defense army was formed by the military, so why would they come to rescue people in such bad weather? Haven't you seen that the private bodyguards of those high officials don't even get their heads wet? Hearing the price of the cold medicine, Lin Hung instinctively touched his father's cold hand. He frowned and looked at Lin Yun with a questioning look in his eyes. Lin Yun directly asked her mother for points. "Mom, give me 150 points. Our whole family is soaked and needs cold medicine." Suing hesitated. They had just earned over 4,000 points, and now she wanted to spend so many at once. She wanted to say they didn't need it, that saving some points was better. Since each pill costs 30 points, 5 people would need 150 points. Too expensive. "Xiao Yun, Mom is healthy. This little rain isn't a big deal. You don't need to buy me any," Suing said, pulling Lin Yun's sleeve softly, her voice low, with a look of reluctance. Lin Yun made a quick decision. "Mom, we should save some points, but if we're sick, we'll spend more money later. Is it better to spend a little now to stay healthy?" The soldier distributing supplies on the other side smiled. "Ma'am, your daughter is probably a mutant, right? Listen to her. Spend when you need to, save when you can. Mutants won't lack money in the future." Suing gritted her teeth and transferred 150 points. Lin Yun walked over and took 5 pills. She watched as her whole family took the medicine, then took her own. Lin Yun always carried a mantis that was as long as her arm. The mutated mantis listened to her well. Plus, the soldier said she was a mutant, so the attention of the disaster victims focused even more on her. One man looked at his son, who was barely wet, and his wife, who was soaked through. He had a quick idea and walked over. The man rubbed his hands, forced a smile, and looked at Lin Yun and the mutated mantis sitting quietly beside her, finally focusing on Suing. "Big sister," he said in a tone that sounded a bit forced and friendly, "your daughter is quite capable. Could you share one of your cold medicines with us? My son got very wet and is worried he can't handle it. His son's hair was dry, so how could he be that soaked?" Suing was kind but not naive. She saw that this man thought his daughter was a special ability user and was trying to guilt her. "Our cold medicine is just 1 pill per person, and we've already taken ours. How can we share it with you?" Suing frowned, looking impatient. Compared to his lively son, his wife was the one who was really soaked. The man's smile froze for a moment. His eyes flicked to the mutated mantis beside Lin Yun, showing some fear but also reluctance. His tone became more pleading. "Big sister, please help us out. Kids have weak resistance. If he really gets sick, it won't be easy to handle here in the safe zone." He pointed to his wife, who was tough and thick-skinned, saying she was fine even if she got a little rain. Having such a man as a husband, this woman was really unlucky. Lin Heng stepped forward, a tall man of about 1.8 meters, looking very imposing. He crossed his arms, his face dark, and asked sharply, "What exactly do you want?" The man finally revealed his real purpose. "Your family also has abilities, so earning points should be easy. Can you help buy a pill for my son?" "Of course, I will pay you back with points." Lin Heng was stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. He was asking for help to buy medicine and promised to pay back later. Who was he? Did their family owe him something? Why should they help him? "Do we owe you anything? Why should we buy from you? Are you crazy?" Lin Heng immediately started insulting him. The man's face turned pale and purple from the scolding. He loudly accused, "Everyone look at this. This is an ability user. I just asked him to help buy a cold medicine for my wife. I said I would pay him back with points, but unfortunately, with the city's guards suppressing troublemakers, no one dared to cause trouble." Everyone just watched silently. During the rescue station incident, the city guards dared to chase people away. The man saw that everyone around was just watching coldly, with no one stepping forward to help him. His face twitched with anger and hatred. He glanced at the nearby city guards who were watching the scene and wanted to try his luck again. But before he could speak, the sharp front limb of a mantis-like creature was pressed against his neck. "If your brain is full of crap, I don't mind helping you get it out," a cold voice said. The icy, blade-like limb cut across his neck, and blood started to flow. The man's voice suddenly stopped. The pain in his neck made him sweat all over. That cold, hard feeling was real. He stiffly lowered his head. The mutated mantis, with long arms and compound eyes, was staring at him intensely. Its sharp front limb pressed a little harder, and blood beads started to appear. He dared not move. But the base had clear rules. No killing, no causing trouble, no fighting. So he chose to ask the city guards for help. "Officer, look at him. The knife is on my neck. Shouldn't we kick him out of the rescue point?" he said. Little Wang, who was handing out supplies, sneered. "I saw everything from the start. It's not you who's moralizing others. Do you think he's going to scare you? I think you're the one who should be kicked out. The city guards do protect the people, but they are not blind to right and wrong." Then he said to Lin Yun, "Comrade, just let him go. This kind of scoundrel won't cause any real trouble." The base had rules, so Lin Yun stopped. The mutated mantis received the order and slowly retracted its limbs, but its compound eyes still looked coldly at the man with obvious hostility. The man, holding his bleeding neck, looked pale and blue, full of shock and anger, but dared not act out. He glared at Lin Yun and her family with hatred, then pulled the woman who had been trembling and soaked in sweat nearby. They slipped back into the corner of the crowd, no longer daring to speak. Seeing the scene lose its excitement, the onlookers dispersed, continuing to collect their supplies. But when they passed by Lin Yun, their eyes showed more respect. Having a supernatural power user on your side really makes a difference. Even the city guards had to show some respect. The heavy rain continued into the night, without stopping. In the evening, the city guards brought emergency lights, and only then did the inside of the container become somewhat visible. In the evening, the city guards prepared hot food, giving each person a bowl of mixed grains cooked with beans, sweet potato chunks, and a small amount of brown rice until soft. Although the portions were small, at least they had something warm to eat. They pushed the food cart into the container and handed out the meals one by one. The Lin family members held hot ceramic bowls and took a sip of warm rice. There were no side dishes, but it was still warm food, and it was free, so it was quite good. Their body temperatures were dropping rapidly, and no one needed to be told to eat. Each person had a bowl and ate happily. After eating the warm rice, their stomachs felt warm, and their bodies gradually warmed up. The 5 members of the Lin family changed into dry clothes as soon as they entered, snuggled under blankets for warmth, and took cold medicine. So far, they had no other symptoms. Others were different. Coming through the storm and cold water in such freezing weather, without money for medicine, they started sneezing one after another inside the container. Lin Yun moved her family to the corner, knowing the wind and rain wouldn't stop tonight, so they could only sleep here. It wasn't very warm, but it was much better than being in a shed submerged in icy water. After finishing the rice, the family huddled together. They took out another blanket and placed it over the first, curling up to keep warm. Big men Lin Hung and Lin Jiangwo sat at the edges, with Lin Yun, Lin Yu, and Su Ying in the middle. As night deepened, the storm outside the container continued to pour, with raindrops hitting the metal roof, making a dense, incessant tapping sound like a never-ending drumbeat. The emergency light cast a dim, yellowish glow, barely illuminating the tangled shadows inside. Snoring, coughing, and muffled crying mixed with the rain, forming a rough web that covered this temporary shelter. A few people curled under blankets, talking softly or not at all. Coming through the water in the daytime, cold and exhausted, now they finally had a safe place. They couldn't resist sleep and drifted off. Before sleeping, Lin Yun told the mantis to attack anyone who tried to sneak over and steal their backpacks, but not to kill them, as it would break the rules of the base. After a while, Lin Yun was awakened by a faint rustling sound. The emergency light was still dim and yellow, casting a faint glow over the breathing sounds around her. Most people were still asleep. She held her breath, looked around carefully in the weak light, and quickly identified the source of the noise. A tall, thin man with hunched shoulders was carefully moving toward them. He moved quietly, almost silent, clearly experienced in sneaking around. The base does not allow theft, but because the population is so large, it's hard to catch thieves. So many thefts go unnoticed. Since they can't search every home, small thefts happen often in the base. His eyes gleamed greedily in the dim light as he stared at the backpacks beside Lin Yun and the others, which held their flour, meat, and some clean clothes. Lin Yun didn't speak immediately, but silently signaled the mantis. Just then, the mantis, which had been pretending to sleep beside the backpack, moved. It seemed to have sensed something was wrong and was waiting for the right moment. The man's hand was about to grab the backpack strap when the mantis suddenly lifted its head. Its compound eyes shone coldly in the darkness, and its front legs, shining with a cold light, swiftly slashed across the man's arm, opening a deep cut. The man let out a loud cry, but quickly covered his mouth. He didn't dare stay. Clutching his bleeding arm, he awkwardly turned and ran toward the container's depths, quickly disappearing into the shadows. A few people nearby were awakened by the noise, looked over groggily, saw nothing serious, and rolled over to continue sleeping. In this environment, stealing was common, and no one wanted to get involved. The man ran away, and Lin Yun closed her eyes and went back to sleep. After this small disturbance, the container returned to its usual quiet, with only the sound of rain and various breathing noises. By 10 a.m. the next day, the heavy rain that had lasted all night finally stopped. However, the floodwaters in the shanty town couldn't be drained quickly, and residents who had been flooded had nowhere to go. The military didn't evict them, so they could still live there, but it was inconvenient. So many people crowded together, with men and women mixed. Lin Yun also didn't want more chaos, so she decided to rent a house in Zoni. It wouldn't take long, just a month's rent. Given how quickly they accumulated points, a month was enough for them to save enough points to buy a house in Zone D. The houses in Zone E were shanties and wooden huts, a collection of plastic-sheeted structures. Everything you could imagine. Actually, it's only a little better than Area F, but here the land is higher, so at least they don't have to worry about flooding again. Lin Yun and her family, carrying the remaining luggage, headed toward the E-Zone agency. The air after the rain was cold and damp, and the ground was muddy. Every step sank into half an inch of mud, and their pants quickly got covered in dirt. Most of the houses available for rent in Zone E are not self-built. They are official buildings. These houses are a bit better and more solid. Renting is flexible, by the day, month, or year. Because many people move around a lot, some come from different zones, and some might end up outside unexpectedly. There are often people who rent for less than a month, so the rental options are very flexible. Some houses are listed for rent by their owners, but sharing with the owner is complicated, so they skipped that. In the end, they rented a wooden house through an agency. The outside was covered with plastic sheets to prevent leaks. It was about 20 square meters, a large single room. They rented it for half a month for 150 points. It was much sturdier than their broken shed. After paying the points and getting the key, Lin Jiangwo was the first to push open the creaky wooden door. A mix of wood moisture and dust hit him. He waved his hand to clear the smell and turned to his family, saying, "Much better than a container. At least it can block the wind and rain, and it has an inside and outside." The inside was similar to where they had lived before. Bricks stacked on wooden boards, a broken-legged table, a few chairs, and a simple clay stove. But at least they had a place to stay. Even if they didn't buy a house before winter, they could use a metal stove to keep warm. The house was sealed and didn't leak or let in drafts. Looking at the wooden house, although simple, Lin Yun felt a sense of safety. She brushed off the mud from her clothes and told her family, "Let's tidy up and put things in order." When they left, they only had 2 thin quilts and 1 thick quilt. They didn't have many thick blankets, mainly relying on clothes to keep warm. As the weather got colder, and since they couldn't gather enough money for better supplies, they decided to buy some blankets instead. Lin Yun and Lin Yu would sleep together. The old couple would share, and Lin Hung needed 2 large, thick blankets. The base grew cotton, but the cotton there was pollution-free and not meant for their use. Ordinary people still use cotton blankets that contain some radiation, which they gather themselves from the wild. There are also down quilts, which are more expensive than cotton blankets, but thick quilts are more cost-effective. They left in a hurry and didn't take all their belongings, but taking some important items was already good enough. This morning, light snow fell, covering the ground with a thin layer. It's not much, but it suggests that winter is likely arriving early this year. Before moving into houses without wind protection, it's best to prepare warm clothing in advance. Lin Yunxin made a bold decision and went to the D District Mall to buy a thick quilt. Quilts are sold by weight. The thicker, the more expensive. 2 jean costs 50 points, 5 jean costs 200 points. They want to buy 2 large quilts, each about 2 meters by 2.5 meters, weighing 8 jean. 1 quilt is for Lin Heng's family, so they need to buy 2 more. Lin Yun stood in front of the shelf in the D District Mall, filled with heavy quilts, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the rough fabric. "Miss, which one do you want?" The middle-aged man behind the counter looked up and glanced at her, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. 8 jean? They just arrived today. 2 meters by 2.5 meters, very thick, but it costs quite a few points. Lin Yun took a deep breath, trying to suppress the slight sadness caused by the points decreasing significantly. 2 quilts, 8 jean each. The man raised an eyebrow, seeming a bit surprised. Nowadays, who would be willing to spend so many points on a quilt all at once? He quickly took down 2 quilts tied with rough hemp rope from the top shelf and placed them on the scanner. Winter is coming soon, but it's not a gradual approach. It's like a sudden cliff. No one knows exactly when winter will arrive, but it's already quite cold now, so it's definitely time to use thick quilts. 800 points. Lin Yun felt a pinch in her heart, but quickly scanned and paid with points. She carried 1 quilt herself and gave the other to Lin Hung. They returned home together and showed everyone the new thick quilts. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she rushed over and snuggled into the thick quilt. Before, there was only 1 thick quilt at home. Dad had a limp, and Suing was in poor health. Usually, the thick quilt was for them. The 3 siblings only had 2 thin quilts, with clothes piled on top, so they didn't dare to take off their sweaters when sleeping. Now, with the thick quilt, they can sleep well at night. After buying the quilt, the Lin siblings packed their backpacks and prepared to go out collecting. Having just experienced a flood, many people in the shanty town lost their homes and were eager to go out collecting to earn points. The 3 siblings joined the large group, slowly walking out of the city gate with the crowd. In the past, people usually went to Forest No. 1 for safety, but this time, everyone was eager to make money, so many headed toward Forest No. 2. Whether Forest No. 2 was dangerous or not was another matter. The 3 siblings also joined the group heading to Forest No. 2. They had been there twice before and had bugs to help find food, making it a bit safer than for others. Once inside the forest, Lin Yun used bugs to help find edible wild vegetables. This time, they didn't plan to hunt rabbits, since luck like that doesn't happen every day. In recent days, they had spent a lot of money and now only had a little over 3,000 points left. They were close to their 5,000-point goal for buying a house, but the flood used up most of their points, so their plan to buy a house had to be delayed. The three followed the bugs deep into the forest, winding their way through the trees, with no one else nearby. This time, they didn't find any edible wild vegetables, but they did find something unusual. A small patch of plants with black-purple berries, with clusters of marble-sized fruits hanging underneath. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Nightshade. In their base, fruits cost more points than vegetables, so she wondered how many points a pound of this could give. Lin Heng squatted down carefully and picked a nightshade fruit, scanning it with his wristband. Beep. Highly polluted. Not recommended for eating. Sure enough, whether vegetables or fruits, those without pollution were rare. Meanwhile, Lin Yu also picked a fruit and scanned it. Beep. Moderately polluted. Small amounts may be safe to eat. The skin of this fruit was very thin and fragile, so they couldn't put it at the bottom of the backpack. They carefully sorted and stored it, then continued collecting. Beep. Moderately polluted. Small amounts may be safe to eat. Beep. Highly polluted. Not recommended for eating. Beep. Highly polluted. The wristband kept alerting with these messages, mostly indicating high pollution. The edible ones were only moderately polluted. They collected most of the nightshade, but had never seen a low-pollution one. Fruits seemed to be much scarcer than wild vegetables and vegetables in terms of production. They finished harvesting this area before collecting about 3 gene of moderately polluted selenum. There was not a single lightly polluted one. Out of over 100 gene, only 3 gene were collected. The ratio is really surprising. When they arrived, it was already late, around 9 o'clock. It took an hour to get there, and by the time they finished collecting selenum, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Testing took too long, so they didn't have time to go deeper. The 3 of them decided to head back home, stopping along the way to see if there were any wild vegetables to pick. They changed the route with the guide insect and encountered several groups of people out gathering. They kept their distance and left peacefully. Unfortunately, near the exit, they only collected less than a gene of shepherd's purse, which was too little to sell, so they decided to take it home to eat. When they reached the city gate, they saw many people gathered on one side. There was a large notice posted, and city guards with guns were watching. Since it was still early, the 3 of them approached. It was a recruitment notice. In one day, the city guards and mercenary groups would go to Forest Number 4 to collect fish roe. Interested people could sign up at the recruitment point at the city gate. The collection would earn 100 points for a day. Gathering a few more edible fish roe would give 15 points. The fish meat collected could be kept by each person for themselves. The pay was quite generous. Even the Lin siblings were tempted by the points, but they didn't plan to sign up. Because Forest Number 4 was not only called the Misty Forest, with thick fog year-round, but also known as the Death Forest, most people who entered never returned. Visibility inside was very low, and what lived in the fog was unknown. Even teams of special ability users found it very dangerous, let alone ordinary people. Recently, with the fog outbreak, visibility within half a meter was so poor that humans and animals could not be distinguished. The Lin siblings, uninterested, just glanced at the notice. The collection task at this base was managed by the city guards and a private mercenary group hired by the higher-ups. They had heavy firepower and many special ability users. The timing was perfect, just after a heavy rainstorm and flood that washed away many shanties. People who were seriously short of money, even unable to survive the winter, might take risks to accept this task. The annual collection mission was very dangerous, but some fearless people still rushed forward just for those points. The high-level people's prized fish eggs are all gathered through the loss of lives. Her neighbors in the old housing area, Aunt Zhang's husband, went on these collection missions to earn more points, but their bodies were never found. Every year, many people die on these missions, yet others still rush to join. Because so many die each time, the city's guards suppress the situation forcefully. Only then do the high officials switch to voluntary sign-ups. Otherwise, they would conscript people by force. The lower-class people's lives are worth less than a single fish egg. Lin Yun and her siblings leave the notice and head toward the buying area. A half kilo of moderately polluted dragonweed costs 55 points per gene, almost twice the price of vegetables. This small amount of goods earns 192 points, which is worth it. They happily carry their points home. They still have rabbit meat and black bread left, so they don't need to buy anything else for now. Although their points are few, they believe they will save enough over time. Lin Yun doesn't plan to join the fish egg collection missions, but sometimes you can't avoid being drafted. If you don't want to go, others will find ways to make you join. For example, forced conscription. When Lin Yun and her siblings return home, an uninvited guest is there, Hu Jie, the leader of Team 11 from the Dawn mercenary group, one of the mission's supervisors. Lin Jiangua and Suing look upset, but it's unclear why. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yun's happiness instantly fades. She asks confused, "Dad, Mom, what's wrong?" Hu Jie stands up, puts on a fake smile, and extends his hand. "Hello, I am Hu Jie, leader of Team 11 from the Dawn mercenary group." Lin Yun shakes his hand. Hu Jie doesn't beat around the bush and directly says, "You are a bug speaker, right?" "I am. What about it?" Lin Yun becomes alert when he directly asks about her supernatural ability. "Congratulations, you've been selected for this collection mission. Please report at the city gate early tomorrow morning." Lin Yun is stunned. "What do you mean?" "We need your bug-speaking ability." Her voice suddenly sharpens with disbelief. "Selected? When did I sign up? How can you decide for me?" Hu Jie's fake smile fades slightly, but his tone becomes firm and commanding. "This is not a request, it's a notice. The ability of the insect communicator is very important for this mission. It can greatly reduce the casualties of the team. This is the high-level's decision." The high-level's decision. Lin Yun's heart sank. She looked at her parents' tense faces and suddenly understood. "So you are here to force us into service. Don't make it sound so harsh." Hu Jie shrugged and took out a small points card from his pocket. "Considering your special situation, I am giving you an advance of 1,000 points. After completing the task, you'll get 4,000 more. For your family, that's enough to get through this winter and maybe even improve your meals, right?" 1,000 points? Lin Yun looked at the thin card and felt deeply sarcastic. Mrs. Zhang's husband couldn't even find his own body, and the points they exchanged for a life might not even be as much as this advance. But behind these points is a gamble with her life. "I don't need it." Lin Yun gritted her teeth, her nails digging into her palm. "My ability is mine. I have the right to decide where to use it. You can't force me." "Force?" Hu Jie seemed to hear a joke. "Miss Lin, have you forgotten what kind of world we're in now? The ability user manual clearly states that ability users are obliged to cooperate with major tasks of the base. If you refuse to comply, that's a violation of the rules and the consequences." He didn't finish, but the threatening look in his eyes was clear. Those who violate the rules don't have a good ending here. But this isn't really a major task. It's just to satisfy the high-level's greed. Lin Jiangwo suddenly stood up, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "Captain Hu Xiaoyun is still young and her ability." "Uncle Lin, I know you care about your daughter." Hu Jie interrupted him, his tone cold. "But this is beyond your control. Either you report voluntarily tomorrow, or I'll have someone come to invite your daughter away. If things get messy, it won't be good for anyone, especially families like yours living in the shanty town." Suing grabbed her husband's arm, her eyes red, but she could only hold back tears. She knew Hu Jie was telling the truth. In this strict and hierarchical base, people like them at the bottom have no power to resist. Lin Yun looked at her helpless parents and then at Hu Jie's confident face, feeling a cold chill run from her feet to her head. She knew that some things couldn't be avoided no matter how much she wished to escape. The higher-ups needed her skills just like they needed those hardworking gatherers, and they never asked if she was willing. "What if I refused to go?" Lin Yun's voice trembled slightly, but she stared firmly at Hu Jie. Hu Jie put away his points card, his face turning cold. "Then don't blame us for being rude. You have one night to think it over. Meet us at the city gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow." After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. He turned and left, his heavy military boots making dull sounds on the old floor, each step like a weight on the hearts of the Lin family. Before he could leave, Lin Yun raised her voice. "Captain Hu, I'll go," Hu Jie sneered. "It would have been better if you had been more sensible earlier." He casually tossed down his points card and walked away. The higher-ups can openly challenge the military because they can send people to their deaths for missions, showing they have no intention of obeying these people. She had to go on this mission whether she wanted to or not. A cold silence spread like icy waves, slowly filling the small room. Lin Jiangwo's chest heaved violently. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale from the pressure. He could only weakly hit the table, making a dull sound filled with frustration and anger. "These beasts," he growled hoarsely, his voice rough like sandpaper. Su Ying couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face as she pulled Lin Yun into her arms, choking on her words. "Xiao Yun, what are we going to do? That mission is like sending you to die. You're Aunt Zhang's husband." She couldn't finish her sentence. Every word felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Lin Yun tried to smile and comfort them, but her smile was painfully forced. "It's not necessarily a death sentence. The City Defense Army and the mercenaries have many strong fighters. I'm just going to help out, and besides, I'll get paid. When I come back, our family can buy a house." But her smile looked more like a bitter one. Lin Heng's face was full of anger. "Sis, I'd rather not have a house than see you go." Lin Yu's eyes were filled with tears as she nodded heavily. Lin Yun's words sounded so fake. This mission was held once a year, and both the City Defense Army and the mercenaries would go, but most of the gatherers never returned. The family was already drowning in despair. To prevent the public from knowing the dangers inside Forest Number 4 and to avoid scaring away those reckless enough to seek profit, the authorities have not disclosed any information about Forest No. 4. Therefore, ordinary people are unaware of what is inside. Since they're looking for a bug language speaker, it shows that there are mutated bugs in the fog, which are very dangerous. "She knows you're worried," she said, gently rubbing Lin Heng's head and wiping tears from Lin Yu's face, trying to keep her voice steady. "But now is not the time to be upset. Hu Jie said this is the decision of the higher-ups, and we can't avoid it." Lin Jiangwo suddenly slapped his thigh, breathing heavily. "We have to find a way. At worst, we leave the base tonight and find a cave outside to hide. It's better than sending you to certain death." "Dad, you're confused." Lin Yun quickly shook her head. "The area around the base is full of mutated beasts, and outside is even worse. We have no chance out there. It would be like giving them an easy target." Su Ying also choked back tears and agreed. "Your dad is panicking. This space is like a prison. We don't have the right to just leave whenever we want." The room fell silent again, only Su Ying's suppressed crying echoing in the small space. Lin Yun took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Despair won't solve anything. She had to find a way even if there was only a small chance of survival. "Mom, stop crying." "Crying won't help," she said, touching Su Ying's shoulder and looking at her family. "We need to think of a plan." Hu Jie said everyone should gather at the city gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. "We still have tonight." "What can we do?" Lin Heng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "They are mercenaries with support from the higher-ups. We are unarmed. There is always a way." Lin Yun's eyes grew more determined. "They want my bug language ability, which means the mutated bugs in Forest Number 4 are a big threat to them. So, my existence is useful to them. As long as I am useful, they won't let me die easily." She paused and continued analyzing. "Plus, they paid in advance on points and promised rewards after completing the mission. That shows they need my cooperation, not just to use me as cannon fodder." Lin Jiangwo frowned. "But so many people die every year. Most of the dead are ordinary people, but it doesn't mean that mutants or ability users won't die too." Lin Yun spoke softly, saying, "I think that since they came to find me, they need my skills. They will send someone to protect me, at least until I finish the collection task, to keep me safe." This was partly analysis and partly self-comfort, but saying it aloud brought a faint glimmer of hope to the family in despair. Su Ying stopped crying and looked at her daughter in shock. "Really? Is that true?" "Most likely," Lin Yun nodded confidently. "So, I can't fight them directly. I need to agree first, and then look for a chance to save myself during the mission. Actually, she didn't fully believe her own words, but if she didn't say this, her family would only worry more. She looked at Lin Hung and Lin Yu. You two stay home and take good care of mom and dad. When sister comes back, we can use the points to get a decent house, and we won't have to live in this broken place anymore. Lin Hung wanted to say more, but Lin Yin gave him a look to stop him. He understood that his sister had already made her decision. No matter how much he disagreed, it wouldn't change anything. He could only suppress his worries and nod heavily. Sister, you must be careful. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Lin Yun transferred all her points into her sister Su Ying's wristband. She also scanned and transferred the points from the card Hu Jie brought. Whether it was a deposit or the settlement fee after death, the money now belonged to them. The family looked worried but couldn't say anything more. After all, they had no choice in this matter. They couldn't fight the authorities and they wouldn't win. Did she really believe she could succeed? No one knew what was hidden in the fog of Forest Number 4. Since those mutated insects were so important to the higher-ups that they even forcibly conscripted insect speakers, the danger was clear. But she couldn't be afraid, at least not in front of her family. She was the sister, one of the pillars of the family. Even if the road ahead was filled with danger, she had to grit her teeth and push forward. That day, the atmosphere at home was very heavy. Early the next morning, at 8 o'clock, Lin Yun put on her protective suit and headed to the registration point. Today was the registration day. The actual departure would be tomorrow. Her family watched her walk away, unable to hold back their tears, Su Ying and Lin Yu crying uncontrollably. When Lin Yun went to register, many others were also signing up for the collection mission. It had to be said, the high-level officials had chosen the right time. Everyone has just been swept away by the flood and is now in urgent need of money. Most of the poor people in Zone E and Zone F are families with children, hoping to take a chance on this mission. Even knowing the danger, they have no choice but to go ahead. Lin Yun stands among the crowd, looking at the faces that are either numb, anxious, or trying to appear calm. She feels a mix of emotions. These people, like her, are pushed to the edge and have chosen to step into the unknown danger. When it was her turn, she calmly handed over her bracelet and signed up, saying, Lin Yun. The city guard officer in charge of registration looked surprised but clearly had received orders. He glanced at the information on the screen, then looked at her with curiosity. Follow me. You don't need to gather with these people. Lin Yun didn't ask questions and quietly followed. It seemed her guess was right. Her identity as a bug speaker gave her some special treatment, at least avoiding the crowd of ordinary gatherers. The soldier led her into a small building near the city gate, where some people had already gathered in a room. Hu Jie, who had come to recruit her yesterday, was there. Seeing her sign up as expected, he grinned. Oh, you came. Lin Yun kept a cold face and ignored him. No one liked being sent to die. Hu Jie wasn't upset. As a level 4 ability user, he saw her cold expression like a little kitten showing its claws. Just small fights. Nothing serious. Inside the room, about 30 people had gathered, divided into 2 groups. On one side was Hu Jie's mercenary team, and on the other was the city guard. The division was clear. Leading the city guard was a short-haired woman in camouflage gear. She looked at Lin Yun and suddenly spoke to Hu Jie. This is the helper you found, a level 1 ability user. She also seemed to dislike Hu Jie, probably because he used his power to pressure her. Your city guard should have her information too, right? After registering her abilities, both sides can see her details. Lin Yun was surprised. If she had known her ability registration would attract attention, she probably wouldn't have registered. Even if she couldn't upgrade her powers, she wouldn't have registered.
Yang Liu snorted coldly.
Yes, her info is visible, but so what? She didn't sign up for this mission, so the city guard wouldn't threaten her to join. Unlike you, they don't come to participate in missions, they just threaten instead. Hu Jie spread his hands and said, pretending to be kind, don't say you don't know. Her abilities are very useful for this mission. Isn't your city guard also looking for a bug language speaker? He replied, haha, our person volunteered to join. Is it the same as your situation? Next to Yang Lu, a cute girl with a round face, also wearing the city guard's camouflage protective suit, stood with two bugs beside her. One was a flying ant about an arm's length, and the other was a half-meter-long beetle. She saw Lin Yun's eyes light up immediately and jumped over a few steps. "You're also a bug language speaker? I saw your information. You're more powerful than me. When I was level 1, I could only contract one bug, but you can contract two." Yonglu casually pulled her over and stuffed a lollipop into her mouth to stop her chattering. This child talks endlessly. There will be a meeting later, and she needs to explain the situation inside Forest Number 4 to those who haven't been there. Let her be quiet for a while. Yonglu glanced at Lin Yun's clothes, just a regular protective suit worn by residents, which can slightly block radiation but offers no real protection against attacks. She called her deputy, Xiao Jiu, "Get her a protective suit like ours." The soldier called Xiao Jiu opened a nearby supply box and took out a set of camouflage protective gear. Hu Jie sarcastically said, "Captain Yang is really kind-hearted." Yonglu immediately retorted, "Ensuring resident safety is our city guard's duty. It's because they can't compete with the higher-ups that they compromise. The higher-ups hold most of the base's resources, including major factories and energy production. Otherwise, such absurd missions wouldn't be assigned." Hu Jie sneered, but he didn't care. Bringing Lin Yun here was mainly to keep his mercenary group's strength intact and to reduce casualties among his people. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun are currently the only two bug language speakers in the base. In such a large base, there are quite a few elemental ability users, but among hundreds of thousands of ability users, only two are bug language speakers. Lin Yun took the camouflage suit from Xiao Jiu. When her fingers touched the fabric, she could feel it was much thicker than her own. The outer layer seemed to have a fine pattern, and inside was a thick layer of fleece, likely designed to handle the complex environment of the forest. She softly said, "Thank you." Xiao Jiu just nodded and then stepped back into the group of city guards. "Remember to wear this when you come for the meeting tomorrow. The radiation inside is several times stronger than in other forests. It's also sturdy and can protect you from many injuries." Lin Yun silently nodded. Later, more people arrived in the room, including ability users and registered collectors. By 11 o'clock, the crowd gradually stopped. The registration deadline was at 11 o'clock. Those who wanted to come would register before then. Besides ordinary people responsible for collecting, some ability users also signed up. Ability users have tough tasks, and they usually earn a lot of points. Seeing that most people had arrived, Yonglu clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, now let's do a short pre-battle training." She paused and added, "I am the team leader for this mission. My name is Yonglu, a level 4 fire ability user. I was also in charge of last year's mission. Because she had experience, she was the one going this time." She tore off a piece of cloth and used a pen to draw pictures. She drew a big, semi-transparent fish full of eggs in its belly. Next, she drew a transparent jellyfish and many tiny winged bugs. "This fish is the target of our mission, the floating fish. It lives in the fog, is semi-transparent, and is currently in its spawning season. Its eggs taste very good, which is why people are interested in them. But this fish can only be caught in the fog. If it leaves the fog, it turns into bubbles and disappears. It's a very strange, mutated fish. Next is this highly poisonous jellyfish, which usually lives in the fog of the misty forest. It's not just appearing now. This thing is quite toxic. If its tentacles sting you, you'll soon foam at the mouth and die. Although dangerous, as long as you wear thick clothing, its tentacles can't penetrate your protective gear, so it's not too risky. The most dangerous are these poison insects. They are only the size of a fingernail, very thin and long, and can crawl through gaps in your clothes and into your skin pores. They burrow into the flesh and lay eggs inside. When the eggs hatch, they eat all your internal organs and flesh. And you won't feel a thing because they carry paralyzing toxins in their mouths. You only realize something's wrong when the eggs start to hatch and eat your blood and flesh in terrible pain. By then, it's often too late to save yourself." Yonglu's voice carried a serious tone as her fingertips heavily tapped on the picture of the poisonous insect. This insect is called the bone-eater bug. It is the most difficult creature to avoid in Forest Number 4. They usually move in groups, especially around floating fish, feeding on their eggs. So, whenever you see floating fish, there's a high chance that bone-eater bugs are nearby. A low gasp sounded from the crowd, and the ordinary gatherers' faces turned pale instantly. Most of them came for the high points, knowing little about the dangers in the forest. Hearing such terrifying descriptions, they couldn't help but feel scared. Hu Jie sneered and glanced at those with pale faces. Are you afraid?
You can still leave now.
Don't wait until you're inside the forest and get so scared you can't move. No one responded, but many clenched their fists, clearly forcing themselves to stay brave. Points are linked to food and supplies. In this space, without points, it's almost impossible to get by. They didn't want to come, but the rewards were too good, 100 points a day. Forest number 4 is far away, taking a big truck 2 days to reach. That time also counts as money, so they didn't want to lose these points. Yang Lu rolled her eyes at Hu Jie and continued speaking. These bugs are afraid of fire. Normally, fire-type abilities can burn them away, but it's not that simple. These insects are densely packed in the fog. Burning them would also burn the fish nearby, which the big fish experts wouldn't like. Also, when floating fish lay eggs, the fog is thicker than before, and the humidity is too high for the flames to burn properly. But don't worry, our team is equipped with flamethrowers. Most of us are fire-type abilities, and in really dangerous situations, we'll just burn them all. Hu Jie wanted to speak again. He was like a dog raised by the big bosses, naturally siding with them. After all, the bosses paid money, provided weapons, and gave ability potions. They didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. Some abilities users in this base thought they were superior and looked down on ordinary people, seeing them as expendable. So, they disagreed with the City Defense Army's approach. But unfortunately, Hu Jie wasn't the team leader for this mission and had no say in the matter. The City Defense Army took on this ridiculous task because the higher-ups had made a deal with the powerful elites. They are doing their best. High-level officials are providing supplies, and voluntary enlistment is used instead of forced conscription. This is the greatest effort the upper ranks of the City Defense Army have made. Yang Lu still didn't let him speak. He tilted his chin and pointed to a nearby box. Soon, we will distribute insecticide. This stuff is made from mutated chili peppers and can make the bone-eating insects think there is fire, so they will stay away. Your task, Lin Yun and Zhangya, is to eliminate these bone-eating insects as much as possible. Your special abilities should be able to handle that. The two remained silent. Suddenly, Zhangya raised her hand. Captain Yang, my ability can destroy insects within a radius of 200 meters. Before my power runs out, I don't know how many I can eliminate. Just do your best. We brought you two in to help reduce casualties. You will also go to get the insecticide later. Lin Yun nodded, feeling puzzled. Zhangya is a second-level ability user, so why is her control range the same as her first-level ability? The City Defense Army and the ability users will patrol around the gatherers. If there's a problem, call out loudly. We will also kill insects, but we can't use fire. Our kills are limited, so you need to be extra careful. The gathering time is only 1 day. Whatever can be collected in that time is all we get. The insect's laying period lasts up to half a month, but there's no time to waste and not enough people to consume resources. Allowing only 1 day for collection is already their biggest concession. Otherwise, would they really treat ordinary people as expendable? This collection is also a warning from the higher-ups, testing how much they are willing to compromise for resources. In this power struggle, the ordinary people at the bottom are just pawns on the chessboard. The City Defense Army really knows how to buy people's loyalty. They even prepared new insecticide. Wasn't it recently developed by the Research Institute? They are just expendable resources. If they die, others will join. After all, besides this brightness base, there are a few smaller bases nearby. The brightness base wasn't always 1 million people. It grew by absorbing several small, broken-down bases. Now, with relaxed birth policies, families can have 5 children. As long as humans stay safe, they will keep having children. No worries about labor shortages. Alright, line up now to receive the insecticide. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., bring your weapons, backpacks, water, and sleeping gear. The team will provide accommodation. Please gather at the base entrance on time. Dismissed. Yang Lu and Hu Jie led the team away, while others queued up to receive insect repellent. Each person received a bottle. The repellent wasn't for killing insects. Instead, like floral water, it was sprayed on the body to prevent parasitic bugs. Lin Yun carried her items, feeling heavy-hearted as she headed home. To reach Area E, she had to pass through Area F, where the water had not yet receded. Most of the huts were submerged. She didn't see other parts of Area F, only the places where they lived, all flooded. Knowing it was dangerous, so many still went to gather fish eggs. Lin Yun took part in the task for two reasons. One was a payment Hu Jie gave her a loan, and the other was the reward for signing up for the task. Both Yang Lu and Hu Jie assumed she had 2 sets of points. Since participation was mandatory, they thought it was fair to give some benefits. Without incentives, people wouldn't be willing. If they didn't help sincerely, they might risk dying slowly. The trip was scheduled for 5 days. 2 days to go, 1 day to gather fish eggs, and 2 days to return. As long as Lin Yun returned alive, she would earn 5,500 points. If she managed to gather fish eggs, it was part of the base mission and didn't count as extra money. But collecting 1 or 2 more eggs would earn an extra 50 points. Making money depended on her luck and safety. At home, she told everyone about the situation. Her participation was certain now. Everyone was worried and angry, but it was useless to complain. Even scolding Hu Jie wouldn't help. It was better to prepare more. They were just ordinary people, so what could they do?
There was still some time.
Lin Yun went to forest number 2 and contracted a large beetle. The beetle had mutated, with a thick shell that could help block damage in critical moments. Besides that, there was nothing else they could prepare. The next morning, Lin Yun woke up early. She ate a little, then packed her bag, grabbed her weapon, and prepared to leave. Her family saw her off at the door, their eyes full of worry, but they could only remind her to be careful. Lin Yun took a deep breath and turned toward the base entrance. When she arrived, many people had already gathered there. She saw Zhang Ye and went over to greet her. Zhang Ye looked a bit nervous too. They exchanged a few words, then stopped talking, quietly waiting for the team to depart. At exactly 8 o'clock, Yang Lu and Hu Jie appeared on time. Willow looked at everyone and loudly said, "All right, everyone is here. Let's go." Afterwards, each person was given a special container for fish eggs. These containers are about the size of a shoebox, each holding about 3 jin of fish eggs. They are very expensive, and I must say, the high-level leaders of the base are really wealthy. So, a team of about 200 people slowly left the brightness base, heading toward forest number 4, where floating fish lay their eggs. Even with large trucks, it takes 2 days to reach forest number 4. To prevent anything from escaping, there are soldiers stationed outside the forest. Our convoy will meet with the soldiers on the outskirts, then go on foot because the forest is full of tall trees, and big trucks can't go inside. The mutants sit in the front seats, while ordinary collectors sit in the truck bed. As winter approaches, sitting in the truck bed offers no protection from the wind. Everyone huddles close together, wrapped tightly in thick clothes. Lin Yun doesn't feel the wind anymore, but she's not very happy either. Sometimes privileges are paid for with lives. Whether she returns or not is uncertain, so it's hard to feel happy. The convoy bumps along, and outside the window, the scenery changes from the base's steel fences to barren wilderness. Occasionally, withered mutated plants can be seen, their branches twisted like ghostly claws. The cold wind cuts like a knife through the truck bed. Ordinary people tightly wrap their thin clothes around themselves, leaning on each other for warmth. No one speaks, only the sound of wheels crunching over gravel and the wind echoes in their ears. Lin Yun sits in the back of the driver's cabin, next to Zhang Ye. The cabin is warmer than the truck bed, but the atmosphere is just as heavy. The vehicle will travel for 2 days, stopping to camp along the way, then continuing the next day. The vehicle hasn't stopped yet. At noon, someone else takes over driving, and everyone is given a piece of coarse grain bread for lunch. Lin Yun nibbles on the dry, hard bread with water. She used to eat grass noodles before, and she doesn't mind this kind. However, Zhang Ye quietly complains that it doesn't taste good. Around 6 in the evening, the entire convoy stops to set up camp. They are on an abandoned asphalt road, now overgrown with wild grass, making it impossible to see the original road. 5 large trucks formed a circle, with dozens of thick tents set up inside. In the center of the tents, there were several campfires burning, and large pots were placed over them, boiling a mixed vegetable soup. For this gathering mission, there were 50 city guards, 30 hired soldiers, and 70 gatherers, including Lin Yun, making a total of 150 people. Lin Yun sat by the fire, holding a bowl of vegetable soup. In front of her, there was a mixed grain flatbread and a piece of luncheon meat. This was the treatment given to those with special abilities. Ordinary gatherers only had flatbread and vegetable soup. She and Zhang Ye shared a tent. Inside, there was a thick bed of dry grass, and each person had a sleeping bag. In this weather, a sleeping bag was enough. At night, there would be patrols, so they could sleep peacefully. Most ordinary gatherers ate quietly, rarely speaking in low voices, as if afraid of disturbing something. After finishing their meal, Lin Yun and Zhang Ye returned to the tent. The dry grass was not very thick, but it was much better than sleeping directly on the ground. Zhang Ye took off her shoes and slipped into her sleeping bag, complaining about how uncomfortable the ground was. Lin Yun thought for a while and then fell asleep. The next morning, everyone was given a flatbread and water, and they set out immediately, continuing their journey without stopping. When they reached forest number 4, it was already completely dark outside. They did not enter the forest itself. Instead, they saw mist spilling out from inside. 10 kilometers from the entrance of forest number 4, soldiers were stationed. A low wall surrounded the area, with watchtowers on top. Machine guns were mounted on the wall, and patrols moved around constantly. Military camps made from shipping containers stood in the wilderness. Forest number 4 was not the farthest from the base, but it was the most dangerous and the largest forest. People had not yet explored it fully, having only covered less than a third of it. There were no other forests near forest number 4. Other forests seemed to be afraid of it, as the trees kept their distance. The fog in forest number 4 was thick all year round, with very low visibility. Even from 10 kilometers away, the mist carried a cold, damp chill that seemed to penetrate clothing and go straight into the bones. The fog spread far out, thinning as it went. The military camp was in a less foggy area, and within 100 meters, visibility was clear. The convoy slowly entered the military camp area. The guard on the short wall sharply looked over, only lowering his guard after confirming the convoy's insignia. The wheels rolled over a makeshift gravel road, making a dull sound, and finally stopped in an open space. "We're here," said the soldier in the driver's seat, his voice tired from the long journey. Lin Yun opened the car door, and a colder wind than before hit her face. She instinctively wrapped her coat tighter. Zhang Ye followed her out, looking at the heavily guarded surroundings. She couldn't help but gasp, "Wow, this place is really scary, like a battlefield." Indeed, the atmosphere here was even more tense than outside the base. Patrolling soldiers moved steadily, their eyes alert as they looked around. When they looked toward forest number 4, their expressions showed clear suspicion. The military tents were neatly arranged, brightly lit, but there was no warmth, only a serious, stern feeling. Soon, a middle-aged man in camouflage came over. He was tall, with a faint scar on his face, and sharp eyes like an eagle. He saluted Yang Lu, who was in contact with him. The middle-aged man frowned deeply and spoke impatiently. "Another fish egg collection mission. It happened once a year, and many people died each time. Those people really didn't see human life as important." Yang Lu was also annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. It was an agreement from above, and she had to go through with it. Her face showed more exhaustion. She sighed. "Old Fong, there's no choice. The agreement is there, and we have to follow it. Follow it." Fong Jin sneered and pointed to the dark, fog-covered area behind him. "Every time we come, how many lives are lost? Last year, less than 30% of the team returned. Is that fish egg really that valuable?" The higher-ups in the base weren't part of their system. They were remnants of capitalism after the apocalypse, controlling half of the resources. Even they had to compromise. His words hit the collectors like icy daggers, making their already tense nerves even tighter. Some clenched their fists unconsciously, their fingertips turning white. Lin Yun silently stood aside, listening to their conversation. She had only known that Forest Number 4 was dangerous, but she didn't realize the death toll last year was so high. 3 chung. That means most people will have to risk their lives here. Zhang Ye was so scared her face turned pale. She tugged at Lin Yun's sleeve, trembling as she spoke. Lin Yun, maybe we should go back? This is too scary. Lin Yun shook her head and whispered, you can go back, but I don't have the right to refuse. Zhang Ye bit her lip and whispered, if you come back alive this time, just like me, join the city guard's unofficial team. Lin Yun lowered her voice further. Unofficial team? Yes, an unofficial team. They don't take part in all the city guard's missions. Only for big tasks, they will be called in. But if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Although it's under the city guard's name, they are not official members, so no salary. But at least you won't be forced to do such ridiculous tasks. Zhang Ye came along because she wanted to level up and needed a stronger contract insect for this gathering mission. After all, the bugs in Forest Number 4 are tougher than those in other forests. Lin Yun pursed her lips. Honestly, she was quite tempted, but she knew she had to stay alive to join later. Fang Jin didn't seem to notice the reactions of the gatherers. He said to Yang Lu, once the people are here, get them settled. Meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll send someone to take you to the forest's edge. Yang Lu nodded and turned to the gatherers and city guards behind her, saying, listen up, follow Captain Fang to get supplies and assigned quarters. Rest well tonight and prepare yourself. Everyone responded and followed a few soldiers to the container camp. Lin Yun and Zhang Ye were assigned to the same container, which had 4 simple iron bunk beds with thin mats on top. Nothing else. Besides them, there were a few other female gatherers. This place is worse than a tent, Zhang Ye muttered unhappily, putting down her backpack. Lin Yun said nothing. She walked to the window, pulled back the curtain and looked outside. The fog outside seemed thicker now. The scene 100 meters away was blurry, with only faint figures of patrol soldiers moving through the fog. The air was filled with a damp, rotten wood smell, a bit sharp and unpleasant. Once everyone was settled, they had a big pot of rice and vegetable soup. It was mostly coarse grains and mixed vegetables. In this weather, just having something hot to eat was good enough. No one complained. After dinner, everyone rested because the blanket was too thin and easy to get cold. Finally, in the morning after eating, Fan Jin came in with the group to go to Forest Number 4. By then, the sun had already risen, and the fog had cleared a little, so the path was somewhat visible. Everyone picked up their weapons and followed Fang Jin's team into the forest. Inside Forest Number 4, visibility was very low. You could only see about half a meter ahead. The forest was so quiet it felt like a graveyard. No sounds of wild animals or birds, not even insects. Fortunately, the spawning ground of the floating fish was not very deep and covered a large area. About 10 kilometers in, it was their breeding site. After leading the group inside, Fang Jin told Yang Lu and then withdrew with his team. In the fog, the semi-transparent bodies of the floating fish lazily drifted in the air, moving with the mist. Because they were so transparent and shrouded in thick fog, they were hard to see clearly. However, the fish eggs inside their bodies were visible. In the fog, these eggs shimmered like guiding lights. The yellow eggs, about the size of quail eggs, emitted a faint glow. With this light, it was just possible to outline the shape of the floating fish. Yang Lu raised her voice. Everyone be careful and alert. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun, it's your turn. The two quickly activated their supernatural powers. Their mental energy sensed the bone-eating insects floating nearby, around the fish. The insects were small but looked like drills, with sharp mouths perfect for burrowing into flesh. Zhang Ye could repel all insects within 200 meters and Lin Yun, though only level 1, could do the same. Since their powers were exposed anyway, they decided to use their full strength. Together, they forcibly drove away the insects within a 400-meter radius. Yang Lu quickly ordered all gatherers to get ready. Stay within 400 meters and focus on collecting fish eggs. We will protect you. Because Lin Yun's power level was low, she could only repel insects twice, but Zhangya could do it about 5 times. After clearing the insects, they wouldn't gather again for a while. The gatherers took this chance to kill the floating fish and collect the eggs. The gatherers, no longer afraid, focused solely on collecting eggs. Although they couldn't sell the eggs to the base, each extra egg earned 50 points. The more they collected, the more money they made. After hearing the bugs were driven away, everyone started to act. Yang Lu and Hu Jia led patrols nearby. This time is much better than last year. Last year, as soon as we entered, many people were parasitized. The parasitic eggs hatched quickly, in about 15 minutes. Once hatched, they would eat the person's internal organs, blood, and flesh, leaving only bones. Normal gatherers don't wear the special protective suits issued by the base. Those suits are thin and offer little protection. This time, they also used special insecticide and had 2 insect speakers, so maybe they could finish the task without anyone getting hurt. Lin Yun saw the bugs leave and joined the gathering effort. The floating fish had no real power. A single strike could easily kill it. The tricky part was the fish eggs. Just see how many could be eaten. Lin Yun carefully cut open a fish's belly, took out the fish eggs about the size of glass beads, and scanned them with a wrist device. Beep. Highly contaminated, not recommended for eating. Beep. Highly contaminated, not recommended for eating.
Beep.
This breeding ground kept giving off detection sounds one after another. Unfortunately, there weren't many edible eggs. The mutation in Forest Area 4 was so severe that the radiation inside was probably very high. Floating fish that have been wandering in this fog all year would have high radiation levels too. Otherwise, why are their eggs so expensive? 3,000 points per ounce. Although the rewards for collecting were cheap, the eggs themselves are costly. In the midst of repeated high contamination readings, it took a long time before one showed moderate contamination, small amounts may be eaten. Although it wasn't Lin Yun, once someone started, more edible fish eggs could be found. Lin Yun kept working without stopping. When her fingertips brushed the semi-transparent body of the floating fish, she felt a cold, slippery sensation, like a thin layer of ice. By the way, the fish meat is edible too, but right now everyone was focused on testing the eggs, so no one paid attention to the meat. Although each person was allowed to take some fish meat as an extra reward, the meat was just ordinary fish meat, and the base paid 20 points per gene. Moreover, the pollution here is too strong, and there aren't many fish that can be eaten. It also takes time to test them, so it's better to go find fish eggs instead. After all, a single fish can have hundreds of eggs. Lin Yun finished testing one fish and found only one edible fish egg. She placed it into a special safe box. Then she killed a second fish and continued testing its eggs. People had started earlier, and others followed, with continuous sounds of testing. Drop moderate pollution, small amounts can be eaten. Drop moderate pollution. Even Lin Yun tested 8 eggs with moderate pollution in one go. She kept trying, and since this fish's pollution level was lighter, about 1/3 of its eggs were safe to eat. There were roughly 30 eggs, weighing about 5 ounces. 5 ounces equals 250 points. The score might sound low, but it's real points. Lin Yun felt more motivated. However, within a 400-meter radius, there weren't many fish, just a few, including a half-meter-long one, which was easily collected by the gatherers. After getting 3 more eggs, there were no fish left here. She decided to cut up the fish with low pollution and pack them in her backpack to eat later. To keep collecting, she needed to move to the next spot. The new location required dispersing the bone-eating insects again, but each dispersal only lasted less than half an hour. The insects would come back, find targets, and lay eggs inside humans. Besides the insects, there were deadly jellyfish. Each one was half a meter to a meter long, floating lightly in the fog like plankton. Although these creatures had mutated, their attack power was weak. As long as their tentacles didn't pierce the protective suits, they couldn't harm anyone. Yang Lu saw that all the fish here had been slaughtered and ordered everyone to move 400 meters sideways. Lin Yun and Zhangya dispersed the insects again, driving them out of a kilometer away. Then a group hurried to collect fish eggs. Lin Yun killed 3 fish in a row, gathering them around herself. She asked beetles and mantises to watch over the two fish while she slowly tested the eggs. Drop, highly polluted, not recommended for eating. Drop, highly polluted, not recommended for eating. Drop. She tested most of the eggs from one fish, all showing high pollution, so they couldn't be eaten. A man beside her sneered quietly and muttered, "Serves you right. You're greedy, and even as a supernatural, you're fighting with ordinary people over fish eggs." Lin Yun ordered her mantis to slap him, knocking him 2 meters away, then casually took his fish. Supernaturals shouldn't earn points, and they shouldn't need to live like this. She didn't come here by choice, and it's your fault for provoking her. The man was stunned, clutching his cheek and taking a long time to recover. His eyes looked at Lin Yun with surprise and anger, but he didn't dare to speak. The gatherers nearby were also startled by this sudden scene. They paused their actions and looked at Lin Yun with some fear. But Lin Yun acted as if nothing had happened. She walked straight to the floating fish that the man had taken, continuing to check the fish eggs with her wristband. She knew well that in this end-of-the-world situation, being too tolerant only made others see her as easy to push around. Especially since the man had provoked her first, she didn't need to hold back. Alert! Moderate pollution. Small amounts of fish eggs are safe to eat. Yang Lu and the others were patrolling nearby. They didn't interfere with the gatherers' disputes unless monsters attacked. Finally, her wristband beeped with the expected signal. Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and she quickly stored the fish eggs she had just found. She continued testing and found 7 more that met the standards. Satisfied, she stopped and turned to handle the 3 fish she hadn't finished checking. From those 3 fish, she collected over 50 more fish eggs. Time passed second by second, and the effect of driving away the bugs gradually weakened. A finer, almost tingling sound seemed to fill the air, like countless tiny wings fluttering. Everyone moved faster. The bone-eating bugs are coming back. Yang Lu's voice was urgent and distant through the fog. Zhangya, Lin Yun, prepare to drive them away again. Unfortunately, Lin Yun's supernatural power was too weak to do it again. Zhang Yu could only drive away bugs within about 200 meters. Within 200 meters, there were even fewer fish, and everyone was mainly fighting over what was left. But they could only reach fish that were within arm's length or a little higher. The fish in higher places were out of reach. Lin Yun gave up on the fish in the lower areas and ordered her mantis to cut down 3 fish about 3 meters high. She kept racing against time to check the fish eggs. This time, no one said anything. People have given up on the lower levels and are only collecting from hard-to-reach places. These gatherers keep complaining, but Lin Yun might just get angry enough to hurt someone. The bigger the fish, the more eggs it has. She took about 50 eggs from 3 fish. Lin Yun's total fish eggs weigh almost 1.5 pounds. The gatherers know time is short, so they work faster, hurriedly killing, checking, and storing the fish to earn more points in half an hour. Suddenly, a sharp, short scream comes from nearby, then stops abruptly. What's going on? Yang Lu's voice turns serious instantly. Everyone tenses up and looks toward the sound. In the fog, they can barely see a figure lying on the ground, with something wriggling nearby. It's a deadly jellyfish. His protective suit was cut by its tentacles. A nearby gatherer shouts, fear in his voice. Yang Lu and Hu Jie quickly lead people over. They see the fallen gatherer's face turning black, his body twitching, lips turning purple. He's clearly poisoned. His protective suit has a tear, and floating nearby is a half-meter-long poisonous jellyfish, tentacles still moving slightly. It's too late. The poison has spread. Hu Jie checks and shakes his head grimly. Seeing this, the other gatherers panic. Some start to step back, eyes full of fear. The shadow of death quickly covers everyone's minds, and their earlier enthusiasm for points is mostly gone. Power users come and destroy the jellyfish. Everyone else, keep collecting. A group of power users gather in this small space, forming a ball of fire in their hands and throwing it at the jellyfish. They don't dare to use full power. If they did, they might burn all the fish too. Strangely, unlike previous years when fire easily killed jellyfish, this year it doesn't work as well. And when the fire touches the jellyfish, It quickly cuts off its tentacles to stay safe. After escaping, the jellyfish rushes toward the crowd, with sharp spikes shooting out of its tentacles. These jellyfish are faster and more aggressive than before. In the past, their spikes couldn't pierce protective suits, but this time, they easily tore through them. Screams kept ringing out among the crowd, and people kept collapsing in convulsions. Yang Lu and Hu Jie raised their voices, shouting, "Superhumans, protect the gatherers! Gatherers, speed up your collection." The superhumans no longer cared about the fish. They fought with all their strength. Countless flames flickered in the thick fog, like tiny stars dancing, but they looked very weak amid the spreading mist. There seemed to be more poisonous jellyfish than expected. They moved like dark purple ghosts through the crowd, their tentacles flicking out with glowing barbs. Each sting was accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream. Lin Yun was no longer worried about collecting. She focused entirely on defending herself from the terrifying killers in the fog. Praying mantises and beetles protected her on either side. Lin Yun clenched her fists tightly, her sharp eyes scanning around. In the fog, the dark purple poisonous jellyfish floated unpredictably like ghosts, making it easy to get hurt if she was careless. She directed the mantis and beetle carefully, stepping back slowly. If Yang Lu didn't retreat, she would run on her own. Nothing was more important than staying alive. She couldn't bother with others. She had to save herself. The mantis swung its sharp front limbs, precisely slicing at the approaching jellyfish tentacles, each strike making a cracking sound. The beetle protected Lin Yun's side with its thick shell, charging at any jellyfish that got too close and knocking them away.
Ah!
Another scream echoed. A gatherer nearby couldn't dodge the jellyfish's attack. Their protective suit was pierced, and their bodies started twitching instantly, their face turning black visibly. Lin Yun's heart tightened. She knew she couldn't feel pity now. Survival was the most important. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, her eyes fixed on the wandering jellyfish. Suddenly, a jellyfish attacked from behind at high speed, glowing faintly. Lin Yun reacted quickly, turning sideways and shouting, "Mantis." The mantis had already sensed the danger. Almost at the same time Lin Yun shouted, its front limbs swung out, precisely cutting off the jellyfish's tentacle. The injured jellyfish, with its tentacle cut, seemed agitated and lunged at the mantis. "Beetle, go." Lin Yun ordered again. The beetle responded immediately, rushing forward like a small tank, crashing forcefully into the jellyfish. The jellyfish was knocked away and rolled into the distant fog, temporarily silent. Lin Yun didn't dare to relax. She knew these jellyfish were very clever and might appear again at any moment. She stayed alert to her surroundings and watched the movements of Yang Lu and the others. Yang Lu and Hu Jie were leading the other ability users in a fierce fight. Fire, ice spikes, wind blades, and other powers intertwined in the fog. They kept destroying some jellyfish, but more kept emerging from the thick mist, seeming endless. "Doing nothing won't work," Hu Jie shouted anxiously. "There are too many jellyfish." "Our powers are almost out," Yang Lu frowned. She looked at the gathering fighters and ability users struggling to hold on. She clenched her teeth and said, "Everyone listen. We fight while retreating. All of you, withdraw from this area first." This was the right decision. Staying here would only cause more casualties. The ability users responded quickly, fighting the jellyfish while slowly moving backward. The fighters waved their weapons, helping the others retreat. The retreat was difficult. The jellyfish seemed determined not to let them go and kept chasing. Sometimes, people fell because they were tired or slow to react. The air grew heavier with the smell of death. Lin Yun's heart was always tense. She could feel her strength draining fast. Her mind was so alert that sweat beads appeared on her forehead. But she didn't dare to stop. She clenched her teeth and moved step by step with everyone else. Zhang Yi used her ability again to dispel the bone-eating insects, which were as tricky as these mutated, more dangerous jellyfish. If they gathered again now, they would be in big trouble. She had already used her ability 4 times. Her powers were almost gone. If they couldn't retreat now, it would be over. Suddenly, a large group of jellyfish blocked their way. Zhangya's fifth ability was exhausted, and she couldn't use it anymore. In a life-and-death moment, she shouted loudly, "Full firepower! Charge out!" They had a way to deal with the insects, but they didn't expect to be caught by the mutated jellyfish. The ability users no longer held back. They used all their powers and desperately fled toward the forest's edge. After another mutation, the mutated jellyfish became even more dangerous. Not only could ordinary people not handle them, but even the protective suits worn by the ability users were easily pierced. More than 10 people, including Yang Lu's and Hu Jie's groups, had already died. The bone-eating insects swarmed again, but thanks to special insecticide, they were pushed back. However, their effectiveness was less than that of the ability users' powers. The insects quickly followed the team as they ran away. The ability users' powers started to weaken. They activated flamethrowers, aiming at the jellyfish and spraying fiercely. The insects fell like dumplings, but the jellyfish floated calmly into the sky. Seizing this chance, everyone ran out of the encirclement. They covered distances: 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. As they approached the forest exit, everyone's faces showed joy. The fog began to thin. The jellyfish moving through the fog could no longer chase them. The bone-eating insects, afraid of fire, were also retreating. They were about to escape. They kept spraying fire to protect the group's retreat. Near the exit, the flames from the flamethrowers went out, but they could see the exit ahead, so it should be safe. Unfortunately, they misjudged. A large group of bone-eating insects blocked their way. Now, they had no means to fight back. Everyone clenched their weapons, ready for a final fight. Lin Yun summoned her mantis and beetles in front of her, her fingertips turning white from the force. She stared intently at the dense mass of bone-eating insects ahead. They piled up tightly, their shells scraping against each other with a harsh screech, as if they would attack and devour everyone in an instant. Since jellyfish could mutate twice, no one knew if these insects might also mutate again. In the fog, they were hard to defend against. Their sharp mouths tore through protective gear, laying eggs inside the human bodies, which then hatched quickly. Not only the gatherers but many ability users were affected. Over 20 people had already died this time. Yang Lu finally confirmed that these insects had also mutated twice. With only 2 kilometers left to the exit, they were blocked and couldn't escape. Despair filled everyone's eyes. At a critical moment, Yang Lu and Hu Jie took 2 vials from their pockets and threw them to Zhangya and Lin Yun. This is an ability recovery potion. It can quickly restore some of your powers. Whether you can escape depends on you too, Yang Lu explained quickly. Without hesitation, the 2 of them opened the plastic tubes and drank the potions. Lin Yun's special ability was low. After taking a dose of medicine, she quickly regained all her powers, but Zhangya only recovered half. There were about 80 people left. They quickly gathered together. Zhangya and Lin Yun planned to take turns leading everyone out, each time clearing a space of about 100 meters to escape. This way, they could save their energy. Zhangya was the first to act. She kept using her ability and ran forward with everyone. Her forehead veins bulged, and she pushed her power to the limit. The bone-eating insects in front of her seemed to be pushed back by an invisible wave. Among the dense swarm, she managed to tear open a small gap. Her face was pale as paper, sweat dripping down her jaw. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge, but she gritted her teeth and kept rushing forward. "Hurry! Follow me!" The others didn't dare hesitate. They quickly followed her into the narrow passage. The range of the bone-eating insects being pushed away was shrinking fast. The sound of the insects rubbing against each other was like a warning, and they kept chasing from behind. Lin Yun clenched her fists, feeling her powers filling up again inside her. Her eyes stayed fixed on Zhangya's back. She knew she had to connect with Zhangya at the moment she was exhausted, even if only for a second. That brief moment could mean the difference between life and death for everyone. "It's not far now," Hu Jie shouted, swinging his engineer's shovel to hit away a few escaping insects. His arms were already cut open by the insects' mouths, with dark blood seeping from the holes in his protective suit. He didn't notice the blood and kept staring at the exit ahead. Zhang Yi suddenly stopped, her body swayed, and cold sweat soaked her hair. Her powers were almost gone. The pushed-back insects started to fight back like a tide. The front few insects had already reached the leg of a collector at the back of the team, and their screams of pain rang out sharply. There were too many insects to clear them all at once. At the moment she was about to run out of strength, Lin Yun seized the chance. "Keep going. Don't stop," she shouted, watching the swarm closely and urging everyone forward. She could feel her powers draining quickly. Every time she used her ability, she felt a slight dizziness, but she ignored it now. The faint light of the exit was getting closer, and they could see the outside clearly. Lin Yun led everyone to rush out in one go. As soon as her feet stepped out of the forest, her body suddenly went limp. She couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. Behind them, the screeching of the bone-eating insects suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible wall. A group of people collapsed on the ground, gasping for fresh air. They only felt a burning pain in their chests. After a while, they regained enough strength to look around. Just moments ago, chaos reigned in the forest as the insect swarm attacked. When Zhang Yi was about to run out of strength, Lin Yun's special ability struck quickly and fiercely, tearing a wider opening through the insect tide. Everyone just wanted to escape forward, not caring who was behind or if anyone had fallen behind. "Are we all out?" Yang Lu trembled as she looked back at the invisible boundary at the forest entrance, still a bit in disbelief. The few city guards who had been protecting them earlier were now nearby, all injured and breathing heavily, but still alive. Lin Yun opened her water bottle and drank half of it. Yang Lu leaned against a large rock and counted. There were originally 200 people, now only 57 remained. There were about a dozen city guards, a dozen of Hu Jie's mercenaries, and 20 ordinary gatherers. Those who came out were injured or exhausted. Hu Jie's arm was twisted badly, looking useless now. Yang Lu didn't think he deserved to die, but she also didn't feel sorry for him, since Hu Jie looked down on ordinary people. She saw Hu Jie push a regular person into the insect swarm just before being chased. Now, they were too weak to return to their camp. Yang Lu took out a walkie-talkie and contacted Fang Jin, asking him to come pick them up. Fang Jin arrived in a truck to pick them up. The group was too exhausted to drive back themselves, and the journey was long. They decided to rest at the camp for one night before leaving. Lin Yun's mantis and beetles, after this battle, stayed in the forest. They weren't rare insects and didn't have strong attack power. Having been under attack for so long, they were already exhausted. Zhang Yi's insects also didn't come out. She originally came to find new insect contracts, but now she hadn't found any new ones and had lost the ones she had. Yang Lu and Fang Jin reported the second mutation of the insects inside the forest. Fang Jin looked serious and took it very seriously. They stayed outside the forest to prevent anything from escaping. Because there were too many unknown creatures inside, they wouldn't go into the forest. At most, speed-type abilities would circle around the entrance 3 or 4 kilometers away to check for any movement. There is a radio that connects to the base, allowing for quick communication. Fang Jin told the survivors to rest. Lin Yun slept until 2 p.m., feeling mentally exhausted and physically weak. They didn't stay inside long, about 3 or 4 hours at most, though it was longer than last year. Last year, they lost most of their team in less than 2 hours and had to escape quickly. In the afternoon, Fang Jin arranged for someone to drive them back. Luckily, they didn't encounter any more dangers on the way. They returned to the base on the third afternoon. Once they had signal, everyone immediately called their families to tell them they were safe. After Lin Yun made the call, her worried family finally relaxed. Lin Yun was safe and uninjured, but she needed to handle some matters and would return later. The Lin family was anxious for 5 days, but finally could breathe easy. Suing told Lin Heng, "Go pick up your sister. She must be exhausted." Lin Heng eagerly ran out, then turned back halfway. "Mom, where should I pick her up?" Suing was surprised. Lin Yun went out with the city guards to gather resources. She probably needed to meet her at the main gate. "Just pick her up on the way." Lin Heng happily went out. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Yang Lu returned to the meeting room from earlier. Yang Lu looked tired but still needed to handle follow-up tasks. The collected fish eggs and the points from this round are here for distribution. Once everyone gets theirs, go home and rest. The remaining 20 or so gatherers lined up one by one. Hu Jie called Lin Yun but didn't delay. He transferred the remaining 4,000 points directly and then sat on the sofa to rest with his eyes closed. After collecting the fish eggs, he still had to escort them back to the inner city, so he couldn't leave. Yang Lu calculated the points one by one. Lin Yun collected 1.7 gene of fish eggs. At 50 points per 2 ounces, that totals 850 points. Plus, the 5-day collection bonus of 500 points, the total was 6,350 points. With these points, she could buy a house in District D when she returned. She earned a lot of points this time, but Lin Yun never wanted to do this again. Points are easy to earn but dangerous. After collecting her points, everyone dispersed silently, leaving the room one by one. Lin Yun carried her backpack and headed home. On the way, she met Lin Heng, who came to pick her up, and she relaxed completely. Seeing her younger brother gave her a real sense of having escaped from a dangerous situation. She threw her backpack to Lin Heng, half hanging on him, and he pulled her back. Lin Heng was helping his sister home, and the whole family came to greet them. Suing looked her over carefully, making sure she wasn't hurt, and then she sighed in relief. "I'm glad you're okay. It's good you're back." After running out of the forest, Lin Yun hadn't fully recovered. She got on the truck again, bouncing all the way back. Now she was so tired, she just wanted to sleep. She transferred 6,000 points to Suing and collapsed onto the bed. "Dad, Mom, you go look at houses yourselves. I'm too tired and just want to sleep. Let's decide on a house quickly so we can move." It was getting colder at night. She really didn't want to sleep on bare wooden planks anymore. She wanted to sleep on a heated bed. The nights were freezing. They also wanted to ask about what happened in the forest, but seeing how exhausted Lin Yun was, they held back. Since they were already back and uninjured, there was time to ask later. With the 6,000 points plus the over 3,000 points they already had, they had more than enough to buy a good house in District D. They didn't plan to buy an apartment building. In the apocalypse, without heating, old-style houses with heated brick beds and firewalls kept warm better. They could go outside to chop wood and burn it for heat. District D didn't have a central heating system or radiators. Seeing how exhausted Lin Yun was, and since winter was approaching, there was already light snow in Dongyi village. They decided to go look at houses now that they had enough points. Their budget was around 5,000 to 7,000 points, leaving some for winter supplies. The base was safe, but they still locked the door when they went out, just in case someone tried to enter. The family of 4 then went to look at houses. Lin Yu held Su Ying's hand, chattering happily, her voice full of undisguised joy. When her older sister said she wanted to save points to buy a house, she thought it was a bit unrealistic. Now, she couldn't believe they had enough money. The real estate agency in District D wasn't very busy, since not many families had the extra resources to change houses at this time. Father Lin Jiangwo, stepped forward politely and said to the middle-aged man dozing behind the counter, "Comrade, we want to look at houses with a heated brick bed and a firewall. Our budget is between 5,000 and 7,000 points." The man suddenly woke up, rubbed his eyes, looked them over, and saw they were from an ordinary family. He didn't mind showing them around. He casually picked up a bunch of keys and said, "Currently we have new houses and second-hand ones for sale. The new ones are more expensive and unoccupied. The second-hand houses are a bit cheaper, but there are good options too. I'll take a few of you to see." Lin Jiangwo nodded and replied, "Thank you, comrade. We don't have many preferences, just good insulation and sturdy construction." The agent responded kindly and led the group toward the deeper part of District D. Most of the houses here are old, with peeling walls and yards filled with dry firewood, clearly prepared for winter. "Let's look at this second-hand house first." The agent opened a rusty iron gate. The previous owner moved to District C last month. The house is well maintained. Look at this firewall, thick and solid. In winter, it keeps the house warm all day. They entered the house. Suing reached out and touched the wall, which was solid and still warm, probably from frequent use. Linyu ran to the heated brick bed and knocked on it. This bed looks big enough for our family of 5 to sleep comfortably. She, her older sister, second brother, and parents, all not very heavy, would fit easily. In the post-apocalyptic world, there's no need to be picky. Sleeping together is fine. They could even use a cloth curtain to divide the space if needed. Lin Jiangwo circled the house and looked at the pile of firewood in the corner of the yard. This firewood, left by the previous owner, the agent smiled. They moved to District C and didn't need it, so they left it here. It saves you the trouble of chopping. This house costs 5,500 points, which is quite good value. Suing thought to herself that 5,500 points was within her budget, and with so much firewood included, it was really a good deal. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Jiangwo tugged at her sleeve and said to the agent, "Let's look at other options too." It's good to compare. The agent was not annoyed and led them to the second house, located near a street corner in District D, close to the shopping mall and clinic. This house looked newer. The wall was freshly built, and the heated brick bed and fire wall inside were newly constructed, still carrying the smell of fresh mud. This house has 2 bedrooms, with 2 stoves in the middle and a dining area, but currently, it is empty. The house costs 6,800 points, the agent explained. It was built not long ago, and the materials are good quality. It hasn't been used much, so you'll need to light the stoves a few times to warm it up. The yard is large enough to store plenty of firewood, but you'll need to chop the wood yourself. The small yard is quite spacious, with a concrete path leading directly to the house. There is space to start a vegetable garden, but you'll need to buy soil treatment chemicals, which are quite expensive. Lin Jiangwo hesitated a bit. The agent then took them to the next house. Houses in District D are mostly owned by the base, while second-hand houses are privately owned. Base-owned houses are harder to negotiate on price, but private ones can be bargained for a little. Seeing that they were unsure, the agent continued to show them the next house. Since winter is approaching, everyone is preparing points to stay warm. Few people buy houses at this time, so the agent has plenty of time to show them around slowly. The third house is also second-hand, but it has a small attic. The lower floor is a large room, with a firewall extending up to the attic, which stays warm. The attic is quite spacious and can be divided into 2 separate rooms, perfect for the 2 sisters and Lin Heng. There is also a shed in the small yard. The house costs 6,900 points, which is quite expensive. The agent quickly moved on to the next house. This one is also second-hand. The previous owner was a small mercenary group, but they have now moved to District B and entered the inner city, so they no longer want this house. It is a 2-story small building with 2 large bedrooms on the ground floor, each with a fire stove and firewall. Upstairs are 2 large rooms. One has been converted into a bedroom with its own fire, and the other is a storage room. Most importantly, the toilet is inside the house with a separate door. The agent seemed quite enthusiastic about this house and recommended it actively. This house is very sturdy. The walls have been reinforced. The previous owner was a mercenary group, and they chose this place for safety. Look at these windows, they are double-glazed and thick, which makes them excellent at blocking the cold in winter. Plus, the house has a cellar where you can store many things during winter. You won't have to rely on dried vegetables all the time. Lin Jiangwo's eyes immediately fixated on the word cellar, and he unconsciously moved toward the direction the agent mentioned. The cellar entrance is in the corner of the living room, covered with a heavy wooden board. When lifted, it makes a slight creaking sound. A cool breeze hit my face. Unlike the colder air outside, this coolness had a chilling feel, making it perfect for storing things. This cellar is quite deep. It can hold a lot. In winter, you can store vegetables here and they won't spoil easily. The agent patted the wooden board. The previous owner was in a mercenary group. Sometimes they bring back supplies after missions, and this cellar really helps. Suing also came over to look. Using the outside light, she saw that the inside was fairly clean. The walls were made of solid packed earth, looking very sturdy. She thought to herself that vegetables are precious in winter. Having such a cellar would save a lot of trouble. Plus, the space was large enough for a whole family. Actually, there are other houses in the area, but since your budget is good, I only showed you the ones with better locations. This place is higher up, so heavy rain won't cause flooding. It's only 5 minutes to the mall and clinic, and there's a main road straight to the city gate. It's not just close to the city gate, but very convenient to get there without detours, just go straight. Lin Jiangwo became more and more pleased. The cement ground was smooth and clean. The wall wasn't new, but the bricks were solidly built, and you could even see reinforced steel at the corners. He went to the window, pushed open the double-glazed window, and the wind rushed in, bringing a touch of early winter coolness. From there, he could clearly see the outline of the mall nearby, very close. This location is really convenient. Lin Jiangwo nodded. Then he asked the agent, "What about the water and electricity in this house?" The old shanty town didn't have water or electricity, so they had to set it up themselves. But District D had water and electricity already connected. The agent smiled and pointed to the wiring in the corner. Water and electricity are all connected. The supply is managed centrally, but you need to pay points on time. The previous owner was in a mercenary group and generous. They replaced all the wiring, making it much safer than old houses. Look at this light bulb, just press it and it turns on. He pressed the switch on the wall. The incandescent light above instantly lit up. It wasn't very bright, but enough to light the whole room. Lin Yu had already run upstairs, excitedly shouting down, "Dad!
Mom."
The upstairs room is bigger, and there's a small balcony. You can see the distant city wall. Lin Jiangwo liked the house more and asked, "How many points is this house?" 7,500 points. Suing turned off the air conditioning and said, "It's so expensive. If they followed their usual way of earning points, this amount would be their total income for a year." It was beyond their budget. Lin Jiangwo hesitated again. The real estate agent was not in a hurry. The house was too expensive and not easy to sell. It had been on the market for a long time. Lin Heng suggested, "Why don't we ask my sister at home? She provided the points, and she knows more about the outside world." Their parents agreed. Since a few years ago, when Lin Jiangwo became disabled, Lin Yun had become the main pillar of the family. She took on everything at home. For big decisions like buying a house, they should ask her for advice. The family didn't look at any more houses. After thanking the agent, they headed back home. On the way, Su Ying kept muttering, "That small 2-story house is really nice, but it's 500 points over budget. Not only that, we need enough points for winter." Lin Jiangwo walked silently, crunching the gravel under his feet. "But that cellar and reinforced walls, if something happens in winter, we can rest assured living there." Lin Yu clutched her clothes and whispered, "And the balcony upstairs. When the weather is clear, we can dry things there." That's so convenient. When they arrived home, Lin Yun was already awake, eating the steamed bun and shredded potatoes Su Ying left in the pot. She looked around. Since she had been out for 5 days, the family had added a few potatoes, sweet potatoes, and some water celery. They probably went outside the city to find them. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Lin Yun awake, sitting on the bed massaging her temples, looking better than before. Su Ying hurried over. "You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Do you really need to see a doctor?" Lin Yun smiled. "No, really. Mom, I just overused my abilities. I'm a bit drained, but resting will fix it." The family finally relaxed. Lin Yun looked at everyone, clearly excited, probably because they found a good house. "Did you find a house you like? Is there a suitable one?" Lin Jiangwo told her about all the houses they had seen, from a second-hand house with firewood costing 5,500 points to a new house costing 6,800 points, and finally focused on the 2-story small house that cost 7,500 points, including the cellar, double-glazed windows, and reinforced walls. "It's just 500 points over budget. My wife and I can't decide. We want to hear your opinion." Lin Yun didn't think much and made the decision immediately. That 2-story small house. Su Ying hesitated for a moment. "But we've already used 500 points. Points can still be earned. If we buy that small house, we will still have 1,500 points left. Even if we don't go out to gather supplies, these points are enough for us to get through the winter." Su Ying was still hesitant. After more than 10 years of living in poverty, counting points every day, she felt sad about spending such a large sum of money all at once. Lin Yun held her hand. Mom, think about it. Our base isn't completely safe. Besides natural disasters, there are also beast attacks. Although Area D is far from the city wall, it's hard to say they won't break through. Having the cellar is a good backup. When danger comes, we can hide inside instead of facing the beasts directly. Just the cellar is worth the points. Su-ing was awakened by Lin Yun's words, and her brow gradually relaxed. Over the years living in the base, she had seen the chaos when beast attacks happen. The last small beast attack on the outer city wall didn't reach Area D, but she still remembers the tense, fearful atmosphere clearly. Especially since old Lin's leg was bitten and injured by the beasts. You're right about that, Su-ing sighed, her eyes showing more determination. Safety is more important than anything. I'll listen to you. Lin Zhengwo also relaxed. He had wanted that small house all along, but the points held him back. Now, after Lin Yun's analysis, he felt the money was well spent. I'll talk to the agent tomorrow. We can move in then. Buying a house now is much easier than before. There's no need to pay transfer fees or various taxes. Just transfer the points and the house ownership can be changed easily. It usually takes less than an hour. The next morning, Lin Zhengwo and Su-ing went to buy the house. Su-ing, relying on her bargaining skills from before the apocalypse, managed to cut 300 points off the price. The seller was willing to sell, so they didn't argue much. In the end, they bought the house for 7,200 points. The house registration listed 5 names. Now, transferring ownership is more flexible, unlike the rigid process before. After all, in the apocalypse, you never know when someone might die outside. It's better to handle the transfer now to avoid trouble later. Once they had the house, the family happily started packing. They didn't have many belongings. Each person packed 2 large bags and carried them out. They went to the E-District agency to return the deposit and the remaining rent for a few days. The 5 of them walked happily towards D-District. They finally got rid of the broken shack in F-District and now had a safe, sturdy home. When they arrived at the small building, Lin Zhengwo opened the yard gate, and everyone rushed inside. They didn't look carefully that day, but now they wanted to take a good, detailed look because this would be their home from now on. When the mercenary group left, they didn't take some large furniture pieces. They had become successful and no longer needed the furniture they had ordered themselves. They left behind a wooden table, a few small stools, a dining cabinet, and large wooden boxes for storing things. Their family was originally very poor, with almost nothing in the house. Although they had some leftover points, they weren't many. This time, they saved money by not buying big furniture. Spending 7,200 was definitely worth it. Lin Yun was very happy with the house, especially the cellar, which was quite spacious. Although they couldn't stand upright inside, they could sit straight. They quickly divided the rooms. The 2 rooms downstairs for the parents, 1 for the 2 sisters, and the upper room for Lin Heng. Each room could sleep 3 or 4 people. The space was large, and it was likely that the previous mercenary group had at least 10 members. They still had some firewood, and there was some left in the yard, enough to burn for 2 or 3 days. But the rest would need to be chopped by themselves. The base was surrounded by forest on 3 sides, except for the back. Because of the rapid growth of mutated plants, the 3 sides near the base were all forest reserves. Logging was free. Lin Zhengwo went to a place where trees had already been cut, and they processed the wood into sections for easy use. They just needed to go with an axe and cut down trees. After settling everything, the house still felt empty, with almost nothing inside. The dining cabinet only had a few bowls, some plates, leftover black bread, rabbit meat, and fish meat detected yesterday. She brought back a big fish, but it weighed less than 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, including the head, so they decided to keep it and eat it. They laid out straw mats and thin blankets on the bed, covered with cotton quilts, making it their bedding. A few thick clothes, 2 cotton-padded jackets, and even less than 2 boxes could hold. But it didn't matter. They now had a house and hope for a better life. As long as they worked hard collecting supplies, things would get better and better. Moving and packing took less than a morning. During the day, they didn't plan to burn too many stoves, just enough for their parents. The three siblings went out to gather things, then returned to warm up at their parents' place, and at night, they would go back to sleep. Everyone was excited, touching, and exploring everything before going to change their address at the household registration office. Once the house deed was ready and the bracelet was given, everything for the family of 5 was done in less than half an hour. Now they officially became residents of District D. At noon, they went back home for a meal. Suing cooked the last bit of cabbage leaves with fish meat. While preparing the fish head, Suing found a clear crystal the size of a jujube seed inside. Ayun, I found this in the fish's head. Do you know what it is? The whole family looked to Linyan for answers, as she was the most knowledgeable. Linyan examined the object carefully, but couldn't tell what it was. They could only put it aside for now. The fish with cabbage was a dish Suing created herself, but it tasted very good, quite fresh. Fish meat costs 30 points per gene at the market. Their family has eaten fish but hasn't tried pork or other meats. In the past, during New Year, they couldn't afford meat, so they used fish as a substitute. After all, it's the New Year, and they wanted to eat something nice. Suing cooked 5 gene at once, and the whole family ate freely, without saving. Today, they didn't plan to go to Forest Number 2, but instead decided to go outside the city to gather firewood. The whole family went out together, chopping as much as they could, knowing they'd need to dry it afterward. But before they even left the house, there was a knock on the door. Since they just moved in, they didn't know anyone here. Their old neighbors were still in the shanty town. Linyan went to open the door. Outside, Yonglu greeted her with a smile. Hello. Linyan looked surprised. Captain Yang, what brings you here? I'm here to see you. Linyan stepped aside to let him in. Come in, come in. Then she introduced her family. This is Captain Yonglu, the leader of our fish collection team. The Lin family welcomed him warmly and offered a cup of boiled water. That's all they had. Yonglu didn't mind and sat down casually on a small stool. You're looking for me, Captain Yang. Oh, it's just to invite you to join the City Defense Army. Linyan wanted to refuse, but Yonglu interrupted her, saying, Don't rush to say no. I'm not asking you to join the regular army, but an unofficial team. Maybe Zhangya told you this, but your usual tasks don't require your participation. Only major missions will involve recruiting outside personnel. Actually, Linyan was quite tempted, but participating in major missions sounded dangerous too. How is this different from being forcibly conscripted by Hu Jie before? Lin Jiangwo was also listening carefully. He asked, What kind of major missions are there? Yonglu looked at Lin Jiangwo and appreciated that he asked wisely. She counted on her fingers and said, Defending the city, resisting beast waves, investigating forests, and so on. She paused and continued, But don't worry, joining the unofficial team isn't mandatory. Unless it's a life and death situation at the base, every mission will be discussed beforehand, and only those willing to go will sign up. Plus, each mission offers good points and supplies, much better than collecting fish eggs. After all, you're just ordinary people. You don't need to rush into danger. Lin Yun hesitated, feeling these missions seemed more dangerous than collecting fish eggs. Yonglu didn't pressure her and waited quietly, but she gave a gentle reminder. Joining the City Defense Army's unofficial team also means you're part of the army, so situations like Hu Jie's won't happen again. Lin Yun was confused. Why did Yonglu seem eager for her to join? Captain Yang even came to persuade me. I don't think I have anything special. Yonglu chuckled. Honestly, it's because of your special abilities that they want you to join. In our big base, with a population of over 1 million, there are tens of thousands of ability users. But only you and Zhangya can speak insect language. The others have various abilities, but you two are truly rare. Linyan clenched her fingers around the water cup, feeling a wave of emotion. She really didn't want to be forcibly conscripted again, especially just to satisfy those people's hunger. Although they paid well, she almost lost her life last time. Her hatred for Hu Jie hadn't faded yet. Yonglu saw her changing expression and continued, Don't worry. The unofficial team is quite free. You can gather resources when needed and live your life normally. When the time comes for the insect language experts, it's not about sending you to the front lines to fight. Their skills are not for combat. Lin Jiangwo frowned slightly and asked, What if I don't go? Will there be trouble? No. Yonglu replied firmly. The base never forces anyone, especially outsiders. But I must be honest, having official status has many benefits. For example, last time Hu Jia acted so boldly because he thought you were ordinary civilians and easy to control. If he were an outsider in the city guard, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. This hit a sore spot for the Lin family. Lin Yun looked at her parents. Su Ying's eyes showed worry, but she didn't speak. She just gently patted her hand. If I join, what procedures do I need to follow? Lin Yun took a deep breath and asked. Yang Lu's eyes lit up, seeming to agree. The process is simple. Just go with me to Area B to register your abilities, get your ID badge, and go through the steps. Lin Yun nodded, stood up to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She returned to her room and took out a transparent date seed. Captain Yang, do you recognize this? She is the leader of the City Guard squad and an ability user. There's no one better to ask. Yang Lu glanced at it and immediately recognized what it was. She looked around and lowered her voice. I knew you would encounter this thing sooner or later. Lin Yun blinked. So, what is it? This is an energy core from a mutated creature. It's very useful. Whether for gene serums, ability potions, or maintaining protective shields, this is needed. Just this one in your hand, the base would buy it for 100 points. The Lin family was surprised. It was indeed very valuable. Yang Lu continued explaining, this is a basic energy core from a mutated creature, usually from chickens, fish, rabbits, or similar less dangerous animals. Some have it, some don't. Whether you find one depends on luck. Any creature above level 1 definitely has this, but it's dangerous. Usually mercenary groups hunt for these. The price for a level 1 core is 500 points. The Lin family looked at the energy core with excitement. Lin Yun was still asking. Captain Yang, can I ask one last question? Yang Lu said cheerfully. You ask. Can ability users only take gene medicine to level up? That's the case for now, but after many ability users' experiences, there's another way. Eating the meat of mutated beasts, which often contains energy. However, it's not as effective as the gene medicine made from energy cores, so leveling up is slow. Also, using abilities frequently helps, but that also takes time. Currently, the main way to level up is still by taking gene medicine. Lin Yun looked discouraged. Leveling up by 1 stage costs too much. 20,000 points.
Yang Liu patted her shoulder.
Don't be discouraged. You're already an ability user, which is better than ordinary people.
Keep exploring.
Even if it's slow, you'll improve eventually. Plus, your ability as a bug language speaker is special. Maybe you'll get unique opportunities in the future. Lin Yun forced a smile, but she knew deep down that opportunities are too uncertain. Earning points steadily is more reliable. Lin Heng raised his hand to ask a question. Yang Lu nodded, inviting him. Little friend, go ahead. Can energy cores be absorbed directly? Yang Lu clapped her hands. Good question. The answer is no. Energy cores contain impurities and high radiation, so they must be cleaned before making medicine. Otherwise, a bottle would be too expensive. Costs are high enough already. The family fell silent. Yang Lu relaxed and took a slow sip of water. Any other questions? You can ask them all now. The Lin family members shook their heads in unison, like obedient children. Yang Lu almost laughed. This family is really interesting. Then we're leaving. Lin Yun followed Yang Lu as they headed toward Area B. Compared to the bustling city center, Area B is quiet and heavy, with a more serious atmosphere. City A is where the high-ranking officials live, while Area B is the main base for the city's guard army and other military forces. On the way, they occasionally saw guards in guard uniforms patrolling. They moved steadily, with sharp eyes, most carrying weapons at their waists. The atmosphere was serious and orderly. This is the registration office, Yang Lu said, leading Lin Yun to a 5-story building with strict guards. When the guards saw Yang Lu, they immediately stood straight and saluted. Yang Lu nodded and led Lin Yun inside. Yang Lu led Lin Yun confidently to a window labeled External Personnel Registration Office. Inside, a person in camouflage uniform greeted her and said, "She has joined the external team today. Please register her." Lin Yun handed over her wristband. The staff recorded her age, address, and special abilities, then printed an ID badge and handed it to her. The badge was a dark silver metal plate, about the size of a palm. The front had City Defense Army External, engraved along with a serial number. The back displayed Lin Yun's name and the words, Insect Language Speaker. A fine pattern rimmed the edges, and the surface felt cold and hard. This is your official ID. You are now registered with the City Defense Army. Keep the badge safe. Getting a replacement is complicated. Lin Yun nodded obediently. Yang Lu patted her shoulder and signaled her to follow. They went upstairs to the points exchange office. Yang Lu leaned in and lowered his voice. Your special ability is unique. To keep you close, they applied for a salary. It's not much, just a minimum of 100 points per month, but it's better than nothing. That's enough to buy 20 pounds of black flour, he added. A cold sweat appeared on Lin Yun's forehead. Is your boss really that good? After logging into her wristband, her points would be automatically credited on the first of each month, so she wouldn't need to come here again. Next, Yang Lu took her around some less important areas. After about half an hour, he said, That's the basic info. If you have any questions, feel free to come to Area B or send a message through your wristband. Thank you, Captain Yang. Lin Yun sincerely expressed her gratitude. Today, he not only helped her join the external team but also patiently answered many questions, saving her a lot of trouble. No need to thank me. We're all on the same team now, Yang Lu said with a wave. I have a task to do, so I can't see you off. Be careful on your way home. Okay, Captain Yang. Stay safe too, Lin Yun replied. She left Area B, looked at the dull cityscape outside, and finally relaxed. Now, she felt she had a reliable backing. Lin Yun returned home, where everyone was waiting. When they heard she had joined the City Defense Army's external team, they all sighed in relief. It didn't take long to handle the paperwork. She was back by 2 p.m., enough time for them to go outside the city to gather firewood. When they reached the city gate, many people carried axes and headed outside. As winter approached, everyone was stockpiling firewood to prepare for the cold. A family of 5 went out together, each carrying a basket and holding an axe. They found the baskets in the yard, probably left behind by the old mercenary group, which made it easier for them to carry firewood. They followed the main group and then spread out around the area to start chopping trees. The trees they cut were at the edge of the forest. When the base was built, the forest was about 15 kilometers away. Now, the trees they were cutting were only 12 kilometers away, thanks to their daily efforts. Without their hard work, the distance would be even greater. If they got any closer, the base might be surrounded by the forest. Because they had been cutting trees for many years, the trees here weren't very thick. Most were about the size of a thigh, and ordinary people could chop them with an axe. The 5 members of the Lin family worked close together, each finding a target and starting to chop. Although this area was within the patrol zone of the city's guards, it was better not to spread out just in case. Lin Yu and Suing were small and chose smaller trees to cut, while Lin Yun, Lin Zhengwo, and Lin Heng focused on the thicker ones. Lin Yun was a special ability user and naturally stronger than the others. After only a few swings, an old neighbor, Aunt Zhang, approached. They hadn't seen each other since the heavy rain, although they had exchanged letters. Aunt Zhang had 3 sons. She was honest and straightforward, and her children were well-behaved. Years ago, Lin Zhengwo injured his leg, and Lin Yun hadn't awakened her abilities yet. Suing stayed home to take care of Lin Zhengwo, and when they couldn't afford food, Aunt Zhang often helped them. Of course, the Lin family remembered her kindness and repaid her. Now, the 2 families still had a good relationship, often sharing news about discounts on rice, flour, and oil at the market. Today, Aunt Zhang's family was also out chopping firewood, and Suing started chatting with her. Aunt Zhang's children greeted each other and then went to chop trees nearby. They worked until evening. Since there was little danger here, staying out late wasn't a problem. They cut down the trees, split them into sections with their axes, tied them with ropes, and stuffed the branches into their baskets. In the end, each person carried about 150 jin of firewood back home. Once they got home, they would need to dry the firewood. This year, they prepared firewood a bit late. In previous years, they usually started over a month earlier. If they see that the firewood is running out, they will go to cut more. A few people said goodbye to each other and headed home carrying firewood. The next morning, the 3 siblings from the Lin family went out to gather supplies. Su-ing, who was fully ready, also decided to join. Lin Yun advised her, "Mom, you shouldn't go. We're going to forest number 2. It's not far, but it's also quite dangerous inside. It's okay. My legs are fine, and I won't slow you down. The more of us there are, the more we can carry." Lin Yun wanted to persuade her further, but Lin Heng pulled her aside. "Sister, let Mom go. I've noticed she's very lucky. She often finds things others can't find when she goes to forest number 1. The potatoes and sweet potatoes in our house were all found by her. Forest no. 1 has been searched thoroughly, so finding these things there is really lucky." Lin Yun looked at her younger sister for confirmation. Lin Yu nodded. "I can vouch for that. Our mom is probably luckier than us." Lin Yun still felt uneasy, but since they seemed so sure and she knew she had some special abilities, she decided to agree. However, she still warned, "Mom, you must stay with us." Su-ing patted her chest to show she would listen carefully. The 4 of them packed their bags, grabbed their weapons, and said goodbye to their father. Lin Jiangwo also carried a basket and went with them. While the 4 went to gather supplies, Lin Jiangwo went to cut firewood. The whole family of 5 set out together. At the city gate, they split up. Lin Jiangwo headed to the logging site to continue yesterday's work. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and the others quickly entered the path leading to forest number 2. It takes about an hour and a half to reach forest number 2 from the base. It's a long walk. They stop halfway for 10 minutes to rest and drink some water before continuing. Once at the edge of the forest, everyone drew their weapons and became very alert. Lin Yun used her mental power to contract a small grasshopper and a mantis. Then she controlled a bunch of tiny bugs to scout ahead before moving on. Not far into the forest, Su-ing suddenly said, "Girl, don't go that way. I feel that side isn't very safe." Although Lin Yun didn't sense anything bad from the bugs, she listened and turned away. Lin Heng gently pulled her, signaling her to let Su-ing go ahead and lead the way. Although Lin Yun was a bit suspicious, she hesitated for a moment and then agreed. At worst, she could just use bugs to protect herself. A few minutes after they left, a colorful venomous snake slithered out from where Su-ing had avoided. If she hadn't avoided it, they might have had a tough fight. They followed Su-ing for about half an hour and then encountered a lone wild mountain goat. This goat was also mutated, much larger than normal, reaching up to a person's chest, with 2 sharp horns on its head. It weighed over 500 pounds, covered in flesh. The 4 of them didn't get close but carefully climbed into a tree, leaning on the trunk to look down. The wild goat didn't realize danger was near and was happily munching on grass. Lin Heng lowered his voice and asked, "Sis, can we handle this?" Lin Yun made an okay gesture. If there had been a group, she wouldn't dare to go kill it, but just one. She was confident. Lin Yun commanded a swarm of flying bugs to fly up and attack the goat's eyes. Before the goat could close its eyes, she ordered the bugs to explode. The bugs, about the size of a palm, were also mutated. Though smaller than others, their suicidal attacks could unleash more powerful force than normal. Suddenly, the goat's 2 eyes were blinded. Lin Yun then directed the mutated grasshoppers and mantises to attack. The mutated grasshopper's hind legs kicked fiercely at the goat's belly, creating a blur of speed, and its hard exoskeleton struck the thick fur, tearing open a bloody wound. The mutated mantis swung its sickle-like front limbs, precisely slicing toward the goat's neck, with the sharp blade piercing into flesh instantly. Bleat! The goat struggled wildly, bending its head and horns, crashing around aimlessly. All the plants and trees nearby were affected, with broken branches and leaves flying everywhere due to its reckless attacks. The goat, blinded, ran around chaotically, but no matter where it fled, it couldn't avoid the attacks. It kept running until it reached close, bloodied all over, staggering and looking like it couldn't go on. Finally, it rammed into a thick tree, with its horn stuck in the trunk. Lin Yun's eyes sharpened, and she controlled the mantis to stab its sickle into the goat's eye. Bah! The The goat let out a painful cry as its large body fell to the ground. Su-ing was seeing her daughter use her special power for the first time. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Her daughter looked so cool. She wasn't afraid of blood. In the end-of-the-world scenario, anyone who was afraid of blood would have died many times over. Once they confirmed the goat was dead beyond doubt, the four of them climbed down from the tree. They asked the grasshopper and mantis to watch the surroundings while they started checking the goat. They couldn't carry the whole goat, and it was impossible to eat all of it. They needed to use their wristbands to find out which parts were safe to eat. Su-ing rolled up her sleeves and quickly opened the goat to examine inside. They checked the meat, internal organs, and head separately. She cut the meat into pieces and placed them on the opened goat hide. One by one, they used their wristbands to scan the pieces. First, the largest part, the head. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for eating. As expected, most animal heads, except fish, are not safe to eat. While checking the goat's head, Lin Yun saw a small energy core, about the size of a glass bead, fly over. Her eyes lit up. She guessed that when the sickle had been inserted into the goat's head, it had accidentally brought out the core. It was quite large, probably a level 1 core. This level 1 goat was indeed tough to kill. If it hadn't been alone, and if Lin Yun hadn't secretly killed it, it would have been hard to slaughter. She patted the mantis's head and praised it briefly before continuing her own inspection. Part of the front leg meat. Beep, high contamination, not recommended for eating. High contamination. Both front legs tested positive for high contamination. But they didn't get discouraged. People in the end times had become used to this. They patiently continued testing the other parts. One by one, they found some parts with lower contamination levels. The mother tested the goat's heart. Beep, moderate contamination, can be eaten in small amounts. With this good start, they continued testing and found more edible parts. Lin Hung held the goat's lung. Beep, light contamination, safe to eat. Wow, that's great. Light contamination parts fetch higher prices at the base. That one goat lung was lightly contaminated, and it weighed about 1.5 gene, around 750 grams. Next, Lin Yu tested a piece of the hind leg. Beep, moderate contamination, can be eaten in small amounts. Only Lin Yun was still showing high levels of pollution, which made her look very upset. She tested 2 more samples, and finally found one that was safe to eat. Moderate pollution. It's okay to eat a little. Lin Yun sighed in relief, wiped away an imaginary cold sweat, and thought her luck was really bad. They spent over 2 hours inspecting a sheep that weighed more than 500 pounds. They carefully packed all the edible parts. Su-ing looked at the sky and said, "Kids, it's getting late. This forest isn't very safe. We need to hurry back to the base." Today was a big success. They got about 140 pounds of sheep meat with moderate pollution. They also found about 3 pounds of lightly polluted sheep meat and a sheep heart. There was also some sheep lung and intestines with moderate pollution. They rolled up the sheep skin and took it, along with the sheep horns. The mantis had a hard time cutting off the horns. Lin Yun immediately called back the mantis and grasshopper, and they stood on each side of the group to protect them. The noise from killing the sheep was loud, and they didn't know if it would attract trouble. The group managed to leave the forest smoothly. They hadn't eaten all day. Now that they were on a main road, they thought nothing dangerous would appear. But they still walked a bit further and sat down on a wide open space nearby, where some people were resting. They gathered in small groups, talking quietly, drinking water, and eating food. For women were eating black bread with shredded rabbit meat inside. Having meat in the apocalypse was very rare, but most people here were superpowered, so they ate much better than others. No one was jealous. One team had meat-filled buns, with the meat almost spilling out. There were also vegetable wraps, cooked dumplings, pork tenderloin rice bowls, braised pork rice bowls, meat soup more delicious than what they had. After eating and resting enough, they continued their journey back with their backpacks. There were many people on the road, and as they got closer to the base, they could see guards patrolling, so it was very safe. When they reached the city gate, Lin Jiangwo was still there, waiting with a big basket of firewood. Then the family didn't go home right away, but went to the purchasing point first. Sheep meat was more expensive than pork because the base still raised pigs, but they raised fewer cows and sheep. They kept 40 jin of moderately contaminated mutton for making dried meat, so they didn't need to buy any meat. They sold the rest. 100 jin of moderately contaminated mutton earned 120 points per jin, and lightly contaminated mutton earned 180 points per jin, totaling 5 jin. A lightly contaminated sheep's heart costs a bit less than mutton, but since it's lightly contaminated, it's worth 150 points per jin, totaling 1.8 jin. Moderately contaminated sheep lungs and intestines weigh 5 jin, each jin worth 80 points. The total points are 13,300. Wow, that's a lot. Lin Heng stared wide-eyed at the numbers given by the buyer. Lin Yu also leaned in, her face full of excitement. Mom, Dad, sister, we made a big profit this time. The points were transferred to Lin Yun's wristband. Suing smiled happily. We've been talking about these points all winter. It's enough for our whole family to use for half a year. Lin Zhengwo moved the basket aside and smiled kindly. Thanks for your hard work, especially Yu Yun. Today, you really helped a lot. On the way home, Lin Heng and Lin Yu kept telling their dad about Lin Yun's brave deeds today. Lin Yun waved her hand, feeling pretty happy. The level 1 energy core, sheep leather, and sheep horns weren't even counted yet. She planned to find a chance to sell them later for extra money. Many people at the buying point saw the family selling so much edible meat and looked at them with envy. Some familiar faces greeted. The Lin family did well today. Suing responded with a smile, but didn't stay long. The family carried the remaining items back home. Once home, they put everything away. Lin Yun planned to sell the energy core, sheep leather, and sheep horns. These are useful items. The sheep leather and horns can be used to make weapons and armor, and the level 1 ones are probably more expensive than the basic ones. The weapon shop would buy these items. Lin Yun carried a bunch of things to the weapon shop. It was the same shop as last time, run by Fu Nian, who was already familiar with them. Lin Yun placed the items on the counter, including the level 1 energy core. Fu Nian picked them up and checked. One level 1 energy core costs 100 points. A level 1 costs 500 points. The base rules are like this. Is that okay? Lin Yun nodded. This piece of sheepskin is quite sturdy and mostly intact. It can be used to make leather boots or armor. So I won't cheat you. I'll give you 500 points. Lin Yun nodded again. The ram's horn, once polished, can be used to make bone tools, but only first-level weapons. I'll give you 800 points for it. First-level weapons are already made. Polishing, crafting, and adding features take effort, so they are worth 2,000 points. This is just one type of raw material, and the points are not low. Lin Yun had no objections and sold everything directly. In total, she earned 1,900 points. People say mutants spend a lot of money, but actually, they still make a good profit. After collecting her points, Lin Yun went home. Now they have over 15,000 points. Not just for this winter, but enough for a whole year. Feeling happy, Lin Yun returned home and transferred 5,000 points to her mother for household expenses. She also planned to give her younger brothers and sisters 500 points each, but they stopped her. Big sister, since we have points now, don't give us any. Use them to buy gene medicine. Each dose of gene medicine costs 2,000 points. Just hearing about the medicine made her feel pained. So expensive. To reach level 2, at least 10 doses are needed. That's 20,000 points. It feels like the points she just earned are about to disappear again. But this is a dangerous wasteland world. Going out to gather supplies is risky, and without strength, you can't defend against beast waves or city attacks. So, despite feeling distressed, Lin Yun still needs to upgrade. Only by upgrading can she protect her family and earn more points. Therefore, even though it hurts, she must buy the medicine if needed. Lin Heng pulled her aside. Do you want me to go with you? Lin Yun waved her hand and went out the door. No need. The clinic is right next to the main road, just a few steps away. At the clinic, the doctor was a woman in her 30s who had awakened healing powers. The shelves were filled with various medicines, all developed by the base after the apocalypse. There were special cold medicines, quick healing sprays, gene repair liquids, and more. Each was clearly priced, and the points required made her eyes widen. Lin Yun looked at the gene repair medicine, 30,000 points per bottle. It was too expensive. She still couldn't afford it. But she vowed to save enough points to buy it for her father. The person guarding the clinic was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a white coat. When Lin Yun entered, I thought she was here to buy detox agents, but then I heard her call out, "Boss, give me 2 vials of gene medicine." She couldn't have used up all her points at once. The long winter was coming, and although she would continue gathering resources, she needed to save some for emergencies.
So, she decided to buy 2 vials for now.
Also, this kind of medicine probably takes time to absorb, like the detox agents. Buying too many at once wouldn't be absorbed quickly. The female doctor in a white coat looked up slightly, her eyes behind the glasses scanning Lin Yun with a hint of surprise that was hard to notice. 2 vials, she confirmed, her hand reaching toward a hidden compartment under the counter, where high-value items like gene medicine were stored. The medicine in a soft plastic tube shimmered with a faint blue glow, the liquid inside resembling flowing stars, radiating a mysterious power. The doctor placed the 2 vials on the counter. "That will be 4,000 points." Lin Yun gritted her teeth and scanned her code to pay. Suddenly, she saw another vial. This was the quick recovery potion that Yang Lu had given her before. This item was also expensive, costing 200 points per vial. But after thinking for a moment, Lin Yun decided to buy it anyway. She didn't venture too far into the forest, but she was worried her abilities might suddenly run out. Having this potion could help in an emergency. "Keep it safe." The doctor pushed the vial over. Absorption speed varies from person to person. It takes at least 3 days to fully absorb 1 vial. Don't overdo it. Too much energy intake can be hard on your body. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Yun carefully tucked the potion into her chest pocket, feeling more secure with it close. This was a life-saving item, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Outside the clinic, cold wind with tiny gravel hit her face, making it sting. Lin Yun tightened her collar and hurried home. On the street, 2 guards patrolled in groups, helping resolve neighborhood disputes and fighting off thieves. Overall, the atmosphere in the base was peaceful, no conflicts or fights happening. When she got home, Lin Yun kept the cold outside and curled up on the warm bed. During the day, only her parents' side of the bed was heated, and the family gathered here to chat and pass the time. Guangguo was teaching her younger brothers and sisters to read on the floor. When the great disaster happened, Lin Heng was only 4 years old and just started kindergarten. Lin Yu had just turned 1 year old and hadn't started school yet. The writing skills of the siblings were all taught by their parents, but they only learned to recognize characters and basic math. In the end-of-the-world situation, teaching more complicated things was unnecessary. Lin Yun took out the medicine, cut open a small hole, and drank it directly. The light blue medicine had a cool feeling, sliding down the throat smoothly and feeling refreshing all the way down. Lin Yu curiously leaned over the edge of the pit. "Sister, what does this gene medicine taste like?" Lin Yun pouted and thought about the cool sensation, then smiled at Lin Yu. "It tastes a bit like cold mint water, but much fresher. After swallowing, your stomach feels warm. What does cold mint water taste like?" Lin Yu had never eaten ice before. Lin Yun wanted to explain but couldn't find the words, trying hard to think. "It's just cold and icy. You take a breath, and it feels cool from your mouth to your stomach." Lin Yu listened, a bit confused, but she knew she wouldn't understand the feeling just from a description, so she didn't ask further. Lin Heng watched nearby and couldn't help asking, "Sister, does it feel different after drinking? Will it make you stronger right away?" Lin Yun shook her head, feeling the cool energy inside her slowly spreading, like tiny streams seeping into her limbs and bones. "It's not that fast. The doctor said it takes time to absorb. The fastest is 3 days to digest 1 dose." Right now, she felt a tingling, numb sensation all over her body, as if a force was slowly drilling into her bones. Lin Jiangwo stopped teaching characters, looked at the remaining medicine in his daughter's hand, and frowned slightly. "Yun, you must follow the doctor's instructions. Don't rush and hurt yourself. We're managing fine now, no need to become stronger all at once." "I know, Dad." Lin Yun carefully stored the remaining medicine. "I understand, I won't do anything reckless." It's just that I want to go out in winter to earn more points. The more strength I have, the safer I am. Suing came over with a bowl of hot water and handed it to Lin Yun. You just came back from outside. Drink some hot water to warm up. Don't always think about earning money. Your health is the most important. Our family doesn't lack food or clothes right now. Lin Yun held a warm bowl, feeling cozy inside, and her nose slightly tingled. Mom, I understand. I will take good care of myself. While drinking hot water and feeling the gentle flow of energy inside her, she listened to her younger brother and sister quietly talking about how impressive they would become in the future. Lin Yun thought that even if the end of the world was tough and hard, as long as the family was together, it was already enough. The next morning, the whole family went out to chop wood again. Winter was coming soon and they still needed a lot of firewood. Since their points were enough for now, they decided not to gather more and focus on collecting enough firewood first. Their family needed to burn 3 stoves, which required about 10,000 jin of firewood. Each person could chop about 100 jin a day. In the morning and afternoon, they worked several trips, carrying the wood back home 1 load at a time. Lin Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead. Once we save enough points, we can buy an electric tricycle. That way, we won't need to carry everything on our backs every time, but tricycles are expensive. I saw one with a canopy and a cargo box selling for 5,000 points. Without a canopy, just the cargo box costs 3,000 points. During a break, everyone sat together, munching on lamb-filled flatbreads and chatting about daily life. They had recently moved to District D, where the goods were more complete than in Districts E and R, and there was a vehicle shop. Suing had looked around before but didn't inquire about fully enclosed 4-wheeled vehicles. She only asked about this type and was discouraged by the price. She wanted to see a vehicle because her 3 children had to walk over 3 hours each time they went to the forest. They didn't need an expensive vehicle. A tricycle was enough to get around. A cargo box could carry some things, so they wouldn't always have to carry everything on their backs. Lin Yun gently patted her mother's hand to comfort her. Mom, don't worry. Our life is getting better every day. We will buy a tricycle sooner or later. Just as she finished speaking, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Oh, really bold of you. A woman with a bunch of old, weak, and sick people. Halfway through, they saw that the speaker was holding meat-filled flatbreads, and his tone changed to a sour one. Lin girl, who did you hook up with? No wonder you look down on our how. You've been eating meat, and I haven't seen you in the shantytown lately. This annoying way of talking, and the way he kept mentioning his son as if he was clueless, was from old Wang, who was always lost when he had a son. This old man, unable to get grapes, claims they are sour. Seeing others eat meat, he becomes jealous and starts spreading rumors about Lin Yun. Clearly, Lin Yun has never even seen his son. Lin Yun looks at him coldly. Just as he is about to summon a mantis to open a path on him, Lin Hung can't hold back. He picks up an axe used for chopping wood and swings it toward Old Wang's head. Old Wang's courage is shattered. He narrowly avoids the axe. Lin Hung doesn't strike a second time, but he immediately starts insulting, cursing his whole family. Suing rolls up her sleeves, places her hands on her hips, and begins to scold, both mother and daughter firing on all cylinders. Old Wang, you old fool. Do you have dung in your mouth? Spitting out filth. Like maggots in a cesspit, your eyes are full of dirt, and all you see is dirt. Your son is just as stupid as you, a maggot in a cesspit. No one would even bother to feed you two with poop. Suing steps forward, shielding Lin Yun behind her, her voice loud enough to pierce through the woods. My girl Yun is pure and innocent. Do you think you have the right to gossip about her? Look at your son, you fool. Does he deserve even a single hair of my Yun? Old Wang's face turns pale with fear after seeing Lin Heng's axe swing. His legs are still weak, and now being pointed at and cursed by Suing, he can't hold his composure. He stiffens his neck and retorts. Did I say something wrong? I used to live in a shantytown and couldn't even eat enough. Now I live in District D, and even get to eat meat. Isn't that because I've made connections with wealthy people? Old fool, spouting nonsense. Lin Heng's eyes are bloodshot, and he grips the axe tightly. My sister earned points by hunting exotic beasts. Our whole family earns food by chopping wood and gathering firewood. But you, All you do is hide in the corner, gossiping about others. Besides stealing chickens and dogs, what else can your son do? Last time, he stole from Aunt Lee's house and even sneaked into a girl's home at midnight. The city guards caught him and beat him up. Your son is just trash. No one wants to associate with him. As soon as he finished, a few others chopping wood nearby showed understanding. Old Wang's son, Wang Hao, already had a bad reputation in the shantytown for stealing chickens and dogs. But everyone kept quiet out of neighborly kindness. Now, with Lin Heng exposing him publicly, old Wang's face turned as pale as pig liver. He took pride in his son and constantly mocked the Lin family's two daughters. His own son, who looked like a rotten cucumber, had become his pride. Now, when his words hit a sore spot, he jumped in anger. You're talking nonsense. My Ahao is capable. Those little troublemakers just don't appreciate him. Only someone who truly knows wrong can be considered wise. Lin Yun snapped her fingers, and the mantis hiding on the tree flew down. It used its sickle-like arms to cut open Lao Wang's shoulder. The protective suit offered little defense, like paper, and immediately a large wound appeared on Lao Wang's arm. He clutched his arm and shouted loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. People gathered around, but no one stepped in to help. Instead, they watched Lao Wang with glee, happy to see him suffer. Old man Wang, finally getting his comeuppance. His son, Wang Hao, was a troublemaker who would flirt with any pretty girl he saw. He had been beaten many times, but never learned his lesson. Some people are naturally mean and can't change, even if they're punished. The commotion attracted the attention of the city patrol soldiers, who came quickly. What's going on? Why is someone hurt? Lao Wang tried to move forward, clutching his arm, but before he could get close, the surrounding people started explaining the situation loudly. Usually, this kind of thing is hard to handle, but now they had a chance to take advantage, so they were happy. The soldiers listened and looked helpless. They turned to Lin Yun and said, "He talks nonsense. Just give him a lesson. Now he's hurt so badly, even if you're right, it doesn't matter." Lao Wang wanted to complain, but he saw that the soldiers didn't support him. Lin Yun remained calm and said, "I will pay for the medical expenses. If he keeps talking nonsense, I don't mind giving him another lesson." The city patrol soldiers saw Lin Yun's firm attitude, but also noted she was willing to pay for the treatment. They glanced at the people around who clearly favored the Lin family and sighed. But since the Lin family had no time to deal with him and still had a pile of firewood to carry, they couldn't stay. Fearing he might try to extort them, Lin Heng had to go along. Although Lin Yun made a long cut on him, she believed this old man didn't deserve death. The wound wasn't deep, so she just bandaged it and applied medicine without stitches. In the end, it cost 50 points. Old Wang originally planned to go alone and earn more points, but he didn't expect the Lin family to come along. Moreover, Ren Linheng kept glaring at him fiercely, holding an axe in his hand, looking like a little wolf cub. Seeing Linheng's expression, he didn't dare to cheat anyone anymore. After this incident, their family spent another half-month chopping firewood and finally stocked enough for winter before the cold season. Once the firewood was secured, the four of them continued gathering in the forest. They wanted to collect more fresh vegetables to store in the cellar so they wouldn't have to buy from the supermarket in winter. Thanks to their mom's good luck, they had been able to bring Suing along on these trips. The first time, they collected over 100 jin of cabbage. The second time, over 100 jin of carrots and more than 20 jin of lettuce. On the third trip, they didn't get much greens but caught 5 rabbits, providing over 200 jin of edible rabbit meat. These were meant for winter, and they planned to freeze the rabbit meat in the yard instead of selling it. On the fourth trip, they picked 10 jin of apples. They kept 2 jin for themselves and sold the rest. The apples fetched a higher price than vegetables, with a moderate pollution level, selling at 35 points per jin. In total, they earned 280 points. After these trips, it was clear that their mom's luck was truly exceptional. Every time she went along, they found good things and increased their harvest. Their mom is simply a natural gatherer. Previously, Suing had been looking for work in the safe zone, and the 3 siblings didn't dare leave Forest Number 1, fearing danger. let alone take Suing out. If Lin Yun had her special ability, they still wouldn't dare to take their mom out. It was too dangerous. They had planned to go out again, but the base called everyone for harvest. They were gathering a type of grass called mutated foxtail grass, which grew quickly and in large quantities. The base planted it extensively in Forest Number 1, and it was the main food for ordinary people in the base. They could harvest it 4 times a year, and this was the last season. Because winter was approaching and a snowstorm could freeze everything in the ground, the base would mobilize people to harvest in large quantities each year. They had to finish harvesting before the heavy snow arrived. Each person earned 10 points per day, which was not much. Even if all 5 went out, they would only get 50 points. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to waste. Fortunately, it is not mandatory to be drafted. They are not the powerful elites who look down on others. Lin Jiangwo openly said that they should continue collecting, and he would go alone. Cutting trees for a day only earns 3 or 4 points, so helping with the harvest is better. Anyway, the first forest is very safe, with guards from the city defense army watching over it. Lin Yun and the others listened to Lin Jiangwo and exchanged glances, feeling that this plan was good. Dad, you need to be careful and not work too hard. Rest if you're tired, Lin Yun warned with concern in her eyes. Harvesting seems simple, but it actually involves bending and stooping all day, which uses a lot of energy. Especially since Lin Jiangwo has been working hard for his family over the years, his health isn't very strong. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You all be careful in the forest too. Don't take too many risks. Safety first." Early the next morning, just before dawn, Lin Jiangwo took 2 black-faced steamed buns and headed to the designated harvest area in the base. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, Lin Heng, Suing, and Lin Yu carried empty bamboo baskets and entered Forest Number 2 again. They were used to going into Forest Number 2, but today was a bit different. Usually there weren't many people, but now, perhaps because winter is coming, there are more mutants passing by. Most mutants are in small groups, targeting large, high-level mutated animals, unlike them, who are still gathering wild vegetables. Lin Heng held his axe and looked envious. If only the others in our family could awaken their abilities, then we could form a team of 5 mutants. Suing chuckled and poked Lin Heng's head. Having your sister awaken her ability is already a blessing. You want the whole family to awaken? Dream on. Lin Heng covered his head and smiled foolishly, but Lin Yun was moved by his words. If they could earn more points and buy ability-enhancing potions for each family member, Lin Heng's idea might come true. But these potions cost 30,000 points each, which is beyond their current reach. They need to be practical and earn points step by step. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo followed the main group, walking steadily with a cane into Forest No. 1. Usually, everyone goes out of the city to gather supplies. They are not mutants. The number 1 forest has been almost completely trampled. Gathering for a day doesn't always earn more than 10 points, so when the base called for help, most people from Zones E and F came. Those who can live in Zone D are generally not short of money. Few people come there. There are tens of thousands of people, but spread out across the large planting fields, it looks like only a few. The entire planting area is so big that you can't see the end. It's filled with half-grown, mutated dogtail grass. This grass has thick stems about the size of a forearm. The edges of the leaves have tiny sawtooth teeth. The heavy, full seed heads hang down in a curved shape, hiding many small fruits. This grass isn't tasty, but it produces a lot, yields a large amount, and makes you feel full. That's why the base grows it in large quantities. Harvesting such a huge area is a big project. Lin Jiangwo found a spot near the edge, put down his water bottle, and picked up a special sickle given to him. This sickle is much heavier than a normal one, with a very sharp blade to cut through the tough mutated grass. He took a deep breath, bent down, grabbed a seed head of the grass with his left hand, and used the sickle with his right hand to cut it close to the ground. With a crisp snap, the thick stem broke. He bundled the cut grass into a small bundle, placed it at his feet, and immediately started cutting another. This mutated dogtail grass has many uses. Its fruits can be ground into powder for making steamed buns, and the stalks can be used for warmth in winter. 2 benefits in 1. The whole family worked until evening before going home, exhausted and reluctant to move. Both going into the forest to gather and bending down to harvest are tiring. But there's no other way. That's how people survive in the end of the world. Thanks to sewing, their luck was once again great. They collected a bunch of hawthorn and mint leaves with moderate pollution. Hawthorn is both a fruit and a medicinal herb, and mint leaves are a key ingredient for insecticide and detoxification. They are very valuable, especially the mutated mint leaves in the forest. Moderately polluted hawthorn is worth 50 points per gene. Lightly polluted hawthorn is worth 120 points. Hawthorn is cheaper, at 30 points per gene. His family doesn't like sour tastes, so they plan to sell all of it for points. They collected 58 gene of lightly polluted hawthorn, 3 gene of moderately polluted mint leaves, and 3 ounces of lightly polluted mint leaves. Mint leaves are not weighed, so being able to pick so many is already very lucky for them. Before going home, they first went to the purchasing station and sold everything. They earned a total of 3,600 points. Their total points now exceed 10,000, so even if they do nothing this winter, they will be fine. Harvesting was very tiring. They bent over all day, and it only earned 10 points. Lin Yun felt sorry for her father and didn't let him go again. Their family isn't short of money. Lin Zhengwo is old, and after a day of bending and harvesting, his back would hurt until the next day. Since they had enough points, he didn't go anymore. But he didn't give up working at the woodcutting site. It wasn't mainly for the small points, but to pick up dry branches. Every time he came back, he could carry about 20 to 30 pounds of dry branches, which was enough to start a fire. After half a month of busy work, all the mutated dogtail grass planted at the base was finally harvested. The only thing left was threshing by hand, as there were no large farming machines at the base. Everything depended on manual labor. They left in a hurry and didn't take much with them. The base's energy supply was limited, mostly allocated to the inner city, so they could only thresh by hand. Threshing earned fewer points than harvesting, only 5 points for a day's work. Young people didn't want to do it, but many elderly and children without families went. The day after harvesting, the weather turned gloomy, and snow was expected soon. The temperature kept dropping, reaching minus 35 degrees Celsius. Lin Yun and the others stopped going out to gather and stayed indoors to keep warm. With nothing to do, Suing bought some cotton to make a few more quilts. They only had blankets, with grass mats underneath. The previous quilts weren't enough. Now that they had money and time, they decided to make them slowly. Instead of buying finished quilts, they bought cotton, 1 jean, about half a kilogram, for 20 points. The base grew a special type of cotton every year. 8 jean of cotton cost 160 points, plus fabric for both sides, which was 100 points, 140 points less than buying finished quilts. Now they had a heated bed and a firewall, so they planned to make lighter quilts, about 6 jean. They also needed to make bedding mats, which could be thinner, and they planned to make 3 beds. This meant they couldn't just heat the beds for their parents. Suing sent the others to play on the other side while she slowly layered cotton on Lin Zhengwo. I also bought 3 more cotton jackets, 1 for each person this time. Now no one needs to go out or wear different clothes. Everyone has one. Each jacket cost 150 points, so our winter preparations are almost complete. Meanwhile, the 3 siblings are playing cards, sitting on a warm Kong, heated bed, covered with blankets, with a hard wooden board in the middle. Lin Zhengwo made the playing cards from thin wood, which is a bit stiff but workable. When a game ends, Lin Yu stretches lazily. Suddenly, she points at the window and says, "Sister, brother, look. It's snowing outside." Outside the double-glazed window, large snowflakes are falling from the sky. The snow looks like torn cotton, falling in big patches, quickly forming a thin white layer on the windowsill. The cold wind blows snowflakes against the glass, making a soft rustling sound, which makes the inside feel even warmer. This snow is really heavy. It's the first time it snowed so much right at the start of winter. Usually it's just cold and dry, Lin Heng says, curious. In the post-apocalyptic world, the weather is always extreme, either long droughts or sudden heavy snowstorms. Looks like it will snow for several days, he adds. Suddenly, Lin Yun remembers something and shouts, Mom, how much flour do we still have? About 5 or 6 gene, around 2.5 kilograms. Why? Suing replies while busy with her chores. I'm worried the snow will get too heavy and block the roads. We should stock up on food first, Lin Yun says. Their home is only 5 minutes from the mall, but extreme weather can make even a short walk difficult. All right, dress warmly and be careful not to catch a cold, Suing advises. Lin Yun takes her younger brother and sister to the mall and buys 100 gene of black flour, spending another 500 points. Their family is large and eats a lot, so it's okay to stock up more. Each person carries about 30 gene of flour back home. The snow outside is falling harder, and a strong wind has started blowing. The snow and wind seem crazy, swirling and hitting their faces painfully. Lin Yun pulls her scarf up to cover half her face, leaving only her eyes visible, and keeps a close watch on Lin Heng's back. Quickly, let's go. The wind is getting stronger, she shouts loudly, but her voice is almost swallowed by the howling cold wind. Lin Yu and Lin Heng also bow their heads, hunched over, stepping carefully through the freshly fallen snow. Fortunately, I was carrying 30 pounds of flour on my back, which added some weight and prevented it from being blown away by the strong wind. Luckily, the house was close by, so even with the wind, I could get back in 10 minutes. The 3 siblings quickly crawled into their blankets, and Suing brought each of them a cup of hot water. With this, it might turn into a snowstorm. Suing frowned, not feeling very optimistic about the weather. The base experiences a few snowstorms every winter, but this one came much earlier than usual. Fortunately, we have plenty of firewood at home. If we had to buy it from the base, it would be very expensive. Lin Yun looked toward the kitchen. The 2 large pots were always boiling with hot water, otherwise they would burn dry and ruin the pots. These 2 large pots were left by the previous owner. When they moved in, the owner switched to gas, so they didn't take the pots with them. After moving to District D, we have water and electricity, so there's no need to go outside to fetch water. We use purified water, as the tap water has already been cleaned. But we still have to pay water and electricity bills every month. Last year, they still lived in a shanty town. During extreme weather like this, the family huddled together to keep warm with body heat. This year, they had already moved to a new house. They could hold hot water in their hands and curl up on a warm Kong, heated bed, watching the fierce snowstorm outside. Compared to their old life, it was like heaven and earth. Thanks to Lin Yun awakening her supernatural ability, otherwise they would still be struggling in that shanty town. Suing spread out some cotton, her brow furrowing with worry. I wonder if Sister Zhang's family has enough firewood and food. The snowstorm came so suddenly. The snow outside the window was no longer describable as goose feathers. At first, they could barely see the outlines of distant houses, but after 2 hours, the world was completely swallowed by a thick, white chaos. The snowflakes were no longer just flakes, but clusters of snow that swirled in the wind, hitting the walls and windows. The snow was as large as mats. This is what people mean. The wind grew more violent, howling like a beast roaring, causing the window frames to tremble slightly. The snow on the ground was rapidly piling up. At first, it was just ankle deep, but in the blink of an eye, it covered the calves. The snowdrifts blown together by the wind looked like small mountains. Only one color remained in the world: white. An almost fierce white that seemed to bury all life. The snow and wind formed a thick, airtight net that tightly covered the entire base, as if to freeze this land completely. Even time seemed to slow down in the midst of this fierce storm. Suing no longer felt like herself. She kept spreading cotton and nervously moved around under the quilt, worried that her old sister might be in trouble. After wandering for a while, she suddenly decided to get her winter coat. No, I have to go see what's happening. She put on her coat and was about to leave. In this weather, going outside, even inside the base, was risky. If she went to the shanty town, she might freeze to death on the way. In fact, there was no way she could go out now.
Lin Jun that Su Jing family.
Mom, calm down. Going out in this weather is like risking your life. The distance between Zone D and Zone F wasn't close. She guessed Suing wouldn't get halfway before being buried in snow. But Suing was anxious. When their family was struggling before, Sister Zhang and her family helped a lot. Although they had repaid their kindness, they had become close friends over time. In this weather, she simply couldn't relax. "What should I do then?" Suing asked, knowing she was worried but feeling helpless and confused. "Mom, try to see if you can contact anyone. Isn't the bracelet working inside the base?" Lin Yun said with a mix of amusement and concern. Older people often didn't know how to use these bracelets well. Even though the storm might interfere with the signal, it was better than doing nothing and worrying all the time. Suing suddenly realized this and hurriedly reached for her bracelet. Her fingers trembled slightly. She swiped across the cold screen for a long time before finding Sister Zhang's name. She pressed the call button. The screen showed a spinning signal icon. It spun for half a minute before a red message appeared. "Weak signal, unable to connect. It's not working." "I can't reach her." Su Ying's voice dropped, her brows tightening with worry, her eyes almost overflowing with anxiety. This terrible weather must be messing up the signal. "Try sending a message? Keep it short and ask how she's doing." Lin Yun leaned over, pointing at the message icon on the bracelet. Text probably uses less signal than voice. Su Ying quickly opened the message app and slowly tapped on the tiny screen. "Sister Zhang, is everything okay at home? Do you have enough firewood and food?" She pressed send, then waited anxiously for a reply. The progress bar on the screen moved very slowly, slower than a snail. Suddenly, it froze halfway through. After a few seconds, a message popped up saying, "Send failed. How can I fix this?" Suing paced nervously inside the room, her eyes involuntarily drifting toward the window. The snowstorm was still raging. Just moments ago, she could vaguely see the outline of the roof across the street, but now everything was covered in a white haze. Cold air seeped through the window cracks, and the blizzard mixed with ice particles, hitting the window with a loud bang. Lin Yun pulled her to sit on the calm, a traditional heated bed. "Mom, Aunt Zhang still has 3 strong men at her house. They must have prepared early. Although the shantytown conditions are poor, every family knows to stock enough firewood and food for winter. They have survived past winters, so this year should be no different." "Yes, Mom." In past years, life in the shantytown was much better than ours. Even if the snowstorm came a bit early this year, they probably aren't doing badly. "Don't worry so much." Little sister Lin Yu also tried to comfort her. But this snow came almost a month earlier than usual this year. Who would have thought? Su Ying stroked the edge of the Kong, her voice full of worry. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly pointed at her wristband and shouted, "Mom." Aunt Zhang replied. Aunt Zhang sent a message. "The snowstorm came way earlier this year. We didn't stock enough food. Sister, can you lend me some points? We'll definitely return them in spring. Aunt Zhang's family has helped them a lot before, lending food and points. Now that they are in trouble, they must help back." "How much?" "Tell me," Su Ying asked without hesitation. She knew that if a Yun were here, she would also lend help. 200 points is enough. "We need to get the grain before the snow gets too heavy," Lin Yu said. 1 point equals 1 gene of grain, so 200 points can buy 200 gene. Without hesitation, Su Ying transferred 200 points. Seeing the confirmation on her screen, she finally relaxed a little. Aunt Zhang sent back many thank you messages. Su Ying replied, "Thanks, Sister Zhang. No need to be polite. You've helped us so much in the past. It's only right." After sending the message, she finally felt a bit of relief. But looking at the snowstorm outside, which showed no signs of easing, her brows remained furrowed. "I hope they can get the grain smoothly," she murmured, rubbing her cold hands. Lin Yun handed her a cup of hot water. "We can definitely do it, Mom. Aunt Zhang's 3 sons are quick and efficient. Once we reach enough points, we should be able to go to the mall before the snow gets too heavy." Although she said this, the atmosphere in the house became a bit heavy because of the sudden severe snowstorm. Lin Hun walked to the window and wiped the fog off the glass with his finger. Outside, everything was still covered in white, with wind carrying snowballs, like countless white whips, fiercely hitting everything. "This snow came so suddenly," Lin Hung said quietly. "I just checked the base's announcement. They issued a level 1 cold weather alert, asking all residents to stay indoors as much as possible and stock up on food. Hearing this, Lin Yun frowned. Level 1 cold weather alert? That's rarely happened before in the base's history. It seems the snowstorm is worse than we thought. In previous years, it was cold too, but they never issued such an alert. Who knows? Luckily, we already stocked enough firewood. Otherwise, if the snow blocks the door, we wouldn't be able to go out to chop wood. Lin Jiangwo frowned as well, feeling heavy-hearted while looking at the raging snowstorm outside. The snowstorm grew stronger, making it impossible to see the nearby houses clearly. The street was deserted, and even the city guards patrolling the walls had retreated to their camp. The fire in the Kong hole crackled, casting a warm yellow glow on everyone's faces. But the endless howling of wind and snow outside felt like an invisible string tightening everyone's hearts. After half an hour, Aunt Zhang sent a message to Suing. Flour has been bought. The base has plenty of supplies, enough for everyone. But everyone is rushing to buy food, and the base has sent guards to maintain order. Suing relaxed a little. Their family wasn't worried. When the snow first started, Lin Yun went out and bought 100 jin of black flour. They also had dozens of jin of sweet potatoes and 200 or 300 jin of potatoes stored in the cellar, all found in the No. 2 forest before winter. They didn't sell any of it, they kept it for themselves. The cellar also had cabbage, radishes, lettuce, some mutton, and rabbit meat. The cellar was a bit cooler than the house, but it wasn't a good place to store fresh rabbit or mutton. They planned to leave the meat outside to freeze once it started snowing. Now, with the snowstorm raging, it had become a natural ice cellar. Lin Yun stood up and walked to the door. She slightly opened the door crack, and a biting cold wind rushed in, with snowflakes hitting her face painfully. The snowstorm was very strong. Going outside could cause frostbite or illness. In this end-of-the-world situation, getting sick is not an option. She decided to wait until the wind calmed down a bit before going out to freeze the meat. Inside, the warm light reflected on everyone's relieved faces, but outside, the snow and wind still showed no signs of stopping. Lin Jiangwo added some dry wood to the stove. Sparks flew and fell with a crackling sound. He said, "If this snow keeps falling for 2 more days, the snow on the base might reach up to our chests." Lin Heng nodded and looked at the base announcement just updated on his wristband. It says the city guards have started clearing snow on the main streets, but the snow is too heavy, and it keeps piling up. It might not help much. He also reminded everyone to check their doors and windows so that the snow wouldn't block the entrances. Lin Yun went to the window and looked at the ice flowers forming on the glass. She gently traced them with her finger. Our house is okay, just some snow piling up. I'm worried about the shantytown shelters. If the snow and wind get worse, they might collapse. Lin Yu looked relieved. Luckily, we moved here this year. Otherwise, we'd be freezing in the shantytown. She remembered the cold nights when her family of 5 huddled together, covered with several blankets, trying to keep warm with each other's body heat. The makeshift shelters outside, made of plastic sheets and boards, didn't keep out the cold. The chill kept seeping in, and the family didn't dare sleep deeply, afraid they might never wake up if they fell asleep. As time passed, it got darker. They turned on the lights. Lin Yun rolled up her sleeves and started cooking dinner. No matter how worried she was, she knew she had to eat. On such a cold day, they planned to make warm dumpling soup to warm their stomachs. Lin Heng and her parents discussed. I'll sleep with you guys for the next few days. No fire upstairs, to save some firewood. Suing had no objection. They had been sleeping together before, and the bed was big enough. They just hung a curtain in the middle for privacy. Since Lin Yun and Lin Yu were girls, it wasn't convenient for them to always sleep with the others. They had enough firewood, so they decided to sleep on their own beds. Lin Yun boiled some water and added some cabbage leaves to cook. She seasoned it and waited for the water to boil. Then she grabbed a handful of flour, put it in a big bowl, and slowly added water, while stirring with her fingers. She kneaded the flour into evenly sized dough balls. Big sister, let me help you stir. Lin Yu leaned over and rolled up her sleeves, ready to help. Lin Yun smiled and handed her a bowl. Stir slowly so the dough balls don't stick together. The iron pot on the stove was steaming, and the fresh smell of cabbage mixed with spices filled the room. Lin Heng squatted by the stove, adding more firewood. Watching the flames lick the bottom of the pot, he said warmly, "This weather is perfect for hot food. It makes you feel good all over." Suing sat on the kong, layering cotton inside a quilt, trying to finish it in 3 days. While they talked, Lin Yu had already stirred the dough balls enough. Lin Yun took the bowl carefully, gently dropping the dough balls along the edge of the pot, then used a spoon to push them apart so they wouldn't stick to the bottom. The white dough balls floated and boiled, quickly becoming plump. Add some shredded lamb meat. They had cooked lamb meat at home, but it was plain, without seasoning. Lin Yun reached for a piece of firm, cooked lamb from a nearby ceramic basin, then sliced it into thin strips. The lamb's texture shimmered under the light, with a rich aroma of meat. As soon as it went into the pot, it blended with the cabbage and dough balls, making the room smell even more inviting. "Dad, Mom, Xiao Heng, dinner's ready." Lin Yun stirred the soup with a spoon, the steam warming her face, giving her cheeks a rosy glow from the cold. Lin Jiangwo responded and pressed the fire in the stove, causing sparks to flicker in the ashes. Suing put down her cotton and sewing tools, brushed off her hands, and smiled. "It smells so good. Yun Yun, your cooking keeps getting better." Lin Yu was already starving. She set 5 porcelain bowls on the table, staring eagerly at the stove. "Sister, hurry up. I'm starving. Don't rush." "You can't leave," Lin Yun teased her, then picked up a big spoon and filled a bowl for her sister, adding extra shredded lamb on top. "Be careful, it's hot." Lin Yu held her bowl, blowing on it and taking a small sip. It was so hot she winced, but she couldn't help but praise. "Wow, so tasty. The lamb smells so good." The family sat around the table. Outside, the wind and snow howled, but inside, it was warm and cozy. After eating, Lin Heng went to wash the dishes, while Su Ying and Lin Jiangwo continued making quilts. The 2 sisters waited for Lin Heng to finish washing so they could play cards together again. During the fierce snowstorm, they didn't go outside. In this end-of-the-world situation, there weren't many entertainment options, so they had to find their own fun. The 3 siblings played until after 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, Su Ying and Lin Jiangwo had already made half of the bed and called everyone to sleep. "All right, you 3 stop playing and go to bed. If it snows again tomorrow, we won't be able to go out. You can keep playing for 1 more day." Lin Yun stretched lazily, Lin Yu packed away the cards, and Lin Heng went to their parents' room. The 2 sisters laid out their bedding, washed briefly, and then snuggled into their blankets. The heated Kong bed was warm, and the blankets inside were cozy, making sleep very comfortable. Lin Yu closed her eyes happily. "Sister, this warm bed and blanket are so comfortable." Lin Yu nodded, pulled the blanket up to her shoulders, and said, "Yes, it's much better than in the shanty town. Back then, at night, I always felt cold air seeping into my bones." It wasn't as peaceful as it is now. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to grow stronger. The howling wind sounded like a beast growling, pounding against the window with loud thuds. Lin Yu leaned closer to Lin Yun. "Sister, when do you think the snow will stop? It keeps falling, and I feel anxious." Lin Yun gently touched her sister's hair and softly said, "Don't worry, the snow will stop eventually. We have enough food and firewood at home. As long as we take care of our little family, we won't be afraid." She comforted her with words, but inside, she was unsure. The snowstorm was so fierce and lasted so long that no one knew what might happen next. After all, natural disasters affect everyone. It's not just about her family being safe and well-fed. But she also knew her strength was limited. No matter how worried she was, she couldn't change anything. All she could do was stay calm and adapt to whatever comes. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu, feeling sleepy, asked, "Sister, do you think the city guards can hold up? The snow is so heavy, they must be exhausted clearing it. They're trained soldiers. They should be able to handle it," Lin Yun replied. She paused and added, "And the base must have plans for this. Let's not worry too much. Sleep well and rest up. That's the most important thing." Lin Yu nodded, yawned, and said, "Good night, sister. Good night." The house gradually grew quiet, with only the howling wind and snow outside continuing non-stop. Lin Yun closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Yun was woken up by the cold. She groggily opened her eyes and felt that the warmth in her bed had dropped quite a bit. She reached out and touched the bed surface, and indeed, it was not as warm as yesterday. "Sister, it's so cold." Lin Yu also woke up, curling her neck and muttering. Lin Yun sat up and put on a coat. "I'll go check if the fire in the stove is out." She got off the bed and went to the outside room. She saw that the sparks in the stove had already gone out, leaving only cold ashes. Heating the bed is not perfect. The temperature can't last until morning unless you add firewood in the middle of the night. But usually the heating is done once, then the stove is blocked to keep the heat in. Still, it usually doesn't last until morning. Their firewood is stacked in a shed in the yard, which is protected on all sides, so snow can't get in. When fetching firewood, they just go into the shed. Jianguo was already up, busy in the two stove rooms. Seeing Lin Yun wake up, he hurried her back. "Go back to bed and stay there. Dad will light the fire soon." He had several bundles of chopped dry wood and small sticks beside him, which he was lighting. Their house has two symmetrical stoves at the entrance, not far apart, perfect for one person to manage. Behind the stove room is the living room and dining area, although they eat on the bed with a small table. The living room has two doors leading to two bedrooms, and the staircase to the second floor is also in the living room. The bathroom is in one corner of the living room, quite a multifunctional space. They are worried about whether the water pipes will freeze with all the snow. If they freeze, there will be no water. Fortunately, they had the habit of storing water when they lived in the shantytown. Even here, despite having water pipes, they still kept 3 large jars of water. The large jars were bought after they moved here and are placed in the living room. Lin Yun twisted the water pipe, and as expected, it was frozen. "Dad, the water pipe is frozen." Lin Yun called out to Jianguo by the stove, her tone calm, as if she had already expected it. Jianguo was lighting small sticks with a match. Without looking up, he said, "Got it. I figured that would happen. Luckily, we stored some water. We'll make do for now and see if it melts when it gets warmer." He said this, then pushed the burning small sticks into the stove and added a few more dry sticks. The flames crackled and flared up, casting a warm glow on his face. He lit the fire, but the bed still needed some time to warm up. "It seems we can't run out of firewood in the future. As long as there's some wood inside, it will stay warm." Lin Zhengwo looked at the raging snowstorm outside. "Today is important. Although this house is sturdier than the shanty, if the temperature drops again, it will be hard to get through the night." Lin Yun's contract insects, the praying mantis and grasshopper, had been hiding in the corner of the bed, looking sad. They are used to flying in the forest, but now they can only stay in this small space, unable to move freely. The two of them, Lin Yun prepared a lot of food. Since they don't mind pollution, they even eat frozen vegetable leaves. She had piled a bunch of highly polluted vegetable leaves outside in the yard. By this time, Lin Zhengwo had already heated both stoves well. The hot air rose through the chimney, gradually warming the room. He wiped his hands and walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain and looked outside. His brow furrowed. The snow outside had blocked most of the window, and it hadn't stopped yet. "We need to clear the snow from the yard after eating, or the door won't open," Lin Zhengwo told the others. Suing rolled up her sleeves and started preparing breakfast. "Let's eat first, then shovel the snow." Shoveling the snow was the main problem. It probably covered quite a lot outside. Breakfast was leftover noodle soup from last night, black bread, and a big plate of stir-fried potato strips. Their family has many members, so they eat a lot. After eating, all 4 of us will go out to shovel snow. Yeah, you stay at home and watch the stove. Don't let the fire go out, and boil some hot water. Lin Yu held her bowl and nodded. She was the youngest in the family, small and thin, and couldn't push through such thick snow. The snow was probably over their waists. Yesterday, they said it would snow for 2 more days, reaching their chests. Judging by the situation, it might bury people. After eating, Lin Zhengwo took out 4 shovels and handed them to Lin Yun, Lin Hum, and Suing. They all wrapped up in thick clothes, tucked their scarves into their necks, and then pushed open the door. As soon as the door was opened a crack, the howling cold wind, like icy shards, rushed in, filling the room with cold air. Lin Yu couldn't help shivering and quickly moved closer to the bed. Lin Jiangwo led the way, pushing the door open wide. The scene outside made everyone gasp in surprise. The snow has piled up above the door, almost covering the doorstep. The entire yard is blanketed in white, making it hard to tell where the path ends and where the cluttered corners begin. Only the firewood shed in the corner of the yard still shows a faint outline, as if covered by a thick quilt of snow. Stepping into the snow, it reaches up to the waist, nearly burying me up to the chest. "Wow, the snow is falling even heavier than I expected," I said. Lin Hing picked up the shovel and frowned. "This isn't just shoveling snow. It's like digging through snow." Suing wrapped her scarf tightly around her neck, only showing her eyes. Her voice was muffled. "First, clear a path at the door, or we won't be able to leave the yard." Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath and stepped forward. The snow there was instantly up to his waist and stomach. Every step was very difficult.
"Don't just stand there.
Clear the entrance first, or we won't have anywhere to step." He waved his shovel and tried to shovel the snow to the side. The shovel hit the snow with a huge resistance. Lin Yun gritted her teeth and pushed the snow aside little by little. The cold wind cut like a knife across their faces. The exposed skin quickly went numb, and the white breath they exhaled was blown away by the wind. Lin Hung, being young and strong, moved faster. He first cleared a small space at the door. "Dad, Mom, pile the snow over here. We'll make a path after that," he shouted while speeding up his work. Su Ying, feeling weaker, soon started panting after a few shovels. She stopped to rub her red, frozen hands. "This snow is so heavy, like frozen soil," she said, though she still gripped the shovel tightly and kept working. Inside, Lin Yu watched her family struggle to clear the snow through the window. She felt a bit uneasy. She added more fire to the stove and boiled a pot of hot water, thinking they could have a warm drink when they came inside. The wind and snow outside showed no signs of easing. The area they just cleared was soon covered with a thin layer of new snow again. Lin Jiangwo wiped the snow from his face. "This won't do. We need to clear a path to the firewood shed and the gate first. Otherwise, we can't bring in firewood, and we might get trapped inside." Lin Yun nodded and started shoveling toward the firewood shed, following her father's instructions. The snow was only up to her waist, but each step took a lot of effort. Her cotton coat quickly got soaked, and the cold seeped through the fabric into her bones. Lin Hum was responsible for clearing the path to the gate. He occasionally looked back at his parents and sister, saying, "Take your time, don't overexert yourselves. I'm almost done here." After some time, they finally cleared 2 narrow paths that could be walked on. Jiang Guo leaned on his shovel, catching his breath, and looked at the snowy world ahead. His brow furrowed tighter. "If this snow keeps falling, I'm afraid even the walls of the base might be buried." They worked hard for half an hour to clear the 2 paths. Exhausted, they went back inside for some hot water and then continued shoveling snow. It seemed they needed to clear the snow regularly. Waiting for it to pile up made it harder to shovel later. After clearing one path, they pushed out a small cart, filling it with snow and transporting it outside to pile up, then tamped it down with a shovel. The sky and ground were covered in snow, and the outside had a thick layer as well. There was no space left to pile the snow, so they could only stack it at the door. As long as people could walk in the yard, that was enough. They worked all morning and only managed to clear half the yard. The group was exhausted and decided to go home for a meal. Inside, the fire crackled, casting a warm glow on the walls. Lin Yu brought a pot of freshly heated ginger soup to the table. Seeing the family come in, she quickly took the shovels from their hands. "Drink some hot ginger soup to warm up and chase away the cold." Suing rubbed her frozen fingers, took a bowl, and drank it all in one go. The spicy warmth slid down her throat, helping her feel better. This terrible weather is really cold. Lin Yu had also cooked a pot of vegetable porridge, with thin slices of lamb mixed in, perfect to eat with steamed buns. She told Lingua, "Dad, I'll go out to shovel snow this afternoon. Your leg is cold and might flare up again. Although Lingua didn't want his daughter to tire herself out, his leg was already disabled and barely able to walk. Staying outside in the cold wind for too long could trigger old problems. He paused for a moment, looked at his daughter's determined expression, and finally nodded, his voice a little hoarse. "All right, you and your brother go together. Don't overexert yourselves. Rest if you're tired." Lin Heng took a couple of bites of porridge and said, "Little sister, just help out on the side. I'll handle the heavy work." Although Lin Yun, being a supernatural, was stronger than him, he felt that as a man, he should shoulder more of the work. Lin Yu agreed happily, and also served some porridge to their mother. In the afternoon, Suing was asked by Lin Yun to rest at home. The three siblings went out to shovel snow. But Suing and Lin Jiangwo were also bored, so they spread out the quilt on the heated Kong bed and continued making a quilt. They kept working until evening. They turned on the yard light and kept clearing snow for a while until the entire yard was free of snow. However, the snowstorm in the sky didn't stop. After clearing the snow in front, it piled up again behind. Fortunately, the snow wasn't too thick. They swept it again, and for the snow on the roof, they let the mantis fly up and push it down. Too much snow on the roof could cause it to collapse. They worked until after 9 p.m. before going back inside. The three siblings collapsed on the warm Kong. Lin Yun complained, "We cleared everything today, but I'm worried it will snow heavily again tonight, and it will pile up again tomorrow. We'll have to shovel it all over again." Suing replied, "There's no choice. If we don't shovel, the yard will be blocked and we won't even be able to bring back firewood. Tomorrow morning, you two rest and your mom, Yaya, and I will go out to shovel snow." Lin Jiangwo took 3 sweet potatoes from the stove and handed them to them as a late-night snack. Since they didn't go out to work, they didn't roast their own sweet potatoes, but they still shared some. Each of the 3 siblings broke off a piece for them. The 5 of them sat together on the Kong, munching on the cold sweet potatoes with a huff-huff sound. Their house was sturdy and fine, but the shanty town was different. The shanties, made of plastic sheets, couldn't withstand the heavy snow. When the snow pressed down, the roofs groaned under the weight. The plastic roofs in the shanty town cracked at the edges, and chunks of ice and snow fell inside. Soon after, large sections collapsed. People inside shouted curses and cried out in panic. Someone struggled out of the buried bedding, their hands purple from the cold, clutching broken bamboo poles, trembling so much they couldn't even curse properly. The water mixed with melting snow inside the shanties turned into ice, making a creaking sound when stepped on. It was more like an ice cave than a home. "Damn it! I knew this broken roof wouldn't hold." A man kicked at the collapsed plastic sheet, revealing the frozen luggage underneath. The cotton clothes inside were soaked through and felt like blocks of ice. The woman next to him hugged her child tightly in the corner. The child was freezing and crying, but his cries grew weaker. The woman could only hold him closer, her lips cracked and bleeding, but she didn't have time to wipe the blood. They had no warm clothes or firewood, and they feared they wouldn't survive the night. Suddenly, a loud bang broke through the wind and snow. The roof of a nearby shed collapsed completely. The plastic cover was crushed under the snow, revealing a few crooked bamboo poles inside, bent into C shapes. From inside the shed, there were screams from the woman and the child's crying, mixed with the howling wind and snow, sounding very sad. Someone from the neighboring shed peeked out, then quickly pulled back. Their own roof was also creaking. A few pieces of plastic had been torn open by the wind, and snow was seeping through the cracks. A thin layer of snow had already settled on the ground. No one paid attention to anyone else. Everyone just hoped to save their own small space. The people in the shanty town were unlucky. They had just gone through a flood, and not long after, a snowstorm hit. Some elderly people and children couldn't hold on and froze to death last night. Because the snowstorm arrived suddenly this year, the base was unprepared. In previous years, before a snowstorm, they would set up temporary rescue points to move the residents of the shantytown there. But this winter, the snowstorm came early, trapping everyone inside. There were too many people in the shantytown to evacuate quickly, and many would die during the delay. Moreover, the snowstorm was earlier than usual this year. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was no special equipment to predict weather disasters, so they had to guess and hope for the best. The city's defense troops were still clearing snow. Afterward, they would go to rescue people and take them to temporary shelters. This news was sent via personal wristbands. Thanks to this message, the residents of the shantytown managed to hold on a little longer. Zhang Imo wrapped his old patched-up cotton jacket tighter around himself. His breath froze into frost flowers in the air. He squinted at the gray sky, watching the snowflakes fall wildly like goose feathers, as if trying to bury the entire shantytown. The crying from Aunt Wang's house next door drifted over intermittently. Her little grandson couldn't hold on last night. He was only 5 years old, and when he was found this morning, his body was already stiff like ice. Zhang Imo felt very upset inside, but he didn't dare to sigh too loudly. Cold air rushed down his throat, hurting like a sharp knife. His wristband vibrated slightly under his sleeve. It was the aftershock from the message sent by the base. He raised his hand to press the wristband. The words on the screen, "The City Defense Army is clearing the main road and will arrive at the shantytown in about 3 hours," were already blurry, probably due to the cold causing the screen to malfunction. 3 hours. He whispered softly, glancing at the elderly and his wife curled up at home. Their faces were blue and purple, and their lips were also turning purple from the cold. They could only snuggle together, using their weak body heat to fight off the relentless cold. Not far away, the snow on the roof of a small house had collapsed some rotten wooden beams, and the fallen snow blocked half the door. Inside, no one dared to make a sound, probably afraid of using too much energy, so they waited silently in the dark. Although the City Defense Army tried to clear the snowstorm continued day and night. The roads they cleared would soon be blocked again. The Lin family was the same. They cleared the snow during the day, but by night, more snow had piled up. The 3 siblings of the Lin family got up in the middle of the night and cleared some more snow. Earlier, when they cleared the yard, they moved half of the firewood inside, so they weren't short of fuel. But with the heavy snow blocking the door, they could only stay inside. They didn't dare to clear the entire yard at night, worried they wouldn't be able to open the door the next morning. Lin Yun yawned and casually added some firewood to the stove to keep the bed warm, then closed the stove door. Lin Yu and Lin Heng had already curled up in their blankets and fallen into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the 3 siblings were still sleeping, while Lin Zhangwo and Suing got up. Suing started a fire and cooked breakfast, and Lin Zhangwo cleared the area in front of the house. While busy in the kitchen, Suing looked out the window and saw her husband's figure. The window of the small building was double-aired. Although some drafts leaked in at the edges, it was much better than the tarpaulin shelter in the shantytown. She added a thick piece of firewood to the stove and washed some rice, planning to cook rice porridge in the morning. The rice was brown rice. Polished rice was too expensive. Brown rice was cheaper, and it was fine to eat this way. The snowstorm was still howling outside, and it seemed it wouldn't stop anytime soon. Finally, the City Defense Army in the shantytown cleared a path and began guiding people to the rescue point. The snowstorm finally lasted for 2 days, with temperatures dropping to -45 degrees. Many people in the shantytowns froze to death. Some families, unprepared with firewood or warm supplies, have already perished. Lin Zhangwo had cleared half of the snow when Suing called him inside for a meal. Soon after, Lin Yun woke up first. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and stretched. "Dad, is it still snowing outside?" "Yes, it's still snowing. It doesn't seem to be stopping," Lin Zhangwo replied. "The city guards in the shantytown have started rescuing people, but I don't know how many they can save." He paused, swallowing the rest of his words. Having seen too many tragedies in the end times, he knew more words wouldn't help. Lin Heng and Lin Yu got up one after another to wash up and eat. As expected, the snowstorm lasted for half a month, almost burying the entire base under snow. The snow piled higher than the houses. When it melts in spring, the base might flood. Fortunately, the storm finally stopped. The city guards began organizing people to shovel snow. Earning 5 points a day, they could buy a pound of black flour. The Lin siblings still went out to help. Staying at home felt too boring, and they'd rather do something useful. Shoveling snow was very tiring. In the freezing cold, working made them sweat, and when they stopped, the cold wind made their bones ache. No matter how thick their clothes, it didn't help much. Lin Yun, Lin Hung, and Lin Yu took turns resting. They wore thick cotton gloves, but their hands still froze and stiffened while holding the shovels. The packed snow was harder than stone. Every shovelful required effort, making their arms numb from the vibration. Lin Hung broke the snow into smaller pieces. The two sisters then loaded it onto small carts. Once full, someone pulled the carts away, and they continued filling another. The carts would carry the snow out of the base, dumping it into the frozen river and along the roads. When spring came, the melted snow would water the fields. The base was too large to clear completely in a short time. Even with the military and civilians working together, it was a tough job. The city guards had to recruit more people again. The city defense team's loudspeakers are ringing throughout the base, urging those able to work to help with snow removal. Besides earning 5 points each day, they also receive a small bag of coarse grain, about half a jean, as a subsidy. This small amount of food is usually not enough to fill a stomach, but after a heavy snowfall, when supplies are tight, it becomes quite tempting for many people. Lin Yun is wielding a shovel, her breath forming frost on her eyelashes. Every few moments, she has to wipe her eyes with her hand, or her vision will be blurred. Next to her, Lin Hung has taken off his thick cotton coat and is only wearing a patched old sweater. Beads of sweat are on his forehead, and when he touches the cold air, white steam rises. "Take a break," Lin Yu says, tossing the last shovel of snow onto the small cart. She straightens up and rubs her aching waist. Shoveling snow is more tiring than a whole day of gathering supplies, and they earn only a few points. Honestly, it's not very worthwhile, but since they volunteer, they get points calculated daily. When tired, they can rest for a day. After resting for about 15 minutes, Lin Yun rubs her frozen face, just about to pick up her shovel when she notices a commotion nearby. A few city guards are rushing with a stretcher to a temporary shelter. The stretcher is covered with thick blankets, but some dark red spots are visible at the edges. What's going on? Lin Yu stands on her tiptoes to look, her brow furrowing. In recent days, they sometimes see frozen corpses while shoveling snow, but seeing people hurriedly carrying one like this is rare. They're used to seeing dead bodies now. Even Lin Yu, who is only 16, remains unaffected. A middle-aged man with a weathered face spits out icy saliva and walks over from nearby, his voice hoarse. "What can we do?" "We found a person buried under the snow." That patch of snow looked strange, hard as a rock. When we pried it open, we found a collapsed shed underneath, and there was still some breath inside. Their snow-clearing area is divided into sections, some clear roads, others clean up the shantytowns. They are currently working on the shantytown area. The heavy snowstorm that lasted half a month has caused at least tens of thousands of shanties to collapse. Lin Hung pauses with his shovel, walking a few steps and glancing over the mostly cleared area. After removing the thick snow, they reveal the frozen, hard soil underneath, along with scattered wooden planks and torn cloth, likely the remains of the shed. There is still frozen snow on the ground. "I don't know when I was pushed in, but surviving under the snow for so long is already a miracle." "Can we save him?" Lin Yun softly asked. In the temperature of over 40 below zero, buried under the snow for an unknown time, even if he still had breath, it was probably too late. The middle-aged man shook his head. "It's difficult." The city guard said this family tried to dig their way out, but the shed was crushed by snow, and the whole family was buried inside. When they just dug him out, the two adults were still protecting the child in the middle. "It's a pity." Before he finished speaking, a sudden cry came from the rescue point, sharp and heartbreaking. One adult was dead, the other injured, but the child did not survive. Lin Yun turned her face away, roughly scooping a handful of snow and throwing it onto the cart, as if adding fuel to the fire. "Stop looking, get to work quickly. The more space we clear, the less suffering there will be." The three of them stopped talking and hurriedly worked faster. The sound of the iron shovel hitting the ground, the creaking of the cart moving over the snow, and distant, faint coughing blended into the white world. But as they shoveled, The snow that had already stopped falling suddenly started again. This time, it wasn't snowflakes, but tiny ice particles. There was no wind, but it felt like the temperature had dropped even more. And it was getting colder and colder. The fine ice particles fell more and more, from sparse to like salt being sprinkled from the sky. Lin Yun shivered, stood up holding the iron shovel, and looked around with a puzzled expression. Little brother, do you feel the temperature dropping again? Lin Heng stopped his work, exhaling visible breath into his palms, rubbing his red, frozen ears. Yes, it's gotten much colder. Earlier, when the shovel hit the frozen soil, you could hear a crisp sound. Now, even holding the wooden handle feels icy and painful. Yue looked up at the sky. The tiny ice particles hitting her face hurt, so she quickly lowered her head and shrank her neck. This isn't just a temperature drop. It's like going into an ice cellar. Sister, look at the ice chunks at the base of that wall. They weren't this thick before. Following her finger, they looked toward the broken dirt wall at the roadside. The thin layer of ice that was there before had thickened to half a finger in just a short moment, shining with a cold, grayish-blue glow. The middle-aged man straightened his back and frowned deeply, like twisting a knot. This weather is strange this year. It looks like it's getting colder again, breaking previous records. He glanced into the distance, where a few crooked smoke plumes rose from the settlement's camp. They looked much lighter than before, as if the cold had made them shrink back. Lin Yun felt her heart sink. The snowflakes fell more densely now, quickly freezing on her shoulders and forming a thick ice layer on her clothes. Let's go home, she decided quickly. If this keeps up, we won't finish clearing the snow before we freeze here. Both of them felt the temperature was unusually low. After greeting the middle-aged man, they grabbed their shovels and hurried home. The man also sensed something was wrong and headed straight for the settlement. Area E is closer to Area D, and the main road has already been cleared, but the remaining snow on it froze quickly after the snowflakes fell. The road was very difficult to walk on. The three siblings supported themselves with their shovels, slipping as they moved forward. Even though they reacted quickly, they were almost frozen solid by the time they reached home. Their pant legs, shoulders, hair, and hems were all covered in ice, and the cold seeped into their bones. Shivering, the three pushed open the door. Su Ying immediately handed them hot ginger soup. Lin Jiangwo added some firewood to the stove, saying, "Go to the bed first. Take off your wet clothes. I'll prepare warm water for your feet and hands." They took off their soaked clothes and crawled into the warm bed, still trembling. The ginger soup was hot and spicy, warming their throats and stomachs, but Lin Yun's teeth still chattered. She wrapped herself tighter in the quilt, watching the increasingly dense ice particles outside the window. The small ice pellets hit the glass with a crackling sound. "Dad, look at this weather." Lin Yun's voice was hoarse from just recovering. Lin Jiangwo was adding firewood to the stove. The flickering flames softened the deep wrinkles on his face, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. In previous years, even when it was cold, I've never seen such fierce ice falling. The temperature is dropping too fast. It might go below -50 degrees tonight. In previous years, the coldest temperature was around -37 or 38 degrees Celsius. Every year, many people in the shantytown died from the cold. If the temperature really dropped to -50 degrees, those who hadn't moved to the shelter would probably not survive. At this time, everyone could only think of themselves. They hoped the officials could do more and move all the people in the shantytown to the shelter before tonight. Su Ying touched her son and daughter's hands and feet, noticing they were still icy cold. "Luckily, you came back quickly. If you had stayed outside in this weather, you might not have frozen to death, but it wouldn't be comfortable either." Lin Jiangwo boiled water to soak their feet and also placed their shoes near the stove to warm. Relying only on the heated bed was too slow. As the temperature kept dropping, a thick layer of ice formed on the snow that hadn't been cleared, making it even harder to clean. Whenever these ice particles fell, they caused ice to form wherever they landed, on the snow, walls, roof, and courtyard walls, quickly creating a thick ice shell. Heavy ice stalactites hung from under the eaves. The ice particles kept falling for 5 or 6 hours. By evening, the world seemed wrapped in a transparent ice shell, and even the light became dull and sluggish. The situation at the shelter was even worse. The shelter was made of containers with extra insulation inside, but most of the heating depended on electricity. Hundreds of people crowded into each container, but there were only a few heaters. Everyone gathered around the heaters, and those who couldn't push their way close were pushed aside. The ice particles hit the metal walls of the container, making a dense ting-ting-tang sound, like countless tiny needles tapping non-stop. Within a few hours, a half-foot-thick layer of ice had formed on the outside of the container. The originally silver-gray metal turned bluish from the cold. When touched, it felt so cold it could peel skin. The door was frozen shut. Several guards took turns prying it open with crowbars. The ice on the wooden handles scraped their palms painfully. Finally, they managed to pry open a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Cold wind poured in through the gap, carrying sharp ice particles that cut like knives on their faces. "Move aside. Make way. Make way." The guards pushed in with two newly replaced heaters, causing a commotion inside the metal container. People nearby rushed forward desperately, elbows bumping into others, with muffled groans and curses mixing together. In the corner, a few elderly people and children were squeezed together, their faces turning purple from the cold, lips cracked and peeling, and they were trembling with exhaustion. "Why isn't this thing warm anymore?" Someone kicked the heater nearby. It was glowing red but not giving off much heat. The outer shell felt only slightly warmer than body temperature. Someone else quickly responded, "The power must be out." With such heavy snow and cold weather, it probably froze the lines. In this weather, the city defenders also braved the freezing cold, constantly moving back and forth outside. They were colder than anyone else. Suddenly, the container flickered, the lights went out, and the heater stopped working. Without heat, people could die in minutes. "The lights are out." The heater stopped. Someone shouted first, and the already crowded container suddenly erupted into chaos. Darkness flooded in like a wave, swallowing everyone. Only the sound of ice hitting the metal roof, ting-ting-tang, was heard, sharp and loud, like a drumbeat warning of danger. "Don't push. Stay back," someone from the city defenders shouted, but their voice was quickly drowned out by screams and shoving. Without light or heat, panic spread like vines, choking everyone's hearts. The fragile order collapsed completely. The elderly person in the corner hugged a child, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The child's face was blue from the cold, lips trembling, too exhausted to cry, clutching the old person's clothes tightly. The old person pulled the child closer, their cloudy eyes searching desperately in the dark, muttering, "This is terrible. They're pushing us toward death." The man who had kicked the heater was frantic, groping in the dark and grabbing the arm of a nearby person, pulling him. "How can the power be out? Didn't your city defenders say the shelter was foolproof? What do we do now?"
Ha!
"What do we do? Let go." The defender struggled and grunted. His hand was numb from the cold, and the sudden pull made him feel sharp pain. "The power system might be frozen. The repair team is working on it. Stay calm." But in this freezing cold of -50 degrees and total darkness, the word, calm, was useless. The city defenders immediately sent out their special abilities team to work with others to repair the system. If the power isn't restored, everyone in this container will freeze like popsicles. Fortunately, the city defense army has enough experience, and they repaired it in less than half an hour. But in this weather, even with heaters, these people might not survive. So, the higher-ups held an emergency meeting to discuss how to relocate the nearly 400,000 residents of the shanty town. At such times, the leaders also showed compassion and cared about their lives. After all, they still need these people to gather supplies. If everyone dies, it would be hard to manage. However, they couldn't expect these people to provide resources to help the victims. Instead, they came up with a poor idea. Just let them stay with residents in District D or District C. It's easy to get through the winter that way. The leader of the city defense army, Old Chu, looked speechless. What are they talking about? It's like offering meat to a glutton. District D and C are slightly better, but they just recently escaped poverty. Moreover, These people don't owe them anything. Why should they be taken in and cared for? They would need to provide food, clothing, and shelter. If they truly want to help, they should supply resources and housing, not just ask others to give. This plan won't work. Old Chu suddenly slammed the table. The enamel cup clanged loudly on the table, and the ice on its rim cracked and fell. Each household in District D and C is only about a few dozen square meters. How can they squeeze in more people, old and young? And, in the cold winter, who has extra food to feed additional people? If we do this, there will be deaths within 3 days. Sitting opposite was a chubby man with a big belly, eating greedily and speaking with some disdain. Old Chu, you're wrong. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Now that resources are tight, we can't just ask the reserves to be used up. In short, we won't do it. If you want to help, you pay for it yourselves. Our money didn't come from the wind. Old Chu almost shot him a glare. His fingers turned white from gripping the table edge so tightly, and even a thin layer of ice formed at his knuckles. He took a deep breath, his chest boiling with anger that almost burst out. But seeing the indifferent, slick faces of the others, he finally held back. Extraordinary measures should not mean sacrificing innocent lives. His voice was hoarse but firm, with undeniable strength. The reserve grain is meant for emergencies. If we don't use it now, are we just going to let everyone freeze or starve to death and keep it only to feed rats? Old Chu, what you said. The skinny man next to the chubby one pushed up his glasses, which were fogged over. Reserves are the foundation of the base. If the foundation is damaged, how can we rebuild in spring? Tens of thousands of people need to eat. Overusing supplies could ruin the base. Ruin? Old Chu sneered coldly, glancing at everyone present. You live in warm houses and eat special rations, but forget who risked their lives outside gathering supplies. Now that they are in trouble, you just want to send them to others' homes and keep everything for yourselves. He suddenly stood up, his military boots making dull sounds on the icy ground. Our military can cut our rations in half and share winter coats, but civilians using their own food to fill the gaps? That's impossible. Protecting the people is the military's duty, not the responsibility of ordinary citizens. The meeting room instantly fell silent, only the sound of ice hitting the glass outside. Old Chu's gaze fell on the elderly man sitting silently at the head of the table. He was one of the top leaders of the base, Old Li. Old Li slowly raised his eyes, his cloudy pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight. Earlier, during the power repair, the backup power in the room also failed, so they had to light candles.
Old Chu is right.
We can't let the people in District D and District C suffer. He paused, tapping his knuckles on the table. Reserves. Allocate 30% first. Prioritize supplying the relief points. Also, clear out all empty warehouses and abandoned factories. The military will reinforce insulation and send more heaters. Old Li, the chubby man exclaimed, anxious. 30% of the reserves. There's no but about it. Old Li interrupted him, his voice calm but firm. If people are lost, everything is lost. As for the shortage of supplies, take from the military and department special provisions. First, help the disaster victims. The chubby man's face turned pale like pig liver, but he dared not argue further. Old Chu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He nodded at Old Li and then strode out of the meeting room. He quickly gathered people to start the rescue efforts, determined to survive this cold snap first. The cold wind carried ice particles, like countless tiny knives scraping his face. Old Chu stepped out of the meeting room, tightening his coat collar, but the biting cold still seeped through. The guard outside the door, Xiao Wang, immediately came forward, holding a steaming enamel mug. Just made some ginger tea. It will warm you up. Old Chu took the mug, feeling the warm touch spread through his hand, easing some of the cold. He tilted his head and took a big sip. The spicy warmth flowed down his throat and exploded in his chest and stomach. Send out orders. Half of each battalion's personnel, along with tools and warm supplies, should immediately go to the shelters in Zone E and Zone F. Yes, Xiao Wang stood at attention and was about to run. Wait. Old Chu called him back, frowning. Tell the kitchen to set aside some of tonight's rations and make hot porridge for the elderly and children at the shelters. Tell the brothers, we might go hungry tonight, but if we get through this, everything will be fine. Xiao Wang's eyes welled up with tears. He nodded firmly. Yes, I will complete the task. Watching Xiao Wang hurry away, old Chu took a deep breath. The cold air made his throat ache. He looked toward the shelter area in the distance. It was probably dimly lit now, with only a few lights. In the cold wind, many people were curled up under thin blankets, shivering. Everyone stay strong, old Chu said seriously to the officers gathering around. Old Li has already ordered that 30% of the reserve grain be prioritized for the shelters. All empty warehouses and abandoned factories must be cleared out to reinforce insulation. Now, let's divide the work. The city defenders worked busily, but because of the thick snow, low temperatures, and ice everywhere, moving was difficult. Fire and water element abilities worked together to break the ice. The fire users melted the snow, while the water users directed the water away to clear the main roads. Although the roads would freeze again later, they were much easier to walk on than before. However, the falling ice particles in the sky showed no signs of stopping and seemed to be getting bigger. The Lin siblings finally warmed up and collapsed onto the bed, still trembling with fear. Suing said, "Tonight is really too cold. Let's have lamb soup for dinner. We still have a lot of ginger at home." Lin Yin nodded. "Can we put noodles in the soup?" Suing happily agreed. "Sure. We have nothing else to do anyway. It's better to spend some time making food." Lin Heng and Lin Yu cheered, while Lin Jiangwo continued cooking at the stove to help Suing. Their firewood was enough, but they worried about running out of flour at home. However, they still had over 100 jin, which was enough for a while. Suing brought back a piece of frozen mutton, which was very hard. She tapped it on the stone slab in the yard, making a dull sound. She picked up a kitchen knife and carefully chopped it into small pieces, then threw them into warm water to thaw. Next to the stove, Lin Jiangwo added more firewood. The flames flickered under the pot, making his face look warm and bright. "Big sister, look at the ice particles outside. They seem to be more than before," Lin Yu said, pressing her face against the window. Her breath quickly fogged up the glass. She used her finger to wipe away the fog and looked out at the snowy world, her face scrunching up. "I wonder how those people without a place to go will spend tonight." Lin Yun was helping Su-ing peel ginger. She paused when she heard this and looked outside. Just now, she received a message on her bracelet saying that people in Zone E and Zone F who could move should go to the abandoned factory in Zone D. Since it was a message sent to everyone, their Zone D also received it. The City Defense Army is already making arrangements. They're busy clearing the roads and making space. "Things will get better," she said softly, trying to comfort Lin Yu and also encouraging herself. The mutton slowly melted as Suing sliced it and blanched it in water, then started making soup. Soon, the mutton soup boiled and bubbled, with white foam floating on the surface. Suing used a spoon to skim it off, then added the noodles she had prepared earlier. The noodles spread out in the soup, soaking up the rich meat aroma. The strong smell wafted out through the open door of the stove, mixing with the smoky scent of firewood, filling the small room. Lin Heng couldn't hold back anymore. He circled around the stove twice, and Lin Jiangwo smiled and patted him on the head. "What are you in such a hurry for? Wait until the ginger slices and green onion are in the pot, then let it simmer a bit longer for better flavor." Suing kept working quickly, adding a pinch of salt to the soup, then tossing in some cabbage leaves. As the steam rose, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Hung, go set up the bed table. Once we add the green onions, it'll be ready to serve." Lin Heng set up the bed table, and Lin Yu took the chopsticks and arranged them. "All right, it's ready. The soup is done." Suing took off her apron and wiped her hands. She then took 2 large ceramic bowls from the cupboard. Carefully, she used a long-handled iron spoon to scoop the boiling lamb noodle soup into the bowls. The milky white broth covered the noodles and chunks of lamb, steaming so hot that her cheeks turned red. She brought the big bowl of lamb noodle soup to the table and divided the noodles and broth into each person's bowl. The 5 of them ate their noodles happily. In winter, having a warm bowl of soup like this is truly a pleasure. Outside the window, Ice particles kept hitting the glass, like endless drumbeats. Inside, a family of 5 was eating at the Kong table, sweating from the heat. The steam from the hot bowls blurred their vision but couldn't hide the warmth on their faces. "Mom, this lamb stew is so tender, and there's no strong smell at all." Lin Heng slurped his noodles and praised vaguely, still picking a piece of lamb with a good mix of fat and lean and putting it in his mouth. Suing smiled and added a piece of cabbage to his bowl. "Eat your food. Eat more vegetables, don't just pick the meat." She looked at her 3 children. Seeing their bowls nearly empty, she got up to serve more. "I'll do it," Lin Jiangwo said, putting down his bowl and quickly lifting the big basin. "You rest a bit. You've been busy all this time." He efficiently refilled everyone's bowls with more soup and noodles, but in his own bowl, he only added some broth and cabbage. The large pot of lamb noodle soup was finished, with nothing left. After eating and washing up, the 3 siblings continued playing cards. Messages from the City Defense Army kept coming to their wristbands, telling everyone where to go and comforting them. It looked like everyone would be settled before midnight. The efficiency was truly impressive. The family chatted and laughed, and by around 9 o'clock, they had finished washing up and went to bed. In the cold winter, with nothing to do and no entertainment, how could they not sleep early? The City Defense Army was still actively helping with rescue efforts. The soldiers probably wouldn't sleep tonight. Late at night, the ice particles gradually turned into marble-sized chunks, cracking and hitting the ground with a loud noise. Old Chu was also relieved. If they hadn't moved everyone in advance, the thin metal at the shelter might have been crushed by the falling ice. The walls of the old factory are at least a bit thicker than those of sheds and containers. With many people and various heating devices inside, they can at least survive this period. Hail hit the roof, waking the Lin family. Looking out the window, it was completely dark outside, so they couldn't see clearly. Lin Jiangwo, dressed in warm clothes, turned on the yard light. Only then did he see the hailstones on the ground. They ranged from marble-sized to quail egg-sized. Isn't that just like hail? It was still snowing outside, and there was little they could do. Lin Jiangwo could only shake his head and go back inside. He added some firewood to both stoves, and then went back to sleep. The next morning, the hail had stopped, but the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. Sisters Lin Yun and Lin Yu squatted at the door. Lin Yu picked up a hailstone the size of a quail egg and exclaimed, "Sister, this is the first time I've seen such big hail." Lin Heng was outside in the yard, playing with the hailstones he collected. "I've never seen anything like this either," Lin Yun said, picking up a hailstone and placing it on her glove. Then she noticed that all the hailstones were round and smooth. Shouldn't hail be various shapes naturally? These hailstones looked very uniform, as if they were made intentionally. They were also semi-transparent, looking hollow and very light. Lin Yun held a hailstone up to her eyes. It was just a round ball, slightly more polished than usual. "Sister, look how slowly this hail is melting." Lin Yu, holding her hailstone, watched it for a while without much change. Curious, she moved closer to Lin Yun. "You're wearing gloves, so your hands are warm. Of course it melts slowly." But Lin Yu didn't want to try taking off her gloves to see how cold her hands would get. She still wanted to keep her hands. Lin Heng played with the hailstones in his hand. "But these things are so round. Are hailstones this perfectly round naturally? They're even more round than the snowballs I make. It's a bit strange," Lin Yun said, feeling the surface of the hailstone through her glove. It was unusually smooth, unlike natural hail, which usually has rough edges. "And don't you think there's something inside this hailstone?" She held the hailstone up to the sunlight. The light passed through, revealing a faint, transparent object inside. She instinctively used her psychic power to scan it. Her mental energy moved through the hailstone and discovered a tiny insect egg inside. Lin Yun was startled. Her special ability, the insect language communicator, is designed to detect insects and their eggs, so she could sense them inside. "Wow, there are eggs inside." "Eggs?" Lin Yu moved closer, her face full of doubt. "Sis, are you sure? How can there be eggs inside this ice ball?" Lin Yun didn't reply. Instead, she held the ice ball higher so the sunlight could shine through more fully. Under the sunlight, nothing was visible. The contents inside blended perfectly with the ice. "I'm sure," she said, her fingertips feeling cold. She pressed harder on the ice ball. "My ability is very sensitive to these things. These are definitely eggs, and—" She paused, her brow furrowing tighter. "I feel like they are alive." As soon as she said that, Linyu quickly pulled back her hand, as if burned. "Alive? This ice ball is so cold. How could eggs survive inside?" Their conversation woke up the people inside the house. Lin Jiangwo came out wearing a coat. "What are you two mumbling about so early in the morning? It's freezing outside. Come inside." "Dad, look at this." Lin Yun handed over the ice ball. "There are eggs inside and the outside isn't melting at all. That's strange." Lin Jiangwo took the ice ball, wearing gloves. Why would he hold it without gloves? "It's minus 50 degrees now." He looked at it under the light for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He only thought the ice ball was quite round. "Maybe I'm mistaken. How could eggs be hidden inside ice?" Neither Lin Jiangwo nor Lin Yu could see the eggs inside. "I'm sure I'm not mistaken," Lin Yun said confidently. "My ability wouldn't lie to me. And it's not just this one. Look at the ground." She pointed to the scattered ice balls in the yard. "Maybe they all have eggs inside." Suing also came out. When she heard this, her face changed slightly. "Yun, are you sure? If there really are eggs, that's a big problem." She remembered the heavy hailstorm last night. If every ice ball contained these things, how many would there be? Lin Heng also came over, picking up an ice ball and weighing it. "This ice ball is pretty light, like it's hollow. Usually hailstones have some weight, but this feels like a layer of ice shell." Lin Jiangwo's expression grew serious. He placed the ice ball on the ground and picked up a few more to examine carefully. But he still couldn't see anything inside. "This is strange," he spoke in a deep voice. "Hail under natural conditions can't be like this." "Yuner, can your special ability sense what these insect eggs are about?" Lin Yun closed her eyes and focused her mind to scan again. In her perception, the insect egg looked like a quiet seed, holding faint but stubborn life force. "It feels not something good," but she couldn't tell exactly what it was. The insect eggs weren't visible to her senses. Lin Yun picked up snowballs from the ground, tested each one, and found that almost every one contained an insect egg. These eggs could survive in such cold weather, probably a mutated type of insect egg. "No, I need to report this to the higher-ups." Lin Jiangwo felt a strong sense of unease, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But since it's the wasteland after the end of the world, it's better to be cautious. Lin Heng spread his hands, "But we don't know how to contact the people above. It's not easy to meet the upper levels of the city defense army." Lin Yu reminded her, "Sis, when you joined the auxiliary team of the city defense army before, wasn't Captain Yang on good terms with you? Can you tell her about this?" Lin Yun shook her head. She hadn't reported it yet. Instead, she dressed and went outside, picking up snowballs on the main road to test them one by one. Are all the snowballs like this, or just in their yard? Better to check first. Walking on the frozen ground, she moved a few steps toward the middle of the main road. There were more snowballs scattered on the road than in the yard, densely covering the surface, shining coldly under the sunlight. She bent down to pick up the closest one. When her fingertips touched the ice, the biting cold made her withdraw her hand instinctively. Using her mental power, she probed inside. Sure enough, one insect egg was quietly lying in the ice core, just like those in the yard. She picked up the second, third. After testing more than 10, the result was the same, nothing unexpected. Lin Yun straightened up, looking at the road stretching into the distance. Her unease grew stronger. Clearly, these ice balls weren't just a local phenomenon. The scope of last night's hailstorm was so wide that these ice balls containing eggs could be scattered far and wide. "How can this be?" she murmured. This was definitely not natural. It seemed more like a deliberate distribution, but who would do such a thing? And what could be the purpose of spreading these eggs? Are the mutated insects? They have already gained intelligence, or are they still driven by instinct? Lin Yun continued moving toward the distance, testing as she went. She almost ran through half of District D. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice balls, about half a meter thick. After last night's heavy snowfall and the previous big storm, the ice had piled up to this height. At first, she thought it was only in certain areas, but now it seems the entire base is covered with these things. She stood up and looked toward the inner city. The base has about 1 million people. If these things break out in spring, the mutated insects might have unknown abilities. Whether they release poison, have special powers, or can parasitize, it would be a disaster for their base. Lin Yun took a deep breath of cold air, feeling like her chest was filled with a block of ice, heavy and cold. She turned to walk home, her steps heavy as if filled with lead. Every step on the ice made a creaking sound, like knocking on her tense nerves. Back in the yard, Lin Jiangwo, Lin Heng, and Lin Yu were waiting for her, all looking anxious. "How is it?" Lin Jiangwo asked first, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Yun shook her head, her voice dry. "Not just in our yard, but on the main road outside. I ran through half of District D. It's all over." "All over?" Lin Heng gasped, his face turning pale. "Does that mean the whole base?" "Very likely," Lin Yun nodded, her eyes serious and frightening. "Last night's hail covered a wide area, and these ice balls with insect eggs scattered everywhere." Lin Yu clutched her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white.
Then,
"What do we do? If they hatch in spring?" She couldn't bear to think about it. In the end of the world, the horror of mutated creatures is deeply ingrained in her bones. She also couldn't believe that the enemy threw insect eggs into the base with hail to help them. "Yunner, no matter what, we should notify Captain Yang. We can't delay. Whether it's good or bad, the higher-ups need to know." Lin Yun nodded and called Yang Lu. Yang Lu was busy clearing snow and helping move residents last night. He only went to sleep early this morning. Just as he lay down, his phone rang. The ringtone annoyed him, and he frowned as he tiredly answered, his voice heavy with sleep. "Hello? Who is this?" "Captain Yang, it's me, Lin Yun." Her voice was very low but carried a clear sense of urgency. Yang Lu thought for a moment and finally remembered Lin Yun, one of the only 2 insect speakers in the base. They had previously said she could be contacted if anything happened, so maybe something was wrong. But hadn't they moved to Area D?
what could possibly happen now?
"What's wrong? Is there an issue on your side? Or did the roof collapse?" Yang Lu joked lightly. "We're fine, but we've found something more serious." Lin Yun spoke quickly. "Captain Yang, do you remember the hailstorm last night? The ice balls that fell to the ground, they were full of insect eggs." "Insect eggs?" Yang Lu's voice suddenly rose, completely alert. "What kind of eggs?" "Normal bugs." "Not quite," Lin Yun replied seriously. "They can survive in ice at minus dozens of degrees. Most likely, they are mutated insects. I just ran around Area D on the road and in the yard, and found eggs in all the ice balls. There are so many, it's frightening. The hailstorm covered a large area last night, and these eggs are scattered everywhere. The entire base might be affected." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Yang Lu's quick breathing sounded, clearly realizing how serious this was. "Are you sure? Did you see correctly? I examined over 100 with my mental power, and everyone had eggs." "I'm sure." Lin Yun's tone was firm. "It looks like these eggs were deliberately thrown into the ice by the hail. Once spring comes and the temperature rises, the consequences could be terrible." Yang Lu suddenly got up from her bed, ignoring her coat. "Wait for me. I'll go with Zhangya to confirm. Once confirmed, we'll come to find you." Zhangya is also an insect speaker, and her rank is higher than Yang Lu's. Having her confirm would be safer. There's no need to check in Area D now. The entire base is covered with these ice balls, so it doesn't matter where we confirm. The City Defense Army didn't notice the problem immediately because they had been busy until this morning. Most had just finished resting and didn't have the energy to play with ice balls. They also wouldn't think there were eggs inside, like the Lin siblings did early in the morning. Secondly, they probably wouldn't expect eggs inside the ice. Yang Lu hung up the phone, hurriedly unbuttoned her coat, and stepped out barefoot into her military boots. The team members in the dormitory were awakened by her movement and asked groggily, "Captain Yang, what's going on so early in the morning? Don't sleep." "Something serious has happened." Yang Lu hurriedly ran toward Zhangya's residence without looking back. "Where is Zhangya? Tell her to come to the east gate and wait for me." Yang Lu leaned against the wall, catching her breath, her mind racing. Hiding insect eggs in hail? That sounds like a fairy tale, but Lin Yun is an insect speaker. She is more sensitive to insects than anyone else, so she wouldn't joke about this. If it's true,
Yang Liu Shifret.
the entire base is covered with these ice balls. Once they hatch in spring, it will be a huge wave of mutated insects. Even the city defense army, no matter how strong, would struggle against endless bugs. Ordinary residents would be in even greater danger. Even beneficial insects, if they multiply too much, can cause disaster. Team Yang, Zhangya says she's on her way, the communication officer called out. Yang Lu nodded and turned to run outside. When she reached the east gate of the military camp, she saw Zhangya wrapped in a military coat, her face still groggy and not fully awake. What happened? Why so urgent? No time to explain. Just look at this. Yang Lu pointed to a pile of ice balls by the roadside. Lin Yun said these are all insect eggs, mutated ones. Zhangya raised an eyebrow but didn't ask further. She squatted down and picked up an ice ball. She released her mental power to sense what was inside. But after a moment, she suddenly withdrew her hand, her face turning serious, a hint of shock in her eyes. Insect eggs. Highly active, which means these eggs are still alive. Because of the heavy snow for half a month, the snow piles around the base are taller than people and frozen solid. The temperature is too low, so the base has decided not to clear them, planning to let them melt naturally in spring. When the snow melts or the temperature rises, these eggs will hatch, and the consequences could be disastrous. If these are mutated insects, it suggests that the bugs have truly evolved some form of intelligence. Yang Lu and Zhangya moved through several districts, collecting ice balls for detection. The more they checked, the worse Zhangya's expression became. From District A to District C, ice balls appeared along the roadside, in corners and on rooftops almost non-stop. Every time Zhangya picked one up, her mental power probed inside like a fine net, but the results each time made her feel even more cold inside. All of them have eggs, damn it. Zhangya couldn't help but curse. If Lin's family siblings weren't just playing with ice, they probably wouldn't have discovered this at all. These insect eggs are almost invisible to ordinary people. Even if someone notices their unusual round shape, they might think it's just a natural wonder. Quickly report this to higher authorities, Zhangya said, straightening up. Her military coat had a light layer of snow. We need to find a way to deal with all these ice balls. We can't wait for spring or for them to melt. This winter, the city defense troops can't afford to be idle. The range of mental detection is limited. Right now, they only see a small part of the problem. How big is the entire base? Areas from A to C are just the core. Outside are residential zones, shantytowns, factories, and even under the city walls. There could be many more of these ice balls hiding insect eggs. Okay, Zhangya, keep monitoring. I'll send someone to stay with you. I'll go report in person. This is a serious matter that concerns the survival of the base. It can't be casually reported by just anyone.
Sangja nodded.
Yang Lu casually pulled over a patrol soldier to follow her. Yang Lu quickly headed to the headquarters. Her military boots crunched on the frozen, hard snow, making sharp sounds. Every step felt like walking on tense nerves. The wind blew snow into her face, stinging, but it couldn't ease her growing worry. Yang Lu waited in the office, reporting layer after layer. This was a big issue. She hoped to see Commander Chu He soon. She is the leader of the Special Abilities team and doesn't normally report to Chu He, but the situation was urgent. The reports went straight to him. When Commander Chu He heard the news, he immediately saw Yang Lu. His office was simple, with a heavy wooden desk and a map of the base's defenses on the wall. A small charcoal stove in the corner burned faintly, but couldn't dispel the tense atmosphere. He was nearly 60, with gray hair at his temples, but his sharp eyes resembled an eagle. Now, he was staring closely at Yang Lu, tapping his fingers on the desk with a dull sound. Are you sure about this? Chu He asked, his voice calm but firm. There are insect eggs in all the ice balls? Mutant insects. Yang Lu straightened her back and replied confidently. Yes, Commander Chu. Lin Yun is a bug language expert. She was the first to discover this. Then I called Zhangya, one of her outside team members who also speaks bug language. She checked several areas, from Zone A to Zone D, on the roadside, rooftops, and in corners. All the ice spheres we found contained insect eggs. They were highly active and could survive in extreme cold, clearly not ordinary creatures. Chuhi's fingers stopped moving, and his brows furrowed tightly. He stayed silent for a moment. The only sound in the office was the occasional crackle from the charcoal fire. Ordinary people couldn't see the eggs, but since both insect whisperers confirmed their presence, it was almost certainly true. However, his decision would affect the entire base and all the city guards, so he couldn't give orders lightly. After all, the eggs were invisible and untouchable. They needed further confirmation. Tell Old Lee and the others in the lab to bring their testing equipment and examine the ice spheres that fell last night. I want to know exactly what's inside them. Make sure he reports back within 2 hours. Chuhi gave the order to the messenger, who saluted and left to deliver it. He could have called the lab directly through his wrist device, but the scientists there were always absorbed in their work and kept their devices on silent. Sending a messenger also made the situation seem more serious, ensuring they understood the urgency. Yang Lu stayed where she was. She knew this was a necessary step. The lab's results would be the final proof, and there was no room for mistakes. The fire in the brazier licked at the wood, making soft crackling sounds. Their shadows stretched and shifted on the wall, adding to the heavy atmosphere. Chuhi stood and walked to the defense map, tracing his fingers slowly from the city wall to the inner areas. If the results confirm it. His voice was low and steady, carrying a weight that was hard to ignore. The eggs are spread too widely, almost across the entire base. Clearing them all before the thaw will be extremely difficult. The base wasn't flat ground. It had factories, houses, and even rivers running through it. A single mistake in handling could lead to disaster. After 15 years of surviving the apocalypse, they had learned never to underestimate any mutated life form. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. Yang Lu glanced at the door from time to time, silently praying that the lab would report soon, and that the results wouldn't be too terrible. Finally, the office door was pushed open. A messenger hurried in with an elderly man wearing a white coat and slightly messy hair. Professor Lee, the head of the laboratory. Professor Lee tightly held a test report, his face very serious. Commander Chu, Professor Lee took a breath and said directly, "The test results are in. The ice balls do contain insect eggs, and they are a new type of mutated insect egg we haven't seen before. These eggs are very resistant to cold and have strong vitality. Based on calculations, if the temperature rises slightly, they could hatch in large numbers in a short time." Yang Lu's heart sank suddenly. Things had taken a turn for the worse. Chuhi took the report and quickly looked through it, his face growing darker. What about the adult insects after hatching?
Angasas, Professor Fronat.
Based on the gene analysis of the eggs, these mutated insects are likely to have a very strong ability to reproduce and parasitize. They can live on any creature. Parasite. Chuhi's voice suddenly rose sharply. His fingers clenched the paper so tightly that it wrinkled. Any creature, including humans? Isn't this just like the bone-eating insects in the misty forest? Everyone who has been inside knows how troublesome those creatures are.
Professor Nuddahabili.
From the gene segments, they are very similar to bone-eating insects. They can indeed enter the human body, even through the respiratory system. Yang Lu felt a chill run down her neck, as if she could already see countless tiny insects crawling into people's mouths and noses, rapidly breeding inside their flesh. The threats in this post-apocalyptic world are already many, but these parasitic bugs are like embedding despair into the very bones.
They are terrifying.
The most frightening thing since the apocalypse isn't the mutated animals. They are large and destructive and easier to deal with because of their size. What's harder to handle are these mutated bugs with strange abilities. A swarm of beasts combined with a swarm of insects, that would be a catastrophe for the base. Chuhi suddenly slammed the report onto the table. The solid wood surface made a dull thud, causing the teacup at the corner to shake. He walked to the window, looking out at the snow-covered outline of the base, his brows knitted into a tight knot. "Bone-eating bugs," he whispered, repeating the words with a cold, gritted tone. After every foggy forest collection mission, many people die. Those lucky enough to escape often have dense bugs inside their bodies that can't be removed even with surgery. We can only watch as they die, and then burn everything to the ground. Chu-hee suddenly turned around, his finger pointing firmly at the city wall on the defense map, calling for a messenger. Immediately give the order. All city guards cancel rest shifts and stand by. First, divide the area into sections, starting from Zone A, in a radiating pattern. Sweep all visible ice balls thoroughly, on rooftops, in corners, and on river ice. Nothing should be left. Second, activate all flamethrowers and high-temperature furnaces. Any ice balls collected must be burned on the spot or melted completely in the furnace. No fragments are allowed to remain. Let all fire elemental abilities be used. I will speak to the higher-ups to borrow extra personnel. This concerns their lives. They must cooperate. Also, let Zhangya and Lin Yun go with the team. After clearing each area, they will check for any missed bugs. The conditions are that Zhangya captures the contract bug she needs and earns 20,000 points. As for Lin Yun, she was the first to discover the humans and has contributed to the base. Give her a bottle of ability potion and 20,000 points. Old Chu was really generous. A bottle of ability potion sells for 30,000 points. It's a valuable item that can awaken a person's abilities, something ordinary people can't easily afford. Even though Lin Yun has awakened her ability now, it will take a long time to accumulate enough points to buy another potion. His voice was firm and unwavering, each word like a hammer hitting an anvil. Tell everyone, this is not a mission, it's a matter of survival. The messenger saluted seriously, his tone strong and determined.
Yes.
We will complete the task. Professor Lee, he suddenly said, his voice deep but penetrating, what is the critical temperature for these bug eggs to hatch? Is it possible to predict the hatching time in advance? Professor Lee adjusted his glasses that slipped down his nose, looking more tired than before. Based on preliminary calculations, the critical temperature is around 10 degrees Celsius. But now, in this winter of the end times, although the base is heating, outdoor temperatures are extremely low. For now, it's still relatively safe. He paused, speaking seriously. I'm most worried about unexpected heat sources. For example, energy waves from out-of-control battles by special ability users or heating system failures in certain areas. If local temperatures rise too much, the consequences could be terrible. Is this thing heat-resistant? He asked. It wouldn't survive being burned by a flamethrower. If a special ability user's flames hit it, it would be destroyed. Don't worry, it can't withstand temperatures of thousands of degrees. Even if it starts to hatch, a military flamethrower would turn it to ash. Chu-hee relaxed a little, feeling there was still time. The cold winter in the post-apocalyptic world is long. As long as these issues are dealt with before spring, it will be fine. After all, the base has a population of up to 1 million. Even working day and night, clearing everything would take some time. Especially now, with temperatures below -50 degrees, the cold is extreme. No matter how thickly people dress outside, they can't stay out for long, which slows down efficiency. Professor Lee, work harder in the lab. Try to see if you can find a weakness in the insect eggs. If they can find a weakness, they won't need to spend so much effort cleaning the entire base. They could just spray some medicine and be done. Chu-hee's voice carried a hint of hope. Relying only on cleaning and burning is passive defense. If they can find a way to actively control the situation, they can truly feel at ease. Professor Lee rubbed his forehead, looking tired but determined. We will do our best, Commander Chu. The gene sequence of these mutated insect eggs is very complex, like it combines traits from many creatures. Decoding it will take time, but we won't give up. If they succeed, even the bone-eating insects in Forest Number 4 wouldn't be a threat. Let us know what resources you need. People, equipment, materials. The base will support you fully. Chu-hee spoke decisively. Also, tell the lab team to take proper precautions. We can't afford any accidents. In this situation, even the high-level officials who only seek pleasure would provide supplies, since it concerns their lives too. Research in the lab is a mutual effort. If they start acting selfishly now, they might be risking their lives. Professor Lee nodded, holding the inspection report, and hurried back to the lab. Time was tight, and he had to work as quickly as possible. Within half an hour, the command for the city's defense forces was broadcast across the entire base. On the streets of Area A, cold wind whistled through, carrying broken snow. Bare branches shook in the wind, looking like sifted flour. Captain Zhao Gang of the 3rd Squad rubbed his red ears from the cold. His breath quickly disappeared into the air. He shouted loudly, "Stay alert! Look carefully under the eaves, on the windowsills, and in the cracks at the base of the walls. No corner can be left unchecked." More than 10 city guards, dressed in heavy winter clothes and carrying flamethrowers, moved forward in a fan shape along the street. Everyone held long poles with metal sheets tied to the top, tapping them at high places now and then. Some soldiers worked on rooftops, pushing ice balls down. The soldiers below, with flamethrowers, burned them away. 2 soldiers quickly stepped forward, aiming their flamethrowers. Bright orange flames and hot air burst out, instantly turning the broken ice and surrounding snow into steam. The high heat made nearby ice surfaces sizzle and melt, but the melted snow quickly froze again into ice shards. The temperature was extremely low. Staying outside for even a short time would cause body heat to drop. Fortunately, Old Chu had prepared supplies from higher up to help the soldiers stay warm and recover. Since no one was available to help physically, they used supplies instead. Similar scenes played out in every corner of Area A. Some ice balls were hidden in wall cracks, others stuck behind streetlights, and a few were frozen on the icy river surface, needing soldiers to pry open the ice with crowbars. The sound of flamethrowers, soldiers shouting, and the howling wind and snow blended into the only melody in this area at the moment. The city guards ordered everyone in the base not to play with the ice balls. They also made it clear that the ice balls contained insect eggs. People who had experienced the end of the world knew how dangerous mutated insects could be. They couldn't afford to ignore the warning. Some people thought the guards were just scaring them, since there were always troublemakers who wouldn't listen. If told to go west, they'd insist on going east. But when the danger was explained clearly, they understood better. They could then teach their children not to hide insect eggs or cause trouble. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun had limited skills and could only check certain areas each day. They worked separately and didn't follow the squads. Instead, after the small team clears a certain area, they go to check it again to make sure nothing is missed. Behind them, several soldiers carrying flamethrowers follow, ready to deal with any remaining threats. The entire city defense army starts from Area A, dividing into sections and spreading out to clear the area like a fine net, covering every inch of land. The cold wind seems even stronger, whipping ice chips against the soldiers' cold weather gear, making a crackling sound, but it doesn't stop their progress. He sets up tents in various places so soldiers can go inside to warm up when they are too cold, drinking ginger tea by the fire. Lin Yun and Zhang Yi usually stay in the tents, waiting until their team finishes a section to go detect, then return to rest and recover their special abilities. If they don't do this, their powers can't last long. Lin Yun is at level 1, and Zhang Yi is at level 2. Without rest, they can't scan the entire base. Although the pace is slow, it is steady. Because of the weather, they can't stay outside for too long. Now the temperature drops again, reaching -55 degrees Celsius. In such extreme cold, the work naturally slows down. Yang Lu's team of 11 soldiers begins clearing from Area B, checking rooftops, wall cracks, and roadside spots. Nothing is missed. Fortunately, these ice balls are easy to spot. They are about the size of quail eggs, round and plump. Whether they are normal ice or not, they are destroyed as soon as seen. When they find these objects, they don't burn them immediately. Instead, they gather them together first, then use the flamethrowers to burn them all at once. Burning them one by one would use too much fuel. These insect eggs are spread all over the base, and no one knows exactly how many there are. The wind at -55 degrees feels like knives, howling against the cold weather gear. Yang Lu is staring at a string of round lumps embedded in the ice at the base of the wall when suddenly a sharp crack sounds above, like ice chips being crushed underfoot. Damn, missed one. whispers the new soldier Xiao Wang on the roof, his voice trembling slightly as it drifts down with the wind. He was hiding behind the drain pipe, froze so solid I didn't see him. I just poked it with a stick, and it cracked. It's good that it cracked. At this temperature, it won't hatch. They can just burn it directly. Yang Lu looked up at the edge of the building roof, where half of a head was exposed. Cold wind seeped in through her collar, making her teeth chatter quietly from the cold. "Throw it down," she shouted loudly, but her voice was a bit scattered by the wind. Little Wang on the roof responded with a sound, and a rustling noise followed. A fist-sized block of ice, wrapped in snow, fell down and hit the icy ground with a loud smack, cracking into several pieces. Yang Lu stepped forward and used the metal tip of a long pole to poke at the ice. She saw 3 or 4 round ice balls inside the broken ice, just like the eggshells they had cleaned up earlier. "Wow, they hit it pretty deep," said veteran Chen Chang, who was walking behind Yang Lu. He spat out some icy saliva. "It's sheltered behind the drain pipe. We should have knocked on it more during yesterday's check. It's not his fault," Yang Lu said, withdrawing her gaze and rubbing her stiff fingers from the cold. "This terrible weather, the snow, and wind block our view. Missing a few is unavoidable," she added, waving her hand behind her. "Shaoli, come over and handle this." Over 1,000 insect eggs had already piled up on the ground. Shaoli approached with a flamethrower, the tube making a crackling sound as he walked over, crushing the ice beneath his feet. Shaoli didn't say much. He pressed the trigger with his thumb, and a burst of orange flames shot out. As the flames licked the ice balls, a cloud of white mist mixed with a burning smell suddenly exploded. He stood in the wind, the flames flickering and wavering, but he kept the tube steady, sweeping back and forth twice. In the crackling sound, the eggshells shattered, and the contents inside burned into black ash. Chen Chang used his long pole to poke at the unburned parts, pulling them into the fire. "Almost done. Team Leader Yang, burning it in this snowstorm isn't easy with the wind so strong." "Old Chu has already gathered a furnace over there, right?" Chen Chang asked as he moved forward, walking alongside Yang Lu. "The furnace is running day and night, but it can't keep up. The base is too big and there are too many eggs. Everyone is racing against time. We might not finish it all. For now, don't worry about wasting resources," she replied. She wiped her face with her hand, removing the ice that had formed on her mask, and continued moving forward with her team. "Keep searching ahead." Yang Lu's voice came through her mask, a bit hoarse and muffled. "Check carefully under the balconies and air conditioning units of the residential buildings in front." Yang Lu moved forward slowly, and the other teams did the same, progressing very carefully. The leaders of the city defense troops and their team members moved forward quickly, as if scraping the ground. The logistics team was working hard, keeping the fire burning. They brewed pot after pot of ginger soup to warm the arriving teams. Lin Yun was in Area B. After finishing cleaning one neighborhood, she went to scan the area. She added an extra layer of military coat over her cotton clothes to stay warm in this weather. The military coat was a gift from the city defense troops. She couldn't let them work in the cold and shivering, unable to move freely. If she did, not only would her work be less effective, but it might even become counterproductive. Lin Yun's detection range was only about 200 meters. After checking an area and confirming it was clear, she would draw a circle on the ground and then move forward. If she found any hidden creatures, they would be gathered at a designated spot and eliminated. However, because there were so many of these creatures and they were so small, even a thorough search by the city defense troops could miss some. So only she and her partner could do the detection. This slowed their progress. Once their powers were exhausted, they had to return to the tent to rest and recharge, which further delayed their advance. Fortunately, the city defense team was also moving slowly so they could keep up. Area A and Area B were much smaller than the other districts, so they expected to finish the entire inspection in about a week. The inner city was easier, with orderly buildings, and they quickly checked around the heating pipes. The hardest part was the outer city, especially the shantytown areas. The chaotic shelters made from various materials were the best hiding places for eggs. The shelters in areas E and F stretched on endlessly, totaling around 100,000, making the work very time-consuming and exhausting. At that point, it would be the real test of the city defense troops' eyesight and the abilities of the two insect language experts. The shantytown areas were the biggest drain on their powers. The buildings in Area C looked relatively neat and proper amid the snow and wind. Most of the residential buildings were 6 or 7 stories high, with tidy painted walls. The hallways still had guardrails installed before the disaster, though now covered with ice. People living here were usually those with some savings or decent jobs in the base, or mercenary teams. The spacing between buildings was wide, and the area was inside the protective shield, safe from radiation in the air. The city defense troops continued their systematic search, each checking from the front to the back in a radiating pattern. They also asked some mercenaries and ordinary people to help with the cleanup. Now, during the coldest days of winter, everywhere is icy and freezing. Even the mercenary group can't go out to gather supplies or hunt. Some people think it's better to stay busy, so they accept invitations because they can earn points. Others don't want to suffer that hardship, so they refuse and stay in their rooms, relaxing. Compared to others, Lin Yun and Zhanya are the two who can't rest. As soon as they open their eyes, they start working. They only return home at night after sunset because there are only 2 insect speakers in the base, and no one else can replace them. So, they are the most exhausted. Lin Yun's special ability has been overused many times. Every time she gets home and finishes eating, she immediately crawls into bed and sleeps deeply. Suing feels worried and really doesn't want her daughter to suffer like this. But she understands the importance of the situation. She knows Lin Yun's role is huge, affecting everyone's safety in the base, so she has to go. Fortunately, Lin Yun recovers quickly. After a night's sleep, her mental strength and abilities are fully restored. She also found that each time she uses her ability until it's empty, the next day her ability slowly grows back. It's not obvious, but it is increasing. With gene medicine, Lin Yun thinks that once winter is over, she should be able to reach level 2. The City Defense Army promised to give her 20,000 points plus an ability-enhancing medicine. Even if she's exhausted, she wants to go. A single ability medicine costs 30,000 points. How long would it take her to save enough? If she can earn enough points in one winter to buy an ability medicine, she's willing to do it. Otherwise, staying at home all winter without earning anything would be a shame. Lin Yu and Lin Heng don't want to see their older sister so exhausted, so they also join the cleanup team. Although they only earn 20 points a day, it's better than just staying at home doing nothing. Originally, Suing also wanted to go, but she was persuaded by Lin Zhangwo. She's older now, and with the extreme cold, her body can't handle the harsh weather. If she gets sick, she would become a burden. It's better for her to stay home, cook, and take care of everyone. He advised Suing, but after he joined the logistics team himself. He used to be part of the woodcutting team, chopping firewood at the lumber yard. Now, even in the logistics team, he still chops firewood, but also makes ginger tea over the fire. He doesn't need to go outside. He stays by the tent stove, chopping wood, making fire, and boiling ginger tea. He's just as busy and can't sit still. Since he doesn't have to go outside and suffer from the cold, he only earns 10 points a day. Even though his legs and feet are not in good shape, his family members didn't stop him. Lin Yun wrapped her military coat tightly. Her breath turned into a thin frost inside her mask. She raised her hand to press her slightly heavy temple. Her psychic energy flowed slowly inside her, feeling a bit sluggish after just recovering. She, Lin Yu, and Yang Lu were in the same team. They were checking Area C, and it had been almost 2 weeks since they started. Area C is as big as Areas A and B combined, so the search is even slower. But they have to keep going, no matter how slow. Every time they saw Zhanya and Lin Yun with unhappy faces, they didn't dare to rush them. They were just searching and didn't use much psychic power, unlike the two of them, who kept using their abilities and drained themselves each time. But they couldn't stop using their powers unless another insect speaker took over. Unfortunately, insect speakers are rare, and there are no extras to switch shifts. Fortunately, as Lin Yun used her powers, her mental strength grew stronger. She had a feeling that reaching level 2 wouldn't take until spring, and she wouldn't need 10 doses of psychic medicine. About 8 doses would be enough. She had already taken 5 doses and could feel her energy slowly building up inside her. If the human body was a bottle and energy was water, then now the water was 2/3 full. Only 1/3 was left to fill the bottle. Once full, the bottle could be expanded again. Lin Yun was thinking about advancing her psychic abilities when her foot suddenly caught on a hard, frozen ice shard. She staggered forward and took 2 more steps before stabilizing herself. "Be careful." Yonglu quickly reached out to help her. Her voice, behind her mask, was caring. "If you're tired, just say so. Let's find a sheltered spot to rest." Lin Yun shook her head and wiped the thin frost inside her mask.
Fine.
"I can still hold on. Have we finished checking the building ahead?" "We just finished the 3rd floor. The lower floors are clear." Yonglu pointed to a nearby residential building. "The upper floors are still being searched. You can rest here first. When they come down to change shifts, we'll go and check," she said. Lin Yun didn't refuse. She moved to the corner of the building, leaning against the cold wall, and slowly sat down. The cold wind cut like tiny knives into her bones. Even wrapped in a thick military coat, she couldn't block the icy chill that seeped into her. She took out her thermos and took a few sips of hot ginger soup, which made her feel a little better. The thermos was also a gift from the City Defense Army. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to spend 100 points on it. Everyone attending also received one. These items were leftovers from before the end of the world. They were cheap for personal use, but sold at a high price. In the following months, the temperature stopped dropping and stayed steady for about a week before slowly rising again. People at the rescue point all sighed in relief. It was good that the temperature was starting to go up. If the temperature had dropped too low, they would have to stay at the rescue point all winter and couldn't go back to their homes. Although their homes were just makeshift shelters built with various scraps and not very warm, they were still their own places, not crowded with others. Once the temperature rose enough, they could go out to gather firewood. With firewood, they could keep their shelters warm and prevent anyone from freezing. The temperature rose, but still stayed around -30 degrees Celsius. The increase finally made everyone at the base feel much better. Usually, they were used to this temperature, but this year, it suddenly dropped another 20 degrees, catching them off guard. The Lin family's 3 siblings and their father, Lin Jiangwo, spent the whole winter working with the City Defense Army. They woke up early to work and went home after dark, walking through the snow. Thanks to the post-apocalyptic world, human bodies had become stronger, so they didn't catch colds despite the harsh conditions. They also owed a lot to Su Ying's ginger soup. Before winter, they went to the forest and collected about 30 pounds of ginger, which they stored in the cellar for winter use instead of selling it. Their mother, Su Ying, was very lucky. She always found plenty of supplies when she went out. Thanks to her, their family never lacked vegetables, only grain. Fortunately, the base had enough grain. When they finished it, they could just buy more, without prices going up. The temperature continued to rise, reaching about -20 degrees Celsius. 2 months had passed since then. After the end of the world, winter lasted for 5 months. Most of the time, it was very cold. Except for the last month, when temperatures slowly increased, the rest of the time hovered around -20 to -30 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, the City Defense Army disbanded the rescue points. The food and supplies used at the rescue point were all saved by the city guards. If they had to last 5 months, they wouldn't be able to hold on. People living in the shanty town gradually returned home. Some areas had already been checked and were safe. Other parts hadn't been checked yet, and insect eggs were still everywhere. When the residents returned, they cleaned their homes, and the eggs they found were gathered in specific spots, waiting for the guards to come and burn them with high-temperature flame guns. With their help, the progress sped up again, except for Lin Yun and Zhangya, who were a bit more tired. Even so, on New Year's Day, they took a break for the afternoon. Lin Yun, Lin Heng, and Lin Jiangwo worked half a day and then headed back home. Lin Yu didn't come today. She stayed at home with Su Ying to prepare the New Year's dinner. For our people, celebrating the New Year is very important. No matter what, they try to prepare some better food than usual. At home, they had black bread, leftover lamb, rabbit, cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and some fish. The fish had been frozen outside and hadn't been eaten yet, so they decided to cook it as a dish today. They planned to make 8 dishes. Both stoves were fired up and the firewalls warmed up, making the house quite warm. Lin Yu went to the market to see what else she could buy for the New Year's dinner. Since they are from the north, dumplings are a must, so she also bought some pork. Pork cost 100 points per jean. Since there are 5 people in the family, she bought 5 jeans. Lin Yun said she wanted to eat braised pork, and Su Ing quickly agreed to buy it. When she scanned to pay, Lin Yu felt a little pain in her heart. Even though they had many points, meat was really expensive. She and her older brother had only earned 1,200 points after a month of cleaning the base, and now she had spent 500 points just on this. But their points are just a small part. Lin Yun is the main earner in the family. No matter who earns the points, it's still money. Spending it made her feel a bit sad. Besides pork, she also bought some other meat. Chicken was cheaper, at 50 points per jean. Usually, ordinary people eat this kind of meat. The base raises chickens, and there are wild chickens everywhere outside. Wild chickens and rabbits both reproduce very quickly. They bought 3 chicken thighs, weighing about 4 jeans. By then, the chickens had mutated and gained more weight. They had lamb, chicken, rabbit, and fish for the main dishes. They also bought some common vegetables. Vegetables are mostly frozen, as winter is a natural cold storage. There's no need to waste time on fresh ones. Lin Yu also bought some dried mushrooms. In the forest, there aren't many other things. After rain, everything sprouts like bamboo shoots after spring rain. If you don't harvest them, they can spread into the base. Because of that, the price for harvesting is low, 5 points, selling at 8 points per jean, and dried mushrooms at 10 points per jean. Lin Yu bought 2 jeans of dried mushrooms, then some lotus roots. These are quite expensive, 30 points per jean, and she bought 2 jeans. If it weren't for the new year today, she wouldn't be willing to buy them. Finally, she hesitated in the spice section but still took a small bottle of soy sauce, half a pack of salt, and some rock sugar for braised pork. The spices at home are almost gone. Not having enough during the new year would be a problem. These 3 items cost 60 points, and she felt a bit sad paying for them. Carrying her full, bulging bag, she walked home, the snow crunching under her feet. They didn't harvest mushrooms in winter anymore, otherwise, she wouldn't need to spend points to buy them. They could just eat their own dried mushrooms. When she got home, Su Ing was squatting by the stove, tending the fire, which was already very hot. "Mom, I'm back." Lin Yu pushed open the door curtain. A warm, smoky smell hit her face. Su Ing looked up at the bag in her hand and smiled. "Buying so much? What's in there?" "Some dried mushrooms and lotus roots, plus a few spices." Lin Yu took out each item one by one. "The soy sauce and salt are almost gone, so I need them for cooking." "Thoughtful of you." Su Ing nodded and praised her. Lin Yu responded and turned to find a basin. Outside, the wind was still howling, blowing through the cracks of the door and carrying tiny snowflakes that melted into small drops as soon as they touched the floor. But inside the kitchen, it was a completely different scene. The firewood crackled in the stove, and the orange-red flames licked the bottom of the pot, warming both of their faces. Before long, footsteps sounded in the yard, followed by Lin Heng's loud voice. "Mom, you were back." As they entered, Su Ing said, "There's ginger tea in the pot. Have some so you don't catch a cold." Lin Yin stuck out her tongue. "I've had enough of this ginger tea. We had to drink it at the city guard post, and now again at home. 3 times a day. If this keeps up, I'll turn into a piece of ginger." Lin Heng had already scooped a bowl and handed it to her and Lin Jiangwo. "Sis, it's still better than getting sick." Lin Yin took it reluctantly, sat on the heated bed, and sipped it slowly. While peeling lotus roots, Lin Yu asked casually, "Brother, are the city guards done for the day?" Lin Heng shook his head. "Not yet. They're still cleaning up. It'll probably take until dinner." Lin Jiangwo finished his tea in a few gulps and was about to help, but Su Ing stopped him. "Old man, go warm up on the bed. You and I can handle things here. Besides, there's no room for 3 people in this kitchen." Lin Jiangwo paused, realizing she was right. Su Ying was busy cutting meat, and Lin Yu was peeling lotus roots, the counter already full. He chuckled, rubbed his hands, and backed away to sit by the bed, picking up a cloth to wipe the table. All right then, I'll tidy up the table so we can set the dishes later. After finishing his tea, Lin Heng set the bowl on the stove and rolled up his sleeves. Mom, let me help with the fire. You're sweating already. Su Ying added another piece of wood and looked up. No need, I've got it. Go chat with your dad and sister. Once you finishes preparing the food, we'll start cooking. It's fine, I've got nothing else to do anyway. Without waiting for her reply, Lin Heng took the fire tongs from her and stirred the fire, making the flames burn brighter. Su Ying asked casually, how's the inspection going with the city guards today? How many shanty areas are left to clear? Since the kitchen was warm, she didn't stop him and let him stay. It's only been half cleaned, but there's no way around it. The shanty town is just too big. Hopefully, it will be all cleared before spring. Lin Heng sat by the fire, wanting to roast a sweet potato to eat, but thinking about all the meat he had, he held back. Since he could usually eat roasted sweet potatoes, he decided not to roast one today. That's good. If we finish before spring, it will prevent trouble when it gets warmer, Su Ying said as she poured the sliced chicken into boiling water. The foam quickly floated to the top. She picked up a spoon and skimmed it off quickly and skillfully. Lin Yu squeezed the water out of the soaked dried mushrooms, rinsed them twice with clean water, and cut them into thin strips. Then she came over to Lin Heng and said, Brother, if these mushrooms were fresh, wouldn't they taste even better? Lin Heng added some firewood to the stove. The flames shot up high, making his eyes shine. Of course. But right now, having dried mushrooms is good enough. When spring comes and it gets warmer, we can go to the forest edge and look for some. Maybe we'll find some new ones sprouting. Yeah, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Then we can bring Mom along, take a basket, and pick more to dry. We won't need to buy them with points in winter. Su Ying's luck was really good. Soon, she took out the boiled chicken, drained it, and started a new pot. She poured some oil in, heated it, and then added the chicken to stir-fry. It quickly turned golden and fragrant, filling the room with a delicious smell. She threw in some spices, stirred a few times, added some water, and covered the pot to simmer. Mom, when will you make braised pork? Lin Yu swallowed and stared eagerly at the piece of pork with the skin still on the cutting board. After the chicken is almost done, then I'll make it. No need to rush. Su Ying smiled and patted her. Go wash 2 radishes and cut them into chunks. We'll add them to the lamb soup later. Got it. Lin Heng kept watch over the stove, listening to the bubbling sounds and smelling the rich aroma of meat. His heart felt warm. After 15 years in the post-apocalyptic world, life was like walking on a tightrope. One wrong step could lead to disaster. But as long as the family was together, sharing a warm meal like this made all hardships seem bearable. He looked at the fire in the stove. It was still burning strongly. Then he got up, went to the door, lifted the curtain, and looked outside. Outside, the snow started falling again, tiny snowflakes drifting softly. There was no wind, and the temperature hadn't dropped much. Lin Heng shrank his neck, hung the curtain back up, and turned to go back to the kitchen. There's snow again outside. It's not heavy, but it looks like it won't stop for a while. In winter, snow falls every few days, like the sky shedding dandruff, which can be a bit annoying. The family talked and laughed, and before they knew it, the New Year's Eve dinner was ready. They brought dishes to the table: braised pork, radish and lamb soup, potato stew with chicken, steamed fish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, lotus root and meat soup, candied sweet potatoes, and shredded rabbit meat with vegetables. In this end-of-the-world setting, having such a table was already a sign of a wealthy family. Everyone looked at the feast, salivating. Except for the vegetables and sweet potatoes, all the dishes contained meat, even the shredded potatoes. Su Ying took off her apron and waved her hand. Eat up. Why are you just standing there? They finally picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Lin Heng sighed happily. It would be great if we had some juice. Lin Jiangwo tapped Lin Heng's head. Just being able to eat is good enough. Hurry up and eat. Lin Heng chuckled and focused on his food. Lin Yun was the first to pick a piece of braised pork, the meat tender and coated in thick sauce. melting in her mouth. The salty sweet flavor burst on her tongue. She sighed happily. Mom, your cooking keeps getting better. Lin, you didn't sit still either. She reached for the candied sweet potatoes. The golden chunks pulled long strands of sugar, and the sweet taste instantly lifted the gloom of the end times. She mumbled, "Candied sweet potatoes are the best. So sweet. It touches my heart." She was born later and hadn't eaten much sweets before. It was only after they became more comfortable that Lin Yun bought her some candies a few times. Lin Yu loved the sweet taste. Lin Heng took a bite of the steamed fish. The fish was tender and fragrant. He smiled at Su-ing. "Mom, this fish is so cleanly prepared. No fishy smell at all." Seeing the children eating happily, Su-ing smiled with satisfaction. She also took a bite of lotus root. The soft, sticky lotus root mixed with the aroma of meat, warming her stomach and her heart. "Eat more if you like. There's plenty in the pot." Lin Jiangwo picked up a bottle of cheap white liquor, took a small sip, and said, "Life is good when the family can gather together and enjoy a warm meal." Usually, Lin Jiangwo doesn't drink much or crave alcohol. This bottle was bought for cooking. It's not a holiday or special occasion. They just had a good day, so he drank a little. Lin Yun handed Su-ing a piece of chicken. "Mom, you should eat more. You've been busy all morning." "Okay," Su-ing replied with a big smile in her eyes. Lin Heng watched his dad drink and was eager to try. "Dad, is the wine good?" Lin Jiangwo glanced at him and pushed the bottle closer. "Little kid, don't drink," Lin Heng chuckled. "Dad, I'm 19 now." "Here, you're still a kid," Lin Jiangwo said. Lin Yun raised her hand. "Dad, let me have a sip." "I'm already 22, not a kid anymore." Lin Jiangwo refused. "You're still a kid here. Besides, drinking isn't good for you." They argued about drinking, and Lin Jiangwo couldn't refuse anymore. He poured a small amount for each of them. "Drink slowly. This stuff is spicy." He spoke slowly, but Lin Heng gulped it down in one go and started coughing from the spiciness. "I told you to drink slowly, but you didn't listen," Lin Jiangwo said with a teasing tone, though he already handed over a glass of water. "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Lin Heng took the water and drank a few big sips. His face flushed from the spice, but he chuckled. "Dad, this wine really hits hard. It's so spicy it feels like fire in my throat." Lin Yun watched happily. She had only taken a small sip earlier, and the spicy feeling burned all the way down her throat. Hearing Lin Heng say that, she found it amusing. "Serves you right. Now you know how strong it is." Su-ing rolled her eyes at them with a bit of annoyance. "You're all grown up, but still causing trouble. Can't you behave during dinner?" Though she said that, her smile was obvious. She picked a piece of green vegetable and put it in Lin Heng's bowl. "Eat more greens to balance it out." Lin Heng obediently nodded and started eating. The coughing earlier actually made him hungrier. Lin Jiangwo watched the kids play and laugh, took another sip of his drink, and looked very satisfied. "Once spring arrives, we will clear the other half of the yard and get some land purification liquid to grow our own vegetables. Maybe we can even grow unpolluted vegetables. Whether for ourselves or to sell to the base for points, it's a good idea. Vegetables collected from outside can be contaminated, and eating them can cause toxins to build up in our bodies. We need to regularly remove these toxins. If we can grow toxin-free vegetables ourselves, we won't need to spend points on detoxifiers. Our yard isn't very big, just half an acre. There's a stone path in the middle that leads to the house. One half has a firewood shed, and the other half can be used to grow a small patch of land. The firewood shed is near the gate, taking up half the yard, leaving the other half for planting. In the apocalypse, both land purification liquid and seeds are expensive. Luckily, we have points now. Although we've been buying gene medicines, we will soon earn another 20,000 points so we can afford it." Our meal lasted until almost 2 p.m. After eating, Su-ing sent everyone to rest on the bed while she quickly tidied up. After the meal, we all relaxed on the bed. Outside, it was still snowing, and it looked like it would snow even more. We just hope it won't snow for half a month like last time, almost burying the house. On New Year's Day, there was nothing special. Our family played cards on the bed, with our legs under warm blankets and our backs against the warm wall. For dinner, we reheated the leftover dishes from noon and ate them as they were. Here, it's traditional to stay up late and eat dumplings for the new year. In the past, we watched phones or TV to pass the time, staying awake until 10 p.m. to eat dumplings, then sleeping after midnight. Now, with nothing much to do and little entertainment, we plan to start making dumplings early. After eating, we'll digest and then go to sleep. We're too lazy to stay up late. We started making dumplings around 8 p.m., but something surprising happened. Just after 8, everyone's wristbands received a message. The notification said they found old video recordings, including past Spring Festival gala shows, and uploaded them again. There was also a wonderful highlight reel of the best moments. Just click the link to watch. For people who live every day feeling stressed, this is truly a big surprise. Recent Spring Festival gala shows haven't been very good, but there used to be many wonderful performances, especially a big collection from the base. Lin Hing took off his wristband, placed it on the table, clicked to play, and projected it onto the white wall. The whole family stopped playing cards and curled up under blankets to watch the Spring Festival gala. The light and shadows flickered on the wall, and familiar melodies along with laughter and cheer flowed out, instantly brightening the gloomy winter night of the end of the world. Lin Yu clung to the edge of the blanket, eyes wide open. On the screen, performers in bright costumes danced and spun. She whispered in amazement, "Sister, their clothes are so shiny, just like in the picture books from before." Lin Yu was born at a bad time. She was just a year old when the end of the world came. She had never even watched cartoons, let alone the Spring Festival gala. Lin Heng also watched happily, laughing along with the skits. He is usually very mature and sensible. Seeing his younger brother now, Lin Yin suddenly remembered that when the end of the world arrived, her own brother was only 4 years old. But then she thought she was only 7 when it happened. Sigh, it was this terrible end-of-the-world situation that forced a bunch of children to grow up early. After all, those who refused to grow up died young. "Sister, look at that magician." Lin Yu tugged at her sleeve, pointing at the scene on the wall where a dove appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes sparkled like stars. "He's so amazing. Did he awaken some special power?" Lin Yun was amused and gently pinched her nose. "That's called magic. It's skill, not a special ability. People before didn't have powers." "Really?" Lin Yu's eyes widened even more. Was the world back then full of fun things everywhere? Hearing this, Su Ying's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness, but she quickly hid it with a smile. "Yes, back then during the New Year, the streets were decorated with lanterns and banners. Your dad would take your sister to play ring toss. She always managed to win a little cloth doll." Lin Jiangwo chimed in. "That's right. Your sister was so clever back then, always choosing the small toys nearby. The vendors were so scared of her that they would hide when they saw us." Lin Yun's cheeks turned slightly red. She muttered, "That's because bigger prizes cost more money. I was just trying to make a living." The family laughed and joked together. The song and dance on the wall reached a climax. In the lively rhythm, Su Ying suddenly stood up. "Yeah, help me bring the dishes. It's time to make dumplings." Coming, they placed the dishes on the bed and the family sat together, watching the Spring Festival gala while making dumplings. Lin Yu said, "Growing up, I don't think I've ever really eaten proper dumplings. In the past, they used mixed grain flour to make the wrappers with just a little chicken mostly filled with vegetables." Su Ying wiped her eyes. "This time, Mom made a lot of meat for you so you can eat enough. They used 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of pork for cooking, put 2.5 jin into the dumplings, and kept half a jin aside." Lin Yu grinned happily. All right. After making the dumplings, they finished around 11 o'clock and started eating amid lots of laughter. Lin Yu took a big bite of a dumpling, chewing half of it. Their dumplings were large, so she couldn't eat it all in one bite. Juice and rich meat aroma burst in her mouth. She squinted happily, her face a little sticky with soup, and mumbled, "Delicious." "So good, Mom." Seeing her daughter gobbling the dumplings, Su Ying's eyes warmed up. She quickly helped her with another dumpling. "Eat slowly, no one is rushing you. There are still plenty left." Lin Heng and Lin Yun ate quietly, unable to lift their heads. For 15 years in the post-apocalyptic world, they lived in a makeshift shelter, eating wild vegetables and grass. They were all very thin, like sticks. Only recently they started eating better, and their faces began to have a little flesh. They had endured so much that everything tasted delicious. After dinner, the family waited until midnight, counting down together on the screen, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, fireworks burst in the screen, and it felt like the loud firecrackers from their memories exploded in their ears. Lin Yu clapped excitedly, her face full of wonder.
Wow.
So beautiful. Lin Yun suddenly remembered that Ye had never seen fireworks before, nor played with them. But when she was a child, she had played everything. She even squatted in her old yard with Lin Heng, setting off fireworks. Their grandparents bought a big box of fireworks for them to play with. But after the apocalypse, their grandparents and grandparents-in-law didn't survive the radiation infection and passed away. The new year has arrived. Lin Jiangwo's voice was a bit hoarse. He gently rubbed Lin Yu's hair, with a look of quiet happiness in his eyes. Things will get better and better from now on. Suing quietly dabbed at her eyes and cheerfully added a spoonful of dumpling soup to everyone's bowls. Drink some warm soup, and may the new year bring good luck. The family talked and laughed as they celebrated the new year, then went to sleep. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Lin Yun was suddenly awakened by a series of urgent phone calls. It was Yang Lu calling. It was time to go to work. Lin Yun and the others ate the leftover dumplings from the night before, put on warm clothes, and headed to meet the City Protection Army. They had already checked the shanty town. After the new year, in about a month and a half, the weather would get warmer. Before that, they needed to clean all the insect eggs, or else there would be a big disaster. The four of them started working early in the morning. With each passing day, they worked tirelessly, busy from dawn to dusk. The Protection Army originally planned to finish the job half a month before spring, but they completed the thorough check 2 weeks early.
Why?
Because Lin Yun's special ability had upgraded. One night, after drinking her 7th dose of gene serum, she successfully advanced to the next level. She thought she would need at least 8 doses, but surprisingly, she broke through after just 7. After reaching level 2, her ability doubled. She could now detect within a radius of 400 meters compared to 200 meters before. Her detection range was even larger than that of Zhang Ya, a level 3 ability user. Yang Lu guessed that her ability might be a mutated version, but they needed to go to the ability registration office for testing. Right now, they didn't have time for that. They had to focus on clearing the insect eggs first. Once the eggs were gone, they would go for testing and update her information. Lin Yun agreed. The safety of the base was at stake, and her points and serum were also on the line. She couldn't relax. She also believed her ability was probably a mutated type. After all, when she was level 1, her detection range was the same as Zhang Ya's at level 3, and she could contract the same number of insects. Now that she had leveled up to 2, her detection range doubled, and she could contract twice as many insects, from 2 to 4. The insects had grown from the size of an arm to about the length of a person, roughly 1.7 meters. Actually, it should be a second-level insect, but I didn't check, so I don't know the exact details. When I finished cleaning the last patch of insect eggs, Lin Yun straightened up and rubbed her sore waist. Finally, it's over. Yang Lu took a deep breath, sounding tired but mostly relieved. These past 3 months were really tough. I felt like my skin was about to peel off. The cold winter in the end times is especially long. It's not very warm now, but in about a month, it will start to get warmer. Usually, at this time, people begin going outside to gather supplies. After all, mutated plants and animals don't care if it's winter or spring. They grow wildly no matter what. When the team finished cleaning the eggs and dispersed, the sunset painted the sky orange. Cold wind carried some snowflakes that hit the face, but it wasn't as sharp as before. Lin Yun blew warm air into her palms and looked at the distant lights of the base. The tension she had carried for over 3 months finally eased. It's finally over. I can go home and rest well for a week. The points were credited on time. Lin Yun's bracelet suddenly showed an extra 20,000 points. With the leftover points from winter, she had over 25,000 points now. Plus, she had a dose of a special ability potion. But who to give the potion to was a problem. Her family has 5 members. She already has a power, but She hasn't fully understood it yet and isn't eager to awaken a second one. Her younger brother Lin Heng, sister Lin Yu, mother Suing, and father Lin Jiangwo. She planned to buy ability potions for everyone in the family so they could awaken their powers. Not just for safer gathering outside, but also to protect themselves during beast tides. Even if they can't fight, they can run away. The hard part is deciding who should awaken their powers first. Right now, Lin Heng and Lin Yu go out gathering together, entering Forest Number 2. Forest Number 2 isn't much more dangerous than Forest Number 1, but relying only on her insect communicator ability isn't very safe, so they haven't gone deep into the forest yet. But now, Su Ying is also going out gathering, so she has to consider her too. Lin Yin didn't know how to divide the potions, so she simply left it to them to decide. Lin Jiangwo was the first to give up. He has trouble walking and rarely leaves the house, usually just going outside the city to the areas patrolled by the city guards to chop wood. Let's leave the awakening of abilities to those who go out collecting. Lin Heng, Lin Yu, and Suing looked at the silver potion in front of them. It was hard not to feel excited. This potion could help awaken their abilities. Right now, they only had one bottle. Although they could buy another one once they saved 5,000 more points, points are not easy to earn. They need to save some for daily expenses, and also for buying gene potions for the next 2 ability users. Calculating it all, 25,000 points still isn't enough. If they awaken an ability, it's better if it's a fighting type. If it's a support type, it wouldn't be very useful for collecting outside, so they might just stay at the base and find a job. Suing thought for a moment and decided to step back. I only help out at the base sometimes. The main collecting is done by you 3 siblings. With my physique, even if I awaken an ability, it's probably just support, which isn't very helpful for collecting. You two should decide. Lin Heng and Lin Yu looked at each other, hesitant. Lin Heng spoke first, his voice steady. Xiao Yu, you should take it. Lin Yu was surprised and quickly waved her hand. Brother, it's better if you take it. You're stronger. If you awaken a fighting ability, we'll be safer when we go into the forest later. You're a girl. You should have the ability to protect yourself, Lin Heng insisted. Besides, your agility is better than mine. If you awaken a speed or perception ability, it might be more useful than mine. The two argued back and forth, neither willing to take the potion first. Suing watched from the side, her eyes slightly moist. These 2 children had been sensible since they were young, supporting each other through the end times, never arguing. Seeing this, Lin Yun cleared her throat to break the silence. Actually, there's no need to argue. Whoever gets the potion is the same. We'll soon have enough points to buy another one. How about we draw lots? When she said that, Lin Heng and Lin Yu were both surprised, then burst out laughing. It was a simple method but fair. Suing took a piece of paper, tore it in half, marked a small sign on one piece, then crumpled it into a ball and held it in her hand. Come on, you two pick one. Lin Heng let Lin Yu choose first. She didn't refuse and closed her eyes, pinching a paper ball from Su Ying's hand. When she opened it, it was the one with the mark. It's yours, Xiao Yu. Lin Heng smiled and relaxed, showing no sign of disappointment. Lin Yu looked at the crumpled paper in her hand and then at the silver-colored potion tube, biting her lip.
Then,
I'll try it first. Once I awaken my special ability, I can help the family earn more points. When that happens, I'll buy medicine for my brother right away. Silly girl, why are you talking about this with me? Lin Heng gently ruffled her hair. Just drink it and see what kind of ability you awaken. Lin Yu took a deep breath, unscrewed the cap of the potion, and a fresh, cool scent hit her face, carrying a faint energy fluctuation. She tilted her head back and drank the potion in one gulp. The potion was slightly cool as it went down her throat, then slid into her stomach, quickly transforming into a warm flow that spread through her limbs and body. How do you feel? Do you sense anything? Su Ying asked nervously. Lin Yu closed her eyes, feeling the growing warmth inside her. Suddenly, she felt a tingling sensation in her throat, as if something was about to break free. When an awakener awakens their ability, they can sense how to use it, but the details require some exploration. Lin Yu turned her head and blurted out a word, aiming at the ground in the courtyard. Break. Immediately, a large hole appeared in the yard. Lin Yu touched her throat. Since it was her first time using her ability, she couldn't control it well and used too much, making her throat a little hoarse. Lin Yun looked puzzled. What kind of ability is that? Lin Yu knew her own ability well. It's called Word Spirit, but right now it's only at level 1, so I can only use a single word. Word Spirit? Lin Yun's pupils shrank. This ability was much more powerful than she had imagined. And judging by her tone, it was probably a mutated version of the ability. The Basis Handbook for Awakeners detailed all the abilities that had appeared so far. It included the main natural types: wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, ice, light, dark, metal. These are the current mainstream awakened abilities. There are also other abilities like increasing strength, speeding up, creating space for storing items, transforming into various animals, healing powers, poison abilities, and more. These abilities are powerful, with many ways to use them. They can be changed freely based on the user's imagination. But there is also a fixed ability type which is limited to a single, unchanging ability. For example, techniques like underground movement, wall passing, and shapeshifting. Lin Yu's ability belongs to the sound-based mutation powers, one of the branches of speech magic. When used well, speech magic can be more powerful than her insect language ability, but only if her voice stays healthy. Lin Yu tried using the heated bed again, saying, "Rise." The bed floated up from the ground and hovered in the air. After she cancelled her ability, it fell, but Lin Jiangwo caught it quickly. Skills like these, Lin Yun already has experience with. The more she practices, plus the help of gene medicine, the easier it is to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. But upgrading from level 2 to level 3 is uncertain. It might take longer, because each level requires more energy. She needs to explore slowly. Lin Yu is eager to go out and fight monsters, and Lin Yun knows she must practice her abilities. But she just finished a long 3-month cleaning job and doesn't want to go out now. She just wants to relax at home and sleep well. Seeing her sister so excited, Lin Yun didn't want to spoil her fun. While she was hesitating, Suing made the decision for her. This time, a Yun will rest at home. A Yu, a Hung, and I will go gather supplies. Lin Yun didn't oppose immediately. She asked which forest they planned to visit. Which forest are you going to? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as she moved closer. Sister, I want to go to forest number 2. Lin Yun immediately opposed. No, it's too dangerous there. There are too many mutated beasts. Although she hadn't encountered attacking mutated plants before, forest number 2 has many mutated plants. But sister, didn't you also just awaken recently and take us to forest number 2? Her question left Lin Yun speechless. They had to go to forest number 2 out of necessity. Suing was troubled by toxins, and if she didn't gather enough points to buy detoxifiants, something bad could happen. So she had no choice but to take her younger siblings into forest number 2. Now they have enough points. They should be cautious and safe. But there's really not much in forest number 1. It's almost been explored by the basis people. It's safe now, but they can't gather many resources. Jianhua came over and patted her shoulder. Yun, you can't always protect them behind you. They need to grow up too. Let IU and the others go try it. If you're really worried, you can send your mantis to follow and protect them. Lin Yun was surprised at first, then realized that she had almost forgotten about the mantis and grasshopper, which had been staying at home all winter. These 2 insects are absolutely loyal to the contract they signed with her, and they can understand her simple commands. The grasshopper's attack power isn't very strong, so it's better to send the mantis. You just awakened your special ability again, and used it twice. Rest for a while first, and when your ability recovers, you can go. Seeing Lin Yu agree, Lin Yun cheered and high-fived Lin Hung. Then she started to feel restless, waiting nearby for her ability to recover. It's only 8:30 in the morning now, so going to forest no. 2 is still possible. Lin Yun irritably poked her head. All right, enough daydreaming. We haven't even had breakfast yet, so let's eat first. Because it's winter, the whole family gets up late, waking at 7:30. Once everyone is up, they start making medicine and haven't had time to cook. Suing was also quite excited. The breakfast she made this morning was simple, just reheated steamed buns and last night's leftover radish stew. Her level 1 ability doesn't have much energy, so she only used it twice and recovered quickly. After finishing breakfast, around 9:30, the three of them set out. Lin Yun couldn't stop them, so she had to send the mantis to follow. After they left, Lin Yun started to feel anxious, while Lin Jiangwo was quite calm. Seeing her like this, he tried to comfort her. You've been to forest number 2 many times with them. They're not fools, they won't go too deep. Plus, your mom is with them. Don't forget her luck. If they encounter danger, they'll run. Lin Yun kept silent, lowering her head. Lin Jiangwo continued to persuade her. You were tired from arguing earlier. Why not take a nap? When you wake up, they should be back. Her father's words moved her slightly, but she still couldn't help but look toward the door, as if she could see the figures of the 3 people and the insect through it. She knew her father was right, but her worry was like creeping vines, silently wrapping around her heart, making it hard to loosen. Dad, I can't sleep, she sighed softly, walking to the window and pulling back a corner of the curtain to look outside. The streets of the base were already busy with many pedestrians, mostly hurriedly walking toward the outskirts, carrying backpacks. It seems they are all out of the city collecting supplies. The weather is no longer so cold, and humans can now tolerate the temperature. Some people who have no stored food started going out early to gather resources. After going out, they found no insect eggs outside the base, as if they only appeared inside the base. Otherwise, going out to gather is very dangerous. Although they don't understand why this is happening, life must go on. Finding the cause is the base's responsibility. As ordinary people, they should just focus on living their simple lives. Lin Jiangwo walked over to her, looked in the direction of her gaze, and said slowly, If you can't sleep, find something to do. It's better than just thinking about nothing. Didn't she want to go to the ability registration office to update her ability information? He suggested she go if she had nothing else to do. But unfortunately, Lin Yun didn't have the mood to go there now. Lin Jiangwo shook his head and decided not to persuade her anymore. Lin Yun leaned against the warm wall, occasionally glancing outside the window. As she watched, her eyelids started to feel heavy. For the past 3 months, she had been busy almost every day with the city defense troops, with no rest. Her abilities were already overused, and she hadn't recovered. Yesterday, work stopped, and her mental exhaustion was worse than her physical tiredness. Sleepiness washed over her like a tide. She leaned against the wall, her head slowly drooping, unable to resist the sleepiness, and finally closed her eyes. Lin Jiangwo shook his head, gently laid her down, placed a pillow under her head, covered her with a blanket, and let her sleep. Meanwhile, the 3 of them arrived at forest number 2. They weren't fools. Without Lin Yun guiding them with her insects, they followed Su Ying's instincts. They carefully avoided several dangers and found a patch of mutated strawberries. The strawberries had no attack power, each about the size of a human face, with bright, multicolored skins. They took out scissors and started picking. Su Ying checked the strawberries as they picked. Beep, highly contaminated. Not recommended for eating. Beep, highly contaminated. Not recommended for eating. Beep, moderately contaminated. It can be eaten in small amounts. Beep, moderately contaminated. It can be eaten in small amounts. Lin Yu was happy and continued scanning. She wanted to gather more to take back. The purchase price for moderately contaminated strawberries was 50 points, while lightly contaminated ones could fetch 100 points. It was best to gather some lightly contaminated strawberries. While the 3 were busy, a mantis flew around them, on alert. A giant python, as thick as a thigh, swam from afar and silently approached this area. Wandering into the strawberry bushes, they moved closer to the others. Suddenly, a mantis flew up, its wings making a buzzing sound. Lin Hung reacted quickly. Mom, little sister is in trouble. Without hesitation, the 2 of them got up and ran, leaving all the strawberries behind. A large snake had already lunged up, its fangs bared, rushing toward them. The mantis swung its sickle-like arms to meet the attack.
Clang!
The mantis's sickle clashed with the snake's scales, producing a sharp metallic sound. The snake, feeling pain, twisted its huge body and opened its mouth wide to bite the mantis, releasing a foul smell. Lin Heng pulled Suing and Lin Yu by the hand and shouted, "Mom. Little sister. Run toward the safe zone. Don't look back." Suing was scared but kept calm. While being pulled along, she glanced back at the battlefield. The mantis was agile, darting through the air, its twin sickles shining like cold blades. Each strike hit the gaps between the snake's scales, forcing the snake to roar in frustration. It was too busy fighting to chase after them. "Ah Hung, do you think the mantis can hold it off?" Suing asked, panting but not stopping. Lin Heng looked back. The snake was wildly whipping the trees with its tail, breaking branches with loud crashes. The mantis moved like a black lightning bolt, dodging attacks just in time and occasionally fighting back. It seemed to have temporarily gained the upper hand. "I don't know what level this snake is. If it's a first level, it's manageable. But if it's a second level, my mantis can't beat it." As soon as he finished speaking, the snake broke free from the mantis's grip and chased after them. The mantis lost one of its sickles, but still lunged forward. The three of them ran around a tree, trying to slow down the snake. But the snake was too fast, and it was about to catch them. At a critical moment, Lin Yu looked back, focused her mental power on the snake's head, clenched her teeth, and used all her abilities, shouting, "Shatter." In the next moment, the snake's head exploded like a watermelon bursting, splitting apart completely. The snake fell heavily to the ground, still twitching. The three stopped running. Lin Yu took out a special potion from her bag and drank it. Her powers and mental strength quickly recovered. It was a gift from Lin Yun before they left, and it finally proved useful. That was close. That was close. Luckily, Yia's special ability saved us, or we would have been caught. Suing patted her chest. The mantis, missing one arm, landed on her shoulder, watching the snake on the ground carefully. Only after the snake stopped twitching did she relax her guard. The snake is also meat. Such a large snake probably weighs at least a few hundred pounds, but not all parts are edible. They were already close to the forest edge and had run a bit further, now even closer. They decided to dissect the snake right there. In the apocalypse, everyone is good at dissecting. This time, the three of them worked together, cutting the snake into pieces. They sliced the meat into chunks, peeled off the snake's skin, and started scanning and testing. Meat eaters tend to have higher contamination than herbivores, so even a big snake might not yield many edible parts. They all took out their wristbands, aimed at the snake meat, and began scanning. Multiple warnings about high pollution appeared. Beep, high contamination. Not recommended for eating. Beep, high contamination. Not recommended for eating. Beep, high contamination. They scanned most of the snake meat but found it unsafe to eat. Still, the outdoor gatherers are used to this and kept scanning patiently. Suing placed the snake's gallbladder on the ground and started scanning from the head. Every part of the snake is valuable: skin, gallbladder, blood, bones, all can be used medicinally. Now, the snake's skin can even be made into armor. If the pollution level is low, they will take everything. Beep, moderate contamination. Small amounts may be eaten. Finally, they found some edible parts. Beep, moderate contamination. Small amounts may be eaten. Beep, moderate contamination. Small amounts may be eaten. Beep, high contamination. Not recommended for eating. While testing, a small creature quietly crawled into Suying's backpack, curling up into a ball. The snake, weighing hundreds of pounds, was ultimately found to have less than 100 pounds of edible parts. The skin and bones are unusable due to high pollution. Only the gallbladder can be used. After dissecting the snake and testing, it was nearly evening, so they carried their backpacks and headed home. They only reached the city gate as it was getting dark, where they met Lin Jiangwo and Lin Yun, who had come to pick them up. Until they saw the three of them, Lin Yun and Lin Jiangwo finally relaxed. The family first went to the collection point to sell the snake meat. They had only 3 strawberries, so they decided not to sell them and kept them to eat. The snake meat was worth 110 points per gene, totaling 76 gene, and the snake gallbladder was worth 200 points. They kept 10 gene of meat for themselves. In total, They earned 8,560 points. Lin Yun and Lin Jiangwo were stunned. Although they knew their mother was usually lucky, they didn't expect her to be so extraordinary. On the way home, Lin Yu excitedly chattered, exaggerating her heroic story of fighting the giant snake. Her lively expression made it seem as if defeating the snake head was an easy and joyful task. But at that moment, the snake's head was only 3 steps away from me. I didn't blink once, and I had only one thought in my mind: kill it. Guess what happened? With a loud bang, it was like setting off a huge firecracker. Red and white sparks flew everywhere. Thinking about it now, it still feels satisfying. Lin Jiangwo's mouth twitched as he reached out and tapped her on the forehead. "You little girl, how dare you say that? Such a big snake, and you dared to face it head-on. If your powers hadn't worked, what would Mom and Dad have done?" Though he scolded her, his eyes showed a mix of fear and pride. Lin Yun sighed in relief and felt completely reassured. Her younger sister was now capable of handling things on her own as a powerful ability user. Lin Yu proudly said, "Next time, I'll save enough points to buy my brother's ability potion so he can awaken his powers too." Hearing this, Lin Heng paused, his eyes slightly moist. He gently rubbed Lin Yu's head and spoke in a husky voice, "Silly girl, keep your points to improve your strength." "I'm not in a rush." Su Ying also said, "No rush. We need to save some for living expenses, and enough for you two to upgrade. Now that you both have abilities, you'll earn enough eventually." "Don't worry." Lin Yu nodded, still excited. Her first battle had earned her so many points, showing she could stand on her own now. Back home, Su Ying took out 3 large strawberries, washed them, and placed them on a plate. Since the end of the apocalypse, she hadn't eaten strawberries again, and Lin Yu had never eaten them before. So, the others shared 2 strawberries, and Lin Yu kept one for herself. After all, today was mostly her achievement. Lin Yu took a bite of the large, juicy strawberry. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth instantly, and the fresh fruit aroma made her eyes light up. She couldn't help but squint and sigh with satisfaction, saying, "This is so delicious. Even sweeter than I imagined." Lin Jiangwo divided the remaining strawberries into 4 parts, giving each person half. It's rare to find strawberries, so everyone try some. No one in their family insisted on having more than others. They all shared equally. Still, they tended to favor the younger children a bit more. Especially since Lin Yu was only a year old when the apocalypse happened, the family was extra caring towards her. After all, they had eaten many things, but little sister had never eaten anything before. One strawberry was about the size of half a head, quite big, nearly a pound. After finishing the strawberry, Lin Yu was full and happily patted her stomach. "I want to eat strawberries again next time." Su Ying chuckled. "Okay, next time we find strawberries, I'll save some just for you." After eating the strawberries, Su Ying wanted to get the snake meat from her backpack, but noticed it was moving slightly, as if something inside was alive. She instinctively took a few steps back. Lin Yun also saw what was happening and summoned a mantis to be on guard. Lin Yu directly shouted at the backpack, "Open!" The backpack suddenly split open with a loud crack, revealing what was inside. It was a strange little creature about the size of a small arm. It could stand upright, with an ant-like head and mouth parts for limbs with sharp claws, not 6 like a normal ant. Its tail was unusual, with an extra scorpion-like stinger, and it had a pair of transparent wings on its back. Clearly, this was a mutated ant, but how did it get into the backpack? It was eating the snake meat inside when someone noticed it. As soon as it saw them, it spread its wings and lunged forward. Lin Yun immediately ordered the grasshopper and mantis to attack it. But despite its small size, this creature was quite powerful. It clawed and killed the grasshopper in one strike. Lin Yu quickly shouted again, "Break!" One of the ant's claws was shattered into powder instantly. The group took the opportunity to run away. Lin Yun thought she couldn't win and decided to seek help from the city's guards. However, the mutated ant kept chasing them. Lin Yun had no choice but to order the mantis to continue attacking. The mantis, already injured, couldn't last a single round and was killed by the ant's tail. This mutated ant was incredibly fast, instantly flying in front of them. Lin Yu shouted again, "Die!" But the ant's level was unknown. When she cast her spiritual spell, it only shattered half of its head. Even with half a head, it could still chase them. Lin Yun and Lin Heng knew running away wasn't a solution. They grabbed their weapons and attacked from both sides. The ant was already half dead. Each of them cut off one of its wings, causing it to fall to the ground. It crawled on the ground, moving nearly twice as slow, unable to catch up. Lin Heng wanted to kill it, but Lin Yun stopped him. She wanted to try to tame it. This little creature was so strong that it had already destroyed 2 of its contract insects. Lin Yun took a deep breath and focused her gaze on the struggling mutated ant on the ground. Although it only had half a head and 1 wing was cut off, it still used its remaining claws to furiously dig into the ground. Its scorpion tail was raised high, shining with a cold light, showing it was still fierce and aggressive. "Its life force is too strong," Su Ying whispered nearby. Yia's spiritual spell didn't fully kill it. "This thing's level is probably not low. Whether it's high level or not, it's definitely a tough opponent." Lin Yun didn't speak. She slowly crouched down, activating her internal energy. She could feel the remaining violent aura inside this mutated ant. That was the pressure of a high-level mutated creature. Even now, after being severely weakened, it was still not to be underestimated. This creature might not be high-level, but simply very fierce by nature. Its higher mutation level made it so aggressive. Lin Yun was now at level 2 and could try to tame it. She sent her mental energy into the mutated ant, attempting to form a connection and tame it. Her mental power was like fine threads. When they touched the remaining consciousness of the mutated ant, a violent, almost destructive wolf forcefully pushed her away. Lin Yun groaned softly, feeling as if her mind was struck by a heavy hammer and her vision darkened. This little creature's consciousness had no fear or submission. It only had a pure desire to fight and eat. Even with half a head, its instinct was still to tear apart any living thing that approached, and then eat it. "Big sister." Lin Heng hurriedly supported her. "If it's too dangerous, don't force it." Lin Yun waved her hand, cold sweat already forming on her forehead. She stared at the monster on the ground, still twisting wildly, but a hint of fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. The fiercer it was, the more valuable it became after being tamed. "Everyone step back," she said to Lin Heng and Su Ying, her voice firm. The whole family retreated. Lin Yun gathered her mental energy again. This time, it was no longer fine threads but a strong rope, carefully reaching toward the remaining consciousness of the mutated ant. The violent willpower struck again, like a wild beast running in the wilderness, eager to tear everything apart. But this time, Lin Yun didn't let her mental energy collide directly. Instead, she softened her response to the impact, like waves easing some force, while the rope suddenly tightened, tightly binding the chaotic consciousness. Buzz. The mutated ant twitched violently on the ground, its remaining half of the head emitting a sharp scream. Its scorpion tail slapped the ground wildly, causing rocks to fly. It seemed to feel the restraint from its soul level and instinctively tried to break free. Lin Yun's forehead veins bulged, her mental energy drained and making her face pale. But she clenched her teeth and refused to relax. She forcibly imprinted her mental mark into the ant's mind, creating her own unique imprint. This mark was like a red-hot branding iron. As soon as it touched the wild consciousness, it triggered even stronger resistance. The mutated ant's body suddenly arched, its remaining claws gouging deep furrows in the ground. The remnants of its transparent wings trembled constantly, and its tail kept hitting the ground, stirring up dust. Lin Yun felt as if a trapped beast had entered her mind. The fierce willpower repeatedly struck her mental defenses, each collision making her temples throb and a faint metallic sweetness rise in her throat. This mutated ant's resistance was too crazy, unlike any ordinary creature's resilience. One person and one ant fought fiercely in the sea of consciousness, but in the end, Lin Yun gained the upper hand. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, She embedded her mental imprint firmly into the ant's core consciousness. Yip! The mutated ant let out a piercing scream, its body struggling violently. But after just a moment of resistance, it stopped and was completely subdued. This little creature's consciousness conveyed feelings of submission, gentleness, and closeness, all positive emotions. Lin Yun finally relaxed and sat down heavily. This thing was too fierce, violent, and bloodthirsty. Its mind was filled only with killing and hunger. Lin Heng quickly stepped forward to help her up and handed her a water bottle. "Sister, are you okay? Your face looks very pale." Suing also hurried over, looking at the completely quiet mutated ant on the ground with a complicated expression. "Did you really tame this thing?" Lin Yun drank some water and nodded. "Yes, I did. The mark of the insect speaker's special ability, once branded, means the bonded side will never betray." Lin Yu leaned in curiously and poked the shell of the mutated ant. It was hard and cold, like a special armor. "Is this little guy obedient now?" Lin Yun nodded. "Yes, it listens now. This little creature is probably a carnivore, right? I saw it chewing on their snake meat in the backpack earlier." Through the contract, Lin Yun could sense its condition and how to help it recover. Anyway, the mantis and grasshopper had already died, so Lin Yun decided to feed the ant with them. Ants are very fierce eaters, but they recover quickly. After eating the mantis and grasshopper, the wound on its head had already healed. But its arm was still not healed. This strange little ant had an incredible healing ability. The ant's antennae waved, sending a message to Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded and patted its bald head. "Tomorrow, I'll take you out hunting. It needs to eat energy-rich food to recover or level up." The little ant waved its antennae, and Lin Yun poked it. Then they all went home. Lin Yu asked, "Should we give it a name? It's so powerful, it might stay with you for a long time." Lin Yun thought so too. It was completely black and looked very unique, but it was still an ant. "How about calling it Lil Black?" Lin Yun was not good at naming, and just after saying that, she felt resistance coming from the contract. Clearly, the little ant didn't want a name that sounded like a dog's. Suing suggested, "How about calling it Big Black? What's the difference from the name she gave her daughter?" Lin Heng also pondered randomly. "Since it's an ant, how about calling it Little Horse?" The little ant indicated it was about to shut down. "This name isn't as good as Little Black." Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. She watched the little ant lower its head to the ground, seeming really affected by the names. "It seems to care a lot about its name." Suing stroked her chin thoughtfully. How about combining its traits? It has such strong recovery ability, like an indestructible little insect. Call it Little Strong," Lin Heng chimed in. As soon as he spoke, the little ant poked his hand with its antennae, not hard but clearly showing dislike. Lin Jiangwo watched his wife and children come up with random names, which were becoming less and less reliable. All his children's names were chosen by him, inspired by classical poetry. Although they were just single characters, they carried his good wishes. "This little ant looks so strong, probably the king of ants. It's completely black and 9 characters long. How about calling it 9 Mysterious?" Lin Jiangwo's calm voice sounded thoughtful and careful. "Mysterious?" Lin Yun repeated. The character has a deep, mysterious meaning, fitting for the ant's bottomless black color and strange appearance. "And 9? 9 is the highest number," Lin Jiangwo explained. "It's an ant, but different from ordinary ants. Its recovery is amazing, and it seems to have a kingly aura. Using 9 suits its extraordinary nature." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously drooping and resistant little ant suddenly lifted its head. Its black compound eyes seemed to shine. It waved its antennae, and this time, instead of resistance, it conveyed a kind of indescribable joy, transmitted through the contract into Lin Yun's mind. "It seems like it likes this name." Lin Yun's eyes lit up. She smiled at the little ant. 9 Mysterious. From now on, your name is 9 Mysterious." This was probably the first time she named a battle pet. The previous ones were too weak, mostly secondary, so she didn't bother giving them names. The family studied it for a while before going to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, they took buns and set out. Except for Lin Jiangwo, the family was equipped with backpacks and weapons and carried baskets, planning to go to Forest No. 2 to gather supplies. They also hoped to find better items. The family trekked deep into the forest. As soon as they entered, Nine Mysterious seemed to feel at home, spreading its wings and leading them forward. But at turns, they still listened to their mother. After all, her mother is lucky and can find more good things. I don't know how many turns we took before stopping. Ahead, there is a large patch of wild chrysanthemum growing up to chest height. Everyone's eyes lit up, but they hadn't moved closer yet. Jiu Xian issued a warning, stopping them from approaching. Suddenly, a black mantis as tall as Lin Yun appeared sharply from the chrysanthemum bushes. This huge mantis, about 1.7 meters tall, looked a bit scary when facing tiny ants that are only as long as an arm. A mantis this size is usually above level 1 or 2. The tiny ants are also level 2, but their size difference is huge. And if we're not mistaken, this creature probably came out from underground. Can it burrow? The group quickly ran behind a tree. Lin Yu peeked out from behind, ready to support Jiu Xian with her spiritual power at any moment. Jiu Xian faced the nearly 2-meter-tall giant mantis. Instead of fear, he flapped his wings faster, making a buzzing sound as if warning. The mantis flew up, swinging 2 sickle-like arms. Jiu Xian blocked them, but in the next moment, countless shadow spikes shot up from the ground toward him. This mantis is actually a shadow-type creature, so it didn't come out from underground but from shadows. Lin Yu is only level 1. Facing a level 2 monster, her supernatural power isn't very effective, but it can work briefly. Lin Yu shouted, "Freeze!" The shadow spikes were fixed to the ground. Jiu Xian seized the chance and cut off the mantis's front limb with his sickle. The shadow mantis screeched sharply in pain, its huge body retreating quickly. Its compound eyes stared at Jiu Xian with hatred. Losing a front limb threw off its balance. When it fell to the ground, it staggered, and greenish sticky liquid seeped from the wound. But Jiu Xian didn't give it a chance to breathe. He flapped his wings and shot forward like a black lightning bolt. He was very fast, leaving after images on the ground. He dodged the mantis's other sickle leg and struck its head with his metallic glossy front limb. The mantis spread its wings and flew back. Jiu Xian chased after it. The shadow mantis kept its distance and released shadow blades freely. But all were shattered by Jiu Xian. In midair, a tiny ant and a mantis fought fiercely. Though Jiu Xian was small, his movements were incredibly agile. 2 fast-moving creatures, invisible to the naked eye and dazzling to watch. The shadow mantis saw that long-range attacks were ineffective. It roared in anger and suddenly sped up, rushing toward Jiu Xian. Its remaining sickle leg, making a wind-breaking sound, swung fiercely at Jiu Xian's head. The blade shimmered with a cold, eerie light, clearly aiming for a deadly strike. Jiu Xian did not retreat but moved forward, relying on its speed. It cut off more than half of the mantis's belly with one scythe. The shadow mantis fell to the ground. Just as it was about to be finished, Lin Yun called a stop. She wanted this mantis because its ability was very useful. Jiu Xian obediently retreated, and capturing the shadow mantis was much easier than Jiu Xian. It was signed quickly and easily. Mutant animals can recover from injuries by swallowing other mutant animals, and the shadow mantis was no exception. But now it was half dead and couldn't find other mutants to eat. Lin Yun could only order Jiu Xian to find some. Jiu Xian was already planning to eat and recover, so it obediently went out. It flew away and returned after an hour with a wild boar. The boar was a level 1 mutant, about twice the size of a normal adult pig. It weighed around 500 pounds. When it saw them, it snorted and came out. Unfortunately, it was no match for Jiu Xian, and probably not even for the injured shadow mantis. Jiu Xian quickly took it down. Since the boar was so big, they couldn't finish it all. The leftovers belonged to them. They stepped forward to butcher it, peeling and cutting the meat. Lin Yun scanned and checked. Beep, highly contaminated. Not recommended for eating. Beep, highly contaminated. Not recommended for eating. She discarded all the parts that couldn't be eaten. These would decompose into nutrients for the forest, nourishing other mutant animals and plants. But she noticed that if she left some parts behind, Jushuan and the mantis would eat the high radiation parts while they avoided the low radiation areas. Lin Yun guessed that both mutants and humans had been affected by radiation. Eating high radiation meat probably contained more energy. Humans couldn't handle such high radiation levels. Eating too much could be deadly. It was only an emergency option, and they would need to buy detoxifiers quickly to clear the radiation and toxins from their bodies. People who naturally awaken their special abilities often have their genes gradually changed by radiation inside their bodies. When these changes build up enough, they will naturally develop their abilities. Even if the radiation is cleaned up, the genetic changes remain. Once the changes reach a certain level, people with the potential for special abilities will awaken. Those who can have their abilities triggered by special medicine probably have a significant amount of genetic mutation already. They just need the right key to unlock their potential. That key is the special medicine. People who can awaken their abilities usually need to have the right talent. Otherwise, the mutations might build up too much, leading not to awakening but to faster death. Otherwise, everyone would be able to awaken their abilities easily. In simple terms, this post-apocalyptic world still follows the law of survival of the fittest. Weakness leads to death, and strength prevails. Beep. High pollution detected. Not recommended for eating. Beep. High pollution detected. Not recommended for eating. The four people's wristbands kept alerting them about high pollution. Carnivorous mutant animals tend to have higher radiation levels inside their bodies than herbivorous mutants. They checked nearly half of the pork and found it all highly radioactive, with no part safe to eat. They weren't in a hurry, continuing to skin quickly and efficiently. As usual, Su Ying was the first to speak. Beep. Moderate radiation. Small amounts are okay to eat. She was scanning a pig's heart, which weighed about 3 pounds. The entire heart was safe to eat. Next, Lin Hung was scanning a pig's hind leg. Beep. Moderate pollution. Small amounts are okay to eat. Beep. Moderate pollution. Small amounts are okay to eat. Beep. Moderate pollution. Small amounts are okay to eat. The whole hind leg was moderately polluted, but still edible. Lin Hung excitedly cut open the pig's leg and put it into his backpack. He kept scanning. The moderate pollution alerts kept sounding one after another. Beep. Moderate pollution. Small amounts are okay to eat. Beep. His wristbands scanned various meats: pig hind leg, pork tenderloin, pig head, internal organs, intestines. Most of what remained was safe to eat. However, pig intestines were highly polluted and not suitable for consumption. A pig weighing over 500 pounds has about 350 pounds of edible parts, not including the heart, lungs, liver, or trotters. The pig's skin has high radiation and is not worth keeping. Only the primary energy core was taken. However, there was too much stuff, and the four of them couldn't carry it all. They had finally gathered so much meat. Bringing it back could earn a lot of points. They definitely wouldn't just leave it behind. At a critical moment, Xiaoying, the shadow mantis, this was the name Lin Yun had just given it. Xiaoying told her that she could put the meat into its shadow. Lin Yun was happy. She didn't expect this creature to have a built-in space. Because it was low level, its space was small, only 0.5 cubic meters, but that was enough to hold all the meat. The remaining meat could be carried away by the four of them without trouble. After dividing the last bit of edible pork into their backpacks, Lin Yun patted Xiaoying's head. I didn't expect you to have this skill. It saved us a lot of trouble. Xiaoying rubbed her hand with its sickle-shaped front limbs, and its compound eyes seemed to flash with pride. If they were going to follow her back, they also needed to take some of this high-radiation meat, or else what would they eat?
They planned to head back now.
Jiao Xian's antennae moved slightly, and through their contract, he sent a message to Lin Yun. Lin Yun stopped walking. You say you want to stay. Jiao Xian's antennae continued to sway. Lin Yun frowned. He was explaining to her. Jiao Xian was a mutated ant, a chimeric ant made from various insect elements, a special mutated creature. To level up, it needed to fight constantly and eat non-stop. As long as it consumed high-energy food, it would gradually gather energy to upgrade. It followed Lin Yun back to the base, but the rules there were strict. It was hard to hunt and eat freely like in the wild, which limited its growth. But it's too dangerous outside. Lin Yun hesitated. Although Jiu Xian was quite strong, wandering alone in a dangerous forest was uncertain. The level 1 wild boar they encountered earlier was just a small appetizer. If they met a level 2 or even higher mutated creature, Jiu Xian might not fare well with its current strength. Jiu Xian came over and nudged her, showing it would be careful and wouldn't get hurt. It reassured her repeatedly. Lin Yun told it to avoid harming others and stay away from psychic users. Jiu Xian agreed one by one. Only then did Lin Yun leave, feeling a bit uneasy. Only after Lin Yun and her group left did Jiu Xian flap its wings and take off. For a moment, it looked fierce as it plunged into the forest. The return trip was much easier than the way there. Their backpacks were full of moderately radioactive pork, and the shadow of the small shadow mantis was also bulging in its space. Everyone's faces showed smiles they couldn't hide. Luck was on our side this time, Suing said, weighing her backpack. These over 300 gene of meat are enough for us to earn a lot of points. Maybe we can even gather enough to buy another dose of the special ability potion. Lin Heng also smiled, but he felt he didn't need to rush. His 2 sisters at home also had special abilities, so gathering enough supplies was usually enough. I think I'll wait a bit, he said. First, I want to buy gene repair liquid for Dad, to fix his leg. It's been 5 or 6 years. If we don't fix it now, I worry it might not heal well later. When they mentioned Lin Jiangwo's injured leg, everyone paused for a moment. Suing nodded and said, "That's true." Suing wasn't ignoring her husband's leg. The gene repair medicine cost 30,000 points per dose, which wasn't too expensive. But it wasn't a special ability potion. Drinking it once could help awaken a special ability. If it didn't work after 3 tries, there was no need to keep trying, meaning the person might not have that talent. There was no fixed number of times to take it. Once you started, you had to keep taking it until the repair was complete. They didn't dare ask for it when they had no money, but later they did. Back then, they naively thought 1 dose would fix everything, but reality hit hard. Gene repair medicine needed long-term use, and its effects varied from person to person. It wasn't guaranteed to work quickly. Thinking about it, hospitals before the apocalypse didn't have miracle cures that healed everything in one go, and after the apocalypse, such cures were even less likely. Especially for treating disabilities before, there were no medicines for that either. The repair medicine was more like a detoxifier, requiring multiple doses. Since gene damage needed to be slowly repaired, it couldn't be fixed all at once. Lin Jiangwo had been limping for 5 or 6 years, an old problem. Fixing it would definitely require a lot of medicine. Although the price was the same, they had to prepare for a long-term battle. If special ability potions were like keys to open a door, just breaking through a weak gene barrier, then gene repair liquid was like fixing the damaged genes themselves. This technology was probably more complex than the ability potions. I've heard that gene repair liquid can even regrow lost limbs. Such powerful stuff, if it fixed everything in one go, would be a huge loss. The return trip was much smoother than the journey there. They took a short break and soon saw the city wall of the base. Finally, we're close to the base, Suing said, looking at the faint outline of the wall in the distance. She took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The pork in their backpacks was heavy, pressing the straps into their shoulders, but no one complained about being tired. Every point they earned was real and valuable. They headed straight to the purchase station. They decided not to sell the pig hearts and livers now because they didn't need the points.
They wanted to keep some for themselves to try.
They sold the pig lungs, which were cheaper than other pig organs, 120 points per pound. They had 330 pounds of pork, with a purchase price of 80 points per pound. They also sold 3 pounds of pig lungs at 120 points per pound. The total points earned were 26,760. Although their score wasn't as high as the special ability team, it was still a big gain for their family. The staff quickly weighed and recorded the items. When the crisp notification sound rang, Suing and the others couldn't hide their smiles. They had started with 25,000 points and now had 26,000 more, totaling 50,000 points. The base has a points bank where they can turn large amounts of points into a physical card for safekeeping, making it less likely to lose or spend accidentally. The four of them plan to go home first, and then decide what to do next. Actually, 50,000 points wasn't enough for everything. A dose of ability-enhancing or repair medicine costs about 2,000 points. Plus, the gene medicine needed for Lin Yun and Lin Yu's upgrades. They also needed detox medicine for their family of 5 every 2 months, which would cost around 500 points. It seemed like they didn't have enough for everything. On the way home, Lin Yun was counting on her fingers. We also need to buy detox medicine for Ah Hung and me. Their family took turns taking detox medicine. If they took it together, they couldn't afford to spend 500 points at once because they were too poor before. So, they had to take it at different times. This meant they had to remember the right time to take the medicine so they wouldn't miss it and let toxins build up in their bodies. When they got home, the sun was setting. Lin Jiangwo was carrying a basket of branches and heading back home, just as they arrived. Lin Heng took the branches and carried them himself. The family chatted and laughed as they walked back. The weather was gradually warming up, rising from below -20 degrees Celsius to around -10 degrees Celsius. During the day, the sun was warm on the body, but the snow on the ground had not melted yet. To avoid problems, the city guards occasionally checked different areas for insect eggs. Zhang had been helping with the inspections and earning points. Since the weather was still very cold, she was too lazy to go hunting and just followed the city guards. Anyway, the mutants could support themselves no matter what, and life was pretty good. The family walked home, lit the stove, cooked food, and in the evening, they simmered pork to eat. As evening approached, it started to snow lightly, and the temperature that had risen earlier dropped again. They had accumulated quite a few points and planned to stop collecting for now. In the past, they hibernated through winter, but now with a new house and a warm stove, they didn't need to do that anymore. The 3 siblings and Lin Jiangwo had spent a whole winter working, and since winter wasn't over yet, they decided to rest well. They also discussed how to use their points, whether to buy mutant ability potions first or gene repair potions. Lin Heng was lighting the fire, and Lin Jiangwo was cooking dinner. Both of them were good at cooking. The 3 siblings and Su Ying had been outside all day and were tired. Lin Jiangwo didn't want them to work more. Seeing they had saved so many points, Lin Jiangwo almost didn't hesitate. Buy mutant ability potions first. Gene repair potions need to be bought multiple times, which costs a lot of money. No rush for that now. Plus, awakening a mutant ability can help them go further, earn more points, and most importantly, give them self-protection. At least if they can't win, they can run away. Even if in the future they lost the 2 of them, the 3 siblings could still survive well in the end times. Parents love their children and plan carefully. Besides, we're both over 50 now. We can't stay with them much longer. Their future is more important. Lin Jiangwo threw the last piece of chopped wood into the stove. Sparks flew, lighting up his wrinkled face. I've been dragging this leg for so many years. I'm used to it. Waiting a few more days doesn't matter. But the children are different. Once they awaken their abilities and have confidence, they can stand firm in this world. Hearing her husband's words, Su Ying's eyes slightly moistened. She wiped her hands on her apron, her voice a little hoarse. You're right. The children's future is the most important. Once the gene repair medicine is started, it cannot be stopped. It's better to prioritize using it for the children first. It would be great if the repair medicine were cheaper. At this price, even their family cannot afford to spend so much money every month. If all 3 children awaken their abilities and each requires 3 vials of gene medicine, that would be 6,000 points. Having abilities doesn't seem to make money easier. Instead, it feels like money is even harder to come by. But now it's already late, so I'll buy it tomorrow. Su Ying was about to serve the dishes when her bracelet beeped. She glanced at it and saw Aunt Zhang transferred 200 points. Now that they can go out collecting with the points, she has repaid the borrowed money. Aunt Zhang has paid back the points she borrowed, Su Ying told the others. Lin Yun said, Aunt Zhang is too eager to pay back. We've only been collecting for a few days. Does she have enough points? Su Ying brought the dishes over. Come on, Aunt Zhang is probably worried about owing favors. She wouldn't borrow money unless she had to, and she'd find a way to pay it back no matter what. It's probably that the Lin and Zhang families are similar in character. Otherwise, Su-Ying and Aunt Zhang wouldn't be such good friends. Dinner was a big pot of potatoes stewed with meat. Since Lin Yun gained abilities, their family rarely lacked meat. They ate it every now and then, so meat isn't so rare anymore. But they still eat it when they can. We all experienced the end times when we were very young, so our nutrition was poor and our bodies didn't develop well. Especially Lin Yu, who is now growing, should eat more to strengthen herself and grow taller in the future. Lin Yu looked at the meat piled in her bowl and decisively moved it away. You guys eat too. Don't just pick out the meat for me. I can't finish it. She then took a big bite, her eyes narrowing happily because the meat was really delicious. After dinner, everyone gathered to play cards. There was no entertainment in the end times and they didn't want to sleep too early, so they found some fun for themselves. Su-Ying was very lucky and won almost every round. The beans they used as tokens for fun were all won by her. Su-Ying was proud. Looks like I need to go collecting with you more often. With my luck, maybe I'll hit the jackpot and buy all the repair medicine for your dad at once. Yes, I rely on my wife. Lin Zhengwo smiled gently, while the three siblings looked at him with disdain. Lin Yun, Lin Heng, and Lin Yu all said together, EW. After expressing their dislike, they all dispersed and went to sleep. Today, the stove was lit, and Lin Heng went to sleep by himself. Previously, he did so to save firewood, but as the weather warmed up and he could go outside to gather wood, he no longer needed to be so frugal. He decided to leave some space for the couple. Before sleeping, the sisters were still chatting. As they talked, Lin Yu gradually fell asleep. Before falling asleep, Lin Yun sensed through their contract that Jiu Xian was safe, and she also peacefully went to sleep. Xiaoying curled up in her shadow and had already fallen asleep. After finishing the meat they had, Lin Yun put the high-radiation meat into her shadow, after clearing out the rest of the meat they ate. If she wanted to eat, she could just crawl back into her shadow. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yun took her younger brother and sister straight to the clinic to buy special ability potions. Each clinic only stocks a few bottles of these potions, usually just 2. Their clinic was nearby their home, so it only took a few minutes to get there. Usually, there are guards at the entrance of places that sell these potions, but no one guards the entrance of ordinary clinics. This clinic always has 2 uniformed guards at the door, who only let people in if they are unarmed. Once inside, the smell of disinfectant hit them, very different from the dusty outside air. The lobby was not crowded, with only a few people waiting in line, most looking sick or tired. The clinic had both regular doctors and healing ability users. Regular doctors handled various common illnesses, while healing ability users mainly treated injured patients. However, they didn't know exactly where to buy the ability potions. Since Lin Yun's ability was naturally awakened and Lin Yu's was given by the base, she didn't know where to buy the potions. Lin Yun pulled Lin Heng and Lin Yu to the corner of the lobby and whispered, "Maybe I should ask that nurse over there." Lin Yu nodded and pointed to a young nurse in a white coat, who was organizing medicines nearby, saying, "That sister looks very kind." Lin Yun took a deep breath, approached quietly, and asked softly, "Hello, nurse. May I ask where I can buy the ability potions?" The nurse is a woman in her 30s. She glanced at them and saw they were young children, so her tone softened a bit. Ability-enhancing medicine is a controlled item. You need to go to the 2nd floor to find the person in charge and register to buy it. Do you have enough points? 1 vial costs 30,000 points. Lin Yun nodded. Yes, we have enough. The nurse pointed upstairs. Go to the 2nd floor and find the director's office. You need to register there to buy it. Everyone who wants to buy ability medicine must register, which helps the base keep track of ability users. The 3 of them thanked her and went upstairs. The corridor on the 2nd floor was quiet. Lin Yun led Lin Heng and Lin Yu straight to the director's office. She knocked on the door, heard a response, then pushed it open. Inside, a middle-aged man with a blank expression sat behind a desk. When they entered, he only lifted his eyelids slightly. I want to buy ability-enhancing medicine. The man looked up and saw they were young people.
This was not surprising.
After the apocalypse, ability users appeared frequently. They come in all ages, so it's not strange that young people can afford the medicine. He opened a small refrigerated box and took out one vial. All ability-enhancing medicines look the same. They are not divided by the type of ability they enhance. This medicine can only help unlock your genetic lock, acting like a key. It does not determine what your ability will be. Your ability depends on your own nature, not the medicine. If one vial doesn't open your lock, it could be because it's not the right time or you don't have the talent. Taking the medicine doesn't guarantee awakening an ability. It depends on your talent. 30,000 points. They had to pay all at once. Even if their points were enough, Lin Yun felt a sting in her heart. They had saved up these points little by little, and reaching this amount took a lot of effort. Spending all at once was hard to bear. But thinking of her brother Lin Hung, Lin Yun clenched her teeth. She checked her points on her bracelet, confirmed the amount, then swiped her hand in front of the sensor on the desk. Beep, points deducted, 30,000. A cold mechanical voice announced the deduction. The middle-aged man pushed the vial toward them. It was contained in a special glass tube with a semi-transparent, pale silver liquid inside. The liquid shimmered faintly, flowing subtly, making it look extraordinary. Please register your name, ID number, and address. Names may repeat, but personal ID numbers will not. Using the ID number, each person can be identified precisely. This was also how Yang Lu and Hu Jia were able to find her address. The middle-aged man handed over an electronic device, speaking in a steady, calm tone. Lin Yun took it and quickly entered Lin Heng's information. After finishing, the three of them left the medical office with the medicine. Back home, the whole family watched Lin Heng closely. He looked nervous holding the medicine. This was worth 30,000 points, so he couldn't spill it. He swallowed hard, unscrewed the cap, and drank the potion in one go. He tasted nothing special, just like drinking plain water. The potion smoothly entered his body. Everyone watched nervously. Lin Yu opened her eyes wide and asked, "Brother, do you feel anything?" Lin Heng closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes inside, but after a while, nothing happened.
His heart sank.
He trembled and asked Lin Yu and Lin Yun, "Sisters, when you awakened your abilities, what changes did you feel?" They looked at each other. Lin Yu raised her hand and said, "When I awakened my ability, I felt my body heat up. A warm flow was moving through me, and it reached my throat." Lin Yun added, "When I awakened, it was similar. I also felt warm flows all over my body, mainly concentrated in my head." Lin Yun's ability was to control insects, and Lin Yu's was to use words to influence others. Both had distinct features after awakening. But Lin Heng felt nothing. No warm flow, no focus in his hands or head. He froze completely, cold sweat running down his forehead. He looked at everyone with tears in his eyes. "Mom, Dad, sister, little sister, please stay calm and listen to me." The four of them nodded together, all staring at him. Lin Heng swallowed and said, "I think I didn't awaken any ability." They looked stunned. After a moment, Lin Jiangui stammered, "You. Don't worry. Maybe it's just that the potion hasn't taken effect yet." Others also nodded to show he should wait a little longer. Lin Heng was sweating on his forehead, closing his eyes to keep feeling. But after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, even half an hour, there was still no change inside him. Usually, this special medicine for awakening abilities works quickly after drinking, taking effect soon. It's been over half an hour, and still no effect. Most likely, Lin Heng hasn't awakened his ability. He was trembling all over. That was 30,000 points, quite a lot, even for them now, a big sum. Lin Yun's palms were sweaty, but she forced herself to comfort her brother. "Don't worry yet. Maybe it's just taking longer. Let's wait a bit more." But everyone knew those were just words to comfort him. Now, all they could do was wait. Lin Heng wanted to smile at the others, to show he was fine, but he couldn't even do that. He only managed a smile that looked worse than crying. The whole family sat quietly, waiting. Time passed second by second, from around 8 or 9 in the morning until afternoon. Lin Heng's body still showed no sign of change. He couldn't hold it anymore. He collapsed onto the bed, hugging the quilt and crying loudly. Lin Yun raised her hand, but stopped in midair. She didn't know how to comfort him. They all knew that taking the awakening medicine didn't guarantee success. There was a good chance that even after 3 doses, he might still be an ordinary person. Both Lin Yun and Lin Yu had awakened their abilities, sharing the same genes. Lin Heng thought he could do the same. But reality hit him hard. Lin Heng cried, first because he felt useless. His sister had awakened abilities, but he hadn't. Second, because he felt he wasted the points. 30,000 points, a lot of money. Even though they were earning well now, this was money they had saved together, representing everyone's effort. Thinking of this, Lin Heng's tears became more suppressed, like a heavy stone pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Lin Zhengwo squatted on the ground. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, "It's okay, we'll earn more," but he swallowed the words. He knew this wasn't about points, it was about the emotional barrier in his child's heart. Su Ying wiped her eyes, walked over, and gently patted Lin Heng's back, her voice choked with emotion. "Heng, don't cry. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Living safely and peacefully is better than anything." Lin Heng's crying gradually turned into sniffles. Lin Yun patted his back and said, "Brother, don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, life is full of ups and downs. Things won't always go smoothly or as we wish." Lin Heng had stopped crying, but hearing his sister's comforting words made him want to cry again. Lin Yu also advised, "Brother, don't cry anymore. If we lose points, we can earn them back. Maybe your genetic lock hasn't been opened yet, so even with the key, it won't work." The family had all read the special ability manual brought back by Lin Yun, so they understood how special abilities and potions worked. Lin Heng's sniffles gradually stopped. He lifted his red eyes from the blanket and looked at the ceiling, his voice hoarse. "But I just feel so unwilling." At this moment, Lin Zhengwo also stood up, walked to the bed, and patted Lin Heng's shoulder with his rough hand. "Enough crying. If the points are gone, they're gone. Our family can work together and earn them back, no problem. Besides, not having abilities doesn't mean you're not capable. Before we had abilities, we still managed to get by," he said. Though life had been tough before, as long as the family stayed united and worked hard, they would get through it. Lin Yu patted her small chest and said, "Brother, don't cry. I will protect you from now on." Lin Heng smiled through his tears, rubbed her head, and said, "Then from now on, Yaya will protect me." Su Ying handed him a cup of warm water. "Drink some water to soothe your throat. You've cried so much, your voice might be hoarse." Lin Heng took the cup, feeling the warm ceramic wall, and his pent-up feelings seemed to ease a little. He sniffed and, in a hoarse voice, said, "Dad, Mom, sister, little sister, I'm sorry. I'm useless." "Don't say that." Lin Zhengwo frowned but softened his tone. "There's nothing to be sorry about. We're a family. Besides, this isn't your fault. Awakening abilities is all about fate. You can't force it." Seeing that his family showed no blame, only concern and comfort, Lin Heng's nose tingled again. He quickly lowered his head to hide his tears and drank water. He's a man. He wants to protect his sister and little sister, not have them protect him. The burden of supporting the family falls on them, and he feels useless as a man. He doesn't want to be a burden. After drinking water, Lin Heng forced an awkward smile and said, "Mom and Dad, I want to be alone for a while." Without waiting for their response, he went upstairs by himself. Everyone knew he was upset, and he just wanted to be alone to hide his sadness. So no one disturbed him. Lin Heng entered his room, slapped himself hard on the face, and muttered softly, "Useless waste." His sister had spent 3 cold winter months outside running around with the city guards, almost daily exhausting her abilities. They worked hard collecting resources outside, risking many dangers. After earning some points, they bought medicine, but he was unlucky. His abilities didn't awaken. Thinking about this, Lin Heng started crying again, but afraid others would hear, he buried his face in his blanket and cried. He cried himself to sleep. In his dreams, his body's heat moved, and after a long delay, the key finally unlocked the lock inside him. Awakened by the strange internal movement, Lin Heng, with swollen eyes, wanted to give someone the middle finger, though he didn't know who. He thought, blame the heavens? No, it's not their fault. Blame the ability-enhancing potion? No, that's not right either. Blame myself? Even worse. Who knew abilities could have delayed awakening? Aren't they supposed to activate immediately? Lin Heng clenched his fist. He felt his strength had greatly increased. He could lift objects twice his weight with his bare hands. His ability was simply enhanced strength, not a mutated type like Lin Yun or Lin Yu. But that was enough, better than having no abilities at all, which would only hold him back. He rubbed his eyes and came downstairs from the second floor. The conversation below immediately quieted. Suing looked at his swollen, walnut-sized eyes with concern. She had planned to comfort him, but before she could, Lin Heng said, Mom, Dad, Sister, little sister, I've awakened my abilities. They were a bit stunned, but quickly reacted. Lin Yun was the first to ask, what kind of ability? Everyone looked at him expectantly. Lin Heng felt a bit frustrated. Abilities related to strength were the most common in their base, and the one most people awakened. Strength type. Now I can lift about twice my own weight. That's roughly over 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. A few people all took a deep breath, feeling relieved that they could awaken. It didn't matter what kind of ability they gained. It was better than looking so hopeless just now. Lin Jiangwo patted his shoulder. It's good that you can awaken. Don't worry about what kind of power it is. Just say whether it's an ability or not. Yes. Lin Heng sweat, thinking, well, no matter what, it's an ability. Lin Jiangwo was quite happy. Now all the children in his family had awakened abilities. In the future, when they go out to gather resources, they would have more security. Lin Yun patted her younger brother's shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Power-type abilities have their uses too. They are strong, can help carry things, and fight up close. If they change to other weapons or shields, they can be very effective. Don't lose hope. We are a family. When fighting, we need to work together. Why would you want to fight alone? Lin Yu also nodded. My sister's ability can't protect us, so in the future, we will rely on our brother to protect us. Lin Heng, comforted by his family one after another, gradually let go of his frustration about having only a normal ability. He asked Lin Yun, Sister, my little sister, and I both awakened abilities. Should we go register our abilities too? The Ability Registration Office issues a manual for ability users. After registering, they can receive special missions issued by the base. These missions are quite dangerous and are not open to ordinary people. Lin Yun remembered that after she registered last time, Hu Jia quickly came to find her and forced her to participate in a mission in Forest Number 4. Although they bought a house that time, that mission was indeed very dangerous. Does this mean that once you register as an ability user, your information becomes transparent to the higher-ups, and anyone can see it? That's why Hu Jia was able to find her so precisely. She hadn't interacted with ability users before, so she didn't know. Although the recruiter was kind, he also benefited from introducing ability users for registration. So they were even. Now that she knows the higher-ups can precisely locate ability users like them, she doesn't want her brother and sister to register. Anyway, they are just family members working in their own small workshop. They don't cooperate with outsiders. As long as they don't tell anyone what abilities they have, no one will know. What if they're exposed in the future? Well, if that happens, it happens. They can just register officially then. She still needed to go to the registration office to update her information, as she had already been promoted to level 2 before spring. Both Yang Lu and the city guards knew this. She also needed to report about Jiu Xian and Xiaoing. Usually, beast tamers must register their battle pets so they can move freely within the base. She didn't let her younger siblings register. Instead, Lin Yun went back into the inner city and paid 20 points. Since she wasn't a resident of the inner city, she had to pay points every time she entered. She was quite clever. This way, outsiders couldn't casually visit the inner city. The first few times she entered, Yang Lu was with her, so she didn't need to pay. Now that Yang Lu wasn't with her, she had to pay again. Seeing the bustling inner city once more, Lin Yun didn't feel much. She just thought that one day, she would bring her family here to live. Now they had taken the first step, moving out of the shantytown. Familiar with the way, Lin Yun went straight to the Psychic Ability Registration Office, where the same receptionist was there. She placed her hand on the machine, which scanned her body data and updated her information. D-Zone resident. Lin Yun's psychic ability. Insect language speaker level. 2 abilities. Understands and controls insect and insect-like languages. At level 2, can contract for insects of level 2 or below. If an insect dies, she can recontract. After contracting, she no longer consumes extra psychic energy and can control other insects, but cannot contract new ones. Constitution, 15 strength, 17 speed, 16 defense, 16 recovery, 13 contract pets, ghost shadow mantis, Xiaoing, unknown mutant ant, Jiuxian. This update was much more detailed than last time, even including her pets. However, because Jiuxian was outside, she only described it vaguely, so the staff wrote unknown mutant ant. She also received the pet tags, which she would put on her pets later. When she updated her information, the city guard system would also be updated, so she didn't need to go to the guard headquarters. She finished updating and left directly. These few times, they didn't plan to go too far, or let Suing come along. Their outings were just for gathering vegetables. Near the start of spring, they earned over 1,000 points. As spring approached, the snow in the base began to melt gradually. The city guards were on high alert and even increased patrols, worried that some corner might be missed and insect eggs could hatch, causing a swarm. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun were also on standby and hadn't left the base. Because of this, only Suing, Lin Heng, and Lin Yu went out to gather. Lin Heng changed his weapon from a simple chopping axe, which he bought for 2,000 points at the weapon shop, to a heavy axe. It swung with great force, looking like it could split mountains. The 3 of them went to forest number 2, while Lin Yun stayed on standby. Their mother's luck was really extraordinary. They went out for a week and didn't see any animals, earning less than 1,000 points. Their mother went out once and caught 3 rabbits, getting over 100 pounds of moderately contaminated rabbit meat. She kept some for herself and sold the rest. Even though the price was low, only 40 points per pound, they earned about 4,000 points. Lin Yun was already numb to her mother's luck. With more points, Suing waved her hand confidently and said, "Since we have enough points, let's buy an electric tricycle." Forest number 2 was too far from the base. Walking there took about an hour and a half. With a tricycle, they could carry more and save time, which was very worthwhile. Moreover, their family now had electricity and could afford it. Buying a vehicle for travel was a good idea.
Buy.
We must buy. Lin Zhengwo agreed first, smiling broadly. With a vehicle, you can go out more easily and won't have to carry such heavy loads back and forth. Although Xiaoing had a shadow space, Lin Yun wouldn't take her along because Xiaoing wouldn't understand their commands. Xiaoing could understand Lin Yun's commands because they had a contract. If she went along, she could only understand simple commands. Plus, her space wasn't very big, so buying a tricycle for travel was very necessary. They all agreed quickly and headed to the vehicle shop. The vehicles there were made after the apocalypse, with sturdy materials and no shortcuts. There are both gasoline and electric bikes. They can't afford a car for now, so they chose a tricycle instead. Currently, electricity costs 3 points per kilowatt hour. They usually just use a little for lighting, so it doesn't cost much each month. The tricycles in the shop aren't many in style, but each looks sturdy. The metal frame is smooth but not thin, and the tires are thick off-road types, perfect for rough land outside the city. Lin Heng knocked on the side panel of the cargo area, making a dull sound. This material is good. It can hold a few hundred pounds without problems. The shop clerk was a middle-aged man with a faint scar on his face. Seeing they were serious about buying, he didn't beat around the bush. He pointed to a dark blue tricycle and explained, "This model is the bestseller. The battery is special. Fully charged, it can go about 80 to 100 miles. It also supports solar panels for charging, but you'll need to buy the panel separately." Su Ying's eyes lit up. Solar panels? So it can recharge even outdoors. That's the idea. The clerk nodded. But it's not as efficient as plugging in directly. Still, it's good for emergencies. The bike itself costs 7,800 points. Adding a solar panel costs another 800 points. They were looking at a cargo tricycle with a canopy in front, enough for 3 people to sit, and a cargo box at the back. The total was 8,600 points, which they could afford. They decided to buy it on the spot. The owner installed the solar panel, and their family of 5 set off. Lin Yun drove. Lin Jiangwo and Suing sat in the back, while Lin Heng and Lin Yu sat in the cargo area. As the tricycle left the shop, the rough tires rolled over the unpaved stones in the base, making a slight bumping sound. Lin Yun held the handlebars, looking a bit curious. She slowly turned on the electric motor, and the vehicle moved smoothly forward. This speed is just right, neither too fast nor too slow. It's safe to drive inside the base. Suing looked around from the back seat, watching the hurried people on the roadside. Many looked at their new tricycle with envy. In the post-apocalyptic world, having such a vehicle was not easy. Lin Jiangwo nodded. Yes, it's pretty good. Once we leave the base and go into the forest to gather supplies, it'll save us a lot of walking. It was the first time the siblings drove the tricycle, taking turns to steer it back home. The tricycle was very stable, and learning to ride it was quick. The brother and sister picked it up fast. Their home was roughly in the middle of Area D. The vehicle was traveling east in Area D, and on the way back, they felt excited and satisfied with the new experience. When they reached home, the battery had only 50% left, so they couldn't go out to gather supplies and had to recharge it first. Once fully charged, they planned to go out the next day. With this electric bike, Lin Jiangwo could also go along, even though his leg was inconvenient. However, they were still worried that if a real fight broke out, they wouldn't be able to take care of Lin Jiangwo, so they decided to go to Forest Number 1 tomorrow. Her father could breathe outside again after a long time. When her father's leg healed, they would go to Forest Number 2. The forests were tangled and difficult to navigate. Even with thick tires on the tricycle, it wasn't easy to ride inside, so they had to leave the vehicle at the forest edge. They would need to walk a long way into the forest. Lin Jiangwo's leg couldn't keep up, and if they needed to run away, they wouldn't be able to carry him. It was safer to go to Forest Number 1. The next morning, the family of 5 went to Forest Number 1. The forest was quite large, but their base had many people. Although mutant plants kept growing wildly, they had already gathered most of them. There were so many people that after walking a few hundred meters they could see crowds. After walking a bit further, they saw more groups of people. Usually, several people would gather around mutant plants to collect resources. They hadn't found any collectible plants after walking so far. Finally, their mother took the lead and led them to a quieter spot, where they found a bunch of small rapeseed plants. The 5 of them spent the whole morning collecting, only managing to gather about 30 pounds of moderately contaminated rapeseed. On the way back to the city, they saw a long line of people at the city gate from afar. The southern 4 gates of the city were wide and spacious, capable of handling over 10,000 people entering and leaving each day. It was rare to see so many people gathered there. Lin Yun slowly stopped the tricycle and looked ahead. What's going on? Why are so many people blocking the way? Is something wrong? Suing also frowned and patted Lin Jiangwo's arm. You watch the vehicle here. I'll go ask what's happening up front. Lin Jiangwo nodded. Be careful. Suing pushed through the crowd and walked a few dozen meters forward. She grabbed a man who looked like he was just there to watch the excitement. Big brother, why is the gate blocked like this? Did something happen? The man shook his head. I just got here not long ago, so I don't know much. Anyway, these people aren't from our base. They must be from another base that escaped. The last time their base took in refugees was about 7 or 8 years ago, after their base was attacked by a horde of beasts. People from another base. Su Ying's heart skipped a beat. She quickly asked, which base? What happened? The man scratched his head and pointed toward the crowd. Not sure exactly which one. I heard some noise up front. It seems to be from the Black Stone base in the west, he said. That place suffered a big disaster, and they couldn't stay there anymore, so they ran all the way here. The Black Stone base in the west. Su Ying's stomach tightened. She vaguely remembered that the Black Stone base was not small, and its defenses were said to be quite solid. How could survivors suddenly escape from there? Disaster? Was it a beast horde or something else? She asked eagerly. The man shrugged. Not sure yet. The city's guards have blocked the people outside and are investigating. If it was a beast horde outbreak, it's good that the survivors escaped. But if they brought something else, like a virus or contagious disease, that would be a problem. They couldn't let anyone in. The city guards sent out a few teams to gather the refugees to one side. Usually, people from their own base didn't need to register or scan their wristbands when entering or leaving the city. But now they had to do that. The guards pushed the refugees aside and opened the gate for their own people to go in first. Suing went back to the car and briefly explained what had happened. Lin Yun frowned and looked at the group of people outside the city, blocked by the guards. They were ragged, many with dirt and wounds. They huddled in the cold wind, their eyes empty, clearly having gone through a lot. Most didn't seem to have serious injuries, but their expressions looked strange. Otherwise, they looked like ordinary refugees. Are the guards not letting them in? Lin Yu asked softly. Hard to say. Lin Yun shook her head. The base has rules. Accepting refugees isn't a small matter. It needs approval from the higher-ups. They are currently blocked, probably for registration or investigation, or maybe a decision hasn't been made yet. Once they understand what is really happening, they won't cause trouble anymore. The family lines up slowly at the city gate, then one by one scans their wristbands before the car slowly enters. They head straight to the collection area to sell the collected rapeseed. Moderately polluted rapeseed earns 7 points per pound. They sold 30 pounds, earning 210 points. Points aren't much, but even a small thing is still valuable, Suing said, patting her wristband. It's enough for our family's food for half a month. Lin Jiangwo looked at the empty burlap bags in the truck bed. Today's trip wasn't wasted, but the thing at the city gate still makes me uneasy. Lin Yun drove toward home, glancing at the notice board by the roadside, which had a few new notices posted. Many people were gathered around reading them. She slowed down the car. Let's see what the notices say. Maybe there's news about the Black Stone base. The tricycle stopped next to the notice board. Lin Hung and Lin Yu jumped out first and pushed into the crowd. Soon, they returned, with Lin Hung frowning. It says something happened at the Black Stone base, but it doesn't say what kind of disaster. It only says they are now doing full health checks on the refugees. It's temporarily forbidden for anyone outside to enter the city for 3 days. Our base is also not allowed to go in or out for now. After reading the notice, the city's military announcement was also sent via their wristbands. It was the same as the posted notice. It looks like no one will be able to go out collecting for the next 3 days. The family continued riding their bike home, but not far from the city gate, chaos suddenly broke out, mixed with screams. Insects. So many insects. They're crawling into our bodies. Oh my God, so many insects. Those refugees are all turned into insects. Help! Help! As chaos erupted at the city gate, Lin Yun's wristband also rang. It was Yang Lu. Her voice was urgent, with a commanding tone. Lin Yun, where are you now? No matter where you are, hurry to the south gate of the base. Those refugees brought a bunch of insects. Lin Yun swapped places with Suing. She opened the door quickly, ran down from the car, and instructed her parents and family. All 4 of you, hurry home and hide. I will check the city gate. Remember to close the doors and windows tightly. I think these bugs are the eggs we dealt with last winter. The insect speakers are very rare. Out of a population of 1 million in this base, only 2 insect speakers exist. Most other bases probably don't have this special ability at all. No one expected parasitic bugs either. Go quickly, she urged again, her gaze scanning her worried family members, her tone firm and clear.
Don't worry about me.
Captain Yang told me to go, so he must need the insect speaker's power. I will be fine. She is basically the natural enemy of bugs. Compared to herself, she cares more about her family's safety. If the bugs swarm in, it would be impossible to stop them. Suing wanted to say more but was stopped by Lin Jiangwo. He knew this was not the time to hesitate. Lin Yun's special ability might be crucial now. All they could do was not hold her back. Be careful, he said seriously, patting Lin Yun's shoulder firmly. Then Suing clenched his fist and flew toward the house. Lin Yun ran toward the city gate while activating her contract, summoning Jiu Xian back. Jiu Xian flapped its wings and swiftly flew back from forest number 2. It was so fast it looked like a blur. Because it was covered in blood, to prevent Lin Yun from worrying, it even dove into the river to wash off. When she reached the city gate, it was already closed, leaving only a side door open. Zhang Ye and Yang Lu's team had arrived earlier and were changing protective gear. Even though they are insect speakers and enemies of the bugs, they still need to wear protective gear. Their abilities are too precious, almost like rare treasures, and must not be lost. Outside the city gate, chaos reigned. There were screams, gunfire, and the flapping of countless bugs' wings. Lin Yun's heart tightened. She quickly rushed to Yang Lu's side. Team leader Yang, how is the situation? Yang Lu was fastening her protective helmet. She turned her head to look at her, and her expression was serious as iron. Worse than we expected. Those refugees are covered in bug eggs. I don't know how, but they suddenly hatched just now. The bugs went crazy and started burrowing into living people. Before she finished speaking, a terrible gnawing sound came from outside the side door. Lin Yun looked ahead and saw a few city guards who hadn't had time to retreat inside the city walls. They were now covered by countless black bugs. The skin under their armor was quickly sinking in, and their screams soon turned into muffled groans. These bugs were different from the bone-eating insects in the mist forest, but they had similar abilities. Their shells were hard and could easily pierce through protective clothing and flesh. The laboratory had never named these bugs, and so far, no solution had been found. The only known weakness was that they were afraid of fire. The group quickly entered a room inside the city walls and looked outside through the glass. Lin Yun saw dozens of guards waving special electric nets, trying to drive away the bugs that were emerging from the refugees. The bugs were completely black, only the size of a fingernail, but had sharp mouthparts. Once they landed on a person, they would frantically burrow into the flesh. Even the guards in heavy protective suits couldn't stop their sharp mouths. Screams echoed one after another. The commander responsible for guarding this part of the wall was quickly activating a flamethrower. Because to save resources, flamethrowers and cannons were usually stored inside the city walls. But it took a few minutes to gather them, and in that time, the bugs could spread out. So, the guards couldn't retreat. Behind them was the base. If they retreated, ordinary people would suffer. A dozen fire elemental abilities, users quickly built a wall of fire to block the bugs outside temporarily. But these bugs were quite smart. When the fire wall blocked their way, they could fly higher, go around it, and continue attacking the people behind the wall. Lin Yun looked at the scene outside the defenses and suddenly shrank her pupils. The so-called refugees had completely lost their human form. Their skin looked swollen and cracked as if waterlogged, and countless black bugs were pouring out from the cracks, spreading like a black tide toward the base. These bugs are the same as the winter egg bugs, Lin Yun said in a deep voice, activating her abilities. An invisible wave spread out toward the bugs. She decided to stop them first. She could feel the bugs' minds, chaotic, violent, full of a desire to destroy. I know, Yang Lu's face looked serious. I'm afraid Blackstone Base has already fallen completely. These bugs are hiding inside human hosts. Our quarantine checks didn't find anything unusual until just now when they suddenly attacked all at once. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun used their special abilities at the same time, focusing on themselves as the center, pushing the swarm of bugs back beyond 100 meters. The city guards outside, maintaining the protective line, finally relaxed. They wouldn't retreat, but they didn't want to die either. Jiang Cheng, the commander responsible for the wall, loudly ordered, "Set up the flamethrowers and fire." Buzz. Several orange-red flames suddenly burst out from inside the wall, carrying intense heat, instantly engulfing the bugs 100 meters away. The black swarm twisted and rolled wildly in the flames. The cracking sounds of shells breaking and the smell of burning oil filled the air. The bugs, which had been moving frantically, melted and turned to ash at a visible speed. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, staring fiercely at the few remaining bugs trying to escape through the flames. He shouted, "Increase the intensity. Don't give them any chance." The flames, along with the refugees, were burned. Under these circumstances, they could only think of the worst possible outcome. Since Blackstone Base was already destroyed, Most of the escaped people had become part of the bug nests. Probably no one was an exception. The smell of burning bugs was unpleasant, mixed with the burnt smell of human tissue carried by the wind. A group of people frowned as they watched the flames burn fiercely. Occasionally, some bugs slipped past the fire, rushing toward the base interior. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun worked together to block and deal with them on the spot. The flames lasted nearly 10 minutes before gradually dying down. A thick layer of black ash covered the ground, giving off a strong, unpleasant burnt smell. The fire burned for about half an hour before completely eliminating the bugs. However, because Zhang Ye and Lin Yun were only 2 people, some bugs slipped through their defenses. A portion of them managed to enter the base. Their faces looked grim. Given the terrifying reproduction rate and danger of these bugs, the part they missed could hide and, over time, multiply into thousands or even millions, potentially destroying the entire base. A thorough inspection of the whole base, like in winter, was simply impossible to complete. After all, insect eggs do not move, but these bugs can move. Their combined abilities are too weak to cover the entire base at once, giving these bugs a chance to take advantage. Clearly, Jiang Cheng and Yang Lu also thought of this, and their faces looked worried. Before they could come up with a solution, a rapid flapping sound broke their anxiety. Jiang Cheng's face changed dramatically. Could there be more bugs? The flapping sound stopped outside the city after a sudden break. A strange-looking ant-human figure stood upright, nearly half a person tall. Before Yang Lu and the others could react, Lin Yun shouted, "Jiu Xian." Yang Lu looked confused, pointing at it. "This is my battle pet called Jiu Xian." Yang Lu didn't have time to comment on this typical hero's name from a novel. Instead, she turned to tell Lin Yun and Zhang Ye to find the bugs. But Jiu Xian waved its wings, seeming to say something to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. "Really?" Jiu Xian nodded. Lin Yun happily turned to Yang Lu and said, "Jiu Xian says it has a way to find those bugs." Yang Lu was surprised and said excitedly, "Then hurry." Jiu Xian flapped its wings, creating an invisible wave that spread across the entire base. The hidden black bugs flew out from their hiding spots and were quickly burned by the flamethrowers. After the flames died down, the smell of burnt flesh filled the base, mixed with a faint sense of relief. Jiang Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the half-human tall ant battle pet, full of amazement. This ability is too important. Lin Yun, where did you get this battle pet? It's like a timely rain. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. Could she say her mom found it? No one would believe her anyway. This time, the bug swarm was not quite a disaster. Although there were nearly 1,000 bugs, they were small and didn't cause large-scale damage to the base, so it wasn't considered a full-blown insect disaster. But if Lin Yun and the others hadn't discovered the eggs and cleared them early in spring, the outbreak could have been much worse than this current bug invasion. The nearby Blackstone base was destroyed, and they probably wouldn't have been able to escape either. Yang Lu looked at the scorched land outside the city wall. The smell of burnt material still lingered in the air, making her frown. The Blackstone base finally couldn't hold on. Her voice was low and heavy with emotion. "A few days ago, we could still get some signals. They said they found some strange infection cases." No one thought about the eggs at the time. Lin Yun also felt heavy-hearted. Although the Blackstone base was smaller than theirs, it had a good defense system. The fact that it fell so quickly shows how fast the insect outbreak spread this time. They had traded with Blackstone base before, but in just a few days, it was completely destroyed. "The eggs are too hidden," someone said. Who would think they could hide inside ice blocks? Zhang Ye took over the conversation, sounding scared. "Our quarantine system is the best we have, but it still couldn't find them. If Lin Yun hadn't discovered the leftover eggs from winter early, we might be just like Blackstone base. Overrun from the inside." The base had informed other bases, but unfortunately, none of them had insect speakers. After dealing with the insects, Zhang Ye and Lin Yun stayed for a while longer. Once they were sure everything was safe, Jiang Cheng sent someone on an electric bike to take them home after dark. They should have sent the person back now that they had kept them safe this long. At home, Lin Yun briefly told her family about what happened at the city gate. Suing checked her thoroughly several times to make sure she was not hurt, Then she felt relieved. The family ate and rested normally. Around 6 or 7 o'clock, Yang Lu called. Lin Yun answered. Lin Yun, about the refugee situation, you did the most. Jiang Cheng applied for 500 points for you, and it's already been credited to your account. Remember to claim it. Lin Yun paused for a moment, then softly said, Thank you, Team Yang. And please thank Brother Jiang for me. 500 points was a good amount in the current base, enough for a family's expenses for about a month. Sometimes, they had to go deep into the forest several times just to gather enough points. After hanging up, Lin Yun looked at the 500 points added to her account on the phone. A complicated feeling rose in her heart. The weight of these points is heavy, representing the fall of the black stone base, hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, and the relief of narrowly avoiding disaster. If it hadn't been for 9 mystics today, a big catastrophe would have surely happened. Lin Yun rubbed her smooth head and said, Thank you, 9 mystics. 9 mystics fluttered its wings and nuzzled her hand. The night passed peacefully, but at around 8 the next morning, while her family was still eating, they were interrupted by a series of urgent calls from Yang Lu. Lin Yun answered the phone, hearing Yang Lu's anxious and helpless voice on the other end. Another group of refugees has arrived outside the city gate.
I've already notified Zangya.
You should come quickly. Lin Yun felt helpless. She finished her corn porridge in a few sips, dressed quickly, and rode off on her tricycle. Recently, the whole city was under strict quarantine, so they couldn't go out to gather supplies. When she reached the southern city gate, it was still closed and the outside refugees couldn't come in. Thanks to yesterday's experience, the city guards didn't dare to open the gates easily. What if these refugees secretly had bugs inside them? That would be disastrous. That's why Yang Lu urgently called Lin Yun and Zhang Ye over. Since they are bug whisperers, they could tell at a glance if there were bugs inside these people's bodies using their mental powers. Below the southern city gate, the crowd was even larger than yesterday, about 2,000 people roughly. They were ragged, with mud and blood on their faces. Many had wounds of different depths, shivering in the cold wind, their eyes full of fear and pleading. Open the gate. Let us in. We escaped from base 3. Please, we're all survivors. Give us a chance to live. Their cries and shouts mixed together, pounding against the closed city gate, filled with despair. The city guards held their weapons, standing on the wall with serious faces. No one dared to respond. The horrifying sight of the black stone base turning into a bug nest yesterday was still fresh in everyone's mind. No one wanted to risk the safety of the base. When Lin Yun arrived at the wall, Zhang Ye was already there, standing beside Yang Lu, her brows furrowed as she looked at the surging crowd outside. How is it? Lin Yun quickly walked over and asked softly. Zhang Ye shook her head, speaking seriously. I haven't dared to look closely yet. There are too many people, and using mental energy is very exhausting. Also, she paused, glancing at a few people in the crowd whose eyes sparkled unusually. The situation here is probably not simple. Yang Lu took a deep breath and patted both of their shoulders. You've worked hard. Let's do the screening in groups, starting with those who seem relatively stable. Take them one by one. If we can't finish the checks today, we'll let them sleep outside the city. Those who refuse to cooperate and try to break in will be dealt with on the spot. After yesterday's events, Jiang Cheng learned his lesson. He kept the flamethrower mounted on the city wall and didn't take it down. This was to prevent those with bugs inside their bodies from coming back. When the time comes, they will use the flamethrower to eliminate everyone at once. Although they felt sorry, they couldn't risk the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in the base behind them. The city's defense army quickly used a loudspeaker to call out to those outside, asking refugees to line up and undergo checks in order. At first, some people were restless, but under the weapons raised by the defense army and the tense stance on the city wall, their agitation was quickly suppressed by despair. The crowd reluctantly started moving, forming a crooked long line. The South City Gate had 2 layers, 4 large gates on the outside, and a small gate leading inside on one side. The small gate was embedded in the city wall, behind which was a separate room connected to the interior of the base. Closing the door created an independent small room. Yang Lu and another fire element ability user guarded Zhang Ye and Lin Yun, ready to intervene if needed. Zhang Ye and Lin Yun felt immense pressure. Their judgment was crucial because it concerned others' lives. If they made a mistake, the consequences could be terrible. Moreover, if they didn't search carefully and let someone with bugs inside their body pass, it would be a disaster. Neither side could afford to take the risk, but they were the only two bug whisperers here. They had to go whether they liked it or not. They exchanged a tense look, clenched their teeth, and stepped forward. The first refugee was led into the small room by the defense army. He was trembling all over, his worn cotton coat stained with dark brown dirt, making it hard to see its original color. He lowered his head, afraid to look at the people on the city wall or at Lin Yun and Zhang Ye in front of him. Only the sound of his teeth chattering was clear in the small room. Lin Yun took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and used her mental energy like a fine net to gently explore the other person's body. Unlike the people yesterday who had insect eggs inside them, this person's body only had faint signs of life, with a sense of exhaustion. Their meridians were drained, and their organs showed signs of wear, but there were no foreign objects present. She opened her eyes and shook her head at Yang Lu. Yang Lu's tense face eased slightly, and he signaled to the city guards, register the information, and take him to the quarantine area. They needed to observe the person for a while longer in the quarantine zone until they were sure there was no problem before letting them in. The first person safely passed, and the atmosphere in the room relaxed a little. But soon, a second person was brought in. It was a middle-aged woman, clutching a very thin, almost skeletal child tightly in her arms, with a wary and pleading look in her eyes. Lin Yun's mental scan revealed that the woman's body was full of insect eggs, about to hatch and potentially burst through her skin to attack. The child in her arms was fine, but he looked at everyone with a very scared expression. He was also struggling weakly, as if he didn't know the woman well. Lin Yun's face instantly darkened, and her mental energy trembled slightly as she withdrew it. She quickly gave Yang Lu a serious look, and the seriousness in her eyes made Yang Lu tense up. Yang Lu immediately sensed something was wrong and narrowed his eyes. The child in the woman's arms was resisting faintly, but she was holding him tightly around the waist, not letting go. Most likely, she had taken the child as a hostage, and he probably wasn't her own. Lin Yun scanned her head and found other insects inside her brain. One looked like a large brain, with countless legs wrapping around a human brain. Her face changed immediately. She said these insects had started to organize and act with discipline since yesterday, trying to enter their base. Knowing that these insects were hiding inside people's bodies, the base might have been compromised without knowing, and the insects could hatch inside, turning their base into a second insect nest. Yesterday, before Lin Yun and Zhang Ye left, they discussed this with Jiang Cheng and Yang Lu. Everyone thought these insects might have evolved intelligence, and today that was confirmed. If all the bugs in the future evolve like this, it will be more troublesome than the monster waves. If they keep evolving, it will become terrifying. But now, we must first rescue the child. Lin Yun reached out to control the bugs inside her, and controlling the bugs meant controlling the actions of the middle-aged woman. The city defense troops quickly moved forward and snatched the child from her arms. The child, now free from her embrace, dared to cry out loud. "Mommy, I want mommy," the child sobbed as the soldiers tried to comfort him. But since this woman was able to take the child back, it's likely that the child's mother has already died. Without the child as a hostage, Yang Lu snapped her fingers and a flame shot toward the woman. At the same time, a large iron box descended from where she stood, covering the woman inside. The flames hit the inside wall of the box, making a dull crackling sound. The orange-red light flickered through the gaps in the box, making everyone's faces look serious. The strange hissing sounds inside made it even more frightening. The child, still held by the soldiers, kept crying, his voice hoarse, calling out, "Mommy," like needles stabbing at everyone's hearts. Yang Lu walked over and tried to speak softly. "Little friend, don't be afraid. We're not bad people." The child sniffled and looked up, his dirty face showing big, bright eyes filled with lingering fear. He looked at Lin Yun, then at the woman inside the iron box, and cried even louder. She took me. I want to find Mommy. Everyone's hearts sank. It seemed they guessed right. The child's mother probably met with some misfortune. Yonglu didn't ask further. She gently patted the child's back and said to the nearby soldiers, "Take the child to the rest area next to the quarantine zone. Find a female officer to watch over him and get him something to eat." The soldiers nodded and carried the child away. The faint crying gradually faded. The flames inside the iron box slowly died out, leaving only a burnt smell in the air. Yonglu stepped forward and kicked the box, which made a heavy thud. "Is everything inside dead?" Linyan stepped closer, using her mental power to carefully scan the inside of the box. After a moment, she shook her head. "The bugs and the host have been burned to ashes. There are no signs of life remaining." Yonglu finally relaxed but still looked worried. "Evolving into intelligent bugs is more difficult than we thought." Linyan nodded seriously. "When I scanned earlier, I could feel that the brain bug was trying to control her mind. Its consciousness was clear, and it knew how to use the child as a hostage to lower our guard. If there are more parasitized people among the refugees, and they sneak into the base." She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood that it would be a big disaster. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The smell of burnt flesh hadn't fully gone, and everyone felt heavy and tense. Yonglu angrily kicked a metal box. The metal screeched loudly, but it didn't help ease the oppressive feeling. Linyan looked at the closed door, her fingertips feeling cold. The scream of the woman being consumed by flames just moments ago still echoed in her ears. That sound carried not only pain but also the anger and hatred of the brain bug. "These bugs are evolving too fast," Linyan said softly, with a worried tone. "Yesterday, they were just simple parasites hiding instinctively. Today, they already know how to plan, even control their host's actions to achieve their goals." She rubbed her forehead, feeling annoyed as she carefully scanned the bug inside the woman's body again after forcibly stopping the egg development. "What's more frightening is their ability to learn," she added. "Yesterday, we used fire to deal with the parasites. Today, the host controlled by the brain bug is using the child to interfere with us, trying to avoid being destroyed directly. They are adapting to our methods." When she said this, a few staff members recording the situation looked pale. No one knows how many of these brain bugs there are. It's easier if they only parasitize other bases, but what if they infect people in their own base? There are only 2 bug speakers, so they can't check a population of 1 million people. Right now, they couldn't finish testing the more than 2,000 people outside in just one day. They had to check each person one by one. They kept testing until nightfall and found 11 people carrying bug eggs. By nightfall, only 5 people from outside had come in, and they were not taken into the base but placed in quarantine. The goal was to ensure they posed no danger before allowing them into the base. The city defense team brought over some shipping containers and let them stay overnight outside the city walls. The containers had doors and windows, making them fully enclosed. Even if bugs suddenly hatched inside, they couldn't escape. Additionally, Zhangcheng sent people to guard and patrol at night to make sure these newcomers wouldn't threaten the base. Linyan ate with the city defense team during the day and evening, and around 8 or 9 p.m., she was escorted back to the base. When they left, both Lin Yun and Zhang Ye felt unhappy. Watching people burn alive in front of them, especially since they had pointed out those people, made it hard to feel good. Although they knew those people had been taken over by bugs and were no longer truly human, just bug nests, they still had human shapes when burned. Naturally, they felt upset. They used to be ordinary people. The most they had seen were dead bodies in winter, brought out by the city defense team from the shanty town where people had frozen to death without heating. They had only seen these from afar and felt some pity, but now they had personally participated in ending the human-shaped beings. The smell of burning flesh and skin still lingered in their noses, and the muffled screams of the dying infected echoed in their ears. Lin Yun rode a tricycle and Zhang Ye rode an electric bike. They remained silent on the way back, and the escort from the city defense team also said nothing. When they reached the entrance of District D and had to part ways, they finally spoke. "Do you think those parasitized people still count as themselves?" Zhang Ye's voice was hoarse, as if she was asking herself. Actually, both of them were bug speakers, and in this area, no one knew better than they did. Lin Yun shook her head and spoke softly. That woman with the child probably lost her consciousness long ago. Everything she does is controlled by the brain bug. Zhang Ye's voice trembled slightly. Do you think our strict checks might have killed innocent people? No, Lin Yun replied firmly, then reached out and patted her shoulder. Our mental strength won't lie. If there's a bug egg, there is a bug egg. If someone isn't parasitized, then they aren't. Being strict is the only way to be responsible for everyone in the base. Everyone understands the truth, but the emotional barrier in the heart is not so easy to overcome. Zhang Yi sniffed and tightened her cotton coat, looking at the dim yellow street lamp at the entrance of Area D. Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion. I understand the truth, but today that old man just stood there straight, with hope in his eyes, hoping to survive. She paused, her throat moving as if something was stuck there. When I checked him, my hands were trembling. Luckily he was fine. But thinking about those among the people we examined who might have had the same look in their eyes, only to be eaten away by bugs later, losing all hope, it's like a cold ice pick stabbing my heart. We're not killing people, Lin Yun slowly said, as if convincing Zhang Ye, but also as if convincing herself. We're clearing out the bugs. Those people, from the moment they were parasitized, were already used as food and shells by the bugs. Keeping them alive is more cruel to others. In this apocalyptic world, lives are cheap, and people die every day. But they didn't want anyone to die at their hands. Maybe in the future, if necessary, they would kill, but for now, the impact is too great for them. The footsteps of the city's defenders stopped not far behind. They didn't come closer, just kept watch from afar, giving the girls some space to talk. In the cold night wind, snowflakes hit their faces like tiny needles, sharp and painful. Zhang Yi nodded but couldn't help but tear up. I feel it's too hard. When will this ever end? I don't know, Lin Yun honestly said. But as long as we can stand, we have to keep investigating. Otherwise, this place under our feet will turn into a bug nest sooner or later. Behind them are their families. They cannot retreat. Lin Yun patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder. Go home and rest well tonight. We have a tough fight tomorrow. And they didn't know how long it would last. Zhang Ye responded with a nod, then got on her electric scooter. She turned the keys several times before it started. The motor hummed softly, especially clear in the quiet night. Get some rest too, Zhang Ye said. Don't think too much. We didn't do anything wrong. Lin Yun pulled at the corner of her mouth in response. The next morning, she left her tricycle behind and took the vehicle sent by the city defenders. Today, the city defense army opened the north gate, and everyone leaving must go through it. This means they have to take a long detour to reach Forest Number 1. Although people were unhappy, they couldn't really complain because it was for their safety. The other members of the Lin family rode three-wheeled carts to gather supplies. Lin Yun sent the Shadow Mantis and Jiuxuan out to protect them. She noticed that while the Shadow Mantis couldn't understand complicated commands, she could give simple instructions to Jiuxuan. This way, she could use the Shadow Mantis's space ability. She also realized that the Shadow Mantis seemed very afraid of Jiuxuan, following her like a little follower. Lin Yun gently patted Jiuxuan's head and joked, could Jiuxuan really be the ruler of all? Jiuxuan nudged her, and a happy feeling came through the contract, but she didn't answer. Today, she continued monitoring, and by this time, Lin Yun felt a lot of pressure. Although Yang Lu had applied for some points compensation for both of them, it didn't help much. Yesterday, they found out that Yang Lu often took them out for activities. It turned out she was assigned to oversee them both. They didn't expect this small, unofficial team to have a formal leader. When they arrived at the South Gate today, they saw several unfamiliar faces inside. Yang Lu, noticing their curiosity, introduced, "This is Dr. Li Chongqing from the laboratory. He developed the special ability potion." Lin Yun and Zhang Ye exchanged surprised looks. They hadn't expected to meet this legendary person. It was Dr. Li's special ability potion that caused so many people in the base to awaken, making survival in the apocalypse less difficult. Dr. Li looked at them with excitement and shook their hands. You too investigated all the insect eggs in the base and saved everyone, right? I really admire you, he said. His words left them speechless. Yang Lu cleared her throat and changed the subject. Dr. Lee is here today with his assistant to do experiments on brain insects. These are likely new mutated bugs, a type we've never seen before. Maybe we can find their weakness. Dr. Lee was very excited when talking about new things. Could you help us catch a few brain insects? They exchanged a helpless look. Fine, since their goal was to find the weakness of the brain worm, they had no reason to refuse. However, not every host has a brain worm. Some only have regular parasites. So far, they had only found 2. It seemed that brain worms were less common than regular parasites, probably because they're the leaders and not as widespread. Li Chongqing led his assistant to the side of the room. The city guards opened the door and let 2 people in. Today's checkup had begun again. Today was a bit better than yesterday. There were fewer people infected, and by noon, they hadn't found any brain worms, only 2 infected individuals. Last night, the 2 of them talked and comforted each other, so today they weren't as resistant. Only they 2 could speak the parasite language, so they had to try to get used to it. During lunch, they weren't in the room. Since the room often had deaths, no one liked to stay there. The city guards' meals were simple: flatbread with some vegetables cooked with little salt and oil. The flatbread was tough, and Lin Yun, who was used to black bread, felt a bit uncomfortable. A few days ago, it was just forced into her mouth. Zhang Yu was even more uncomfortable. Her family usually ate white bread and wasn't used to this. But there was nothing else to eat. The guards wouldn't prepare special meals for them, so they had to force it down with water. After eating, they rested a bit before continuing the check. This time, 2 teenagers, only about 15 or 16, came in. They were so thin they looked almost wasted. Their eye sockets were large, revealing dull, lifeless eyes. In the post-apocalyptic slums, people often looked like this, numb, hollow, just surviving day by day. They had seen this kind of expression many times and didn't find it strange. They carefully checked whether these 2 had parasites. There were no parasites in their bodies, but they did have brain worms in their minds. The brain worms extended their legs, nestled in the grooves of the brain. Their semi-transparent bodies looked like tiny, legged versions of a brain. Zhang Ya and Lin Yun exchanged a quick glance with Yang Lu. Yang Lu understood that these 2 had a problem. The brain worms were somewhat intelligent. Once they realized humans had discovered them, they immediately tried to control the teenagers and ask for help. Don't kill us. We're still alive. We're not controlled. Their eyes were full of pleading. Zhang Ya's heart suddenly clenched, and her fingertips trembled slightly. These 2 boys have very realistic eyes, and their desperate desire to survive almost seems to burst from their sockets. But I can clearly see the 2 brain worms curled deep inside their brains. Their long legs tightly grip the nerve pathways. Every plea from the boys is accompanied by tiny movements of the worms. Lin Yun takes a deep breath, suppresses her discomfort, and nods again to Yang Lu for confirmation. Yang Lu then locks them inside an iron box. Zhang Ya and Yang Lu step forward, trying to control the worms to come out of their bodies. Dr. Lee is still waiting to perform experiments on them. Using special abilities, the 2 worms are commanded to leave their brains, crawling out from the boys' eye sockets. People outside the iron box cannot see the scene. Only Lin Yun and Zhang Ya can sense it. While the worms are crawling out, the boys keep begging for help. When the worms finally emerge, the boys seem like broken dolls. Their eyes roll back, and they collapse to the ground. They are still alive but have become mentally disabled. This means they were parasitized while alive. Unlike other parasites in the body, after being parasitized by the worms, they are still alive but have lost their human consciousness. Previously, the worms were simply burned without removing them, so it was unclear whether the boys were alive or dead. Lin Yun drives the worms into a container brought by Dr. Lee. Her face looks grim. Did they really not kill anyone? Dr. Lee approaches, his eyes behind the glasses shining brightly. He doesn't notice Lin Yun and Zhang Ya's strange expressions. Instead, he fiddles with the container using tweezers. Excellent. Live samples. Their nerve responses are still very active. Suddenly, he looks up and notices Lin Yun's tense face. He pauses, then recovers, speaking with a hint of an almost imperceptible sigh. There's no need to worry. From a biological point of view, these boys' consciousness disappeared long ago when the worms took over their nervous systems. They are now just shells maintaining basic life signs. Removing the worms actually frees them from control, allowing them to die as humans. Dr. Lee tries to comfort them from a professional perspective. Everyone knows that comforting is useless. They need to understand this themselves. Right now, these two boys are in a state of brain death, similar to traditional vegetative states. Empty shell. Zhangya softly repeated these words, her voice dry like sandpaper. But their hearts are still beating, and they are still breathing. Dr. Lee carefully placed the container holding the brain bugs on the lab table. After hearing this, he looked back at them, his eyes behind the glasses, showing a rare complexity. In the end of the world, the meaning of being alive has changed. Is it truly being alive if you keep your consciousness? Or is it enough if your heart still beats? He paused, then gently touched the container with tweezers. The semi-transparent body of the brain bug curled up immediately, its thin legs moving restlessly. This thing can perfectly control the nervous system, even mimic the host's emotions and memories to hide itself. Without your special abilities, who could tell if they are people or bug nests? Yonglu stepped forward and patted their shoulders, her strength a little stronger than usual. Dr. Lee is right. And compared to being a bug, I think they want to die as a person. Lin Yun took a deep breath, forcing herself to look away. She knew Yonglu was right. Keep going, Lin Yun said hoarsely. She couldn't stop. Every second delayed might mean another person parasitized by the brain bug, another empty shell like these. The two teenagers were carried out. Lin Yun and Zhangya didn't ask about their fate, knowing well what the outcome would be. In the end of the world, resources are scarce. Vegetative people are useless except for wasting resources, and they probably wouldn't survive either. But what they didn't know was that after being carried outside, the teenagers were directly taken to Dr. Lee's lab. Humans parasitized by bugs are the best test subjects. It's much better than killing them quickly. So far, 2 bases, including the black stone base, have been taken over by parasitic bugs. These eggs seem to target only the bases and are only found inside them. They haven't been seen outside. It's like a planned attack. If their base hadn't had 2 bug speakers, they might have been destroyed just like these 2 bases. The testing continued for several days. Lin Yun and Zhangya found 18 more brain bugs, all taken by Dr. Lee. Besides the 18 brain bugs, they also found over 1,000 people with parasites inside their bodies. They watched repeatedly as the insect nests in the human-like figures were burned. At first, they felt pity, then gradually became numb, until finally they could calmly accept seeing people die right in front of them. The people infected by the bugs were no longer human. Their bodies had been eaten from the inside out and had turned completely into nests. They didn't die. Only the people in the base were dying. Over 10 days of intense testing formed an invisible net that tightly surrounded Lin Yun and Zhangya. Every day, they faced crowds waiting in line for testing. Seeing faces that were scared, numb, or trying to act calm kept their nerves on edge. The firelight almost never went out, especially at night, glowing red and lighting up half the sky, reflected in Lin Yun and Zhangya's eyes. At first, Zhangya would turn her head away, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lin Yun would silently hold her hand. But after a while, even the trembling stopped. This is what the end of the world looks like. You say, where do these insect eggs even come from? The precise targeting of the eggs into major bases seemed like a carefully planned conspiracy. If it was just instinct to drop the eggs, then there should also be eggs in the forests outside the bases. After all, snow falls outside the bases too. But outside the bases, there are no eggs, only near the city walls, and only at a distance. Lin Yun took a sip of warm water. Who knows? That's for the lab to worry about. We're only responsible for finding the bugs inside humans. They were so busy with this that they had no time to care about anything else. Recently, they had been the busiest. They both had dark circles under their eyes. Refugees kept coming, and the previous base hadn't finished testing yet, and another one arrived. Forget worrying or feeling down. There was hardly any time to rest, let alone think about other things. They spent all day thinking about random stuff, but they were so exhausted they almost fell asleep standing up. Who had the energy to daydream? Right now, all they wanted was to finish this task quickly and stop the refugees from coming. To hell with brainworms and parasitic bugs. Just die already. Give them back their rest time. Work was terrible. Work should just die. Workers like them couldn't help but go crazy. After checking for eggs in winter, they both enjoyed the thrill of overusing their powers. And no one can replace either of them. It's almost life-threatening. The upper management of the city guard made sure not to push them too hard or make them quit. During work, each of them was given 5 doses of gene medicine. The gene medicine doesn't count toward their points. It's given to them freely. Every day, they also receive special ability recovery medicine. When their powers fade, they drink it to restore their abilities and continue testing. But they aren't happy about this. It feels like exploitation. Although they earn a lot of points and get gene medicine, they've had enough. The number of people tested has increased from about 20 to over 100 a day, several times more. Yaya, look over there. Lin Yun nudged Zhangya with her elbow, her voice slightly hoarse but hard to notice. Zhangya rubbed her tired eyes and looked in the direction she pointed. She saw a large crowd at the city wall entrance, nearly 100 people. Their faces showed signs of hardship and fear. They looked like lost lambs, staring blankly at the base city walls. The city guard, dressed in heavy protective gear, was organizing them into lines. Another group. Zhangya took a deep breath, her fingers tightening, her knuckles turning white. She felt her eyelids flutter, as if countless needles were stabbing her. It was a side effect of overusing her mental powers. Lin Yun took a deep breath and forced herself to stay alert. She threw the empty bottle of ability recovery medicine into the nearby recycling bin with a clink. There's no choice. Once they arrive, we have to test them, she said. She grabbed another dose from a nearby box, twisted open the cap, and drank it in one gulp. A warm flow slid down her throat. The medicine eased her exhaustion from depleted abilities, but fatigue still clung to her, heavy and pressing on her limbs. The city guard and Yonglu, who assist with the work, had been very cautious lately. They knew they were pushing too hard, but there were only 2 insect speakers in their base, and they had no other options. Not all refugees had parasites. Some were ordinary people. They couldn't just burn the whole group down. Yonglu carefully brought over 2 cups of hot cocoa and gently placed them on the table beside the 2 women, speaking softly. Ayun, yeah, take a break for now. She looked at their dark circles under their eyes, full of sympathy. Over the past 10 days, she has truly experienced what it means to work nonstop. Lin Yun and Zhangya hardly had a moment to rest, except for brief breaks when they constantly used their special abilities to scan for infection. Anyone would find this exhausting. Zhangya picked up her hot cocoa and took a sip. The hot liquid slid down her throat, but it didn't help her feel less tired. She forced a small smile and said, "Rest? How can I rest? Every extra minute we delay could mean more danger." Lin Yun also picked up her cup, touching the warm side with her fingertips, trying to relax a little. Having special abilities is not always a good thing. Their power levels are still low. If they were stronger, they could scan everyone quickly and see who was infected and who wasn't. Right now, she just wanted to lie down and sleep. They worked until 9 p.m. before the city guard sent someone to take them back home. Once home, Lin Yun washed up and immediately went to bed. She fell asleep quickly. She thought, I can't go on like this. I need to sleep first. The city guards manage the meals. Lin Yun usually eats there before heading home, then goes straight to sleep. Her family doesn't bother her much. They only make sure her bed is ready. Outside the city walls, the group of people is kept in containers. They have food and warmth now, and the weather isn't cold anymore. But they are still locked outside, and dangerous mutated animals and plants could attack at any time. They feel anxious, but have no way to escape. They are no match for the armed guards. The people inside are always worried. They fear they might be the next to be taken over by parasitic creatures. Amid this constant fear, morning quickly arrived. Some people had been sleeping since last night. When the guards opened the gates for breakfast, they were still asleep. Unnoticed by the guards, A few brain worms had already left their bodies. Since being parasitized doesn't cause death, people still think they are sleeping. They breathe normally, so no one notices the worms have left. These worms, taking advantage of the guards' distraction, crawled outside the protective suits. The suits have no gaps, and the worms aren't aggressive, so they just wait outside quietly. When the day's tests ended and everyone returned to their dorms, the worms silently slipped into their ears. The people present probably didn't expect the brain worms to evolve so quickly. They can now hide and wait. Since the guards wear protective suits, they would burn any detected parasites immediately. The brain worms aren't very aggressive, so as long as they aren't parasitized, there's no need to worry. Because of this, the guards didn't check for parasites, which allowed the worms to slip in. A few guards who were parasitized stayed awake late at night. They didn't wear shoes and ran barefoot toward the gate, trying to open it to let people inside. But this is the base's main gate. Surely there are guards, even at night, patrolling. As soon as these guards moved, they were stopped and isolated. They couldn't understand why these people wanted to open the gate, and they didn't seem to know anything. They wouldn't answer questions. This situation was just like being parasitized. They acted the same. Normally, parasitized people would be executed immediately. But since they were comrades, and before confirming whether they were truly parasitized, they couldn't be killed. So, Zhangya, who was half asleep, was suddenly pulled up to be tested. People parasitized by brain worms lose their own consciousness. They become like fools. Even if the worms are expelled, they can't recover. The brain is the most delicate part of the body, and it hasn't been fully understood yet. Once it's affected, there's no hope. Even healing powers can't turn a fool back into a normal person. The guards initially thought the worms only controlled people to get into the base. Now they see the worms are becoming smarter and are playing tricks. Jiang Cheng reported this situation to Chu-hee. Outside, there are over 1,000 refugees. Should they be burned alive or kept for further testing? Jiang Cheng needs to decide. He can't make the call alone. If testing continues like this, more guards might get parasitized since they are the first to contact people. Chu-hee also has no good options. She can only order 2 people to increase testing efforts to resolve everything quickly. They also received free recovery potions for powers, and their points increased to 20,000. Each person was given 5 more gene enhancement pills. When guards change shifts, they should check if anyone has worms. They won't contact the people in the containers anymore. Food will be passed through small gaps instead. A pipe extended from the container, allowing a person to enter an independent metal box. Inside, they completed the inspection. If no parasites were found, they were released. If parasites were detected, they were immediately burned to death. The inspection process was sped up again. This time, they stopped doing full-body scans because there was no longer a threat from parasites. The group in the laboratory was also brought in for testing. They specialized in mental health. Although they couldn't detect parasites directly, they could sense foreign objects inside the body. If anything was suspicious, they would burn it immediately. They preferred to make mistakes by killing innocent people rather than letting any threats escape. The remaining tests were completed within 3 days. Most of the thousands of refugees were burned, leaving fewer than 1,000 to be quarantined in the base. They would be kept isolated for at least half a month to prevent them from carrying other dangerous things or viruses. These refugees came from 3 small nearby bases. According to them, the other 3 bases had probably been destroyed by the insect swarm. Only their base remained nearby. Other large bases were farther away, across Forest Number 4. However, Forest Number 4 was full of fog, and its conditions were almost completely unknown. When they last went to fish for eggs, their team was almost wiped out early on. The situation inside was probably more terrifying than they imagined. The destruction of nearby bases was bad news for their hope of safety. It meant they might be attacked by the beast tide in the future, with no support coming. Lin Yun initially thought the situation would continue to drag on, but surprisingly, it ended faster than expected. She dragged her tired body home, slept deeply for a whole day and night, and only woke up the next day. Suing stayed at home to watch over her, not daring to go out. Lin Heng and Lin Yu went out to gather supplies on their own. After waking up, Lin Yun ate 2 large bowls of meat soup noodles, feeling like she had truly survived. Lin Heng and Lin Yu returned around 3 p.m. after going out in the morning. They brought news. Big sister, the city guard is recruiting people for the spring hunt. Registration starts today and ends tomorrow at 5 p.m. We leave the day after tomorrow. Lin Yun suddenly realized that every year at this time, the city guard would gather people for hunting. Spring had arrived, and the mutated animals were in heat, making them more aggressive and energetic. This often led to beast-tide attacks on the base. Spring hunting is a necessary defensive action. It helps reduce the number of mutated animals nearby, lowers the risk of animal swarms, and allows the base to stockpile many supplies. After a winter of consumption, the food reserves in the base are almost gone. The harvest from spring hunting will directly affect the food supply for the coming months. Lin Yu also looks excited. Sister, are we going to join? Ordinary people usually help check pollution levels during spring hunting. They signed up before, and checking for a day earns about 30 points. However, spring hunting mainly takes place in the territory of those with special abilities. Of course, if ordinary people are not willing to give up, they also want to try. The city guards won't stop them. Of course I will join. With the city guards protecting us, hunting is the safest. Because the city guards gave another 20,000 points, they saved enough to buy a special ability potion. This time, without any dispute, they gave it to Su Ying. Under everyone's watch, Su Ying drank the potion. They thought that since she was older, it might take a long time for her to activate her abilities, like her son. But she activated it shortly after drinking. When Lin Yun, Lin Heng, and Lin Yu awakened their abilities, they only felt a warm sensation all over their bodies. But Su Ying's reaction was much stronger. Within half a cup of tea, Su Ying's face suddenly turned bright red, as if a fire was exploding inside her head, burning her brain and causing pain. She couldn't help but grunt and swayed. If Lin Heng hadn't quickly supported her, she might have fallen. Mom, Lin Heng called out anxiously. He touched her arm and felt how hot it was, like holding a piece of red-hot iron. Her forehead was also hot, even more than her body. Lin Heng was worried she might burn her brain. Lin Yun was panicked and didn't know what to do. Mom, I'll take you to the clinic. There are doctors and healers who might know what this is. But why does awakening an ability hurt so much? When they awakened their abilities before, they only felt some heat, but it wasn't this intense. Sweat beads the size of beans appeared on Su Ying's forehead, sliding down her cheeks and leaving dark marks on her clothes. Her breathing became heavy, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. I'm fine. Su Ying gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. She could clearly feel a strange force inside her body crashing and pounding, as if it wanted to tear her apart and burst out. Unlike the gentle rise of children's awakening, this power comes suddenly and fiercely, with an unstoppable dominance. Lin Jiangwo hugged her and said, Aing, don't try to tough it out. Let's go to the clinic. We have enough money, okay? Su Ying was too focused on fighting the wild energy inside her to pay attention to anything else. She guided it to calm down. Lin Heng had already carried her on his back and was running toward the clinic. But when they mentioned awakening a special ability, the doctor shook his head and said it couldn't be treated because it wasn't a disease. Awakened abilities can only be endured on your own. So, they had to carry her back home. By then, Su Ying had calmed down. Her breathing was steady, her face was rosy, and she seemed to look less tired. Maybe it was just her feeling, but she thought her wrinkles had decreased a lot. About half an hour later, Su Ying opened her eyes, full of energy, with no sign of fatigue. Her eyes sparkled brightly. She hugged Lin Yu nearby and said, Yeah, your mom has also awakened. I have 2 abilities, but unfortunately, they are fixed abilities. Fixed abilities mean they stay the same no matter how much she upgrades. She can only use these 2 abilities, unlike their abilities, which can be developed or combined in different ways. At first, everyone was happy, but then they felt a little disappointed. Having 2 abilities is good, but fixed abilities are a bit limited because there are only a few things she can do. But Su Ying didn't think that way. Don't be so quick to feel sad. Let me tell you what my abilities are. Everyone nodded eagerly, looking at her. My first ability is called mental detection. At level 1, I can sense things within about 5 kilometers around me. In a single direction, I can sense up to about 10 kilometers. When Lin Yun heard about Su Ying's awakened ability, she thought, as expected. Her mom is usually very lucky, and she always felt it was related to her strong mental power. Now that she's awakened, it's clear she has a mental type ability. With this mental detection, she can avoid more dangers in the future. Also, her ability seems to be a mutated one. When the people from the laboratory came to help earlier, Lin Yun asked about her initial mental awakening. At that time, she could only sense information within about 3 kilometers and in a single direction, no more than 6 kilometers. A few people were excited for a while. Lin Yu asked, "Mom, what is your second solidified special ability?" Mind explosion. I send my mental energy into the opponent's brain, creating a mental bomb that directly blows their brain apart. Previously, Lin Yun thought her mom didn't have an offensive ability, only a supportive one. But now her second solidified ability is an attack type. She relaxed, no longer worried that her mom's ability was mainly supportive and might be insufficient for self-defense in dangerous situations. It turned out she was overthinking. Although both abilities are solidified, and she can only have these two in the future, they are enough for Su Ying. Their family won't be separated, and Su Ying definitely won't go out alone to gather resources or fight. With their teamwork and these two abilities, they are well protected. Plus, her mom's lucky trait means she probably won't suffer losses. Her mental attack is sneaky and hard to defend against. Lin Jiangwo was so amazed he couldn't keep his eyes straight. He didn't have big ambitions in life, just wanted to stay with his wife and kids in peace. Now, his wife not only awakened an ability, but also has two powerful ones. He felt so happy his chest almost burst. He patted Su Ying's shoulder hard, trembling as he said, "Great.
Great.
Aang, you're amazing." Lin Heng nodded in agreement, full of admiration. "Mom, with mental detection, we'll be more confident when we go out. Mind explosion is even more powerful. If anyone dares to bully us in the future, they'll taste what it's like to have their brains blow up." Lin Yu hugged Su Ying's arm and giggled. "Mom, you're basically cheating. Even if your abilities are solidified, they're much better than many others." Su Ying was beaming from the kid's praise, her cheeks still flushed, looking radiant. "Of course. Just look at who I am." She proudly lifted her chin, then became serious again. "But this mind explosion can't be used casually. It consumes a lot of energy each time, and if the opponent's mental strength is stronger than mine, it might backfire." Lin Yun quickly responded, "Mom, you're right. We shouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. We mainly rely on mental detection to avoid danger. Next time we go out, you first scan the surroundings for high-level mutated beasts or suspicious people. We try to avoid conflict. If we can't, then we fight." Su Ying awakens her special ability and the whole family is very excited, chattering non-stop. Halfway through, Su Ying suddenly asks Lin Yun, "Yun, do I need to register my ability?" Lin Yun immediately refuses without thinking. "No, I go. Their family of 3 all have special abilities. It's fine if only she reports hers, but if their mother and sister also register, they will all be pressured and exploited." She is determined not to go. After the fuss, Lin Jiangwo suddenly feels sad, pretending to be upset. He wipes away imaginary tears and grabs Lin Heng. "Son, from now on we will be dependents. Look at your mom, your sister, and your little sister. They're all so capable. But we're not much." Lin Heng wants to argue because he has a power-type ability, but then he thinks about his mom, sister, and little sister's abilities. His own seem weak in comparison, and he feels it might be true. So he nods seriously. "Dad, it really is like that." Lin Heng scratches his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Although he won't give up, having an ability is better than not. If he's strong, he can at least be a shield. Seeing his son agree, Lin Jiangwo gets excited. He pats his thigh and says, See, even you admit it. From now on, the two of us will stay home, cook, and help your mom and the others. We'll be a solid support. Lin Jiangwo is joking partly, but also genuinely believes it. Since they can't help much, they should just be good helpers at home. Manage everything well and not cause trouble. That's already helping. Dad, I'm not good at cooking. Lin Heng quickly waves his hands. He's not naturally good in the kitchen. No matter how many times his mom teaches him, his cooking still tastes bad. At best, it's edible, just enough not to starve himself. Cooking skills also require talent. Cooking can be learned with practice. Just try a few more times and I'll teach you, says Lin Jiangwo. He pats his chest proudly. Back in the day, before your mom married me, I was a good cook. That's how I tricked her into marrying me. Dad. Lin Heng blushes. If his mom hears this, she might tease their dad again. Sure enough, Su-ing, who had just taken a sip of water inside, heard and came out smiling. Hey, someone is bragging again about their past achievements. I remember the first time you cooked for me, you burned the eggs to charcoal and almost melted the pan, she said. Lin Jiangwo blushed and said nervously, That was just because I had no experience at first. But I got better over time. Yes, you're the best, Su-ing said with a smile and rolled her eyes at him, but her eyes were full of warmth. All right, stop bragging. Since you two want to be backups, today's lunch is up to you guys. Mei and Nia and I are just going to study the details of my special ability, she added. Promised to finish the task, Lin Jiangwo immediately straightened his back and pulled Lin Heng toward the kitchen. Son, come on, let me show you how it's done. Let them see. Even if our abilities aren't as strong as theirs, our life skills are not bad. Watching the hurried figures of father and son, Su-ing, Lin Yun, and Ye couldn't help but laugh. At 10 a.m. that day, except for Lin Jiangwo, the whole family went to the registration point to sign up. The spring hunt involved the second and third forests, where they cleared mutated animals nearby. The city's defense army would send some troops, and the special ability team would also send some squads. Regular soldiers patrolled the area with guns, while the special ability users hunted, and ordinary people helped with detection. The animals caught by the special ability users could be eaten, with 2/3 handed over and 1/3 kept. Although there were no points for this, the part they kept could be sold to the base for points, and they couldn't eat it all themselves. The special ability teams and heavy weapons teams from the defense army would clear large animals. The rest would be driven together and handed over to the special ability users for processing. The heavy weapons team was made up of soldiers with heavy weapons, which are usually only used during beast tides. This time, they were used for clearing the surroundings. The special ability users hunted in small groups, each team acting separately. But if there was a problem, they could send a signal and the defense army would come to rescue. Nearly half of the soldiers from the defense army would be on standby for rescue, making this hunt very safe. So, this time, Mom was also going along and Lin Yun didn't object. As for the fourth forest, it was full of fog and very dangerous, so it was not included in the hunting plan. A team has been stationed there for a long time to prevent anything from escaping from forest number 4. Jushuan has been going out with Su-ing and the others recently. They are used to the wild and haven't come back lately. Since there's no danger, they just let it be. Jushuan also took Xiaoing along, planning to help it level up. Tomorrow, Lin Yun will rest at home, and once Jushuan and Xiaoing are called back, everything will be fine. When they returned, Lin Jiangwo had already prepared lunch. As he said, he is a good cook. After lunch, Lin Yun took out the gene serum given by the city guards. Each of the 4 people took one. The gene serum needs to be digested after drinking. It doesn't work immediately. Lin Yun is now level 2, and will level up to 3. The serum she drank before only increased her abilities by 1/3. The higher the level, the more serum is needed. She could save some for herself, but her mom, younger sister, and younger brother also need to level up. They all need to buy serum, so she decided to let them drink what she has. Whether they drink or not, it costs money. Their family now has 4 people who can earn money, but they also spend a lot. Since all 4 need to level up, they all need serum. Plus, their dad's leg is still injured. She wishes someone could cure it all at once. She wonders if there are advanced healers in the base. She can't reach the top-tier abilities, and she doesn't know if Captain Yonglu knows about them. Thinking about it, she wanted to call, but she didn't. Knowing Captain Yonglu was busy, she sent a message instead. Yonglu was busy preparing for the hunting the day after tomorrow. She is the leader of the abilities team, working with the heavy armor team to clear large mutated animals. Except for a few rare mutants, the bigger the creature, the more dangerous. There are some small but tricky ones, but they are few. Yonglu was looking at a map, planning the patrol routes with some key team members, when her wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. Yonglu's team is responsible for Forest Number 2. It's dangerous for ordinary people, but many abilities users go hunting there, so they have a general map. This time, they are working in sections, with each team responsible for a specific area. She glanced at the message from Lin Yun, asking if there was a high-level healer at the base who could cure old injuries in one go, especially for those with disabilities. Yonglu, the team leader responsible for Lin Yun, knew their situation well. Since they had worked together many times and she was just sharing information, she didn't hold back and answered directly. Yonglu tapped her fingers on the communicator and replied, "The base has 2 7th-level healers. One is at the military hospital, and the other is a civilian ability user who runs a private clinic. The military hospital's healer is hard to book and mainly serves high-ranking officials and the city defense army. The civilian healer, surnamed Bai, is said to be good at treating old injuries, but his fees are high. Uncle Lin's old injury would cost no less than 150,000 points to treat. Healing abilities can open private clinics, but they need approval from the base. There are quite a few healers in the base, but this one is high-level and rare. After 15 years of the apocalypse, the base naturally has high-level ability users. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived." Seeing Yonglu's reply, Lin Yun's eyes lit up. She quickly thanked her and asked for Bai's specific address and approximate consultation times. Yonglu promptly sent the information, adding, "Let's go after the spring hunt. Everyone is busy preparing now, and Dr. Bai might not be available." Lin Yun thought that made sense. She made a note of it and planned to wait until the spring hunt was over before taking her father to try their luck. Even if the price is high and they can't afford the points, they could give her father a thorough checkup to see how much gene repair medicine he needs. Many people sign up for the spring hunt. Even if ordinary people don't participate in hunting, helping with testing can earn 30 points a day, much more than working outside all day gathering resources. Under the protection of the City Defense Army, it's safer than going out alone to gather. This spring hunt spans 2 forests, and many people are needed. The City Defense Army handles the registration of prey, while ordinary citizens are responsible for testing. The spring hunt is also to replenish the base's meat supplies. The base has a large freezer, and each year, the spring hunt is a major event, crucial for the meat supply for the next half year. Such a large base can't rely solely on ability users hunting for meat. The base also raises some livestock, and then there's the annual spring hunt. Lu Xian and Xiao Ying were upgrading in Forest Number 2. She didn't call them back, thinking it could wait until they headed to the forest later. This time, they weren't sure whether they would be assigned to Forest Number 2 or no. 3. Forest Number 2 and Number 3 are similar, but Number 3 is a bit larger. The plants and animals inside are quite similar, but Forest Number 3 borders Forest Number 4. Its edges are often shrouded in fog, and creatures from Forest Number 4 frequently wander into Number 3. Usually, Forest Number 3 is a hunting ground for high-level mutants, with only those above level 5 venturing there. As for Forest Number 4, it is always covered in fog, and its situation is unclear. The base has sent exploration teams there before. These teams are made up of powerful mutants or those with strong defenses, all below level 5. Once inside, they almost got wiped out. A few dozen people went in, but only a few came out. That was when they discovered the gene plants that could awaken mutants. This led to the development of the current mutant serum. After that, they stationed troops around Forest Number 4 to guard it. They prevent anyone from entering and stop anything inside from coming out. Everyone knows there are good things inside Forest Number 4, but entering is dangerous, and few who go and come out alive. The survivors can't clearly explain what they saw, so the forest remains mysterious. Their exploration teams only patrol outside, struggling to get past the entrance, let alone explore deeper. This time, 4 members of the Lin family signed up. They all have mutant abilities. If they can't fight, they run. If they can't escape, they seek help from the city guards. High-ranking officials will also send people to assist. Although they don't fully trust each other, in matters that threaten the base's survival, everyone temporarily puts aside differences and works together. After all, the success of the spring hunt directly affects everyone's livelihood in the base. No one dares to slack off now. Even though not eating meat doesn't affect much, the spring hunt isn't just about securing food. It's also about clearing out mutated plants and animals. After signing up, they were preparing their weapons. Their original weapons were simple knives, which might not be useful against mutated creatures. Lu Heng now has his own special weapon, a heavy axe. The standard price for the first level is 2,000 points. The four of them spent 8,000 points on weapons. Buying weapons is necessary even if not for the spring hunt. They use them regularly, so they buy without complaints. The machete is a suitable weapon for the forest, neither too long nor too short. It's not too heavy, especially since all three of them have awakened special abilities and their bodies are stronger. Holding a 5-pound machete is not difficult for them. Lin Yun tried swinging the newly acquired snake-tooth machete. The blade shimmered with a cold light, and its edge was so sharp it seemed capable of slicing through air. She could feel the handle's curve fit perfectly in her palm, specially polished for a firm grip. It's no surprise that this weapon was crafted by a master blacksmith who specializes in weapons made with special abilities. It's valuable for a reason. Lin Jiangwo sat on the doorstep, watching the others handle their weapons with a bit of envy. If he weren't disabled and couldn't run fast in dangerous situations, he'd want to go out gathering too. Even just accompanying them to check things would be better than doing nothing. He silently sighed. His family was working hard to save points to treat his leg, but the amount needed was overwhelming. He had even thought about giving up on treatment and just being their support instead. With these points, they could buy gene medicines to improve their abilities, which seemed more useful than wasting them on himself. But he couldn't say that aloud. If he did, it would only make everyone feel worse. His family was working hard for his leg, and he was the only one hesitating. That wouldn't be right. Dad, what do you think of this knife? Lin Yun paused and held up the snake-tooth machete. The sunlight reflected off the blade, dazzlingly bright. Lin Jiangwo immediately put on a smile and nodded. Looks sharp. Be careful during the spring hunt. Don't overestimate yourself.
Don't worry, Dad.
We'll follow the main group. The city's guards are there, so nothing will happen, Lin Yu reassured him. Lin Jiangwo chuckled. That's true. The four of them still carried large backpacks, and with Xiaoying's shadow space, they could carry everything they needed. Any extra meat they gather would be sold directly to the city guards. There's too much to carry back otherwise. In the afternoon, Lin Yun called Xiaoying and Zhu Xian back. The spring hunting event would last 3 days, involving deep forest exploration, and they would camp overnight in the woods. The city guard would provide accommodations, but only dinner. They needed to prepare their other meals themselves. Carrying a big bag was inconvenient, so she decided to store her belongings in Xiaoying's space. Zhu Xian was still the same, about half a person tall, completely black, with a pair of sharp sickle-like blades that seemed even sharper now. Its scorpion tail behind was also more menacing. Lin Yun patted its head. From now on, you'll be the one protecting us in the forest. Zhu Xian nudged her hand, flapping its wings affectionately. Lin Jiangwo steamed 2 large pots of meat buns. After they cooled, he packed them in plastic bags and stored them in Xiaoying's space. He also prepared 2 large thermos flasks with screw-on lids, made of iron. Additionally, he packed a first aid kit. Lin Yun bought 10 bottles of ability recovery potions, all stored in Xiaoying's space. When they went, they had to follow the team on their own. Although the city guard would bring a truck, it was mainly used for transporting meat. They could ride the truck there, but on the way back they would have to walk. So it was better to drive a tricycle themselves. The trucks wouldn't go into the forest. They parked at the edge. The meat they collected would be stored in Xiaoying's space and then transferred to the truck outside the forest before being taken back to the base. That was the process. By tomorrow's assembly, they would find out whether they were assigned to Forest Number 2 or Number 3. After preparations, During dinner, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something and said, "Big sister, parents, brother, I just realized recently that my word spirit ability doesn't always need me to shout to activate. As long as I lock onto a target with my mental power and whisper it quietly, it works." Lin Heng's eyes lit up. That's great for sneaky tricks. You can secretly attack someone and they won't even know who did it. Hearing this, Lin Yun also put down her chopsticks, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. But she warned seriously, this is indeed a big discovery, greatly improving stealth. But be very careful when using it. When locking onto a target with your mental power, don't make it too obvious, or a master might notice. Lin Jiangua frowned, worried. No need to sneak around. We don't want to cause trouble, but we also won't let others bully us. Yeah, it's important that you can protect yourself during this special ability event. During spring hunts, teams usually go out separately. The smaller groups stay far apart to avoid fighting over prey, since no one wants to lose their catch to someone else. That's why Lin Yin decided to join. Her team hunts as a family unit. The rules for spring hunts are quite relaxed. As long as you bring back prey, no one cares how you hunt. The next morning at 6 a.m., the Lin family of 4 was already on an electric tricycle heading to the meeting spot. Xiao Ying and Jiu Xian were lying on the roof. There were many people along the way, all carrying backpacks and weapons, excitedly heading to the meeting point. When they arrived, it was just past 6:10 a.m., but under the city wall, a large crowd had gathered. Everyone was wearing protective suits, waiting for the gates to open. The city defense army was also ready. Dozens of trucks were parked, half filled with soldiers holding various weapons. As a leader of the special ability team, Yang Lu was definitely going on this mission. She was still in charge of Lin Yun's team. This time, Zhang Yi didn't come. The city defense army had already found a powerful contract bug for her, and she had just finished dealing with parasitic bugs. Since Zhang Yi's family didn't lack points, she didn't sign up for this spring hunt.
Yang Liu patted Lin Yun as soldier.
This time, you'll be working with us, heading to forest number 3. Lin Yun guessed that when she saw Yang Lu, she probably already knew what was happening. The mission leader was Chu Feng, the head of the City Defense Army's special ability team. He was the son of Chu He, the overall commander of the army. He was under 30, with ice-type abilities at level 7. He was one of the earliest to awaken his powers in the base, and one of its top fighters. He was about 185 centimeters tall, with long legs, handsome, from a good family, and very capable. Many girls in the base admired him. Even Lin Yun looked at him a few more times because he was quite handsome, but that was all. Chu Feng held a loudspeaker and stood in the truck bed. Thank you all for signing up. I am Chu Feng, the leader of this operation. The teams going to forest number 2 or number 3 have been assigned. Information has been sent via wristband, so I believe everyone has received it. After handing out the signal flares, a group of people left the base. Lin Yun followed closely behind the main group, holding onto her bike handlebar. Forest Area 3 is located between Forest Area 4 and Forest Area 2. Area 1 is directly south of the base. The other forests are arranged in order, forming a partial enclosure around the base. Forest Area 3 is a bit farther from Area 2, and it takes about 40 minutes to drive there. At the fork in the road, the people heading to Forest Area 2 and Forest Area 3 split up and go their separate ways. When they reached the entrance of Forest Area 3, they saw a familiar person jump down from a truck.
It was Hu Jia.
His face is so annoying that Lin Yun will never forget it. He was sent by the higher-ups to assist the City Defense Army. He is part of a special team of ability users sent from above. There are others too, but only Lin family members recognize him. Hu Jia looks very proud and looks down on everyone equally. He thinks he is better than others and always has a bad attitude toward everyone. Lin Yun notices that Hu Jia's face looks bad. She remembers how, when she first awakened her abilities, he tricked her badly, almost causing her to get trapped in Forest Area 4. Naturally, she hates him. Hu Jia is clearly unpopular. People around him instinctively keep their distance. The ability teams look unhappy, and ordinary people also stay far away from him. The Lin family suspects that Hu Jia has tricked them before. It's unfortunate that this task was assigned to Forest Area 3. It seems to be bad luck. They worry that if someone really encounters danger and sends a signal flare, Hu Jie might not help. Lin Yun still remembers how, back in Forest Area 4, Hu Jie pushed ordinary people into a swarm of bugs to block them. Yang Lu also looks unhappy. She walks over to the Lin family and whispers, "Remember to stay away from Hu Jie later and act with my team." Even if Yang Lu didn't say anything, Lin Yun wouldn't get close to Hu Jie. Yang Lu won't hunt with them because their goal is to clear large wild animals. The smaller prey they chase out are what the ability users are after. But people tend to be biased. Yang Lu and Lin Yun have worked together for a long time and have become friends, so she naturally favors them a little. Plus, Lin Yun's team has caught a lot of meat recently, and Yang Lu has received rewards for it. Previously, Lin Yun reported insect eggs, and afterward, she cleaned up the parasites. Yang Lu received rewards for both tasks. Although the rewards were not as many as Lin Yun's, they were still quite good, especially since she was responsible for her team leader. As for the meat they obtained, they gathered it in one place and used signal flares. Red signals meant help, and blue signals meant to notify others to come and collect the meat. Each person received 2 red signal flares, while they had 20 blue ones each. How much meat could be in this forest? Are they trying to wipe out all the mutated beasts at once? After sending the signals, the city defense army would come to check. They would take 2/3 of the meat, and the remaining third was for themselves. If they didn't want to keep it, they could sell it directly to the defense army. The soldiers carried scales and had space abilities, so they could carry a lot. Before entering the forest, everyone was looking for the cooperating defense soldiers to work together. Even other squads sent by the higher-ups were looking for cooperation, but Hu Jie's squad was standing alone in the open, drawing everyone's attention. Hu Jie's face was so dark it looked almost blue. A group of people were laughing at them and whispering among themselves. It was obvious they were talking about Hu Jie. Hu Jie wanted to get angry, but with so many people around, if he really started a fight, he might get beaten up. Although he was a high-ranking official's pet dog, people didn't want to offend him easily. But a dog is still a dog. If the higher-ups only keep him around when he's useful, and he starts acting like a big shot, others will naturally team up to teach him a lesson. If he offends others badly and they gang up on him, the higher-ups will give up on him and find a better dog to use. That's less trouble. Right now, the defense soldiers either hung out with familiar squads or pretended not to see them. They didn't even bother to give a glance. One of the soldiers passing by even deliberately raised his voice. Some people think they're better than others. When it really comes down to relying on their skills, they realize no one wants to help. A low laugh spread around, and those gazes like needles were fixed on Hu Jie, making him feel both ashamed and angry, but he couldn't act out. He knew many of these people had been under his control before because of his status. Now that they had a chance, they wouldn't let it go easily. Hu Jie didn't dare to confront the soldiers, so when he was insulted, he could only blush and say nothing, unable to fight back. Lin Yun hid in the crowd and suddenly leaned close to Lin Yu, whispering a few words. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded gently. Using his mental power, he locked onto the person and silently said, "Break." Hu Jie's belt and underwear suddenly turned into thousands of butterflies, scattering on the ground and revealing his bare bottom. The crowd was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. A few guards whistled and teased, "Wow, you act tough normally, but turns out you're pretty petty." They also gave a mischievous look at Hu Jie's private area. "Do you even take care of your girlfriend? Following you must be pretty tough." Hu Jie felt his waist loosen, and his lower body suddenly felt cold. Soon, laughter and whistles came from all directions. He looked down quickly and saw his bare lower body exposed to everyone. He was struck by lightning, his face turning from blue to white, then purple. Embarrassment and anger surged inside him like flowing lava. Who did this?" he shouted in shock and anger. He instinctively covered himself in front, but forgot to cover his back. He jumped in place, looking like a popped balloon, funny and pitiful. The laughter grew louder, and those who already disliked him mocked him openly. "Captain who wants to put on a show. I think he's just feeling hot in the forest and wants to cool off. TSK, he's got guts." Daring to act like a hooligan in broad daylight. Hu Jie's team members were also stunned. They wanted to help cover him, but felt the scene was too embarrassing. They fumbled, making themselves look even more awkward. One team member quickly took off his jacket to help cover Hu Jie, but Hu Jie pushed him away. His eyes were bloodshot, but he could only rage in frustration. There were over 1,000 people here, and he had offended most of them. He couldn't find the culprit. His special abilities were strange and varied, making it impossible to pinpoint the attacker. Hu Jie roared like a trapped beast, his eyes red as he scanned the crowd, trying to find clues on the faces that looked either teasing or indifferent. As the saying goes, don't blame the crowd. Unless he could kill everyone here, he had to accept it. The crowd's laughter continued, and some people even took out communication devices to take photos, with flashes constantly lighting up Hu Jie's face. He became more angry, but felt helpless. He could only tightly cover his most sensitive parts and, under everyone's watch, staggered backward into the woods, hoping to hide. His teammates saw this and, no longer caring about embarrassment, quickly surrounded him, using their bodies to block the view and guiding him away from the crowd toward the trees. But his bare backside had already been seen by many. The pointing fingers and suppressed laughter felt like whips hitting Hu Jie, making him wish he could just disappear into the ground. Just wait, I'll remember you all. Hu Jie gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse with anger. Although he didn't know who was responsible, he had already blacklisted all possible suspects and was only thinking about how to get revenge later. Right now, he didn't even have the courage to stay there and could only run away in a sorry state. As Hu Jie and his group hurriedly fled, the laughter in the crowd gradually died down, but the smiles on their faces remained. Yang Lu unabashedly burst into loud laughter, patting her stomach and saying, "Haha, what a petty move. His girlfriend is so unlucky. She looks like a little bean." Her team members looked helpless and patted their leader. "Captain, your laughing is a bit over the top. Also, we need to leave quickly." Yang Lu finally stopped laughing, wiping tears from her eyes as she headed inside. Han Qing, the deputy captain of Yang Lu's team, called out to Lin Yun and the others, "Stay close and don't fall behind." Yang Lu is a level 5 fire-type ability user, and Han Qing is a level 4 wind-type ability user. Yang Lu's team has 12 members, most of whom have abilities at level 3, including reconnaissance, strength, speed, and healing. The team is well-balanced. Yang Lu was a level 4 ability user not long ago but recently advanced to level 5. Lin Yun and the others parked their tricycle outside the forest, then carried their large bags and followed Yang Lu's team. Yang Lu hadn't finished laughing when, unexpectedly, someone did something really satisfying. She couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Helplessly, her deputy Han Qing had to step in to explain. "This time, our assigned area is near the middle of the forest. We need to walk quite a distance on foot, which is too slow. So, we will ride a battle beast instead. There are also other small teams nearby. We will handle creatures above level 3 or 4, and you'll take care of those below level 2. The deeper we go into the forest, the stronger the mutated animals become. They have their own territories and usually won't leave unless something threatens them. Our main task is to deal with mutated animals below level 4. These animals tend to live in groups and can easily attack our base in large numbers. Our goal is to eliminate them before they form a beast tide. One of our team members is a beast speaker. She raises her hand and releases a huge snake. The snake is about 2 meters thick and dozens of meters long. Surprisingly, it looks very gentle. Usually, such a big snake is very aggressive, even when tamed, and not easy to handle, like her family's 9 mystical snake. The snake has several seats tied to its body, forming separate cabins, with glass windows to see outside. A few people sit in these seats, fasten their seatbelts, and the beast speaker at the top gives the command, and the snake starts moving. The snake glides smoothly along the forest trail. Its thick body makes a soft rustling sound as it crushes fallen leaves, but it doesn't shake or bump. Through the glass, Lin Yun looks outside. The trees on both sides rush past quickly. What used to take hours to walk is now much shorter thanks to this huge creature. The forest is full of tall trees, spaced far apart. Under the command of the snake, it moves along the planned route. This is Lin Yun, Lin Heng, Lin Yu, and Su Ying's first time going so deep into the forest, or rather, their first time in forest now. 3. It's like entering a grand garden with Lu Lao Lao. Everywhere they look, they see new things. The giant snake moves very fast but remains steady. Inside the cabin, there's no feeling of shaking at all. Lin Yun looks out the window. The large tree trunks, as wide as several people's arms, flash by like quick gray shadows. Occasionally, colorful mutated birds are startled and flap their wings, breaking through the fog in the woods, then quickly disappear into the thick leaves. Looking in her direction, Lin Heng saw the giant snake's scales layered on top of each other, with edges tinged in a faint blue-silver color. When it moved across the ground, there was almost no sound of friction, only a soft crack when it crushed dry branches. He couldn't help but gasp. What level do you think this battle pet is? Just its size alone, most mutated beasts would probably steer clear. What they didn't know was that inside the cockpit, there was a device that allowed them to communicate, and everyone else could hear their conversation. The woman sitting on the snake's head chuckled softly. She was in her 30s, a level 4 beast speaker, and an elder of Yang Lu's team. Mo Lin has already reached level 4. He's been with me since he was level 1. Her tone was full of pride, and she loved hearing others praise her battle pet. The giant snake had been with her for nearly 10 years and was extremely intelligent, with the mind of a 7 or 8-year-old child. It was more like a family member than just a battle pet. The giant snake smoothly glided forward until it reached an open area and stopped. Yang Lu stepped down with her weapon and checked the map. The area we're responsible for is right here. Han Qing also looked at the map and confirmed, yes, this is the spot. We'll split up here. You wait here for us to bring the prey over. We'll handle the high-level ones, and the lower-level ones are your responsibility. Actually, they weren't exactly bringing the prey over. When a fight broke out, the lower-level prey naturally avoided the battlefield. The city guards didn't care whether they dealt with high or low-level prey since they didn't earn points from it. It was just another ordinary task for the guards. Yang Lu waved to them and continued forward with her team. Within 10 minutes, they heard an explosion from that direction, followed by the roars of beasts and the sound of footsteps approaching. It was okay if they couldn't handle too many prey. There were people along the way, and the stragglers could be left for others to deal with later. Lin Yun and the others immediately tensed up, hands on their weapons, alertly watching the direction of the sounds. The first to emerge were several mutated wild boars about the size of cows, with tough brown-black fur that looked like wire and sharp fangs glinting coldly from their mouths. They ran in a panic, hooves pounding the ground loudly, clearly frightened by the battle ahead, and they charged forward blindly. Level 2 mutated wild boars, Lin Heng shouted. These wild boars were only focused on escaping and didn't pay attention to what was ahead. They charged forward recklessly. They let some others go, but stopped 2 of them. 9 missed sickle swung and cut a deep gash on the tough neck of the mutated wild boar. Blood spurted out wildly. The boar couldn't stop and crashed into a big tree. The tree didn't shake at all, but the boar hit its head so hard it became dizzy. Xiaoying took the chance to attack secretly. Many shadows emerged from underground, piercing through the boar's neck and directly into its brain. Lin Yun could handle 1 boar alone, so the other 3 focused on the second one. Su Ying and Lin Yu used their special powers at the same time. Su Ying's mental energy twisted into a thread and directly entered the boar's brain. She then used her second power, mental explosion. But since she was level 1 and the boar was level 2, the explosion didn't kill the boar immediately. It only made the boar hesitate suddenly, as if hit hard on the head, groaning in pain and staggering. However, it shook its head, its eyes red, and charged at them. Lin Heng took a big step forward, holding a shield to protect his mother and sister. Lin Yu seized the moment and used her power, Shatter. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The angry, red-eyed mutant boar's front knee suddenly cracked with fine fissures, as if broken by an invisible force. It lost balance and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. Its large body slid forward a bit, but was stopped by Lin Heng's shield. He then swung his great axe and aimed for the boar's neck. The axe fell with a sharp whooshing sound but made a harsh clang when it hit the boar's tough, iron-like hide, leaving only a shallow scratch. Lin Hung frowned. The boar's defense was stronger than he expected. The injured mutant boar on the ground let out a loud roar of pain, struggling to get up. Its broken front leg made it unsteady, and it could only futilely scratch the ground, kicking up dirt and mud. "Brother, cut its eyes," Lin Yu urgently reminded, gathering her mental energy again, ready to use her second power. Lin Heng's eyes sharpened. He suddenly pushed off the ground, using the sturdy back of a wild boar to leap up. His giant axe swung through the air in a curved arc, aiming precisely at its swollen left eye. This time, without the tough hide blocking the way, the axe blade sank in smoothly. Yowl! The wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its huge body twisted violently, almost throwing Lin Hung off midair. Su Ying seized the chance. Her mental energy gathered again into a thin line, like an invisible needle, sharply stabbing into the wild boar's brain, which was unprotected from the pain. This time, she didn't hold back. She poured all her mental power, the level 1 ability she could control, into the attack.
Pop.
The wild boar's head burst like a popped balloon, as if something inside was breaking apart. The animal's struggles suddenly stopped. Its bright red right eye quickly lost its shine. The large body twitched a few times, and then went completely still. Lin Hung landed on the ground, took a deep breath, and looked at the dead wild boar. He wiped the blood and dirt off his face. Done. Although the three women had never worked together using their abilities before, they often went out to gather supplies, so working as a team wasn't unfamiliar to them. With this first experience, they knew they could only handle a few mutated beasts at most. Lin Yun had already taken out the energy core from the wild boar. This base wouldn't share the loot. It belonged to them. Lin Hung was also opening the wild boar's head to take the energy core. "Hurry up, there might be more behind," he said. Lin Yun looked toward the source of the explosion. The noise was growing louder, indicating that Yang Lu and the others were in a more intense fight. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of chaotic hoofbeats sounded. This time, a group of smaller mutated wolves charged out, about a dozen of them. Their muscles bulged beneath gray-black fur, and their eerie green eyes flickered with fierce light in the woods. They didn't seem as focused on escaping as the wild boar had been. "It's a second-level mutated wolf, and they're pack animals." Lin Yu's face changed slightly. "It looks like they've set their sights on us." The leader was a second-level wolf, while the others were first-level mutants. The dozen wolves spread out in a fan shape, slowly closing in. Their low, threatening growls echoed through the woods, full of menace. Jushuan's figure flickered, stepping in front of Lin Yun. His sickle-shaped front limbs lifted slightly, and a silver-blue glow shimmered along the blade. Xiaoying also dealt with the deer, transforming into a shadow and returning to Lin Yun's side, alertly watching the wolf pack. "Lin Hung, protect Mom and Xiaoyu," Lin Yun said firmly. "I'll lead the way." Seeing the situation was not good, Yang Lu sent Han Qing over to help. After all, there were more than 10 wild wolves, all at level 2, and only Lin Yun was level 2 in their team, so they were worried about trouble. However, when the people arrived, they didn't jump into the fight immediately. Instead, they stayed at the edge, observing. Han Qing just realized that all 4 members of the Lin family had special energy fluctuations. Although their levels were low, they were definitely all special ability users. Usually, ability users are just like ordinary people. Only when they fight or use their powers can others notice them. Otherwise, why would some reckless beings challenge ability users? Han Qing quickly understood the reason. Since they hadn't registered their abilities, and then he thought about how Lin Yun was moved around constantly, he realized they didn't want the base to notice them. Although the base has rules requiring ability users to register after awakening for management purposes, rules are rules. Not everyone follows them. There are policies above and countermeasures below. Not registering doesn't mean breaking rules, and there are no penalties. So, many ability users haven't registered, and the base can't check everyone. With a population of over 1 million, they simply can't investigate all of them. Refusing to register is a way to keep their abilities hidden, so the authorities can't find out their specific powers. Thinking about how Lin Yun would be summoned constantly if she registered her ability, Han Qing felt awkward and scratched his face. This was their fault. The base only has 2 ability communicators, and without summoning them, they can't do anything. No wonder the other members of the Lin family chose not to register their abilities. Han Qing stood behind a tree, glancing around at the 4 members of the Lin family. Quite good at hiding, Han Qing muttered, suppressing the urge to step forward. Since this family didn't want to reveal themselves, interfering rashly wouldn't be appropriate. Moreover, judging by the situation, they might handle it just fine. Lin Yun faced off against the leader of the level 2 mutated wolf with Zhu Xuan, and assigned Xiao Ying to Su Ying and the others. Zhu Xuan's combat strength was very strong. Facing a level 2 mutated wolf was no problem. Despite being small, Zhu Xuan was extremely fast, flying like a swift, illusionary shadow. The second-level leader howled loudly, but before the cry was halfway through, Zhu Xuan's scorpion tail struck his stomach. This powerful blow knocked the mutated wolf flying. It didn't use scorpion venom because the wolf still needed to eat. If it used poison, the wolf couldn't eat afterward. The mutated wolf howled in pain, hit a tree, and then fell heavily to the ground. Zhu Xuan's twin blades struck simultaneously, cutting through its throat. Although Lin Yun knew Zhu Xuan was very strong in battle, she was still a bit surprised. Both are level 2, but Zhu Xuan almost instantly defeated the mutated wolf. Meanwhile, the fight was at a stalemate. Xiao Ying, though level 2, and facing a group of level 1 wolves. Su Ying and Lin Yu are both level 1 and melee fighters. Lin Heng is also a melee fighter but less powerful. Su Ying just awakened her abilities recently. Her mental blast only targets 1 enemy at a time. Fortunately, her power is very effective, hitting almost every time with precision. These simple-minded level 1 mutated wolves couldn't possibly have stronger mental power than Su Ying. She quickly took down 3 of them. Lin Yu's ability is similar, only targeting 1 enemy at a time. But she has been using her power for a while and is very skilled. She quickly killed 3 or 4 wolves. Then the 2 women hid behind Xiao Ying and drank recovery potions. Lin Heng faced some trouble. He's also level 1 and can only fight close up with his giant axe against the wolves. Level 1 mutated wild wolves probably don't have special abilities, but they are very fast. Lin Heng only saw shadows flickering in front of him. The wolves relied on their speed to circle around and test him. Lin Heng clenched his giant axe tightly. His arms grew tired from continuous effort. Sweat ran down his face and cheeks, dripping onto the muddy ground. Clang, he blocked another wolf's paw that came from the side with precise timing. The axe clashed with the paw, making a dull sound that numbed his hand. Xiao Heng on the left. Su Ying's voice was urgent. She had just finished dealing with the wolf in front of her and hadn't fully recovered her mental strength. She could only remind him with her voice. Hearing this, Lin Heng instinctively twisted his body. His giant axe swung out, just barely forcing back the wolf that had leapt up, its fangs gleaming coldly. The wolf was hit by the axe wind, let out a whimper, and fell to the ground. But it immediately got up again, its eyes shining with fierceness. But in the next moment, Xiao Ying's shadow spike pierced through his head, and he died completely. The few of them, along with their pets, worked together smoothly. The battle ended in less than half an hour, and almost no one was hurt. Only Lin Heng was accidentally scratched by a wolf's claw, but his protective suit blocked the injury. Han Qing is a level 4 ability user. Although their levels are low, their teamwork was so good that everyone admired and praised them. This family is quite capable. However, Lin Yun's 2 pets had a bit too much power, especially that mutated ant, which was also level 2. When facing another level 2 creature, they almost always defeated it instantly, showing how high their mutation level was. Lin Heng panted heavily, shook his slightly numb arm, and looked at the wolf carcasses on the ground, a hint of relief on his face. If it weren't for his mother and sister's long-range support and Xiao Ying's timely finishing blow, he might have suffered more. Normal ability users are really not very strong. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Yu quickly ran over, handing him a bottle of water, her eyes full of concern. She had just used her ability to control 3 wolves in a row. Her small face was a bit pale, clearly exhausted. "I'm fine, not even a scratch." Lin Heng took the water and drank a few sips, then wiped his face. "These wolves are really fast, slippery like eels." Seeing that they were fine, Han Qing returned to his team. Yang Lu was using flames to burn the mutated animals, causing them to scatter in panic. The water ability users in the team were ready to put out fires at any moment. After dealing with this wave of wolves, there were no new prey coming from ahead for now. They stopped temporarily, drinking water, taking healing potions, and resting. From a distance, they could still hear Yang Lu's wild laughter. Usually, during missions, they wouldn't fight so freely. Now that someone was covering for them, she was naturally having a good time. She was like a fierce battlewoman. Her loud laughter startled the birds in the forest, causing them to fly away in a flurry. The group had just rested for less than 20 minutes when Yang Lu and the others brought another group of mutated beasts. 4 large level 2 mutated rabbits suddenly rushed out in a panic. But rabbits, even when mutated, didn't have much fighting power. They couldn't spit fire or ice. They relied on their exaggerated jumping ability to turn themselves into projectiles and crash toward them. The rabbits came one after another like cannonballs, rushing forward with a loud whooshing sound. Their round bodies looked very intimidating at high speed. They used the same plan as before. Lin Yun and Jiu Xian handled 1 rabbit, while Xiaoying and the other 3 took care of the remaining 3. Even though these rabbits had mutated and were level 2, they were still rabbits and not much stronger than the wolves they faced earlier. The wolves had caused some trouble, but these rabbits hardly caused any problems. After dodging the rabbits' attacks, Jiu Xian cut 1 rabbit's neck with a sickle. The rabbit kept charging and crashed into a big tree, hitting its head and dying instantly. Jiu Xian was really good at killing level 2 mutated animals quickly. The other 3 rabbits, Xiaoying took 2 down, Lin Heng held off 1, and Suing used her mental power along with Lin Yu's special words to kill the last one before it could even attack. There were already many prey piled up on the ground, all with energy cores taken out. The forest was already hard to see through, and it was unclear what time it was now. The sounds from Yang Lu's side gradually faded, and no new prey appeared. Lin Yun checked her wristband and saw it was already 3 p.m. when they started fighting, but she hadn't noticed the time before. No wonder she was hungry. It was already past mealtime. She was thinking about whether to eat now or wait until they reached the camp, when Yang Lu's team already sent up a blue signal flare. A blue flare meant they had finished hunting and were calling people over to count the prey. They had gathered quite a few prey too, and it would take some time for others to come and count everything. So, they also sent up a blue signal flare. Less than half an hour after the flare was sent, the city guards arrived with people to count the prey. There were no cars in the forest. Everyone arrived riding small mutated beasts. 5 city guards brought 8 detection experts and 1 space ability user. As soon as they landed, the guards first recorded Lin Yun and the others' names, then started handling the prey on the ground. Everyone who signed up for the detection was skilled at collecting. They quickly took out their weapons, carefully opened the prey, and sorted the meat, organs, skin, and heads. Then they began testing. In this quiet forest, the sound of detection devices kept ringing. Beep, high pollution level. Not recommended for consumption. Beep, high pollution level. Not recommended for consumption. Beep, moderate pollution. Small amounts may be eaten. Beep, moderate pollution. Small amounts may be eaten. Beep, beep. The beeping sounds filled the air, like a symphony, rising and falling. The city guards with weapons patrolled around to prevent wild animals from rushing over attracted by the smell of blood. After Yang Lu and her team finished their hunt, they ran over to this side. They had completed their task. No matter how many prey they caught, they didn't earn points, so only a few stayed to watch while the others came over. Wow, you guys had a good harvest, Yang Lu said loudly, walking over with a trail of smoke on her face. Her eyes scanned the pile of wild boars, wolf carcasses, and rabbit remains on the ground, and she grinned. Lin Yun just finished tightening her water bottle cap and smiled when she heard that. Well, we rely on teamwork. When it comes to fighting alone, your fire powers are much stronger. You can sweep through everything. Stop with that, Yonglu waved her hand. Her gaze fell on Lin Yun's pets, Jiu Xian and Xiaoing, and a hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. Your pets are really impressive, especially that ant. Yonglu leaned in close to Lin Yun's ear and whispered mysteriously, Is it because your Lin family is so powerful? Everyone has awakened their abilities, right? Lin Yun's eyes immediately grew tense. Yonglu waved her hand. Don't be nervous. Just use your abilities openly. Although the base requires ability users to register, rules are rules, but people are flexible. There are many unregistered ability users in the base. As long as they don't threaten the base and can help during the beast-tide attack, the base usually turns a blind eye. After all, they are all ability users. They should have some privileges. The Lin family members twitched their mouths. So there was such a reason. Why were they so nervous before? Lin Heng sighed in relief. Captain Yang, you should have told us earlier. We were so tense. Yonglu spread her hands, looking a bit mischievous. You didn't ask me. Lin Heng was speechless and could only shake his head helplessly. Suing understood clearly and smiled as she tried to smooth things over. Maybe we were too cautious ourselves. Thanks to team leader Yang for sharing this inside information. Otherwise, we might have been worried for nothing. It's no big deal, Yonglu said casually, waving her hand. Let's just forget about it. A group of people gathered together. The Lin family was eating and drinking. They ate steamed buns, while Yonglu and the others ate compressed biscuits. Looking at what they were eating and comparing it to what their neighbors had, Yonglu suddenly felt quite sorry for themselves. They wanted better food, but every time they went on a mission, they only ate compressed biscuits. Although they are simple, easy to carry, and tasty, they kept eating the same thing. Could they try a different kind? After finishing their meal and chatting for a while, it was around 5 o'clock when the testing finally ended. A soldier came over to check their information. Moderately contaminated pork, 828 gene. 2/3 turned in, leaving 276 gene. Moderately contaminated wolf meat, 417 gene. 2/3 turned in, leaving 139 gene. Moderately contaminated rabbit meat, 501 gene. 2/3 turned in, leaving 167 gene. Moderately contaminated pig organs, a total of 15 gene. After turning in 2/3, 5 gene remain. There are also 3 rabbit skins, 5 first-class wolf skins, and 2 sets of wild boar tusks. They knew the purchase prices for pork and rabbit meat. Do they know the purchase price for wolf meat? Moderately contaminated wolf meat is bought at 50 points per gene. Are you selling meat? How much are you selling? Lin Yun asked first. Is wolf meat tasty? If it was good, they would keep some. If not, they would sell it all. Yonglu answered her, shaking her head slightly with a bit of disdain. I ate it during a mission before. Wolf meat is tough, has a strong gamey smell, and can't be masked without heavy seasoning. Lin Yun suddenly understood. No wonder the purchase price was so low, just 10 points higher than rabbit meat. Then, keep 6 gene of pork, 7 gene of rabbit meat, and sell the rest. Their home didn't have a refrigerator, so keeping too much food was risky because it could spoil. It was better to sell it all directly. All right, I'll calculate the points for you. Pork is bought at 80 points per gene, rabbit at 40 points per gene, and wolf at 50 points per gene. The internal organs are worth 120 points per gene. A wolf pelt is worth 50 points. A second-level rabbit pelt is 150 points each, while boar tusks are 20 points each. The total is 21,600, 6,400, 6,950, 600,000,000, 250,450, 80 is equal to 36,330 points. Wow! Hearing the Lin family members' exclamations, Lin Yun had helped the city guard twice before, earning 20,000 points each time. But this time, they earned it themselves. They were very happy. Although they had seen large amounts of points before, they were still very surprised. Maybe they will catch up to the big mercenary groups in points. Thanks to hunting with the city guard, they wouldn't have been able to get so many prey on their own. They still had some points left from before, And now with these, their total exceeded 50,000 points again. They could buy gene repair medicine for their father when they go back. The Lin family members high-fived each other, their faces showing pure happiness. They put the leftover meat into Xiaoying's space, and the city guard took the others and left first. Yang Lu stood up and stretched, saying, "Hunting is over for today. Let's go back to the camp. It's getting late, and if we don't leave now, we might get lost." The big snake appeared again. Several people climbed onto it, and the snake slithered toward the camp. The camp was inside the forest, but in the front part of the forest, some distance from the hunting area, making it relatively safer. The snake traveled for about half an hour before reaching the camp. The entire camp was enclosed. There were no tents on the ground. The living spaces were all built in the trees. These were tree houses built on giant trees, created by plant-type abilities. On platforms formed by branches, sturdy tree houses sat, connected by wooden bridges. Large houses were scattered in this area, forming a small tribe. Guards from the city guard patrolled around the camp. When the snake approached, it was taken away. Yang Lu led them into the camp and to their assigned treehouse. Each treehouse on a big tree had about 7 or 8 units, with 2 levels. Each level had 1 to 4 rooms. They were assigned to the lower level, with men and women living separately. The Lin mother and daughters shared one room. The women in Yang Lu's team shared one, and Lin Heng and the other men in Yang Lu's team shared another. The small cabin is sturdy and well-sealed, with no drafts inside. It has 2 bunk beds, a table for wooden stools, 2 basins, 2 towels, a large water barrel, and 4 sleeping bags on the beds. Yang Lu stands outside and asks, "Is the condition okay?" This camp won't be taken down after the hunt. It will stay here as a temporary resting place for the ability users who come to hunt. The 3 nod, thinking that having such facilities in the wild is already quite good. They had signed up for the spring hunt before, but it was in Forest Number 2, which didn't have such good conditions, just simple tents, with 10 or more people sharing one tent. The treatment in Forest Number 3 is much better. All 3 of you get ready. When I call out outside, come down for dinner. Remember to bring your eating tools. The 3 nod again, and Yang Lu returns to her room. Lin Yun and the others quickly tidy up and put away their belongings. 9 Xian has gone back into the forest, leaving Xiaoying to watch over them. But it won't go far. It stays nearby. Suing looks out the window as the sky darkens and softly says, "This treehouse is more comfortable than I expected. I just wonder if anything will happen tonight." Young Linyu is curious and leans by the window, looking at the connected wooden bridge in the distance. Hearing this, she turns and smiles. "Mom, there are patrol guards. It's definitely safe. Plus, Captain Yang and the others are here. What's there to worry about?" Suing pats her head gently. That's true. Linyun also walks to the window, her gaze sweeping over the camp. As night falls, the glow of soft mushrooms hanging between the tree houses illuminates the camp with a gentle light, making everything look hazy and peaceful. The footsteps of the patrol guards can be heard from afar, then gradually fade into the night, making the area seem especially quiet. "There's really no need to worry," Lin Yun says, withdrawing her gaze. "Let's rest for a while and wait for the dinner call." Soon, a shout comes from the center of the camp. Dinner is ready, accompanied by the crisp sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking. Hearing the noise, the 3 of them open the door and step outside. The wooden bridge between the tree houses isn't very wide, but enough for 2 people to walk side by side. They walk along the bridge toward the camp center, passing many patrol guards and ability users. Most have just returned from hunting, their faces tired but showing excitement from their gains. At the center of the camp is a large, open treetop platform connected to several giant trees. Dozens of simple stoves are steaming, and the smell of rich meat broth drifts with the breeze. Yang Lu is sitting with a few team members around one stove, holding a rough ceramic bowl, talking and laughing happily. Lin Heng has already come out and arrived before them. Over here, Yang Lu, with sharp eyes, spots Lin Yun and her group and waves to call them over. A big pot of meat broth is placed nearby, with several large bowls of wild grain buns. Besides Yang Lu and the others, some other people are also gathering here. "We just caught fresh meat. That's the best part of group hunting," Lin Yu holds her bowl, takes a big sip of hot meat broth, and sighs contentedly. It feels like camping in the forest fun. That little girl is pretty brave. Yang Lu scoops some meat from the broth into Lin Yu's bowl, smiling softly. Wait until tomorrow, when we meet some snarling mutated beasts. Then you'll see if it's still fun. Lin Yu sticks out her tongue, but isn't scared. Instead, her eyes sparkle. With sister and Captain Yang here, we'll be fine. Suing helps her fix her wind-blown hair softly and says, "Don't be careless. This isn't an ordinary camping site." She looks around. The city guards and ability users are chatting, but their weapons are close by and they remain alert. Even when they come out to eat, they don't put down their weapons. Lin Yun holds her bowl, watching some team members nearby treating wounds. They skillfully disinfect with strong alcohol and bandage with cloth strips. Even if they grimace from pain, they only grunt quietly, obviously used to it. Besides the aroma of meat broth, there's a faint smell of blood and herbs in the air. There are healers with them, but they only treat large wounds, not small cuts. Because healers are limited, and they have many people, treating small injuries would waste their abilities. As time passes, more and more return, and the camp becomes lively. The healers have small wooden houses of their own, and as more people arrive, long lines start forming outside. Although the city defense troops managed to kill the high-level mutated beasts, some people were still injured, but fortunately no one died. At this time, the high-level psychic team in the base also came to join the fun. They are actually capable of killing level 4, 5, or even 6 mutated beasts. However, they didn't go. With the city defense troops clearing the way, they just follow behind to pick up leftovers. Why bother risking so much to hunt high-level mutated beasts? It's foolish not to take advantage of such an easy opportunity. The mercenary teams in the base are also divided by level. They complete tasks for the base, which then assesses their rank. They know their own strength well, where they can go and where they can't. They understand themselves better than anyone. Besides the psychic team from the city defense, some high-level mercenary teams also took on missions and headed deeper into the area. But they only went as far as the outer part of the central zone, which is the territory of level 5 mutated animals. So, these teams returned a bit later. As night deepened, the noise on the treetop platform gradually quieted down, leaving only the faint sounds of clinking bowls and occasional low conversations. Lin Yun put down her bowl, wiped her mouth, and casually glanced at the darkness at the edge of the camp. It seemed as if an invisible giant beast was lurking there. The glow of the fluorescent mushrooms could only light up a small area. Beyond that, in the shadows, countless eyes seemed to be watching. "Big sister, what are you looking at?" Lin Yu asked vaguely, biting into a flatbread. "Nothing." Lin Yun withdrew her gaze and unconsciously rubbed the edge of her bowl with her fingertips. "Finish eating and rest. Tomorrow won't be easy." Yang Lu had just finished giving instructions to the team. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "Yes, today we only cleared the outskirts. Tomorrow, we need to push further into the central area. The mutated beasts there are smarter and more numerous. Stay alert." Since it was confirmed that they could handle level 2 mutated animals, and all of them were psychic users, Yang Lu felt confident to fight openly. Everyone chatted and laughed. Around 9 o'clock, they each returned to their small wooden cabins to rest. While they gathered at the camp, Chu Feng, who had not appeared until now, was leading a team to the far west of Forest Number 3, where it borders Forest Number 4. A large area is also covered in fog. The situation inside Forest Number 4 is unknown. Previously, when using machines to scan the perimeter, many large energy clusters were detected, indicating that there are quite a few high-level mutated plants and animals inside. Many people were dispatched to both forests this time. To prevent anything inside Forest Number 4 from sensing human presence and escaping, Chu Feng brought a small team of psychic abilities experts to stay at the edge of the fog. This team includes 6 people, all of whom are level 6 abilities, except for him, who is level 7. Although they are not the strongest fighters in the city guard, they are still quite capable. Things inside Forest Number 4 rarely come out. Chu Feng is here mainly to prevent and intimidate. As night deepened, The fog moved silently like flowing silk, spreading across the boundary between forest number 3 and forest number 4. Chu Feng leaned against the trunk of a large tree. Lu Shui, a team member, brought him a bowl of meat soup. "Captain, eat something to fill your stomach. Usually this area is quite peaceful. As long as no one deliberately ventures into the fog, there shouldn't be any big problems." Chu Feng took the porcelain bowl, feeling the warmth from the rim with his fingertips, but his eyes never left the swirling fog. "Peace doesn't mean safety," he said in a low voice, calm from years of high status. "This fog is very strange. The detectors fail when they go inside, so no one knows what's hidden there. Lu Shui is the only woman in the team. She has mastered her ice abilities perfectly." Hearing this, she also looked in the same direction. The fog in the night shimmered with a faint gray-white color, like a living creature breathing and stretching, giving off an eerie feeling. "Has forest number 4 always been this strange?" Lu Shui joined Chu Feng's team only 2 years ago. The apocalypse has been going on for 16 years now, so she naturally doesn't know what happened in the first 10 years. Chu Feng took a sip of the meat soup. "Not exactly. 10 years ago, it was just an ordinary forest. But then, suddenly, it was covered in mist, and ordinary people could no longer enter." Lu Shui paused, her movements slowing slightly. 10 years ago? I was still struggling at a small base in the south then. I never heard about this." She looked down at her bowl of soup, the steam blurring her vision. Did something big happen? Otherwise, why would this peaceful forest suddenly be wrapped in fog? Chu Feng put down his bowl, gently rubbing his fingertips along its rough edge. His eyes darkened, as if he was looking through the fog in front of him and seeing scenes from 10 years ago. "The details are not clear," he said in a quieter voice. "All we know is that summer in forest number 4, there was a sudden burst of very strong energy waves. The alarm at the base sounded for 3 days and nights. When the waves calmed down, the fog appeared." He paused and added, "The team that went in to investigate over 100 people, only a few came back. Later, the base issued a strict order, forbidding anyone from approaching the fog. Whether anyone was sent in to explore afterward is unknown." Chu Feng only became the team leader 3 years ago. He doesn't know much about what happened before. Once the thick fog surrounded the forest, no one could go in anymore. The base also sent soldiers to guard outside, constantly relaying information. Lu Shui took a deep breath, her fingers tightening on the bowl. "Even high-level abilities users didn't come back?" Chu Feng nodded. "The strongest abilities users at the base went there, but they all disappeared without a trace. Since then, forest number 4 has been a forbidden zone. It was 10 years ago, just 6 years after the end of the world. Few abilities users had awakened back then, so their levels weren't high. Even when the base sent stronger people later, they never reached the core area and had to retreat. The bugs in the fog alone were impossible to handle, not to mention the high-level mutated animals inside." The team members around them also fell silent, listening carefully. Most of them had only recently been promoted to high-level abilities users. They had heard some rumors about what happened 10 years ago, but now, hearing Chu Feng's detailed account, they realized how terrifying the history behind the fog was. Then this time, a fire abilities user couldn't help but ask, "Are we being too reckless staying here?" Chu Feng shot him a quick look. "We have to stay on guard, even if it's risky. The forest number 2 and number 3 are being cleared. If something from forest number 4 takes the chance to come out, all our efforts will be wasted." He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and looked again at the fog. "And this time is different. We're just on alert, not going in on our own. As long as it doesn't cross the boundary, everything will be fine." Although that was the case, the fog still looked like a huge mouth, silently swallowing the surrounding light and making people feel uneasy. While Chu Feng and his group were on alert, a black ant that looked like a human was slowly moving toward the border area. This ant was completely black, with wings on its back. It stood upright and wore a hard armor. It moved steadily and calmly outward. Wherever it went, all the mutated animals nearby were affected, either torn apart or left with only their heads. It moved little by little from the center, elegant like a prince, leaving no damage in its path. Some of the frightened mutated animals ran away in all directions. But forest number 4 is the largest forest, so escaping takes some time, and for now, it remains relatively peaceful. Lin Yun and her family had a safe night. The next day, they moved deeper into the forest on a giant snake. Yang Lu's team was still fighting stronger monsters ahead. About half an hour later, Yang Lu led a large group of level 2 wild chickens running toward them. They even shouted from behind, "Hunt more! I want to eat chicken!" Lin Yun responded from afar, and Jiu Xian swung a sickle to cut the neck of one chicken. Although these chickens were now level 2, their fighting ability wasn't much higher than that of rabbits. Seeing someone blocking the way, the chickens raised their heads high and pecked at the small bugs blocking the path. These wild chickens were about half a meter taller than a person, but to the Lin family, they looked like tiny bugs. Following yesterday's formation, Lin Yun and Jiu Xian stood outside alone, while Lin Heng protected Su Ying and Lin Yu behind him, holding a shield to block the first wave of attacks. A few chickens flapped their wings, creating a strong, foul wind. Their sharp beaks aimed like iron hooks at Lin Heng's shield. There were several crisp sounds, and deep dents appeared on the shield. Lin Heng grunted, feeling his arm go numb from the shock, but he stood firm, protecting everyone behind him. Su Ying used her mental power to explode, directly attacking the chicken's brains. While Lin Heng was blocking the attack, Lin Yu targeted a few chickens' heads and shouted, "Break!" Using her spiritual power, 2 chickens' brains exploded like watermelons, but the others only shook. Lin Heng then raised his axe and swung it at a chicken's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the wild chicken didn't even have time to scream before its large body collapsed to the ground. The Lin family had already dealt with 5 wild chickens. Luckily, these creatures were not fierce beasts. If they had been mutated fierce animals, they wouldn't dare to face so many at once. However, Yang Lu's group wouldn't send mutated fierce beasts either. If they did, they wouldn't send so many. After killing about a dozen wild chickens, the group was about to rest for 5 minutes when suddenly a team of people rushed out from one side, followed by 2 huge wild bulls chasing after them. While running, they shouted for help. "Help! Help us!" The 2 wild bulls had red eyes and kept snorting steam from their noses, clearly angered. Lin Heng cursed loudly. "Idiots! Why didn't you send a signal flare for help? Why did you bring these bulls here?" But cursing was useless. The group was already close. Lin Yun ordered, "Everyone get up the trees." The Lin family members quickly climbed the nearby giant trees using their tools. The trees were so thick that 4 or 5 people had to join hands to wrap around them. The bark was deep and furrowed, like the mottled scales of an old dragon. These were ancient trees that had mutated in the forest, growing hundreds of years old. Their branches stretched high into the sky, blocking out the sun, making it hard to see through the gaps. If it weren't for the sharp eyes of the mutants, hunting would be difficult. During the day, it looked like dusk. The Lin family members used their hands and feet, climbing up the tree trunks by gripping natural hollows and thick branches. Lin Heng led the way, his broad palms gripping the bark tightly. With each step upward, the rotten wood and debris beneath his feet fell away. Using the power of Jushuan, Lin Yun was the first to reach the trunk, throwing down a rope to pull everyone up one by one. The family sat on the trees, watching the small group of people below being chased desperately by the mad bulls. She looked down and saw that the group was being chased by 2 level 3 wild bulls, looking very panicked. One person couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the bull's horn, flying through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, silent. "This group probably won't survive," Lin Heng panted, his eyes fixed on the scene below. These 2 level 3 mad bulls were too strong for their family, as they were only level 2, with the rest at level 1. They dared not go down to fight. If it weren't for their quick reactions, they would already be caught in the trap. These people brought the 2 wild bulls here with bad intentions. When faced with danger, they didn't ask the city guards for help but ran toward us. What's going on? Even if they could save themselves, they wouldn't. Several unrelated people risking their lives to help them is unlikely. They're not that foolish. The fleeing people saw someone in the trees and desperately called for help. "Save us! Save us! Unfortunately, the wild bulls didn't give them a chance. One bull suddenly sped up, its thick hooves pounding the ground loudly as it charged straight at the last person. With a sharp crack and a piercing scream, the person's leg bones were broken. They were thrown far away, like a broken kite. The other bull lowered its head, its sharp horns carving deep grooves into the ground, charging at the slowest person. That person turned pale with fear, trying to crawl behind a tree for safety, but was pushed over by the bull's head. They were instantly thrown into the air and slammed against a nearby tree trunk. When they hit the ground, they were barely breathing. The remaining two people were completely panicked, their eyes full of despair. They looked at the people in the trees, making desperate sounds for help but couldn't form proper words. The bull's breathing sounded like a wind chest, their blood-red eyes scanning the people on the ground, as if checking if these prey still had strength to fight. One bull sniffed the person with the broken leg. The person trembled with fear, but couldn't even move. A deep, dull moo sounded. The bull lifted its front hoof and stomped down hard. Lin Yun instinctively turned her face away, unable to watch anymore. The tree trunk trembled slightly, as if even this mighty tree was silently mourning the terrible scene below. Lin Heng's face was as dark as if it could drip water. He tightly gripped his machete, his knuckles turning white from the force. These fools are asking for death and want us to take the blame. He muttered angrily, his voice filled with fear and rage. If they had reacted a little slower or hadn't climbed this big tree in time, it would have been their family lying on the ground now. But the Lin family couldn't just watch them die. The only thing they could do was fire signal flares to call the city guards for help. As for whether the city guards can arrive in time, or if people can survive, that's no longer their concern. The wild bison on the ground lowered their heads and started eating the humans. Once herbivores, they had mutated and now considered humans part of their diet. Lin Heng took out a signal gun from his backpack and fired it into the sky. Whoosh! The sharp sound tore through the quiet forest. A red flare shot up with a long tail of flame and exploded into a bright glow in the dark sky. Before the light from the flare faded, the two wild bison below seemed startled by the sudden noise. They raised their heads sharply and looked directly at the people in the trees with fierce red eyes. Moo! One of the bison let out a loud, angry roar. Its front hooves pawed at the ground, kicking up dirt and small stones, clearly annoyed at being disturbed while eating. Lin Yu's heart jumped into her throat. She instinctively shrank back, clutching the branch beside her tightly. Her fingers hurt from the rough bark. Be careful, stay quiet, Lin Yun whispered nervously. She gently pulled her sister into her arms and patted her softly to comfort her. Lin Heng protected Suing behind them. They were high up in the trees, seemingly safe. But these mutated bison were incredibly strong, and no one could be sure they wouldn't go berserk and crash into the trees. The big tree they hid in was sturdy, but whether it could withstand the continuous charging of two level 3 mutated beasts was uncertain. Fortunately, the bison's attention didn't stay on them for long. The prey on the ground seemed more interesting to them. Soon, the two bison lowered their heads again and resumed tearing apart the remains on the ground. Only the sounds of chewing and bones cracking could be heard in the forest. Nine Mystics, a creature nearby, was restless and seemed eager to fight the bison. It was full of fighting spirit, gently flapping its wings and moving its tendrils on its head. Master, I want to fight, it communicated mentally to Lin Yun. Lin Yun asked back in her mind, do you think you can win? Not against both, but I can handle one. Let me try, Master. Nine Mystics replied. Lin Yun hesitated and Nine Mystics added, Master, I can fly. If I can't win, I can run away. Let me try. I won't get hurt. They are a warlike and bloodthirsty race, always eager to challenge stronger beings. Lin Yun advised it, be careful, if you can't win, just run away. With a flap of its 9 mysterious wings, it charged forward. The entire ant transformed into a blur, attacking one of the wild bulls wildly. The 9 mysterious was as fast as lightning. Its black body left streaks of blood on the rough hide of the wild bull. It knew that wild bulls have tough skin and thick flesh, so normal attacks often don't work. It focused on weak spots like the eyes and joints. The wild bull being targeted initially just shook its head irritably, trying to shake off this annoying thing. But the nine mysterious was too fast, like an elusive shadow, constantly causing pain on the bull. Moo! Finally, the wild bull was thoroughly angered. It lifted its head suddenly, and with a strong shake of its thick neck, it tried to throw the nine mysterious off with brute force. But the nine mysterious was prepared. It flapped its wings and soared several feet higher, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seeing this, the other wild bull stopped eating and fixed its fierce red eyes on the airborne nine mysterious, growling threateningly. Lin Yun watched nervously from the tree, clutching her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the grip. She knew that the nine mysterious was quite strong, but facing two level 3 mutated beasts was dangerous. Any mistake could lead to trouble. Nine mysterious, if you can't handle it, come back quickly, Lin Yun silently urged. It seemed to hear her, but it showed no sign of retreat. It made a quick turn in the air and dove down again, aiming straight for the most irritable wild bull's eyes. This time, the wild bull was prepared. It suddenly tilted its head and raised its front hoof sharply, stomping at the air. The nine mysterious reacted swiftly. It retracted its wings and narrowly slipped under the bull's hoof, then slashed fiercely at the joint of the bull's leg. Yowl! The wild bull, in pain, roared angrily. Its huge body spun around and charged at the nine mysterious with a gust of wind. Thanks to its agility and speed, the nine mysterious dodged left and right, avoiding all attacks perfectly. Its speed increased again, and it cut the wild bull multiple times, leaving it covered in wounds and bleeding all over, too exhausted to fight back. Finally, Jushuan pierced through the cow's eye and hit its brain, causing a loud cry, and the cow collapsed. After receiving the signal flare, Yang Lu rushed over, but they were still some distance away. When they arrived, Jushuan had just finished dealing with one cow. Seeing another cow about to attack, Yang Lu threw a fireball, burning it to death. Looking at the large pile of wild chickens and wild cows on the ground, Yang Lu's team was a bit surprised. The Lin family members are really strong fighters. That was a level 3 wild cow. Among them, only Lin Yun was at the highest level. Wild cows are tough-skinned, aggressive, and quite powerful. It's already impressive that they managed to take one down. The Lin family members looked at Yang Lu, who easily handled the wild cow. I don't envy them. I wonder when we will have a leader as strong as Yang. Since the wild cow was taken care of, the Lin family members climbed down from the tree. Yang Lu and the others went over to check on the team members. Lin Yun briefly explained the situation. Yang Lu patted her shoulder and said, "You did nothing wrong. No need to feel guilty. Saving people is important, but you also need to do it within your ability. If you're not a match for the enemy yourself, trying to save others is just overestimating your strength." Only 2 of the people who escaped were still alive, but they were barely breathing. Yang Lu asked the beast speaker, by Malia, to put them on the giant snake and take them back to the camp first. Their task wasn't finished yet. Yang Lu saw that it wasn't a call for help, so he planned to continue hunting monsters. But suddenly, from the deep western part of the forest, a dense sound of footsteps and human screams rushed toward them. Yang Lu quickly ordered everyone to climb the trees. The Lin family members, who had just come down, climbed back up. The situation was unclear, and staying under the tree wasn't safe. The tree was about 10 meters thick, and even if attacked, it could hold for a while. A large group of panicked people ran toward them, accompanied by the sound of many footsteps. Behind them, a group of high-level mutated animals was chasing. The lowest level was level 4, with some at levels 5, 6, and even 7. This situation was clearly unusual. The area with mutated animals above level 4 was far from here, and levels 5 and 6 already had clear territory boundaries. They wouldn't normally gather together like this. Now they are running over in groups. This situation is clearly unusual, as if something was driving them away. Yang Lu stands on a large tree trunk, then jumps up a few more levels, instinctively looking westward. That is where forests 3 and 4 meet. These mutated animals are coming from the west. Could something have happened near the team leader? Yonglu's heart suddenly sinks. The elite team led by the team leader is guarding the border between Forests 3 and 4. That area is already high risk. Now, these high-level mutated beasts are fleeing in a strange way. Most likely, something has gone wrong there. Everyone hold your breath and stay quiet, Yonglu whispers urgently, signaling everyone to stay still with hand gestures. She keeps her eyes fixed on the rushing mutated animals. Her pupils shrink. The leader of the pack is a level 7 mutated black bear, with fangs exposed and dark red bloodstains on its fur. It shows no sign of hesitation, just charging forward as if something more terrifying is behind it. The people in the trees are too scared to make a sound. Lin Yun tightly grips the tree trunk beside her, her fingers sore from the rough bark. She glances at Jiu Xian. The little creature just went through a fierce fight. Now, it stands alert with its tendrils raised, staring nervously westward. It makes faint whimpering sounds, clearly sensing the unusual pressure. The fleeing crowd gets closer. They are ragged, many with deep wounds exposing bones, faces full of despair. One man, who has a broken arm, runs at the front. Just as he is about to reach the big tree where Yonglu and others are, a level 5 mutated wolf bites his ankle. He screams and is dragged into the pack. The smell of blood spreads, making the mutated beasts even more frantic. But they do not stop. They trample over corpses of their own kind and humans, rushing forward wildly. Yonglu and her team look on with pity, but they dare not go down to help. Yonglu just reached level 5 recently. Facing this group of mutated animals, going down would be certain death. The heavy smell of blood mixes with the foul scent of the mutated beasts, filling the forest and making it hard to breathe. Lin Yun bites her lip tightly, forcing herself to look away from the shocking scene. She could feel the tree trunk gently trembling, caused by the rush of countless mutated beasts passing by. Each shake felt like a blow to her heart, making her heartbeat drum loudly. Captain Yang. Lin Yun's voice carried a slight, barely noticeable tremor. She leaned close to Yonglu and whispered so only the two of them could hear, "Will the team leader and the others be in trouble?" Yonglu frowned, his gaze still fixed on the west. He said in a serious tone, "It's hard to say. If they managed to force these high-level mutated beasts into a state of panic, either a more terrifying mutated beast has appeared, or their defenses have completely broken down.